Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Now roll call. The old man with a beard and gorgeous hair, except that the right part of the hair is still black, stood in the first place, and raised the roster in his hand to the first team members in front of him. Yamanaka High. Arrive. Nara Deer Wine. Arrive. Tsurumoto Ichiro. Arrive. Grass cutting by the riverside. Arrive. Gens Hiro Okaga, the third member of Godi I-13's first team, had a steady voice. Although it seemed that he didn't use much energy to speak, his voice could reach the ears of all the first team members present. Gens Hiro Okiya, who was called one by one, soon came to the last name on the roster. Duke. At the end of the line, a slender young man in a black suit raised his hand lazily, but said in a somewhat out-of-breath way, "Here. Duke, pull yourself together." Seeing Duke's state, Gens Hiro Okaga couldn't help but make a point. "It is good." As soon as Duke agreed, he couldn't help but yawned. Gens Hiro Okaga couldn't help shaking his head when he saw this. This young man usually works hard and does things in an orderly manner, making it impossible to find faults. He is also very gentle and kind. He is an old player who has been in the first team for 7 or 8 years. It can be said that everything is good, but there are some small shortcomings. That is, I don't like working overtime. Working from 9 to 5 every day, the routine of life makes it impossible for people to criticize. It's just that when he needs to work overtime, you can't find him, but he does everything well, and you can't find a reason to pick him. Then I like to hang around Huajie, which can be said to be singing every night. The key is that he has a good skin, and he doesn't need to spend money to stay anywhere in Huajie's oiran. It's okay if you don't like working overtime, as long as you do what you should do well during your daily work, but the matter of hanging around Huajie. Stroller, why don't you pay for sleeping with the oiran? Gens Hiro Konggaya withdrew his gaze, put down the roster, and said in a loud voice, "All the above-mentioned team members will go to the Black Ridge Gate for daily defense." "Yes." All the members of the first team who were named responded loudly, rushed Yagen Shiro's arm for a while, and shouted loudly while dancing his robe sleeves. "Depart immediately without delay." Next second, everyone left the school grounds where they were called in an orderly manner, and went to the Black Ridge Gate for daily defense. After leaving the school grounds, these members of the first team, who were originally serious and rigid, immediately got together in small groups and began to chat with each other. Duke, who was walking at the end of the line, supported Zanpakut at his waist with an armrest, and beat his lower back slightly with his right hand. Last night was a bit too crazy, 6 oirans went up together. Today his kidneys are a little too much to bear. Duke, I heard that the 6 big oirans of Huajie were dispatched at the same time last night. What's going on? Please explain to me clearly. A team member with a mustache hugged Duke's shoulder from behind. Duke glanced at the mustache on the side, and said lightly, "Of course they all went to look for me, otherwise, what else could they do?" "Ah, you enviable BD, why you don't need to pay to stay in Huajie, but you can still make all the oirans give up on you." When Mustache put his arms around Duke and screamed strangely, the surrounding male team members looked over one after another, their eyes filled with envy and hatred for Duke. "Duke, this BD, is so enviable. Ah, isn't this guy just a little bit more handsome, with better job performance than me, and stronger strength than me, why can he be favored by so many oirans? Damn it!" The 6 oirans were dispatched together, and they were able to report by name today. It really deserves to be a 9 to 5 Duke. It's enough to be envied by one oiran, but this kid Duke can invite 6 at the same time, it's simply too enviable. Amidst the discussions of the male players around, Duke smiled casually, while the female players mixed in the team cast contempt, indifference, distressed and admiring looks at Duke. "Ah, Duke, that scumbag, went to places like Huajie again. I have known this smelly man for 5 years, and I have never seen him come home from get off work at night. Whoa, Lord Duke, why are you humiliating yourself like this? Duke, this guy is really hard to describe. Amidst the discussions of the surrounding players, Duke just smiled and said nothing. While everyone was walking, their attention was slowly drawn away from Duke, and they began to talk about other things. Have you heard that, recently, there has been a disappearance of souls in Rukonga? I heard, it is said that the 11th team has sent people to check. Not only that, I also heard from the 12th team that the number of ghosts is also decreasing rapidly, and there should be some big trouble coming. Isn't it a good thing for Sue to disappear? What a good thing! Well, it has nothing to do with us anyway, as long as we do our own thing well. Amidst the discussion, Duke walked silently at the end, looking up at the blue sky above his head. He also felt a little emotional in his heart. It has been nearly 10 years since I came to this world in a blink of an eye, and Duke has been working silently in Godi 13 for the past 10 years. The first one to enter was the 13th team, and then he was continuously transferred because of his excellent work performance, until now he joined the first team. As for why? That's because Duke knows how deep the water in the Shinigami world is, so deep that he can't even grasp the system. In particular, his system is not yet a crash system, which makes him more cautious. Not to mention anything else, just talking about the big boss Aizen in the early and mid-term that took up a lot of space made Duke have to stay among the many Shinigami. Especially Aizen still has a sense of presence in the later stage, which made him firm in his determination to continue. But for Duke, oblivious to the crowd is actually not a good way to lurk. A real dog should be an established concept and stereotype. For example, when it comes to national treasures, everyone will think of pandas. When it is mentioned that they are not interested in money, everyone will think of Papa Ma. When it is mentioned small goals, everyone will think of 100 million. The same is true for Duke, who creates his own personality in his life to hide his true self. Only a little bit of specialness is revealed, and everyone's attention is gathered. For example, if you hang out in Huajie, you don't need to pay for staying in the Oiran. This is the personality that Duke created for himself. In this way, when everyone mentions him, they will first think that he doesn't need to pay for the Oiran's stay, and secondly, it's nothing. It's like before Aizen was exposed, didn't he give the impression of being a modest gentleman? The so-called hiding is actually to set up a person completely different from oneself to show it to the outside world. As for working from 9 to 5, never working overtime? This is required by Duke's system, and Duke can only do so in order to become stronger. But under Duke's character design, everything is as he expected, and no one will mention his strength, his past, and everything about him. It just revolves around Duke's innocuous persona. And this is what Duke thinks is the real dog. Soon, many members of the first team came to the front of the Black Edge Gate, and each stood up according to the usual positions, and started the day's guarding work. After Duke came to his place and stood up, he supported Zanpakut at his waist with his left hand, and put his right hand into the lapel of the Shiba suit's chest, slowly waiting to get off work. But at this moment, 7 figures appeared in front of the Black Edge Gate without any struggle. All wear robes and reflective masks. As soon as these 8 unidentified mysterious people appeared, some team members drew their swords and shouted thousands of orders. Who is coming? Give it to you. One of them spoke lightly, and a tall figure pulled his hands out of his robe. Following his movement, the Shinigami gathered around him also saw the chains wrapped around his waist and the rings fixed by his hands. No problem. The man holding the ring with his hands and the chain around his waist grinned grinningly in response, and the next second the rest of the people walked towards the Black Edge Gate, while the tall figure clasped his hands together and pulled out a blue spiritual spear. Disappear, miscellaneous fish. Next second. The light is generous, devouring everything around it. Chapter 2. Disappear, miscellaneous fish. Dolisk Bell smirked grimly, and slightly opened his hands with rings, and countless blue rays of light shot out, devouring everything around him. The previous 6 people disappeared into the shadows. The blue light radiated outward, and at this time, a cold voice came. Pierce through him, Yan Lingwan. Next second, holding a western rapier, a man with white hair, golden eyes and a black mustache appeared in front of the black-edged gate. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, he released a lingering sword energy, offsetting the blue light. But it only offset the blue flash in one direction, but the blue flash that didn't offset involved all the surrounding team members. For a time, corpses littered the field. None survived. And Duke was also in it very sadly, with 3 blood holes opened on his body, and he fell to the ground. But if you look carefully, you can see that Duke's eyes are full of brilliance, and the breath of life has not been cut off, just like a seriously injured person who is dying. At the same time, he secretly felt unhappy in his heart. Tisk, where did this guy come from? Why did he start talking nonsense as soon as he came out? I don't know if I'm going to Huajie to look for Miji after I get off work today. Ah, trouble. So the water in the world of Shinigami is too deep, and even the gate of your own house can be ridden on the face by flying dragons. It smells like a big event. It's really a bad time. It would be fine if I was assigned to do paperwork, but I just got transferred this month. Just lie down like this, and you can take a few months of injury leave later, and spend a few months in the 4th team. Vice Captain Chur Sasakaibe should be able to handle this guy. Duke, who was in a rushing posture, was thinking indiscriminately, but Chur Sasakaibe was under a lot of pressure at the moment. The riotso unleashed by the enemy who appeared out of nowhere in front of him was so strong that he felt an unspeakable pressure. Are you Chur Sasakaibe? Dolisk set his sights on Chur Sasakaibe. Chur Sasakaibe didn't say anything, just held his sword in front of him, staring at Dolisk without saying a word. Humph, don't you talk. It's okay, you don't have a chance to speak anyway. Dolisk lowered his arms. Because of his sinister grin, the veins on his forehead were exposed, giving people an unspeakable sense of oppression. Especially his riotsu made all the team members present breathless, as if an invisible black curtain was pressing on them, forcibly covering their perception, depriving their senses, making them unable to breathe. My limbs were weak, and my heart almost stopped. And the reason why Chur Sasakaibe feels pressure is also here. Just relying on riotsu will make the people around him unable to move. If he makes a move, it may cause a huge disaster. And looking at the opponent's appearance, he must have come prepared, so fighting is inevitable. And in the face of such a strong enemy, a method of warfare must be adopted, that is, if you don't move, you will be killed, and if you move, you will kill the enemy. Chur Sasakaibe let out a deep breath of foul air as thoughts roiled in his head, and riotsu also began to rise sharply. Sensing the riotsu change of Chur Sasakaibe, Duke's eyes blinked slightly. Riotsu rises, is this going to use Bankai? Ah! It's just that when Dolisk felt the change of Chur Sasakaibe's riotsu, the smile on his face was even more wanton. Bankai. Interesting. Bankai. Chur Sasakaibe held his Zanpakut Yan Lingwan horizontally in front of his body, holding the hilt with his right hand and stroking the blade with his left hand. Huang Yan Ling leaves the palace. As soon as the words were uttered, the riotsu contained in Yan Lingwan was released immediately, like a river bursting its embankment, and quickly spread into the air, like a canopy, covering the entire sky of the Black Ridge Gate. The yellow lightning was like raindrops, falling from the sky, twisting and twisting. Just waiting for your Bankai. Dolisk fished his curved cross from his pocket and pointed it at Chur Sasakaibe, eyes filled with ecstasy and contempt, and a deep arrogance. As soon as the arc-shaped cross badge was held in the palm of Dolisk, the gully on it released a strong spiritual reaction, and the spiritual particles gathered into flashes of light and radiated outward. The circular blue spirit particle flashes rotated slowly, and black shadows like crosses extended around them. And in the black shadow block, there are also arrow-like blue photon arrows shooting out. Melt it, Huajie. Clouds turn into rain, rain turns into fog. Visible becomes intangible. I wait for the end of joy, and put the cup on the ground. Seireitei Sakib's eyes widened in shock amid Dolisk's chanting. The Ryotsu on his Zanpakut Huang Yanling palace was being absorbed, stripped, and looted by the blue flash. In just the blink of an eye, his Bangkai Huang Yanling Li Gong disappeared without a trace. How come? My Bangkai? Seireitei Sakib's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced at his own Zanpakut, and looked at Dolisk again. Dolisk put away the badge. His eyes were very satisfied, like a hunter who caught a satisfied prey. Thank you Bangkai, let me grow you up, Shinigami. The blue photon in the palm of Dolisk's right hand flickered, and quickly turned into an arrow with a cross-shaped tail. It's just that the length of this arrow is too exaggerated, it is more than several meters long, like a large javelin. This is Quincy's Holy Me arrow. Seireitei Sakib recognized the javelin condensed in Dolisk's hand, and was a little lost for a while. But it was between Setsuna that Dolisk threw the sacred arrow in his hand. With a flash of blue light, the holy arrow pierced through Seireitei Sakib's chest, and took him towards the team station of the first team. In the blink of an eye, the sacred Maya turned into a blue meteor and disappeared from everyone's sight, and Dolisk also let out a hearty and wild laugh. Ahahahaha! Shinigami is nothing more than that. Soul Society, the demise of Sei Lingting is only a matter of time. Amidst Dolisk's wild laughter, the surviving Shinigami around him couldn't hide their shock. Sakib vice-captain was. It's fake, vice-captain Sakib used Bangkai and lost. This guy is a monster, a monster. Run away, run away. For a moment, the surrounding team members were in chaos, but Dolisk showed the expression of a hungry wolf entering the sheepfold with cruelty and killing intent in his playfulness. If you want to run, can you run away? With a pull of both hands, countless blue light arrows swarmed out, densely covering all the surrounding space. Duke, who was lying on the ground, was also smacking his tongue inwardly at this moment. This guy is using the sacred arrow of the Quincy Master, so doesn't that mean that this guy is from the Invisible Empire? In other words, the Millennium Bloody War event has begun. Gah, why am I so unlucky that I just ran into this kind of thing? While Duke was secretly slandering, Dolisk also killed all the first team members around him. Standing in the pool of blood and broken limbs, Dolisk showed an expression of enjoyment, and while laughing wildly, he turned and walked in another direction. Duke, who sensed the opponent's movement, complained about his bad luck, but also secretly pleased. Aha, a few months of injury leave will be available soon, and you don't have to worry about being involved in the 1000-year bloody battle. It's really not too comfortable. But before Duke was happy for too long, Dolisk stopped suddenly, and he looked in Duke's direction with blood in his eyes. I made a mistake, I didn't expect to miss a lucky little mouse. Hearing Dolisk's words, Duke clicked his tongue for the first time. I can't live up to His Majesty's gift to me, kill them all. Dolisk raised his right index finger towards Duke's head, aiming at Duke's head at the same time as the fingertips brewed the sacred arrow. Call out! Just when the holy arrow was activated, Duke, who was lying on the ground, suddenly disappeared and appeared on the black edge gate instead. Seeing Duke disappear, Dolisk narrowed his eyes, and before he could say anything, he heard a frantic scream. Ah! Duke, who originally had several blood holes on his body, grabbed his hair and yelled frantically, "Tell me about you, why are you so sensitive? It's hard to get a few months of injury leave, and you messed it up like this, it's all gone. Miscellaneous fish, are you questioning me?" Dolisk opened his eyes slightly, and his eyes became extremely dangerous. Although I don't know how you escaped my attack, I will not give you another chance to survive. Chapter 3. Although I don't know how you escaped my attack, I will not give you another chance to survive. Dolisk's previously squinted eyes opened, and his eyes became extremely dangerous. Standing on the black edge door, Duke scratched his hair, and spoke out in great distress. "Oh, it's really distressing. I could have continued to hide it, but I was forced out by a scum like you." Dross. The veins in the corners of Duelisk's eyes bulged. "Miscellaneous fish, you are so arrogant." "Scum, shut up." Duke scolded unhappily, and then sat on the black edge door, his left leg bent and stepped on the edge, his right leg drooped completely, and with his chin propped up, he said flatly, "Now, listen to me." "Hat, you are such a big breath." Dolisk raised his hand to release the holy arrow, but Duke raised a finger at this moment, pointing at Dolisk. One of had, rush. Next second, a ray of shock flew out without a sound, directly piercing Dolisk's raised right wrist. Dolisk stared blankly at his pierced right wrist, with confusion in his eyes, as if wondering why he was injured by an ordinary-looking miscellaneous fish. "The next time you speak indiscriminately, it will be your head that penetrates." Duke's cold voice, 10 years of hiding, creating a persona to cover up his true self, has made his heart cold and numb. Dolisk still wanted to speak out again, but he met Duke's eyes, and then looked at the penetrating wound on his right wrist. He opened his mouth, but still did not make a sound. "Well, very good. My favorite is a good boy." Duke propped his chin on his left knee and scratched the hair on the back of his head. "Oh, where did you say that? I've kept the same look for 10 years, and I don't even know how to introduce myself." "Why don't you introduce yourself first?" "Introduce myself?" Dolisk's eyelids twitched wildly, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "That's right, at the beginning of their acquaintance, the two sides have to introduce each other first, so that they can have a preliminary understanding." Duke nodded, and then changed into a more comfortable position. "Come on, you come first." Seeing that Duke was so confident, Dolisk immediately snorted coldly, "I am the Invisible Empire, Dolisk Bell of the Star-Crossed Knights, and I am the most loyal knight of His Majesty." "Oh, no impression." Duke's reaction was very flat, which made the veins on Dolisk's forehead bulge again, beating impatiently, as if on the verge of explosion. But the enemy's methods are mysterious, and just the most basic had has his wrist pierced. He dared not act rashly under the threat of the mouse. "My name is Duke, and I live in a residential area in the northeast of Seireitei. I am currently unmarried and work in the first team. I clock in at 9 a.m. every day and leave work at 5 p.m. I never work overtime. No smoking, alcohol is also tasted. In the evening, if I am in a good mood, I will go to Huajie to stay overnight, and if I am in a bad mood, I will go to Huajie to stay overnight. Every day, I must have the oiran of Huajie by my side to sleep peacefully. Of course, I will not give money, and in fact the oirans will not ask for money. Every night before going to bed, I will do a little exercise to relieve the pressure of the whole body, soothe the paralyzed nerves, and let the body relax before going to bed. This usually results in a good night's sleep. Wake up in the morning like a baby, without any fatigue and stress." Duke's plain voice fell into Dolisk's ears, but it made him feel unspeakably strange, as if the man in front of him was not introducing himself. "It's like declaring your own death. In the past 10 years, I have been living in Seireitei as a prodigal son of Huajie. I escaped the travel disaster, I escaped the soul hunting, I escaped the oiran car, I escaped the oiran. Thinking that the peaceful days will last until the day I am completely bored, and then leave here. But now..." Duke lowered his eyelids and his voice became ethereal, "I didn't avoid you. It made me very uncomfortable, but also a sense of relief. Well, this feeling is very strange. It's like when you have diarrhea, every time you exert yourself, your stomach will throb, but the feeling of 1,000 miles of diarrhea is unstoppable. Are you talking so much to delay time?" Dolisk interrupted Duke. Duke shook his head, "No, I just want to tell you what kind of person the person who killed you is. Besides, thanks to you, I don't have to hide any more in the future. But slowly revealing the most original self, I want to thank you for that. Thank you, Dolisk Belch. As for now, Duke pulled out the Zanpakut from his waist and placed it horizontally in front of his body. Go to die. You want to kill me, do you think you can do it? Before Dolisk took it out, he rushed to grab Chur Sasakai Bankai's badge. While pinching it with one hand, the scattered thunder light also scattered outward. Show your edge, 2 breaks. Duke launched Zanpakut Shikai. Zanpakut, which looked ordinary in the last second, quickly changed shape in the next second, turning into a saber. The 2 broken knives behind Shikai are 4 feet long with a 3-foot handle. The blade is wide and straight, with a slight curvature at the tip of the knife. In addition, the hilt is wrapped with black-brown tape, and a half-pole ring hangs from the end. Duke, holding 2 broken knives in one hand, raised it high. Dolisk looked at the long knives in Duke's hand, and snorted coldly. Your so-called vice-captain was shot by me before he even had time to fully release Bankai. Do you think you can defeat me with just Shikai? Win. Duke tilted his head, and as he spoke, his arm seemed to be unable to bear the weight of the 2 broken knives and fell rapidly. What I'm going to do is kill you. Brush. The 2 broken knives fell out of thin air, and at the same time Duke also said, and now, you are dead. Boring. Dolisk raised his right hand, no matter who you are, I am. Dolisk, who gathered the spirit seeds, found that he only had the ashes and flowers when the spirit seeds were gathered in his palm, and his sight quickly stretched to both sides. A line of blood tore Dolisk in half from the midline of his body, and the torn corpse quickly fell to the sides. Thump. Setsuna, whose 2 halves fell to the ground, was also completely dead. Look, I've said it all, you're going to die. Duke swung 2 broken knives and tapped his back lightly with the back of the knives, one after another, and at the same time looked around. What should I do next? The entire Siling Court has monitoring facilities set up by the 13 teams. It is very rare to pretend that nothing happened. Just as Duke finished speaking, several figures appeared beside him in no particular order. The people who came were the captains and vice-captains of each team. Yeah, this is really tragic. Kurako Shunsui, who was wearing a pink feather-woven jacket embroidered with patterns and wearing a cape on his head, saw the tragic scene, couldn't help lowering the cape, and sighed with emotion. But soon his eyes shifted from the tragic scene and fell on Duke. Little brother, can you explain? One sentence made all the captains present focus on Duke. Duke stopped hitting his back with 2 broken knives, and smiled instead. Then what? I'm just arguing that I don't know anything, is there still time? Chapter 4. Then what? I'm pleading that I don't know anything, is there still time? Duke touched his nose and smiled embarrassedly. Oh, this. Kurako Shunsui raised his hand to touch the back of his head, and let out a ha-ha, but his voice became low in an instant. What do you think? I don't think so either. Duke flicked the 2 broken knives in his hands, and put them back into the scabbard around his waist. As the blade touched the scabbard, the blades of the 2 broken blades instantly glowed a hazy white light, before degenerating into Zanpakut in its most basic form. When the Zanpakut was sheathed, Duke pulled out the Zanpakut with the scabbard from his waist, poked it aside, and then stretched out his hands. Okay, catch me. But I hope I won't be imprisoned for too long. I still have an appointment with Huajie from Huajie, and I'm going to stay overnight. As soon as Duke finished speaking, the petite Suifeng came to Duke and took away his Zanpakut, wearing a ring snake braid. Kurako Shunsui, who was below, was very surprised when he heard Duke mention Huajie's name. You mean Dr. Huajie? Yes, do you have any comments? Duke's raised hands were also put on special shackles by Hisagi Shuai, the vice-captain of the 9th squad. Kurako Shunsui covered his face when he saw Duke's indifferent expression. Ah, you are so enviable, jealous, and hateful. You guys, you can actually stay overnight with drive. Huajie, you know, I have to make an appointment long in advance when I go to drink with her on weekdays. As Kurako Shunsui spoke, he felt a killing intent burst from his side. Looking at the source of the killing intent, Kurako Shunsui found that his adjutant Ise Nanao pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, raised his head slightly, and said coldly, "King Band Leader, should you explain about your going to Huajie matter?" "Ah, this is actually Jushiro asked me to go, are you right, Jushiro?" Cough cough cough. Jaishur Yukatake silently distanced himself from Kurako Shunsui, and whispered, "I don't know anything, I don't know anything." At the same time, the eyes of the rest of the team captains looking at Kurako Shunsui also changed several times. "Oh, this is really difficult." Kurako Shunsui, who lowered the brim of his hat, sighed, but said in an instant, "But let's bring the focus back to this incident. Deal with the scene and restrain the corpse." Jaishur Yukatake also said at this moment, "Also, take this." Jaishur Yukatake, who looked at Duke, sighed, "Take this team member to the prison of the 9th squad and take care of it. Let's go and see Captain Yamamoto first." In this world, the Kurosaki family house. Second floor. The small room was full of people at the moment. A girl with orange-red long hair was sitting on the seat, 2 boys wearing the same style of school uniform were sitting on the floor, and 2 teenagers and girls with immature faces were wearing home clothes. Together. Everyone is holding bread in their hands and laughing and joking at the same time. Swipe. The window was pulled open from the outside, and an orange-haired boy wearing a black death suit and carrying a broad-bladed long knife walked into the room from the window. "I'm back." Kurosaki Ichigo stepped into the room, looked at the few breads left, and couldn't help saying with disgust, "By the way, why did you guys leave me with so many kinds? The guy who says my bread is bad has no choice." Inu Orium stuck out his tongue towards Kurosaki Ichigo, showing the playfulness of a girl. "Ugh!" Kurosaki Ichigo sighed, and before he could say anything else, the phone rang in a hurry. I'm sorry, it's my messenger that rings again." Yukaki Ryunashuk hurriedly took out the magic messenger phone that was the same as the real old-style mobile phone from his pocket. "It's me, Xingmu." Ryunashuk Yukaki's expression changed when he was connected just now, and he subconsciously looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and took the messenger away from his ear. "What happened?" Sensing a change in Yukino Ryunashuk's expression, Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly asked. "It's nothing, it means that there is a message to convey to all the team members." Xingmu Ryunashuk turned on the loudspeaker button, and a calm and rational voice came out from the messenger. "Listen, don't ask anything next, just listen to me." The voice from the divine messenger paused and continued. 57 minutes ago, 7 unidentified intruders invaded the executive room of the first team and left 52 minutes ago. At the same time, one of our team members died, and the captain was safe and sound. At the same moment when the incident happened, near the Black Lens Gate, the first team in charge of guarding also found an unidentified intruder. After 112 seconds of fighting, the 116 members of the first team only one survived, and the invaders were wiped out. The person who died in the command room during this battle was Deputy Captain Chur Sasakaibe. He passed away after conveying the precious information. Hearing this news, everyone's expressions changed drastically. "This is a lie, right?" Deputy Captain Sasakaibe has always been Captain Yamamoto's right-hand man. Why did he suddenly die? Shino next to Xingmu Ryunashuk lost his voice, and the words on the other side of the messenger's magic machine have not stopped. In the end, we still haven't found out how the intruders invaded the Searing Court, and there is no problem with the soul cloaking membrane covering the Searing Court. From this, it can be inferred that they may have a movement method that ignores the soul cloaking membrane. The above is all the content of this communication. All the Shinigami outside except the important guard point players, all the rest will return to Seireitei immediately and wait for the next action arrangement. complete. The messenger god fell into silence, and everyone present didn't know what to say for a while. After a long time, Shino broke the silence, stood up and bowed to Kurosaki Ichigo and the other three in thanks. Thank you for your care these 2 days, now we are returning to Soul Society, please forgive me. As soon as the words fell, Shino dragged Yuki Ryunosuke out of Kurosaki Ichigo's room, and Inu Orium hurriedly said, I'll see you off. Soon, Inu Orium, Yukiki Ryunosuke, and Shino left, leaving only Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Uryu, and Sato Yasutora in the room. How so? Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his fists, but Ishida Uryu said calmly, judging from the current situation, the Soul Society has a big problem. However, in this incident, Siling Court is not without merit. Although a vice-captain was lost, a companion of the opponent was also left behind. This is a breakthrough point. Compared with Ishida Uryu's calm analysis, Sato Yasutora is much more straightforward. Ichigo, please tell me what to do next, I will do everything within my power. Thank you, Sato. The Invisible Empire, the Ice Palace. Between Thrones. Your Majesty, is this really okay? The robed Quincy glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground, Arrancar soldiers they had recruited from Hueco Mundo. With long black hair and beard, with a deep and fierce appearance, with red eyes, and 3 silver medals on each collar, Juhabak, wearing a crimson cloak, stood up and left the throne. Which point do you mean? Arrancar soldiers are precious troops that can be sent to the battlefield without training at this stage. Just clear them out like this. Are there some? No problem. After Juhabak left the throne, he stepped onto the steps suspended in the void. Arrancar, just pick up a few more. Juhabak came to the top of the ladder step by step, and waved away a piece of cloth covered at the top of the ladder. The Hueco Mundo is already in the palm of my hand anyway. In addition, His Majesty has something else to report to you. Say. Dolisk died. The voice of the speaking Quincy was very deep, and Yuhabaka's expression was also paused. Who did it? I have sent someone to investigate, and the results will be available soon. Although Dolisk's temperament is arrogant and he does things without thinking, but his strength is very strong, and the one who can kill him in a short time must be an unborn strong man. So, do you need special marking? No need to mark, find out the identity, and then erase him. Yes. Chapter 5. A-Team, Executive Room. Grandpa, everything is ready, when do you think the funeral of Deputy Captain Sasaki will start? Kurako Shunsui walked into the executive room with his adjutant Ise Nanao, and there were 11 other captains in the executive room at the same time. Yamamoto Genrisai, standing at the top with his back to the captains, said nothing. Seeing Captain Yamamoto's appearance, Kurako Shunsui had no choice but to lower the brim of his hat and went to his place silently. After a long silence, Captain Yamamoto opened his eyes. Did the team members who killed the intruder outside the Black Prism Gate investigate clearly? It has been investigated. Kurako Shunsui, as the captain of the 8th Division, immediately stepped forward and reported in a low voice, Duke, who was born in the Seiman district, entered the Spiritual Arts Academy 10 years ago with excellent grades. After half a year, he was admitted to work in Seireitei with an exception. Because of his seriousness, thoroughness, and efficiency, he was promoted continuously for 10 years until he entered the first team. This person can't see any characteristics on weekdays. Apart from never working overtime and lingering in Huajie, he can't find any faults. Moreover, his reputation has always been very good, and he has never had any bad records. Kurako Shunsui paused, and said in a somewhat complicated way, if it is considered a bad record to stay in Huajie without paying money, then he has and only this one bad record. Other than that, there is no other special place. The above is the entire investigation of Duke, a member of the first team. After Kurako Shunsui finished speaking, he quickly returned to the team, but Huajie opposite him folded his arms and said, I have been mediocre for 10 years, and I haven't shown any special characteristics. It seems that this guy is hiding very deeply. Well, to be able to kill an intruder who can kill even the vice-captain of Seireitei in one blow, and slaughter hundreds of team members at the same time, this guy's strength may already surpass you and me. Seireitei cupped his hands in his sleeves, closed his eyes and bowed his head in agreement. But after he was exposed, his confession attitude was very obvious. Anohanaretsu whispered, this may have shown his attitude. Be wary of him becoming the next Aizen. Byakuya Kokaki, who had been silent from the beginning until now, suddenly spoke, which made the atmosphere in the entire office tense. Aizen. There is only one careerist born in 1,000 years, how could there be two in the same era? Anyway, this guy has been hiding for 10 years, even if it's not a guy like Aizen, maybe he has something to plot. That's right, we can't let it go. But at this stage, there are tigers and wolves outside and worries inside. What we need to pay attention to is not his purpose, but how to deal with him. I agree with this point. In the face of the enemy, we must solve the internal worries. But what are we going to do? A guy with captain-level strength, no matter how he handles it, it's hard to say. If you go directly to the underground prison, it will be difficult to convince the crowd. After all, in the eyes of other team members, this guy is the hero who saved Seireitei. It's hard. While all the captains were discussing about Duke, Captain Yamamoto raised the crutch in his hand and gave it a hard blow. Boom! Just for a moment, everyone fell silent and bowed their heads, not talking. Bring Duke up here, and I'll interrogate him myself. When Yamamoto Genrisaya said this, all the captains looked at each other in blank dismay, but this was the head of the clan, and no one dared to disobey it. Therefore, Duke was brought into the executive room of the first team only in the 6th minute after Yamamoto Genrisaya spoke. With his hands in shackles and his feet bound with chains, Duke slowly walked into the office. Under the watchful eyes of many captains, he stopped 3 meters away from Seireitei Kenpeki standing at the end. Seireitei Kenpeki, wearing a blindfold, looked at Duke with great interest, as if he was checking whether his prey was good enough. Captain Seireitei, don't look at me like that, I panic when you look at me like that. Duke is well aware of Seireitei Kenpeki's character, and if he is targeted by such a sword lunatic, he probably won't have a good life in the future. Although for Duke, killing Seireitei Kenpeki is not difficult. But in the current situation, once he kills the other party, he will have nothing to live in for the rest of his life. Especially under the requirements of the system can only be triggered in the Searing Court, and his ascension channel will be gone if he leaves the Searing Court. So that's why Duke didn't tear himself apart. Compared with the temporary honor and disgrace, Duke still tends to become stronger, evolve, break the boundary erected in front of him, and gain real freedom. Therefore, this is the reason why Duke did not resist after being discovered. If you can't kill Seireitei Kenpeki, it's useless to defeat this guy. Seireitei Kenpeki will only get more frustrated and courageous, the more you resist, the more excited he is. Oh, interesting guy. Seireitei Kenpeki parted his mouth and let out a chuckle. In front of Captain Yamamoto, everyone is silent. Sui Feng yelled loudly, but everyone didn't like her much. It was better to watch Duke, but not like Seireitei Kenpeki. Boy! Yamamoto Genrisaya turned around, his calm face hides the monstrous anger and unspeakable sadness. The disciple and right-hand man who had followed him hundreds of years ago was killed, which made Yamamoto Genrisaya fall into unspeakable anger. There is also the sadness of losing a loved one. Yes, Captain. Duke has a correct attitude, he is no longer as playful as before. Answer me, why do you want to hide your power? Yamamoto Genrisaya went straight to the point as soon as he came up. Duke blinked his eyes and knew that the key scene was coming. Whether he can continue to work here from 9 to 5 and clock into work, it depends on the next one. Well. Duke pondered for a moment, then smiled embarrassedly, "You may not believe me when I tell you. But it doesn't matter." Yamamoto Genrisai watched Duke calmly. Duke shrugged his shoulders, "Just out of trouble." "Afraid of trouble?" Sui Feng stared, and the rest of the captains also looked at Duke with different expressions. "That's right, Seireitei has always believed in the position of the capable, but what do you get from the position of captain?" Duke asked all the captains present. "Power? Fame? Status? Money? I think it's endless troubles and unshakable burdens. It's great to show your strength and become a powerful figure at the captain level, but there are a lot of things to do every day. There are countless paperwork every day, the racks to be put up, all kinds of entertainment, all kinds of coordination work, and from time to time go to the front line to fight for the Soul Society. In addition, in recent years, there have been more and more disturbances, and becoming the captain is only adding trouble to myself. Let's not talk about the far ones, just talk about the travel accident led by Kurosaki Ichigo a few years ago, the soul hunt brought up by the 12th Division, and the Arankar and Hueco Mundo forces headed by Aizen. Everyone is troublesome. If I really show my strength, maybe I will have to go to the battlefield and face these big troubles face to face. I don't want to do that, it's too tiring. I want to work from 9 to 5, clock in at work, fish after get off work." When Duke said this, the disgust in his words made Yamamoto Genrisai have blue veins on his forehead. The Spiritual Arts Academy trains people who are committed to serving Seireitei, Godei 13, and the Soul King Palace, and who dare to take responsibility and obligations. But how come Duke is so different? Because he was afraid of trouble and taking responsibility, he hid himself for 10 years. Duke seemed to have no clue about the changes in Yamamoto Genrisai's facial expression, and continued on his own. "Besides, isn't becoming stronger just to be free, to be happy and to do what you want? If you blindly let the shackles lock you, what's the point?" When Duke said this, he let out a long breath of foul air. "I don't know what you guys think, anyway, for me, I clock in from 9 to 5 on weekdays, and after get off work, I go to Huajie to drink some wine and sleep with oiran. I won't change the position of captain if given to me." The disgust on Duke's face was simply mocking all the captains present for being idiots. Chapter 6. I don't know what you guys think, anyway, for me, I clock in from 9 to 5 on weekdays, and after get off work, I go to Huajie to drink some wine and sleep with oiran. I won't change the position of captain if given to me. Duke, who let out a long breath of stale air, felt that he was very happy now. It is not a bad feeling to spit out the words that have been suppressed in my heart for 10 years. Especially when he was talking to all the powerful people in Godei 13 in Seireitei, which made him feel even better. After all, you know a guy is stupid, and what could be better than calling him stupid to his face? Now, Duke not only said that these people in front of him can't touch him yet. Why? Insufficient information. In the trilogy of migrant workers, Shinigami, Hokage, and pirates, regardless of the power system, intelligence is always the most critical part of the battlefield and the battle situation. As the saying goes, know yourself and the enemy and win 100 battles. The current situation is that Duke has information on all the powerful captains in front of him, but they know very little about him. Duke is exposed, but how much? He just used had once and then slashed. Even if the captain of the 13th Division can see the live battle through the monitoring of the 12th Division in the entire Seireitei, can they understand it? Can they understand it? It's not Duke's bragging. After 10 years of development, Duke's strength even surprised him. Anyway, there is no one who can match him in the original character. But now his focus is only 2 points. The first is that he can't use Bankai casually. Because once used, the entire Soul Society will be cut open by him. And he was comprehending Bankai 6 years ago, and completely mastered it 5.5 years ago. If he really used Bankai, then with Ryotsuo alone, most of the entire Seireitei would have to disappear. Second, he is getting closer and closer to a certain limit. After Aizen evolved several times through soul combination exchange through Hugyaku, he once mentioned the limit called transcendence, and Kurosaki Ichigo, who learned the last crescent sky, also reached this limit. But the boundary that Duke is about to touch is far from being comparable to those who surpass it. Once he really crossed that line, Juhabok had to hold his shoes, and Aizen was like a younger brother to him. And Duke's current normal combat power is Aizen's so-called transcendent. In the case of insufficient information, Godi 13 will not rush to fight him, let alone imprison him. Just kidding, the Invisible Empire has just declared war, and at this juncture, Duke is an unstable ticking time bomb. Once Duke tried to overturn the table, the entire Searing Court would be ruined. What? You said Duke Zanpakut is not in hand, how to fight? Don't worry, Duke Zanpakut is not the only Grandmaster Zanpakut. Besides, if you want to fight against the outside world, you must first settle down inside. Duke is the biggest internal trouble in SEI Lingting at the moment. Yamamoto Genrisai and the other captains will not go to war under any circumstances unless Duke is dealt with. And after Duke spit out the last sentence, the atmosphere in the executive room of the entire first team can be said to be extremely silent. Even, the silence is a little scary. Everyone was afraid to speak, no matter if it was Yamamoto Genrisai's favorite Kurako Shunsui, Byakuya Kokaki, Anohana Retsu, Sui Feng and the like, even the most reckless Zaraki Kenpeki was silent. All of them except Yamamoto Genrisai see their noses with their eyes, their mouths with their noses, and their hearts with their mouths. After a long time, Yamamoto Genrisai opened his upper and lower lips and spit out a sentence. Boy, you are fine. In the past 1,000 years, you are still the first guy who dared to think and speak so much. Then didn't I set a precedent in history? Duke blinked his eyes, but Yamamoto Genrisai directly erupted Ryutsu, filling the entire executive room with his Ryutsu, and everyone felt that there was an extra mountain on their shoulders out of thin air. Oops, the old man is really angry. Kurako Shunsui looked at Jaishur Yukatake who was not far away. While the latter smiled wryly, he also looked at the former. The old man has been angry all the time, and now he is just using this guy to explode. But to be honest, this guy is really brave. Dare to contradict the old man like this, you are a werewolf. As the founder of Spiritual Arts Academy, the old man's academic philosophy is to take responsibility and responsibility, but this guy is going against the old man when he blatantly states his ideas. I think he has a lot of backbone. Let's see how the old man handles him. For a moment, several captains were making eye contact, each expressing their meaning clearly, and at the same time, Yamamoto Genrisai also took a step forward. It was just one step, and all the captains felt that the entire executive room seemed to be in flames, and an unspeakable temperature caught everyone's heart, and they felt dry mouths and tongues. Especially under Yamamoto Genrisai's Ryutsu, no captain can take it easily. But please note that this is talking about all captains. Does not include Duke. Duke's expression is still the same as before, relaxed and freehand, as if he can't feel the Ryutsu of Yamamoto Genrisai. And this scene also aroused the astonishment of the other captains. They knew that Duke was hiding his strength, but they didn't expect Duke to be so capable. After taking a step, Yamamoto Genrisai and Duke looked into each other's eyes. After the two looked at each other for a long time, Yamamoto Genrisai Shigakuni snorted coldly, although the character and ideas are outrageous, the strength and backbone are beyond me. Expectations. Ahahaha. Duke could say nothing but laugh dryly. After all, the principal in front of him was, after all, everyone. One last question, Duke. When Captain Yamamoto said this, everyone was stunned and looked at Duke. Duke also secretly raised his breath. Whether he can continue to work peacefully in Seireitei from 9 to 5 depends on what happened right now. Godi 13, Seireitei, and even the entire Soul Society, Can I trust you? Yamamoto Genrisaya stared, waiting for Duke's answer. After pondering for a moment, Duke said slowly, I know that even if I say now that you can trust me, you will still be wary of me. But there is one thing, I think we have a consensus. While speaking, Duke raised his head, his eyes bursting with uncontrollable light. That's the point of protecting Seireitei. Oh. Yamamoto Genrisaya couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and the other captains also had different expressions. This kid said just now that he didn't want to take responsibility, why did he change his mind now? Why? Because the jingling court was destroyed, the flower street is gone, and the flower street is gone, and the oirans are gone, and the oirans are gone, where do I go to sleep? Duke spoke calmly, but as he continued, everyone's eyes became very strange. Yamamoto Genrisaya's expression was even more weird and complicated. I thought this kid would give a long speech, but who would have thought that it would be such an absurd reason? Besides, the bowl of public rice I'm eating now is quite delicious. Go to get off work at 9 o'clock every day, get off work at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and then go to Huajie to find girls and sisters to stay overnight. How cool and comfortable! Duke looked at Yamamoto Genrisaya seriously, so, the topic is actually back to the original point. I like my current life. I don't want anything to happen to Seireitei, because if something happens to Seireitei, the flower street will be gone. If the flower street is gone, I won't be able to sleep well without the oiran by my pillow at night. So, for my sleep, and for my leisure life, I am willing to guard Seireitei. Unbearable stubbornness, unbearable stubbornness, unbearable stubbornness. Yamamoto Genrisaya has lived for more than 1,000 years, and this is the first time he has seen someone like Duke. People protect Seireitei and Seoul society for the righteousness of the family and the country. This kid in front of him is for the Huajie where the group of whores are. Isn't this stubborn? What is it? However, after a while, Yamamoto Genrisaya lifted the crutch in his hand, a bit of the shackles on Duke's hands. As soon as the shackle was touched, it was directly reduced to ashes. From today onwards, you will temporarily be the vice-captain of the first team. As for the rest, it depends on your performance. Forehead. Duke flexed his wrist, it was someone from outside who came in to help Duke unshackle his feet. Is it so hasty? As soon as Duke's words came out, Yamamoto Genrisaya snorted coldly and left the executive room with a cane. At this time, the rest of the captains came towards Duke one after another. Kurako Shunsui came to Duke's side first. It seems that we will be colleagues in the future. I'd rather go back and continue looking at the gate. Duke sighed, took his zanpakut from the other players and inserted it into the belt around his waist. The deputy captain of the first team, this is not a good position. People around had different expressions. After all, they were not familiar with Duke, and they were not as thick-skinned as Kurako Shunsui, so they were more reserved. But Duke was right. It is indeed not a good job for him to be the vice-captain of the first team in his current capacity. This means that Yamamoto Genrisaya didn't trust him completely at all, and arranged such a position for him in order to keep him by his side so that he could be monitored at any time. Take it easy, and you'll get used to it later. Kurako Shunsui showed a playful expression on his face, and Duke sighed dejectedly, no, I'm just thinking about it. After taking this position, can I still go to Huajie to find the oiran ladies in the future? He. After all, it's too lonely to be alone at night, and it's not easy to fall asleep. As soon as Duke said this, the eyes of the people around him changed again. Kurako Shunsui smacked his tongue, covered his face and said helplessly, I said you boy. What's the matter, isn't it just that you can sleep with the oiran without spending money? If you can do it, you can do it too. Chapter 7. Master Duke, this is your adjutant's armband. A female member of the first team gave an armband to Duke. Duke glanced at the armband handed over by the other party. Flower, a sketchy drawing of a chrysanthemum. Ugh! Duke, who took the armband, held it in his palm and played with it for a moment, then sighed and said, "Wow, I didn't expect it, I finally got to this point." The female players didn't dare to make a sound. Duke shook his head. "I had been lurking for 10 years, and as soon as I was exposed, I took the position of adjutant directly. Although this position is convenient for the old man Yamamoto to monitor him and prevent himself from making some fools, but in the eyes of others, he is extremely envious. After all, Duke has gone the way of the rest of the team for hundreds of years. To become the captain and vice-captain, strength, integrity, awareness, and determination are all indispensable. Of course, the most important thing is opportunity. Without opportunities, there is no way to become a leader or vice-captain in a lifetime. In the eyes of outsiders, Duke has encountered his own opportunity. But for Duke, he would rather continue to look at the gate than be this adjutant. Help me bring it." Duke threw the armband to the female player, and the other team carefully helped Duke put the armband on his left arm. Next is the funeral of Chur Sasakaibe, the former vice-captain of the first team. "Please be there on time." After reminding Duke, the female players left Duke's dormitory. After the other party left, Duke picked up the zanpakut that was put aside, stood up, and sighed, "I still like the life of 9 to 5 before." "Tisk, how did you get to this point?" "Okay, stop complaining." Jaishur Yukatak with white shawl and long hair came to Duke along the edge of the room, with his hands in his sleeves and a gentle smile on his face. "You have been lazy for 10 years, so it's time to take responsibility." "I would rather continue to be lazy and be a gatekeeper." Duke stood up and inserted his zanpakut into the girdle at his left waist. "So, are you going to watch me now?" Duke and Jaishur Yukatak left the first team's team building together. Immediately after Duke left, someone brought Duke's bedding in as a salute. After all, Duke's identity is sensitive now, and he must be under the surveillance of old man Yamamoto all the time. "What you said is a bit hurtful. As the captain of the 13th team, I have to build a good relationship with the new vice-captain of the first team, so that I can hand over affairs in the future." Jaishur Yukatak took the nail from Duke with his expression unchanged. "Hey, okay. Then I will teach you more from now on, Captain Jushiro." "Ugh." Jaishur Yukatak shook his head. He could see that Duke really didn't want to be the adjutant, and would rather be a gatekeeper. Although he could see it, he didn't understand it, and he couldn't put himself in Duke's shoes to help Duke think. After all, he has been educated since he was a child to be a responsible person who contributes to the soul society and the balance of the world. However, Duke's idea is very different from the current concept of the entire soul society, and it is serious to say that it is deviant. The strong must take responsibility. This is the consensus of the entire Huajie 13. It's not a salty fish like Duke who hides his laziness and doesn't want to take any responsibility after he becomes strong. In particular, the strength displayed by Duke really shocked everyone. Afterwards, these captains all saw the video of Duke beheading the intruder named Dolisk Bell. One of the had slashes his wrist, splitting it in half with a random blow. The opponent had absolutely no room to fight back, especially Duke's easygoing attitude while fighting, which shocked all the captains. The two were silent all the way until they reached the place where the funeral was held. Because it is a special period and everything is kept simple, Chur Sasakaibe's funeral was held in a large school grounds. After Duke and Jaishur Yukatak came to the scene, they attracted a lot of attention. Many powerful people in Huajie 13 still pay attention to Duke. It's just that the focus is a little bit disliked. Many people think that Duke is an irresponsible coward. After all, in soul society, the concept of the strong first also exists. When you are strong, you naturally want to pursue better things. This is instinct and unspoken rules. But Duke did the opposite. "I am strong, but I will not show my head, I will hold back, I will not tell you, I will be salty fish." And Duke's behavior is also considered by many people to be the root cause of the death of Chur Sasakaibe and the more than 100 team members. You have the strength but you should not fight. You have to witness everything deteriorating to the extreme, and only take action when there is no way to retreat. This is evasion, it is guilt. Of course, there are still some people who are curious about Duke. Like Zaraki Kenpeiki, like Anoha Naretsu, like Kuratsuka Mayuri. The former two are curious about Duke's combat power, and Kuratsuka Mayuri is curious about Duke's body structure. Well, as expected of Kuratsuka Mayuri, the taste is as familiar as ever. Duke quickly came to his seat and stood up, with his hands drooping naturally at his sides, his head lowered, showing a solemn expression. It was also at this time that solemn, low, and mournful drums sounded in the school grounds. Old man Yamamoto stands in front of the wooden frame where the remains of Chur Sasakaibe are placed. Looking at the body of Chur Sasakaibe, the old man Yamamoto seemed to have returned to the afternoon when he first met Chur Sasakaibe. Hey, Chief Yamamoto, let me be your right-hand man. Boy, you are too young. Okay, let's use the sword to speak. Say yes first, don't be surprised by me. Yamamoto Genrisai, whose heart was filled with sadness and anger, raised his jaw slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Light it up." The torches were cast on the wood, and the specially soaked wood quickly ignited a fire. The flames burned more and more intensely, and soon devoured the remains of Chur Sasakaibe. And everyone lowered their jaws and closed their eyes in silence. 2/4 of an hour later, Chur Sasakaibe's funeral was over, and while specialized personnel went to collect the remains, Duke and others did not dare to move until Captain Yamamoto left. But at this moment, a burly figure stood in front of Duke. Looking up, it was Zaraki Kenpeiki with a ferocious face, long hair in bunches, a small bell that could sense spiritual power hanging at the end of each long hair, and Zaraki Kenpeiki with a blindfold on his right eye. "Hello, newcomer." Zaraki Kenpeiki held his head high and said condescendingly, "Let's fight with me." As soon as the words came out, all the captains who were supposed to leave stopped and looked at Zaraki Kenpeiki and Duke. Kuzujishi Yachiru, hanging on Zaraki Kenpeiki's shoulder, also laughed, Ajian wants to fight, ha ha ha. Sorry, Captain Zaraki, I don't want to fight you." Duke was about to bypass Zaraki Kenpeiki while he was speaking, but Zaraki Kenpeiki took a step across and said relentlessly, "I said, fight with me." "Oh, I knew it." Duke covered his forehead and said with a headache, "Once exposed, all kinds of troubles will come to you, and you are the number one on my list of troublesome people, you really deserve to be number one." "Hey!" Zaraki Kenpeiki frowned, "Number one on the trouble list? What are you saying?" "Nothing." Duke waved his hand, raised his head and said calmly, "Captain Zaraki Kenpeiki, to be honest with you, I don't want to fight you, not because I can't beat you, but I'm not interested in the position of captain of the 11th squad." "Okay, get out of the way now, I have business to attend to." Duke walked away from Zaraki Kenpeiki while speaking, but Zaraki Kenpeiki froze in place. The rest of the captains started talking after hearing Duke's words. This kid is really arrogant. Not interested in the position of captain of the 11th squad? That is, he is confident that he can kill Zaraki Kenpeiki. Is this really confident, or is it stupid? The tradition of the 11th team is to challenge and defeat the current captain to replace him. This kid is very confident. It looks like there is a good show to watch. At this juncture, Kenpeiki is so messed up, isn't he afraid of getting caught? Clang! Amidst the sound of friction between the blade and the scabbard, Zaraki Kenpeiki drew his sword without warning, and spun around once, placing the knife across Duke's neck. Newcomer! Zaraki Kenpeiki's ferocious face showed a ferocious and terrifying smile. Hit or die? Choose one. Chapter 8. Either hit or die. Choose one. Zaraki Kenpeiki, who put his broken zanpakut across the side of Duke's neck, opened his mouth and revealed a wicked smile. "Captain Seireitei, you are so aggressive, it's hard for me." Duke tilted his head slightly, his eyes squinted at Seireitei Kenpeki, and there was a little red light in his eyes. "Also, let me say one more thing, I hate men who pester me endlessly." "Me too." Seireitei Kenpeki met Duke's eyes in Setsuna, an unspeakable passion ignited inside him. It was this kind of look, this kind of cruel, cold, bloodthirsty look that regards life as nothing. This guy. It's the same kind. Zanpakut of Seireitei Kenpeki retracted slowly, then chopped out at a faster rate. The speed of the knife was so fast that a series of crisp sounds exploded in the air. This kind of movement naturally attracted the attention of the Shinigami captains who were standing around, and everyone retreated immediately, leaving a wide battlefield for Duke and Seireitei Kenpeki. At the same time, Seireitei Kenpeki's vision blurred. When he saw Duke, the other party was already squatting and standing on the back of his zanpakut. Duke squatted on the zanpakut, resting his chin on one hand, with a careless look in his eyes. "Since you want to fight, then work hard to survive." Stretching out his right hand, pinning his thumb to his index finger, and spreading his middle finger, ring finger, and little finger, Duke slapped Seireitei Kenpeki on his forehead. The moment Duke's brain collapsed and Seireitei Kenpeki's forehead touched each other, Seireitei Kenpeki's broad forehead was like a stone thrown into the calm water, and ripples appeared quickly. The ripples spread, and Seireitei Kenpeki's expression also changed many times. Then, he flew out with a knife. It's just that Kuzujishi Yachiru was held in Duke's hand, and Duke, who was holding Yachiru's back collar, felt the weight of Kuzujishi Yachiru, and said unexpectedly, "I thought the rumors were a bit too deliberate, but I didn't expect Yachiru it's really light." Yachiru, who didn't feel any malice from Duke, didn't care about Duke's behavior towards her. Instead, he smiled and said, "I'm very light. This is something that many female Shinigami envy. By the way, if you treat the battle with Huajie so casually, he will be very angry." "No." Setsuna, who was dodged by Duke with a sidestep, also avoided the slash of Seireitei Kenpeki, who rose again. After being ejected by Duke, this guy rushed back at a faster speed, and his knife was like a beast clawing, full of strong vigor and aggression. "Hey, Captain Seireitei, your style of play is too savage, like a beast." Duke, who was holding Kuzujishi Yachiru in one hand, got short and avoided Seireitei Kenpeki's horizontal cut again. Then he used his free hand to support the ground. Waist and abdomen. Boom! With a muffled sound, Seireitei Kenpeki disappeared again. In just 3 or 5 rounds of confrontation, Seireitei Kenpeki was completely at a disadvantage, and the surrounding Shinigami couldn't help but start to re-examine Duke. "Hey, Sui Feng! This kid's white hits is already above you." Hit Shugiichweir glanced at Sui Feng with an indifferent face. Sui Feng looked at Duke in a daze, but it was still Kide, "Not only above me, but even above Master Yuryuaki." "Oh." Kurako Shunsui raised his eyebrows, "You can admit that you are stronger than Yuryuaki, this kid seems to be hiding deep enough. You know, it was very easy for him to slash the intruder with a single knife. Maybe the opponent's swordsmanship is also very strong." Byakuya Kokaki analyzed calmly, and Anohanaretsu covered her mouth and chuckled, "Ah la la, he can unilaterally suppress Seireitei Kenpeki in melee combat. This little brother named Duke is also very powerful." While the outsiders were chatting, Seireitei Kenpeki wobbled and appeared in Duke's line of sight. He held a knife in his right hand, rubbed his chest and abdomen with his left hand, and spit out a bloody spittle. "It's worth taking this off." Seireitei Kenpeki took off the blindfold on his right eye while speaking. As the blindfold was taken off, Seireitei Kenpeki's aura suddenly soared, and under the terrifying Ryotsuga burst out, his Death Tyrant outfit and Captain Hayori were also automatic without wind. A man must know how to be interesting, and he must retreat in spite of difficulties. Duke threw the Kuzujishi Yachiru in his hand to one side, and Kuzujishi Yachiru fell to the ground lightly like a leaf. No woman will like you, Captain Seireitei. Call me Kenpeki. Seireitei Kenpeki twisted his neck and let out a crackling sound. Your strength is qualified to call me by my first name. Then I'm really terrified. Duke waved his hand indifferently, Seireitei Kenpeki grinned, and Setsuna, who was exploding on the ground under his feet, also came to Duke in an instant. The speed is so fast that it can almost be said to be between flashes. But Seireitei Kenpeki is faster, Duke is faster than him. Just in Setsuna's time, Duke's figure split into 9. Everyone present could see that this was the afterimage left by Shunpo. But such a realistic afterimage is almost undeniable as an entity. Soon, but Seireitei Kenpeki, who was patrolling around with both eyes and eyeballs, roared, "Just smash them all!" While speaking, Seireitei Kenpeki's blade instantly shattered the 3 afterimages of Duke, but the afterimages of the 4th to 9th 6 paths were between Setsuna, hitting Seireitei Kenpeki's body in different places. The afterimages of 6 paths quickly merged into one. Duke was also standing behind Seireitei Kenpeki, and Seireitei Kenpeki had already floated into the air. His eyes widened, his mouth opened, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. Smashing 3 paths is truly remarkable. Duke clapped his palms, and Seireitei Kenpeki burst out with the sound of impact and explosion all over his body at this moment. Setsuna, who was exploding with the sound, also kept shaking left and right in the void, and finally threw it high, and then fell heavily. Seireitei Kenpeki, who dented the ground, bounced again like a ball, and then smashed down again. Now, you should understand the gap between us. Duke stood on the edge of the pit, looking down at Seireitei Kenpeki. I didn't even draw the knife, and you were already lying down. Don't bother me again, Captain Seireitei, you don't know me well. Besides, I prefer a gentle and caring big sister to you, so let's not waste time. Okay. While Duke was talking, Seireitei Kenpeki got up from the ground holding his sword. Although his whole body was trembling, the guy's eyes were filled with incomparable fanaticism, excitement, and even madness. I finally found a guy who can take me seriously. Seireitei Kenpeki, who was holding a knife in both hands, tilted his head and spat out blood. While his body was still shaking, he quickly stood still like an iron nail. Also, call me Kenpeki, UBD. You don't like me, but I like you very much. Seireitei Kenpeki, who held Zanpakut high above his head, became very focused, and the people around him also practiced raising their eyebrows. Fake it, Seireitei wants to use swordsmanship. It's rare. This reckless man must be serious. Speaking of which, if the fight has reached this level, if something happens to someone on both sides, where is the captain? Do you dare to stop it? If stopped, Seireitei Kenpeki will go berserk. While all the captains were discussing, Duke also held the handle of the Zanpakut at his waist rather helplessly. Why don't you listen to persuasion like this? I've said it all. I don't like men who pester you endlessly, and I don't like your position as the captain of the 11th team. Shut up, fight well, and give everything to deal with it. While Seireitei Kenpeki quickly slashed down the long sword in his hand, a golden slash also fell towards Duke. Have no choice. Duke shook his head and sighed, while clenching the long knife at his waist. Also at this time, Anohanaretsu suddenly saw something was wrong. As the 10th dan holder of the highest kendo level, she saw the change in Duke's aura at the moment he held the knife, and at the same time sensed a thin, but extremely pure killing intent. No, stop the two of them quickly, or Seireitei Kenpeki will die. Anohanaretsu appeared behind Seireitei Kenpeki in an instant. Setsuna raised his hand and drew his sword. Several other captains also noticed something was wrong, and quickly flashed to Seireitei Kenpeki, and together they exerted strength to support Seireitei Kenpeki. At this time, Duke's knife has been drawn out and cannot be retracted. Next moment. Bang! Anohanaretsu, who reluctantly drew the knife in front of him, only felt a numbness in his shoulder, followed by a strong heat. Duke's blade also cut half an inch into Anohanaretsu's Zanpakuto blade, leaving a bone-deep scar on Anohanaretsu's shoulder. Anohanaretsu opened her eyes wide, glanced at her bloody shoulder, then at Zanpakuto who had cut half an inch into the blade, and Duke's indifferent eyes. Her heart suddenly twitched in disbelief. This feeling. Indescribable. Duke sighed at this time. Captain Anohanaretsu, don't rush out suddenly. If I hadn't pulled back, you would have been cut in half by my unrecoverable knife, instead of just hurting your shoulder gone. Duke's expression became serious. I don't like to hurt the type of woman I like. In this way, my heart will ache. Chapter 9. I don't like women who hurt my type. Duke withdrew his Zanpakuto and sighed, it will hurt my heart. Duke, who sheathed Zanpakuto, raised his hand and pointed his palm at Anohanaretsu in front of him. Kide, sen luo sheng sheng. Next second. Intense green light spread out from Duke's palm, quickly covering Anohanaretsu's shoulder, and while healing his injury, Anohanaretsu also snorted subconsciously. It's because Kaida's breath of life is too strong, making her feel like she's soaking in a hot spring. After Anohanaretsu's injury recovered, Duke stretched his arms slowly. What are you going to do next? Go to work. Let's decide like that. Loudly talking to himself, Duke's footsteps seemed to be slow, but after a few steps, he disappeared in front of many captains. Captain, are you okay? Katetsu Isane walked quickly to Anohanaretsu's side, checking Anohanaretsu's injury with a concerned face. It was only when she peeled off the team uniform on Anohanaretsu's shoulders that she realized that Anohanaretsu's injury had recovered to the original level, and the skin at the wound was still very different from the delicate skin around it. Just like the skin of a newborn baby, delicate, fair, tender. Fine. Anohanaretsu shook his head, raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, and looked at the slight gap on the blade, with a different look in his eyes. Katetsu Isane noticed that Anohanaretsu's eyes were a little dazed, because she had never seen such eyes on Anohanaretsu. Damn it, let that guy go. After Zaraki Kenpeki broke free from the restraints of the other captains, he quickly walked a few steps and looked at the direction Duke was leaving, and stomped his feet resentfully. Turning his head to look at Zaraki Kenpeki, the other captain, parted his lips to reveal a mouthful of fangs. You bloody bastards, I was just having fun, why did you interrupt me? If you don't stop this battle, you will be the first captain to die in a civil war on the eve of the Great War. Kurako Shunsui sighed, he was quite helpless with the character of Zaraki Kenpeki, a war lunatic. That's right, Captain Zaraki, you'd better calm down. How do you tell me to calm down? Zaraki Kenpeki kept stomping on the ground, and said bitterly, it's hard to find such a rare opponent of the same kind, and let him run away like this. It will be very difficult to fight in the future. Zaraki Kenpeki didn't care about his injury, and the captains around him shook their heads. Kuratsuka Mayuri, who was watching from the distance from the beginning to the end, said simply, such a reckless man, let him die in battle, and then let that kid take his place and become the new Kenpeki. What is he doing? Hey, Frankenstein, be careful that I cut you off. TCH, you are a foolish and reckless man. Kuratsuka Mayuri turned away disdainfully. Zaraki Kenpeki looked at the rest of the captains, and the captains headed by Kurako Shunsui left one after another, leaving Anohanaretsu who was thinking with a sword. Glancing at Anohanaretsu, Zaraki Kenpeki angrily put away Zanpakuto, and muttered in a low voice, women are really troublesome with this look like a female beast in spring. Turning around and about to leave, Zaraki Kenpeki suddenly heard Anohanaretsu's light words. Yanjian. Yes, Captain. Starting tonight, we will not accept any wounded from the 11th team. But the captain. Do you understand? Anohanaretsu glanced at Katetsu Isane, who stood still and said loudly, yes, I see. This time, Seireitei Kenpei's complexion became even uglier. Ha 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 ha, Huajie is deflated. Kuzajishi Yachiru flew onto Seireitei Kenpei's shoulder, mocking Seireitei Kenpei loudly. Seireitei Kenpei turned his head away, looking in the direction Duke left. It doesn't matter, as long as you can fight with that guy again, death doesn't matter. Rukonga, Flower Street. People come and go in the brightly lit Flower Street. Tour girls with light makeup stand in front of the windows to invite customers, and there are geisha leaning on the windowsill with a cigarette pot. Their eyes are smeared with bright eyeshadow, and their eyes are calm and full of joy. With a scrutiny, he watched all the guests who came here to have fun on the street. In Huajie, not only customers choose geisha, geisha also has the right to choose guests. The oiran has more power than all geisha. Ah, as expected, it still makes me feel at ease here. With the wall badge of the first team tied on his left arm, Duke put his left hand in his sleeve and walked on the streets of Huajie. Yanyan's laughter mixed with shamisen and noisy voices came from everywhere, scrambling to get into his ears. Guest, come in for a drink. Oh, why are you so bad? Guest, have another drink. Ha 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 ha, have another drink, have another drink. If you don't get drunk tonight, you won't go home. I said guest, my girl like you will be very distressed. So where are you going to stay tonight? Duke stood still at an intersection, looking at the three passages in front of him and on the left and right. I invited 6 oirans all at once last night, and the other 3 will inevitably complain a little bit, so I might as well go to Huajie's place tonight and call the other 2 over. While talking to himself, Duke also turned to the left and walked towards the store where the oiran Seireitei was. First team, Captain Meeting Room. Report, all captains have arrived. Yamamoto Genrisai nodded, then said, go down. Yes, Captain. The reporting team members were about to leave. Yamamoto Genrisai glanced at the scene, and all the team captains had already arrived in the conference room. But what about that kid? Where's that kid? Yamamoto Genrisai asked aloud, and the team members who hadn't walked a few steps turned around and said with a look of embarrassment, this. Say. We didn't find Vice Captain Duke. The team members answered truthfully, we checked the team building, the lounge, the office, and even the toilets, and there was no sign of Duke's vice captain at all. That kid. Yamamoto Genrisai feels more angry today than he has been in thousands of years. Duke, a loose BD, is really not worrying at all. Sui Feng. Captain Yamamoto looked at Sui Feng at the side, who immediately stepped out of the queue and knelt down on one knee in front of old Yamamoto. Captain! Bring me back that kid Duke. Old man Yamamoto said this, and paused, I want to see him within 15 minutes. Yes. Sui Feng bowed his head heavily, claiming yes. At the same time, in the flower street, the wisteria flowers wandered around. Master Duke, you really surprised me. The woman in the wisteria-colored kimono was showing her shoulders half exposed at the moment, playing with the team emblem of the first team with both hands, with uncontrollable surprise and exclamation in her eyes. Duke was leaning on the special armrest, wearing a single shirt, holding the cigarette pot in his right hand, and said with a smile, do you like it? If you like it, I will give it to you. I dare not ask for such an expensive thing. Hearing what Duke said, Dr. Seireitei hurriedly put the team emblem on the ground. Whatever my Huajie wants, I'll give her that. It's just a team badge. It's no big deal. You, how dare you say such a thing? Huajie hurriedly threw herself into Duke's arms, stretched out her index finger to press Duke's mouth. You can't say that in the future. You are Shinigami, and now you are the right-hand man of some adult. For a lowly person like me, I am grateful to have your favor. Huajie leaned on Duke's gorgeousness, but Duke held Huajie's slender, white, and tender fingers in his hand, and bit them lightly. The person I like, I can pick up the moon in the sky, let alone a team emblem. Hearing these words in Huajie's ears made her feel weak all over, especially when her fingers were bitten by Duke, and the touch of her lips and teeth made her earlobes turn red, and she couldn't restrain her emotion. Lord Duke, it's getting late, we should rest. Huajie stretched her hand into Duke's arms, and her breathing became heavy. Duke chuckled and flicked off the oil lamp beside him, making the room pitch black. Then rest. Duke turned over and held Huajie under him. At this moment, the door of the room was torn open, and at the same time, a big hole was blown open in the roof. Ah! Under this turn of events, Huajie screamed in shock. Duke looked outside the dimly lit room, and said calmly, Captain Sui Feng, it's not a good thing to disturb people's sleep. Duke, the commander-in-chief summoned him, and rushed to the captain's meeting room immediately without delay. Sui Feng looked at Duke who was holding Huajie in his arms, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. This guy who has power but does nothing at all, just wants to pounce on a woman's belly, it really makes people feel disgusting. No. Duke hugged Huajie in his arms, bit the hairpin on Huajie's head and took it off. At the same time that Huajie's long hair slanted down like a waterfall, Duke also took off the hairpin in his mouth. Holding the hairpin, one end of the hairpin gently scratched Huajie's skin. Under the gentle stimulation, Huajie's pretty face flushed, and her body became extremely soft. Today is the Hueco Mundo bombing, the world is destroyed, the Soul Society is invaded, don't let me leave my fragrant bed. Chapter 10. Today is the Hueco Mundo bombing, the world is destroyed, the Soul Society is invaded, don't let me leave my fragrant bed. Duke hugged Huajie with a stubborn expression on his face, and he would not leave here even if he was killed. Sui Feng looked down at Duke, who was half sitting on the ground, with a murderous look in his eyes. Disgusting man! Oh, unmarried spinster! Duke tilted his head and rolled his eyes. Now he can be said to be aggressive, no longer the usual gentle and humble. After all, it's off work now. He is going to bed. But Sui Feng came to disturb him. Don't you understand what private time is? Don't know how to respect other people's privacy? Damn it, the guy who doesn't know how to read the atmosphere. UBD. Sui Feng gritted his silver teeth, and a few veins appeared on his forehead. Why, did I say something wrong? While stroking Huajie's neck, Duke smiled and said, I remember you always worshipped Chihao in your Huajie, right? But Chihao in your Huajie has a girlfriend, but you have been alone for so many years. Tisk tisk tisk, so say it. Duke shook his head, oh, the old maid who can't get married is so pitiful. A hole. Sui Feng's teeth were about to be crushed, when had she ever been wronged like this? Especially when this guy taunted her so blatantly. Is it her fault that she can't get married? Doesn't she long for a sweet love? It's not that those male Shinigami are too cowardly, no one who dares to pursue her can catch her eyes. UBD, you should be executed immediately. Sui Feng of Zanpakut, who had his lower back removed, had a pair of beautiful eyes, murderous, and at the same time a gentle and intellectual voice came. Allah, Duke, if you say that, you will be banned by the Women's Shinigami Association. Anohanaretsu quietly appeared next to Sui Feng. Her hands were naturally drooping by her sides, and her expression was extremely gentle. A proper image of Yamato Nadeko. Tisk, the Women's Shinigami Association hasn't been disbanded yet. Duke clicked his tongue. Of course he knew about the Women's Shinigami Association. Not only did he know, he had also participated in a fraternity organized jointly by the Women's Shinigami Association and the Men's Shinigami Association. This fraternity was normal at the beginning, but as time passed, after everyone drank, it became a fighting meeting. At that time, the drunken Matsumoto Rangiku single-handedly played against the whole audience, which impressed Duke deeply, mainly because of his broad mind. At that time, Anohanaretsu just watched quietly in the corner, with a smile like a spring breeze on his face. Of course, Duke was also snooping around the corner the whole time. Some troublesome things were also caused during the period, so I won't express them one by one here. Ah, Duke, you are wrong to say that. Our Women's Shinigami Association is committed to safeguarding the rights and interests of all women's Shinigami. It doesn't just mean disbanding. Anohanaretsu came to Duke's side, looked at Tsuruheim leaning on Duke's arms with a flushed face, and said with emotion, "It's really beautiful in the world. Captain Anohanaretsu, you are not bad either." Duke patted Hiji's buttocks vigorously, and laughed, "But what kind of family type are you? Suitable for marrying home, and there is an essential difference from Hiji." "Oh." Anohanaretsu's smile grew thicker, "What kind of difference? How can a domestic cat smell like a wild cat?" Duke lifted Hiji's chin, and tapped on the vermilion lips. "It's a good metaphor, but Lord Duke, I want to remind you that what you said just now is objectifying women." Anohanaretsu raised her chin slightly, "If this word gets out, it's enough for our Female Shinigami Association to ban you. Of course, since you said so, we will also block Huajie as appropriate." When Anohanaretsu said this, Duke blinked. "Block Flower Street?" "That's right. After all, the women's rights upheld by the Women's Shinigami Association do not distinguish between married and unmarried." Anohanaretsu's warm eyes fell on Tsuruheim. "In order to prevent male Shinigami from messing around, I think it is necessary for our Female Shinigami Association to propose and vote on the sanction of Hanakai. On a side note, you should know that I'm the director of the Women's Shinigami Association, right?" Although Anohanaretsu's tone was flat, Duke felt a little chill behind him. "Ma Dan, Huajie has been sanctioned, where do you want to go to play? What about sports at night? What should I do with my fragrant quilt? What about your own sleep at night?" Anohanaretsu, the black belly is really inversely proportional to her appearance. "Master Duke, do you understand?" Anohanaretsu asked Duke, and Duke coughed, "What, but I'm off work." "Master Duke, you understand? Understand. Got it. Well." Anohanaretsu was unmoved, and still looked at Duke with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Duke knew that he couldn't escape. "Tisk, got it, got it." Duke, who let go of Hiji, tidied up the messy clothes on his body, "But you should also give me the space and opportunity to get dressed, right?" "Of course, but we will assign someone to supervise. After all, considering your performance in the past 10 years, it is not impossible to sneak away while wearing clothes, so please forgive me." Anohanaretsu nodded slightly towards Duke, then turned to leave, and said before leaving, "Sui Feng, supervise Lord Duke's changing clothes." "Yes." After Sui Feng nodded, he stared at Duke happily. Seeing Sui Feng's expression, Duke immediately stretched his arms, causing the robes on his upper body to fall off, revealing his strong upper body and muscular lines. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a man?" Duke took the clothes from Tsuruheim with a displeased face, but Sui Feng said, "I will submit your words as evidence to the Women's Shinigami Association." "Tisk." Duke clicked his tongue, and while slowly getting dressed, he also glanced at Sui Feng. "You cold-faced assassin girl, sooner or later I'll make you wear a maid outfit and apologize to me for what happened today. Oh, if you can do it, do it. You cold-faced girl, I curse you that you won't be able to get married for the rest of your life, and you can only attend other people's weddings along with you." While Duke was thinking about it, he also grabbed the belt with both hands. "Then what? Don't go out yet, I have to change my pants." "What, are you inferior?" Sui Feng raised his chin with mocking eyes. "Okay, if you have the ability, just keep staring at me after changing clothes." Seeing Sui Feng's appearance, Duke knew that Liang Ziyi was finally tied up, so he didn't hesitate, and took off his belt directly. As Duke completely took off the one-piece nightgown, Sui Feng's pretty face, which was originally full of sarcasm, quickly turned red in a second, and the blushing went all the way to her neck, making her head steam. 3 seconds later, Sui Feng walked out of Duke's room with one hand and one foot, and came outside. Anohanaretsu was still waiting outside. Seeing Sui Feng's appearance, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows. What's wrong? Sui Feng gestured with his hands in front of him. From time to time he stretched his hands apart to gesture for length, and from time to time he clasped his hands to gesture for thickness, and finally Sui Feng stammered, I seem to see a dragon. What? Anohanaretsu tilted her head. Sui Feng covered her face. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Later, Duke followed Sui Feng and Anohanaretsu to the captain's conference room. As soon as he entered the meeting room, Yamamoto Genrisai shouted, Duke. Yes. Duke sighed weakly, any instructions, Captain? In the next period of time, you don't need to leave my sight, and next time, you will bear the consequences. Understood. Duke was dejected, and at the same time glanced at Sui Feng whose ears were still light red. This little girl, don't let her maid pretend to apologize in the future, so she will use her zanpakuto to pick up shit. Chapter 11. Start now, start a meeting of all captains. At the same time as the old man Yamamoto spoke, Duke was standing right behind him, with his left hand holding zanpakuto at his waist, his right hand stuck into the skirt of his clothes, and while he opened his mouth and yawned, he looked very lazy. But no one in the room cared about him. After all, it doesn't matter if he's lazy even if he skips the captain's meeting and even runs to Huajie. Even Zaraki Kenpeki, a battle lunatic, is rarely serious at this moment, and he doesn't even look at Duke. But Duke knew that once this guy seized the opportunity, he would definitely challenge himself. After all, he was number one on the list of troublesome people he set up. Once he finds anything he can fight, he will abandon everything and challenge and fight. But right now, this guy doesn't dare to make a mistake. The content of the captain's meeting is actually a cliché, which is to bring up the matter of the Quincy's invasion of Seireitei before. Then a summary is made, and there is nothing else. For the first half of the trip, Duke didn't listen at all, instead he was out of his mind. What I think about in my head is the matter of Huajie. Huajie can't be sanctioned. If sanctions are imposed, where will he sleep in the future? Looking for a girlfriend? What a joke, he doesn't want to be tied down. Moreover, there is no fragrance from 100 flowers blooming in a single flower. It doesn't matter if he is on multiple boats, although he is lustful, he is not promiscuous. And the female Shinigami Association headed by Anohanaretsu would not let him do this, and Duke would not foolishly hand over his handle to Anohanaretsu and the others. Anohanaretsu is a woman who is usually gentle and generous, intellectual and courteous, with both talent and color, but in fact she is an out-and-out black belly. He didn't want to deal with this kind of woman. Well, you can have the physical ones, and forget about the rest. The above is the whole process of the enemy's invasion. As soon as Kin, the third assistant of the 12th squad, had finished speaking, Kuratsuka Mayuri said, I'm sorry for your report, Kin. Now you can back off. Yes. After Ajin left, Kuratsuka Mayuri, who was dressed strangely, walked into the center of the conference room, which was in the middle of the captains on both sides. Okay, regarding this brigade disaster invasion, let's call it the enemy's forces for the time being. Kuratsuka Mayuri whispered, they call themselves the Invisible Empire. And these invaders from the Invisible Empire are directly related to the disappearance of a large number of ghosts in the world in recent days. The disappearance of a large number of voids that exist in this world has a direct impact and even breaks the balance between souls. And if the balance is broken, it may directly lead to the bad ending of the destruction of both the soul society and the world. As for the existence that has the ability to make the soul disappear directly, I don't need to say much, everyone knows in their hearts, what kind of existence is this. When Kuratsuka Mayuri said this, he lowered his head slightly and said in a deep voice, the so-called Invisible Empire and the invaders are actually the Quincy division. Hueco Mundo, somewhere. On the barren ground like a white desert, there are dead trees made of quartz, and there are also ruins protruding from the ground. In the dark night, a waning moon hangs high in the sky. Everything looks so desolate and dead. But on this desolate land, the blue spiritual flame is like a Tarsus, attached to the ground, dead wood and ruined walls, burning blazingly and will not be extinguished. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo, wearing a black death suit, carrying a broadsword and a little girl wearing a skull mask, also rushed onto a high raised stone. Seeing the tragic scene in front of him, he couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Under the burning of the bright blue fire, 3 plump women with different postures lay down on the ground, losing their ability to fight. In front of the 3 of them, there was a man wearing a military cap and round frame sunglasses, a short-haired man with a slender face, splayed eyebrows and sharp lips, wearing a short white cloak of a quincy over his military uniform. Just at Setsuna where Kurosaki Ichigo looked towards the man tilted his head and squinted at Kurosaki Ichigo. "Oh, it looks like I have a new visitor. This is fake, the 3 divine beasts have been defeated." Nilu on Kurosaki Ichigo's back opened her eyes wide and murmured in disbelief. "Shinigami with Arankar on their backs are really rare, but as it happens, I happen to know you, Kurosaki Ichigo." Cherokee Opie pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose, and a playful smile appeared on his face. "You know me? Of course, your intelligence information is included in the information about all the members of Soul Society Godii 13 that His Majesty the Supreme gave us. You are the special force with the highest priority." Jiluja pushed his round glasses again. His glasses are actually equipped with a communication device, which can carry out cross-border remote communication, and can transmit everything he sees back to the headquarters. But now, everything he saw in front of him has been transmitted back to the Invisible Empire. Special combat power. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo was confused, several Quincy soldiers in white robes jumped out from behind and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo extremely fast. The arc-shaped cross badge on everyone's wrist quickly turned into a spiritual bow shining with the light of spirit particles. As soon as the spirit bow appeared, dense arrows of spirit seeds flew towards Kurosaki Ichigo. This method of movement, and this method of attack. That's right. While dodging all the attacks, Kurosaki Ichigo murmured in shock, "It's Quincy's Fei Lianjiao and Holy Maya, but isn't Quincy the only Gaishida? Why are there so many here? You haven't figured out the specific intelligence of the enemy yet, so you rushed to kill him." Kairaja drew out his own saber-shaped holy destroying arrow, and knotted arcs composed of spirit particles appeared on the blade of the saber. "Should I say that you are brave, or that you are reckless?" Jiluja sneered, and when the strong light of the spirit sun flickered, the holy arrow of destruction was also stimulated. In the blink of an eye, Kurosaki Ichigo was devoured. Seeing this scene, Jiluja pushed his glasses, and said with disdain, "All bullets hit. This is the special combat power specially marked by His Majesty? It doesn't look like a big deal." While Kairaja was speaking, the broad-bladed Zangetsu fell from the smoke and dust of the explosion and plunged straight into the ground. "I'm curious. I heard that Quincy can only use bows. I have never heard of those who use sabers to shoot holy arrows." Kurosaki Ichigo, who was holding the radiating sacred arrow with one hand, opened his mouth with a relaxed face, and at the same time threw the holy arrow back in his hand. "It's really reckless to catch the sacred arrow with bare hands." Jiluja, who dodged the holy mie, was stunned at the same time, because a string of information that only he could see appeared in the lens of his glasses. "Hold Kurosaki Ichigo with all your might." While Jiluja was whispering in his heart, he also pushed the frame of the mirror to reply to the message. "This is too much to look down on me. You know, I'm Cherokee Opie who was awarded the holy letter J by His Majesty." At the same moment, the Invisible Empire, Between the Thrones. Reported by the captain of Hueco Mundo's first hunting team, Kairaja Opi, that Kurosaki Ichigo, the Special Record Force, is currently fighting with him in Hueco Mundo. Soldiers from the Quincy division entered the throne room to report, and Huajie also raised his head, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. That guy sure went to Hueco Mundo. The soldier who reported said nothing, just knelt on one knee. In this case, convey my order from the Star-Crossed Knights, get ready immediately, and head to the Sun Gate. Huajie stood up from the throne, and while the corner of his mouth was split, he also murmured, the time has come to get everything back. Let's all go, the Invisible Empire will attack the Soul Society from now on. Chapter 12. At dawn, Duke came to his office. What had belonged to Chur Sasakaibe had been cleared away, and all that was left for Duke was a large, clean room, a low table, and gone. If you want other decorations, you need Duke to buy them yourself. Duke, who entered his office, came to the low table and sat down cross-legged. By the way, he laid the zanpakut on the table. It's not time to check in yet. Duke looked around, it was only 6 o'clock in the morning, and he had to wait another 3 hours to clock in. System, open the personal panel. While Duke was muttering to himself, an extremely simple box jumped out in front of his eyes. This is his cheat, the 9-to-5 worker system. His system can be described as extremely simple, just a box in front of him. On the top are his various attributes, and on the other side is a check-in device for daily check-in. The biggest utility of this system is that after he checks in from 9 to 5, he will make a settlement, and each settlement will reward a little enhancement point. The strengthening points rewarded by the system can strengthen any of his attributes. And in the past 10 years, he has become so strong by gaining reinforcement points through daily check-in. Staring at his personal panel, Duke stroked his chin. Name, Duke. S*X, male. Race, Shinigami. Hearts, 950. Body, 950. Force, 950. Speed, 950. Skills, Sword Master LV.93, Melee Master LV.89, Kid Master LV.86. Current Strengthening Point, 124. There are only 124 enhancement points left in my hand. If I want to go further, I need at least 76 enhancement points. In addition, each of the 3 techniques also needs a part. But now it's the beginning of the Millennium Bloody War, and the war is about to begin. It will be very difficult to accumulate enhancement points. Duke waved off the system, dragging his cheeks and staring at his own zanpakut in a daze. In fact, he still likes his old life. He goes to get off work at 1 o'clock every day, gets off work at another o'clock, and stays at Huajie at night. But now... Haha. Ugh. Sighing again, Duke suddenly raised his head and looked towards the door of the office. Next second, a team member of average build walked into the office, stood upright, and said in a low voice, Vice Captain Duke, Captain Yamamoto summoned you in the executive room. Last night, I was busy all night. I didn't even give me a hot meal in the morning. I had to go to work. This old man is getting too much. Duke sighed, complaining all over the place, but the team member standing in front of him didn't dare to talk to him. Nonsense. This kind of criticism of the boss, if the object of criticism is still the captain, who dares to talk nonsense, who dares to listen to it? The entire Siling Court is probably only the one in front of me. Okay, I see. Duke stood up holding the knife, and the other party said again, then, I will go down. And many more. Duke stopped the opponent, and the team member who reported the message asked, is there anything else? Go to the cafeteria and help me with the whole breakfast. It should be lighter, and the amount should be larger. Send it to the executive room. Yes, send it to the executive room. Duke inserted his zanpakut into the belt around his waist, and said to himself, if you don't let me rest, why don't you let me eat? Get ready. Yes. After the reporting team members left, Duke also wandered slowly to the executive room. As soon as Duke arrived at the door of the executive room, he saw Kurotsuka Mayuri, the captain of the 12th Division. Kurotsuka Mayuri was very curious about Duke, who was born out of nowhere. This is a common problem of all mad scientists. Oh, isn't this the new Duke vice-captain? Kurotsuka Mayuri folded his hands in his sleeves and gave Duke a creepy smile. Hello, Captain Kurotsuka Mayuri. Duke laughed dryly, and when this guy laughed, his lips would be lifted, revealing 2 rows of teeth, like a pervert murderer. Speaking of which, I also want to thank you for coming. Thank me? Well, if you didn't take action at the Black Ridge Gate before, our 12th Squad would not have obtained the precious research materials for the Quincy Division. I would like to thank you in advance. Of course, if you have other experimental materials in the future, remember to leave them for me. While Kurotsuka Mayuri nodded slightly towards Duke, Duke nodded stiffly. He couldn't get along with people like Kurotsuka Mayuri unexpectedly. If there is a chance, ha ha ha. Okay, you two stop chatting at the door, come in. The deep and majestic voice of the old man Yamamoto came from the door, and Duke and Kurotsuka Mayuri also walked into the dilapidated executive room. The executive room has become dilapidated due to the destruction of the Quincy Division of the Invisible Empire. Not counting the complete disappearance of one wall, the ceiling also looks as if it has been chewed by a dog, with uneven scorched beams protruding outward. The floor is also full of ashes left over from the burning of wood, step by step. The only thing that is still well preserved is the desk of Yamamoto Genrisai, but most of this desk has turned into coke, and there is a risk of falling over at any time. Excuse me. Duke and Kurotsuka Mayuri walked into the executive room. Duke didn't even look at the old man Yamamoto, and went straight to the side, waiting for his breakfast. Captain, I don't know if I'm called this time. Excuse me. A voice came from outside the door, and Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni glanced behind Kurotsuka Mayuri. Come in. The team member carrying the lunch box walked into the executive room, glanced at the old man Yamamoto, then at Kurotsuka Mayuri, and quickly saluted, Chief Yamamoto, Captain Kurotsuka Mayuri. What are you doing here? As soon as the old man Yamamoto finished asking, Duke quickly ran over to take the food box from the other party. Thank you for your hard work, go down quickly. Yes. The food delivery team left quickly, and the old man Yamamoto looked at Duke carrying the food box to the table beside him, and couldn't help saying, Duke, you are now the deputy captain of the first team, you must pay attention to your words and deeds. Old man, I am restricted by you now and can't go to Huajie to find girls, you have to let me have a warm meal anyway. Duke opened the 4-layer food box in front of him and took out the breakfast inside, a typical Japanese breakfast. Rice, grilled mackerel, miso soup, light side dishes. It's just that the portion is very large, enough for 10 people. Because each layer of food box corresponds to one of the above dishes, it is full. Yamamoto Genrisai stared at Duke for a moment, turned his head away from him, and looked at Duke again. He would be PD off sooner or later. Ahem. Kurotsuka Mayuri coughed twice, and was about to speak, but Duke took a bite of the grilled crispy mackerel at this time, and the crisp click made Kurotsuka Mayuri look at him. Don't worry about me, you continue. Duke raised the chopsticks in his hand, and while grinning, he also gulped down the rice. Kurotsuka Mayuri had to readjust her mood, and decided to stay away from this shit-stirring stick by the way. This guy is indeed very strong, but this character is too disgusting. About this summoning, do you know why? Captain of the 12th Squad. Yamamoto Genrisai spoke, and Kurotsuka Mayuri noticed the change in Yamamoto's old man's tone, and said directly, I know. In order to correct the balance of souls, I ordered the members of the 12th Squad to secretly erase the souls of the 28,000 residents of Rukanga, right? Cough cough cough. At this time, Duke coughed, and Yamamoto Genrisai and Kurotsuka Mayuri looked over again. Duke, who was holding the lunch box, beat his chest twice, and then quickly packed the lunch box. Then what? I'm going out to eat, you guys continue talking first. Duke was about to leave while speaking, but Yamamoto Genrisaya stopped him and said, no, you can eat wherever you are. After a pause, he said again with deep meaning, listen carefully to our next conversation. No way, Captain. Duke cried, I don't want to hear about such troublesome things, and I don't want to get involved in such troublesome things. It's not up to you now. Yamamoto Genrisaya snorted, according to common sense, we have to conduct a series of reviews on you before making a decision on whether you are qualified to stay in Seireitei and go to I-13. But now it's a special time, you, a slacker who has been lazy for 10 years, take responsibility for me. Don't wow. Vice Captain Duke, it is an honor to directly participate in this kind of thing without review. Kuratsuka Mayuri didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement, so he made fun of Duke with a strange smile. Tisk. Duke clicked his tongue and muttered in a low voice, the more you know, the more trouble you will have. I don't want to be drawn into your vortex. Too much trouble. Chapter 13. It's too troublesome. Everyone knows that I'm a slacker, and they still involve me in this kind of thing. Damn old man, very bad. Duke drank the taste soup, and the sound of sucking and sucking caught the eyes of Kuratsuka Mayuri and old man Yamamoto. However, the two are not very human, continue the previous conversation. Why act without permission? Yamamoto genre Iasei Shigakuni had a very majestic expression, and he sternly asked Kuratsuka Mayuri. The mass disappearance of a large number of wandering souls in Rukonga reported by the third member of Madarame Ikeko's 11th team and the fifth member of Ayasukawa Yumichika will also be allowed after emergency approval. But you acted on your own initiative. At this moment, the sun rose, and the sunlight split the dilapidated office into two halves. Yamamoto Genrisaya stood on the edge with his back to Kuratsuka Mayuri, looking up at the rising sun in the distance, while Kuratsuka Mayuri was in the shadow without sunlight, looking at the back of old Yamamoto in front of him. As for Duke, he was sitting cross-legged on the table, at the junction of light and darkness in the entire office, listening to the quarrel between the two, and eating hard. He suddenly felt that this was not bad. After all, the quarrel between the two can be regarded as a side dish for dinner, just like some people in this world would watch TV while eating. Now the invisible empire as the enemy is destroying the void on a large scale in this world, aiming to destroy the soul balance between our soul society and this world. As for the balance of the soul, it can be said to be your cliché, Principal Yamamoto. Instead of admitting his mistake, Kuratsuka Mayuri gave his reasons, with a calm expression, and a hint of sarcasm towards Yamamoto Genrisaya in his eyes. Duke put down his lunch box at this moment, took a sip of miso soup. Soul balance is indeed a cliché, and every student who enters Spiritual Arts Academy will learn it in the first class. The so-called balance of souls is actually the balance of souls between the soul society and the present 2 centuries. And this balance is based on the flow of souls between the two worlds, and the flow of souls between the soul society and the present world can be said to be the iron law of this world. Realistic souls come to the soul society, but ghostly souls do not. At this time, Shinigami needs to take action to purify the soul and send the soul to this world. But Quincy is different from Shinigami. Quincy will completely wipe out Hollow, and there is no possibility for the soul to continue to circulate. With this premise, the conflict between Shinigami and Quincy began. For Shinigami, it is necessary to purify the soul and send the soul to the soul society, but the Quincy does everything possible to kill it. And once there is an imbalance in the number of souls between the soul society and the present world, the two worlds will disintegrate, and the world will be destroyed. The soul balance mentioned by Kuratsuka Mayuri is also saying this. If you just use the lives of Rukonga residents to restore the balance of the souls of the two worlds and prevent the disintegration of the two worlds, I will kill no matter how much, because it is worth it. As soon as Kuratsuka Mairi said this, Yamamoto Genrisai sighed. He knew that what Kuratsuka Mairi did was right, but he didn't approve of the means of doing things. Pure consequentialism, don't look at the process but only the result. Duke, who was eating melons all the time, sighed with emotion, and Kuratsuka Mairi looked at Duke with a smile. Yes, as long as the result is good. Hey, can you swallow what you eat and talk? With half a grilled mackerel in his mouth, Duke glanced at Kuratsuka Mairi, rolled his eyes and said, Nah, remember your mad scientist personality, you're not an old lady who has to worry about everything. Kuratsuka Mairi clicked his tongue and left the lazy BD Duke alone. But if your 12th squad can prevent problems before they happen, what happened today will not happen. You are wrong to say that, Captain. Everything I did today, I had already sent out a reminder when Ishida Uryu, the Quincy master, appeared when travel calamity invaded the Soul Society. But what do you think, Captain Yamamoto? Worry, unfounded things, nonsense, this is your original opinion. In the final analysis, it was still thousands of years ago, you didn't do what you were supposed to do, that is. Kuratsuka Mairi whispered, kill that man thoroughly. The past time span of the older generation is too long, and it is useless at all now. Duke also dug the last big mouthful of rice and stuffed it into his mouth while speaking. In the end, both of you are at fault in this matter, instead of blaming each other here. I said you, can you eat the food in your mouth and talk, it makes people feel disgusting. Kuratsuka Mairi growled at Duke, and Duke threw a blank stare at Kuratsuka Mairi. I like it, I want you to take care of it. Also, Quincy and Goodoo. Duke put down his lunchbox after swallowing his last bite of rice, wiped his mouth, and said, the conflict between Quincy and Shinigami has long since ceased to exist. Reconciled, today's battle may have been doomed thousands of years ago. What we have to face right now is not trivial matters, but war, it's war, you too. Duke sat cross-legged on the table, holding his chin, his eyes became extremely deep. And war is to annihilate each other at all costs and by all means. The Quincy intends to break the balance through the large-scale elimination of the void in this world, and the captain of Kuratsuka Mairi is trying to eliminate the residents of Rukonga to correct the soul balance. From a short-term perspective, Captain Kuratsuka Mairi is doing the right thing, but in the long run, Rukonga's numbers are not endless. If the enemy slaughters ghosts in this world crazily and artificially creates ghosts, the Soul Society will inevitably perish. Of course, the enemy's commander would not do such a stupid thing. After all, the destruction of two worlds is not a trivial matter for them. No winner would like to live in a broken world. And the top priority, in fact, is to eliminate the enemy as soon as possible. The point of conflict between the two of you is quite ridiculous in my opinion. As long as you can win, everything can be allowed. This also brings the topic back to what I said at the beginning. This is a time of war, and war is at all costs. Fight by all means. As soon as Duke finished speaking, Yamamoto Genrisai also looked at Duke in surprise. You have a very thorough view of the current situation. I really can't imagine that a person like you would be willing to be mediocre for nearly 10 years. Everyone has their own way of life, Captain. Duke spread his hands, and Kuratsuka Mairi also smiled. It seems that my opinion of you will be refreshed again. Of course, the fact that you eat and talk is very disgusting to me, so it won't change. Pervert scientist. Duke glanced at Kuratsuka Mairi, who snorted and ignored Duke. At this moment, King Liamen is located. A pillar of blue spiritual flame suddenly rose from the ground, burning the gate completely, and at the same time, all the defending players inside and outside the gate were also impacted by the burst of flames. I don't know how many people were there was thrown out. However, the ignited pillars of spiritual seeds did not know one of Zillia Gate, and the other 3 gates were devoured by the pillars of spiritual flames in no particular order. Setsuna was ignited by these 4 pillars of fire, and 7 pillars of spiritual flames shot up into the sky again. Together, the entire Seireitei will be reflected into a blue ocean. Duke Yamamoto Genrisai and Kurotsuka Mayuri, who were in the executive room, also noticed this scene. Duke raised his eyebrows when he saw the 11 pillars of fire rising into the sky. It really came suddenly. However, speaking of it, will these 11 spiritual pillars burn the entire Seiling court? If it's possible, then can I have a vacation? Before Duke could finish speaking, he noticed the terrifying look in Yamamoto Genrisai's eyes. He immediately covered his mouth and coughed twice, and said solemnly, "I and these BD invaders are sworn to death." Above the sky above the Lingling court, a figure stood proudly in the void, its pupils were pitch black, and they were extremely deep. The war full of suffering has begun. Chapter 14. Boom 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 boom. One after another, pillars of spirit seed fire shot up into the sky, each one like a volcanic eruption, spraying out furious blue spirit seed flames. There was a figure looming in the flames, and at the same time the Shinigami who were scattered throughout Seireitei looked at the pillar of Rishi fire and fell into shock. Team number 6 building, Team number 8 building, Team number 9 communication and editorial department, Team number 3 alert area, Team number 6 alert area, Team number 13 alert area. The Shinigami stationed in each station looked at the spiritual pillar of fire rising into the sky, with shocked expressions and different actions. What? Is it an enemy attack? How did it come so suddenly? Damn it, where is the captain, where is the captain? What is this? Spiritual fire pillar? But why is there such a large area? The third team, the warning area, a certain street. The vice-captain, 3rd seat, 5th seat, and 6th seat of the 3rd team are all here, and a pillar of spirit fire is only a short distance away from them. Spirit Child Investigation Team, are you still okay? While Kira Izuru held the knife in both hands, he also looked at the members of the Lingzi investigation team behind him. The other party was holding a tablet-like machine. While quickly calibrating the data, he also got an accurate answer. Ryotsu makeup, the fit rate is 93%. Seeing this result, the members of the Lingzi investigation team opened their eyes wide and screamed, "It's the Quincy!" At the same time, in the pillar of fire in front of the members of the 3rd division, a figure loomed, and before they could take a closer look, the right half of Kira Izuru's body was pierced. Kira Izuru looked at his right hand that was holding Zanpakuto tightly but fell to the ground, and then looked at the hollowness on the right half of his body. His eyes turned black instantly as he opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. Thump! Kira Izuru lying on the ground looked up at the desolate sky with his lifeless eyes. Kira Vice-Captain! While the rest of the team members shouted angrily, they also launched Shikai one after another. Hang up the roll, Chun Chen! Blow the whistle, the tiger's flute! Eliminate it, Pian Yin! The 3 had just released Shikai, and 2 of them were pressed to the ground by a figure in a cloak in the next second, and the 3rd person who was let go made a backhand gesture at him before he could make a move. Call out! Just a flash of blue light, the opponent's upper body exploded and disappeared, and blood sprayed all over the place. The other 2 were also pressed to death on the ground. After the cloaked Quincy stood up, he lifted his hood. Sorry, the order from above is to kill everything. Only then did the rest of them see clearly that the Quincy was a boy with a mohawk, but the ruthlessness and coldness in his eyes surprised everyone. At the same time that the team of the 3rd division was attacked, the rest of the divisions were also attacked one after another. The attackers were all Quincy divisions. To be precise, they were the Quincy divisions of the Star-Crossed Knights, the troops directly under the Emperor Yuhabak of the Invisible Empire. In the executive room, Kurotsuka Mayuri had already left, but the sudden eruption of the spiritual pillar of fire forced him to go to the front. The only ones left here are Duke Yamamoto Genrisai and Genshiro Okuga. The old man Genshiro Okuga knelt silently, but Duke sat on the table beside him, resting his chin in one hand. Ah, this scene is really huge. The Lingling court will not be completely burned down. As Duke spoke, he also glanced at Yamamoto Genrisai. By the way, don't you go to the battlefield, old man. As the general captain of Godii 13, Admiral, how can he go to the front line now? Genshiro Okuga explained for Yamamoto Genrisai, while also staring at Duke. He didn't expect that the usually gentle Duke was actually a scary person who had been hiding for 10 years. Old man Kongaya, don't look at me like that, we get along as we usually do. Duke waved his hand, smiled, and signaled Genshiro Chongya not to have any pressure. Genshiro Kongaya closed his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Please forgive me for being difficult, Vice Captain Duke." "Oh, I knew it was." Duke patted himself on the forehead. Since he was exposed, the past interpersonal relationship can be said to have been completely severed. Those team members who used to hang shoulders with him and chat about the interesting things between him and the Oiran will also disappear. Without him, the huge gap in strength and identity is enough to drive back all those who want to get close to Duke. Soul Society, the hierarchy is strict, the dignity is orderly, it's not just talk. Old man, do you want me to suppress it? Duke touched Zanpakut on his waist. He was in the executive room overlooking the whole area of Seireitei. In particular, Seiling Court is related to his subsequent promotion path, even if he says in different words, if Seiling Court is really destroyed, he will be the one who loses the most. Who made his system recognize the check-in location of Sei Lingting? No, you just need to follow me, and wait until I say to move. Yamamoto Genrisai rejected his request very straightforwardly. Leaning on crutches, Yamamoto Genrisai said indifferently with the Captain Hayori on his body, "You must know that you are not the only one who can fight Godii 13. There are 12 others. Where's the captain?" "Oh, well, since you asked so, then I'll watch the show here with you for the time being." Duke withdrew his hand from Zanpakut, and at the same time reached into his arms, and took out a pipe. He brought this from Huajie last night, and now he just uses it to relieve boredom. Duke, who stuffed the pipe with tobacco, lit the pipe with a crackle of flames from his fingertips. Bat, click, click. Duke took a few puffs from his cigarette holder and exhaled a puff of white smoke, overlooking the entire searing court, feeling the battle in the entire searing court at the moment. The Quincy appeared from the spirit pillar of fire, and has slaughtered thousands of Shinigami since the beginning, and the number of victims is still increasing. Tisk. Duke clicked his tongue, but he sneered again after seeing the cigarette Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni. He couldn't believe that this old guy was as calm as he appeared. And he was waiting for the right opportunity, maybe that guy. Waiting for the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Juhabak. Time passed by, and suddenly Duke blinked. "By the way, did I tell you that Quincy can take Shinigami's Bankai?" As soon as Duke said this, Yamamoto Genrisai and Genshiro Okuga looked at him. This is the information Sasaki wanted to convey before he died. Yamamoto Genrisai aside, and Genjiro Okuya had already sent a message to all the captains with the magic messenger. After sighing, Yamamoto Genrisai squinted at Duke again, teaching, "Important information must be disclosed in advance." Okay, you are really a nagging old man." Duke bit his cigarette holder and looked at Seireitei, who was in the cruelest battle. With a pipe in his left hand, the fingers of his right hand trembled a few times, but he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 15. Announcement to all: the enemy has the ability to capture Bankai. Please pay attention to the captains or team members who control Bankai, and don't let the enemy capture Bankai. When the urgent summons was sent to the entire Searing Court, all the captains were stunned. What? These guys can take Bankai? That means Bankai cannot be used at this stage. Other than Shikai, the only ones we can use are Kid and White Hits. This is really tricky. For a while, the captain and team members who were scattered throughout Seilingting could not help but feel a little difficult to deal with. This time, The enemy who suddenly invaded was fierce, and their strength was even more powerful. If you can't use Bankai, it's better to just send it up. Executive room. Duke still sat cross-legged on the table, looking down at the entire searing court with loose eyes. At this moment, the entire Seireitei is in flames and wailing, and the Quincy of the Invisible Empire is massacring Shinigami. You know, after hundreds of years of recuperation, there is a big difference between the Quincy of the Invisible Empire and the Quincy known by Shinigami. If you still treat these enemies with the same old eyes, you don't know how to die. At the same time, Duke was also observing Yamamoto Genrisai. This old guy still maintained his previous posture and stood on the edge of the executive room, his eyelids downcast overlooking the entire Seireitei. Nothing could be seen on the surface, but Duke noticed that the old guy was holding on to his crutch tightly, and veins had emerged on his hands. Obviously, this old guy's heart is not as peaceful as it appears on the surface. Duke took a sip from the cigarette holder and slowly exhaled the smoke, his eyes became extremely playful. How long can you bear it? Renji. Team leader. Abarai Renji looked at Byakuya Kukaki at the side. On Byakuya Kukaki's indifferent face, there was a rare chill like autumn and winter. Byakuya Kukaki, who reflected the corpses everywhere in his cold eyes, pulled out Senbonzakura from his waist, and said flatly, "In this battle, don't worry too much, just fight with all your strength. These guys are unscrupulous attackers, and even more so, the murderers of Chur Sakib's vice-captain. For such people, what we have to do is to do our best to make them pay with blood." Standing up the blade on the body of Byakuya Kukaki in front of him, the captain Hayori Maizuru, he also whispered, "Scatter, Senbonzakura." Just in Setsuna, the erected Senbonzakura blade looked like a stone pillar eroded by wind and sand, and it disintegrated into thousands of sharp blades invisible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye, floating in the air. The blade refracts light even more when it is flying, looking like 1,000 withered sakura flowers. Seeing that his captain had already used Shikai, Abarai Renji was unambiguous, and immediately held the knife in his right hand, and stroked the palm of his left hand from the handle to the top of the blade once. Roar, Zabimaru! Zabimaru, whose blade rapidly deforms, turns into a snake-belly sword that can be long or short in the blink of an eye. The man with long black hair parted in the middle, no eyebrows, and a black mask with multiple cones attached to the lower half of his face looked at Byakuya Kukaki and Abarai Renji in front of him with stiff eyes. Next second. The war is imminent. Oh, is there a monster like you with a dog's head and a human body in Shinigami? A woman with a stalwart chest and a proud face stands on top of the ruins with one hand on her hips, overlooking Komamura Seijin from a height. Or, the Soul Society is so understaffed that even a puppy can serve as the captain. Komamura Seijin's expression remained unchanged. Standing in front of the 7th Division, he silently drew out the long knife in his hand. Roar, damn it! Komamura Seijin, with his right arm raised, raises his Zanpakuta in his hand, and just behind Shikai, behind him, also appears a huge arm, covered in armor, holding a huge machete in his hand. Wow! The girl with a big heart raised her hand and raised the brim of her hat, and said with a contemptuous smile, as expected of a puppy, he even has the same interest in playing with toys as a puppy. Ah! Komamura Seijin's complexion remained unchanged, he raised his hands high, and slashed at Bambietta Basta of the Star-Crossed Knights. Next second. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the smoke of the explosion rose into the sky. Hey, why is there so much movement over there? Kurako Shunsui, holding the long and short Kaiten Kaikotsu with both hands, looked towards the direction of the explosion, and then turned to the silent old man in front of him. It's not so much an old man, it's better to say that the other party just looks old. He has short white hair, a beard, square frame glasses, and a white suit with a tie inside his button-down coat. From his appearance, he looks like an elderly housekeeper in a certain country. This person is Robert Agitron of the Knights of the Star Cross, and the holy letter is N. You are too cold. Kurako Shunsui saw that there was no response from the other party, so he lowered his head and smiled, and Robert raised the pistol in his hand and pulled the trigger. Boom! Bang! Kurako Shunsui, who raised his hand to slash the spirit bullet, hadn't had time to mock the opponent's poor accuracy. The next second, Robert's figure disappeared from Kurako Shunsui's sight. Kurako Shunsui, who noticed this, was about to turn around when his ears were filled with the explosion of gunshots. At the same time, his right ear and right eye completely lost perception, and then came the severe pain. Forehead. Kurako Shunsui, whose face was covered in blood, immediately knew that his right ear and eye had disappeared, and he also had a new understanding of the opponent's strength. Kurako Shunsui, who turned around quickly, looked at the taciturn Robert with his left eye open and smiled wryly, "Without Bankai, I can't beat you guys at all. And once you use it, you will take Bankai away. Now I finally understand how the Vice-Captain Chur Sasakaibe felt aggrieved before he died. However, people have to face certain things. Even if they know the result, they still have to face it." Lifting Kaiten Kaikotsu's Kurako Shunsui leaps high and uses Kaiten Kaikotsu's Shikai ability to start fighting. Executive Room. Duke is still biting his cigarette holder, his eyes are extremely loose, even though his perception can cover the entire Seireitei and perceive everything that is happening at this moment, there is no change in his eyes. The Lingling court was destroyed. For him, the loss was not insignificant. However, Seiling court will always be rebuilt, the question is the length of time. The past 10 years have passed, do you still care about the next period of time? The most tormenting thing now should be the old guy Yamamoto Genrisai. His Ryotsu is enough to cover the entire Soul Society, and now this guy is also perceiving everything happening in the entire Seireitei just like Duke. Benedict. Yamamoto Genrisai, with his cane stuck in the ground, turned and looked at Duke. Duke. Hey. Duke blinked and said with a playful smile, "What's the matter, old man? Can the old man trust you? You shouldn't ask me this, you should ask yourself." Duke's eyelids drooped and Yamamoto Genrisai stared at each other without showing any signs of intimidation. A moment later, Yamamoto Genrisai tore off Captain Hayori from his body, and jumped out from the edge of the executive room. "Follow me, don't fall behind." "Okay, I'll let you have some, old man." Duke knocked the ash pot in his hand on the table, shook out the ashes, and stuffed the pipe into his arms, and he appeared behind Yamamoto Genrisai in an instant. One old and one young fell from the sky, and the terrifying Ryotsu swept across the entire Soul Society in an instant. Chapter 16. The terrifying and tyrannical Ryotsu swept across the entire Soul Society in an instant, but there is no one in the Soul Society who would not perceive this tyrannical Ryotsu. And the source of this Ryotsu is the captain of Godei 13 Yamamoto Genrisai. Duke, who was following behind Yamamoto Genrisai, did not have any Ryotsu leakage at all, nothing special, just ordinary. If it is placed in normal times, perhaps no one will pay attention to him. However, now Duke is following behind Yamamoto Genrisai, which also makes him the focus of the entire Seireitei in an instant. Just because, in Setsuna where Ryotsu let go of Yamamoto Genrisai, all the Shinigami and Quincy who felt this tyrannical Ryotsu temporarily stopped fighting and looked in the direction where Ryotsu came. When all the Shinigami saw Yamamoto Genrisai clearly in the sky, their expressions cheered up instantly. "Oh, it's the captain. The captain is dispatched, now we can win. Come on, buy time for the captain. Come on, don't be afraid, the captain is standing behind us." With just one appearance, the morale of the entire Seireitei was instantly ignited. Seeing this, Duke who was following Yamamoto Genrisai couldn't help chuckling and said, "It seems that Captain Yamamoto is quite popular. This is Seireitei, the home of all Shinigami. And now, The outer skin of the crutch in Yamamoto Genrisai's hand quickly shattered and turned into a sheathed sword. Parents are here to support them. We are really honored to have a parent like you. Duke pressed the handle of Zanpakuto at his waist with his left hand. Yamamoto Genrisai glanced at Duke, and said indifferently, "Next, you will rush to support the entire battlefield as the deputy captain of the first team. Can it be done?" "No problem. Then, let's begin." "Yes." As soon as Duke finished speaking, he disappeared in front of Yamamoto Genrisai. The speed was so fast that the man who was called Sword Ghost 1,000 years ago was stunned for a moment. Yamamoto Genrisai, whose complexion quickly returned to normal, muttered in a low voice, "This kid, he's really hiding deep enough. It's the captain's Ryotsu." Komamura Seijin, who was in tatters, looked towards the direction of Ryotsu. Although he was far away, he could still clearly identify the owner of this Ryotsu. "Your captain is here, so what?" Bambietta Basta looked at Komamura Seijin jokingly. The players behind Komamura Seijin were almost wiped out, and even he himself was at the end of his battle. However, Bambietta Basta's marriage was completely unscathed, not to mention not even stained with a single speck of filth. "So what?" Komamura Seijin lowered his head, clenched the Zanpakuto in his hand, and raised his head in the next second and roared loudly, "As long as Genryuze-sama is still standing, we will never fall. Master Genryuze is the dose for our entire Seireitei. As long as he doesn't fall, we will always stand up." The Ryotsu on Komamura Seijin who swept away the decline began to fluctuate violently, and even the players behind him were extremely excited. And under this passionate speech, only Bumbi, who wields a short saber with a forked blade and full of lethality, looks extremely confused. "I'm almost at the end of my rope, and you can still talk nonsense, you Shinigami, you are really a group of innocent and passionate idiots." Bumbi, holding a saber, spread his hands, his face full of sarcasm. Whoosh! At this moment, a frivolous whistle sounded in front of her. It started slowly, but the sudden increase of the whistle made Bumbi shiver. Bumbi followed the whistle and saw a handsome man squatting in front of him. His head was trying to look around, those eyes the direction he looked at happened to be the bottom of his skirt. "UBD, where did you come from?" Bumbi was ashamed and annoyed by the other party's presumptuous gaze. He raised his knife and slashed at Setsuna, while Komamura Seijin on the side exclaimed, "Be careful, her attack is very..." Ding! When the saber landed on the top of the visitor's head, there was a soft whistle. It sounded like the sound of a blacksmith beating an anvil. Bumbi looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. Her own knife had clearly hit the other man's head, but the feeling of feedback made her think that she had cut on a rock. Before Bambi, whose jaws were split open, was already grasped by the opponent before he could do anything. "Hello, young lady." With a frivolous smile on his face, Duke held Bumbi's right hand with both hands, stroking Bumbi's slender and smooth palm with his fingers quickly. "It's a coincidence to meet you here, can you tell me your measurements? If you can tell me, then you may be able to save a life." Duke's palm, which was so presumptuous just now, was suddenly clenched, and there was a chill in his eyes. "You wanton BD, let me go." With one empty hand raised forward, Bambi held a collection of spirit particles in his palm, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into the embryonic form of the extremely dangerous Holy Arrow. "Be careful, Vice Captain Duke, this guy's attack is amazing, and no matter what attack hits her, it will explode immediately." Komamura Seijin, who had already recognized Duke from the smell and voice, reminded loudly, but Duke turned his head and waved his hands. "Oh, don't disturb me and Miss Sister's warmth." "What?" Komamura Seijin was dumbfounded for a while. This BD is really unreliable, at this hour, he is still flirting with women. "Ahole, I want you to pay the price." Bambi, who was about to push his left hand forward, watched as Duke licked his fingers, and then pinched his wrist with his right hand, and moved his left hand to his palm, just like snuffing out a candle. smothering his holy spirit. The arrow is extinguished. Bark. Following the sound of Lingzi being forcibly annihilated, everyone present was stunned. This seemingly unreliable and lecherous guy actually squeezed out the sacred arrow with his bare hands. How can that be? Komamura Seijin couldn't believe the scene in front of him, but Bambi was the most shocked. She is a member of the Knights of the Star Cross handpicked by Huajie, and she is a powerful Quincy who has been bestowed with the holy letter E, but she is like a newborn baby in front of this man in front of her. No threat. Now, can you tell me your measurements? Duke approached Dabunbai and asked with a smile. Miss Quenching Master. UBD. Bumbi's eyes widened, but before she could move, she felt a burning pain in the wrist holding the knife in her right hand. Looking at his wrist, Bambi was astonished to find that the black ink-stained chains of Kid, which only Shinigami could grasp, were wrapping around his entire right arm, and quickly spread to his shoulder. The 79th of Bakud 9 Luminaries bundle, change, Duke said with a smile, 9 Luminaries tortoise armor bound. Now, we have enough time to chat about your measurements, Miss Quincy Master. Duke had a wanton smile on his face, but deep malice surged in his eyes. Bambi's face turned pale, and she could feel that her strength was rapidly draining along with the spread of the black ink-stained rope. UBD, who the hell? Unable to break free, Bambi roared in despair, but Duke smiled slightly. It's just an ordinary office worker, really, trust me. Chapter 17. I'm just an ordinary office worker in Seireitei. Duke had a smile on his face as Bakud's ink-stained chains went all over Bumbi's body, completely sealing her off. Really, trust me. Office worker. Bambi gritted his teeth, his face full of disbelief. You guys are too bad. Oh, I am as clear as water, but the world looks at me like a thief. Duke put Bumbi on his shoulders and dropped her saber. This is his trophy and cannot be discarded at will. UBD, what do you want to do to me? At the same time that Bambi, who was carried on Duke's shoulder, shouted loudly, Duke also slapped her on the A. Shut up, Booty doesn't deserve to yell. Duke, who rubbed his fingers, nodded towards Komamura Seijin, and slapped him again. Well, it feels good, let's do it again. Snapped. I didn't feel well, let's do it again. Snapped. Well, I want to do it again. Snapped. Accompanied by the applause, Duke disappeared in place, like a gust of wind, unpredictable, coming and going without a trace. Only the scarred Kashiwamura Seijin and his 7th team members were left at the scene. This guy. Kashiwamura Seijin looked at the direction where Duke was standing and didn't know what to say for a while. He seems to be a very unreliable person, but he didn't expect to be so powerful, and he even used his improved Bakud to capture the enemy alive. And capturing the enemy alive is much more difficult than killing it. This kind of strength, to be willing to be mediocre and hide his strength for 10 years, can only be said to be a generation of strange people. Captain Bo Village, is that the one just now? The vice-captain of the 7th division came to Komamura Seijin, and asked in a low voice, which one is the newly appointed vice-captain of the 1st division? That's right, who else is this strange person besides him? Komamura Seijin glanced at his players, everyone was tired and bruised. But the sounds of fighting, explosions, roars and screams from a distance reminded him that now is not a good time to rest. Everyone, can you hold on any longer? Can. Okay, let's go to help the other team members, and follow me if you can move. Oh. In the distance, on a long street. Bang, bang, bang. Steady and slow gunshots were chasing after Kurako Shunsui, who kept dodging. Kurako Shunsui, who was blind in one eye and lost half of his ear, was no longer lazy and frivolous as usual, with bitterness written all over his face. This guy's speed is frighteningly fast. Kurako Shunsui, who was trying to capture Robert's speed, allowed himself to constantly occupy the high ground so that Kaiten Kaikotsu's characteristics could be brought to ultimate. As for stepping on shadows? Stop making trouble, the other party's speed is so fast that he can't catch it, let alone step on the shadow. If you want to defeat the opponent, you have to start from other places. Kurako Shunsui, who was taller than Robert, had just swung his knife when Robert suddenly appeared above his head and shot a powerful spirit bullet at him. Whoosh! Amid the sound of breaking through the air, Kurako Shunsui tried his best to dodge, the corners of his clothes were pierced, and at the same time he fell rapidly. How? Robert held up the white pistol in his hand, and Fuyui's eyes were fixed on Kurako Shunsui. Surprised? This is as it should be, after all the abilities of your Zanpakuto have been fully mastered by me, and all this is due to the supreme majesty of our invisible empire. All the information about you and all other captains has been recorded here. Robert nodded his temple, it's right here. That means, apart from capturing Bankai, you have already mastered all the important combat power information of Godai 13. That's right. Robert nodded lightly, even your captain is the same. The tyrannical Ryotsuba before came from your captain. I can tell you directly that he will lose, and he will definitely lose to our great majesty. Hey, don't talk too much. Your so-called predictive thinking doesn't apply to my old man. Kurako Shunsui also smiled when he spoke. In addition, you said that you have all the information on our Godai 13's important combat power, so which information on the top of your head, are you sure you know? As soon as Kurako Shunsui said this, Robert looked up, but when he looked up, a lump of booger bounced on his forehead. Looking at Duke, who was standing above his head with a member of the Star-Crossed Knights on his shoulders, digging his nose, Robert touched his forehead. Immediately wiped off a large pile of booger with clean white gloves. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen people picking their noses? While Duke was speaking, another lump of booger bounced on Robert's face. You bloody BD! Even a calm and silent person like Robert couldn't bear Duke's insult, so he immediately pulled the trigger and fired at Duke above his head. At the same time that the spirit bullet pierced through Duke's phantom, Duke also came behind Robert. Uncle, you are a bit slow. Robert turned his head in disbelief, and as soon as he turned his head away, a finger pierced his forehead. Pooh! When Duke's fingers pierced Robert's brow neatly, a shock erupted along the way, destroying Robert's brain. Robert, whose eyes immediately lost their expression, could no longer hold his weapon steadily in his palm. When the white pistol fell, Duke also pulled out his finger and let it fall downward. Thump! Robert, whose body fell into the dust, opened his eyes wide. He couldn't figure out that he, a member of the knights who had received the protection of Juhabak and possessed the holy letter N, would die in an unknown on the body of a nobody. Duke glanced at his fingers covered in blood and brains, and couldn't help but waved his hand in disgust. He fell down, and without waiting for Kurako Shunsui to say anything, he rubbed his fingers against the opponent's body. Hey, it's disgusting. Seeing Duke's behavior like this, Kurako Shunsui's gratitude suddenly evaporated. You are disgusting, don't I feel disgusting? And what's that on your shoulder? Captive? Why are there so many black handprints on this lady's buttocks? Did you know that harassing and abusing captives is against humanity? Wait, these guys are the ones who are mean first. Duke doing this can be regarded as an outlet for his own people. That's okay. Hey, what do you see me doing? Duke blew his nose and wiped it on Kurako Shunsui's embroidered pink feather jacket. Kurako Shunsui's mouth twitched slightly when he saw his Haori coat being smeared with something like this. I said, can't you stop your rude behavior? Kurako Shunsui angrily pulled his coat back from Duke's hand, and Duke said with a look of disgust, Hee, when I saved you just now, you were full of joy, but now you have such a look of disgust. Oh, man! I won't treat your eyes, just stay blind. UBD. Kurako Shunsui, who had a few veins on his forehead, resisted the urge to beat Duke in his heart. After taking a few deep breaths, he heard Duke say again, "By the way, I saved your life. Please ask me to give you 10 health cares. It shouldn't be too much." "What?" Kirako Shunsui opened his eyes wide, but Duke didn't allow him to question him, patted him on the shoulder, turned and left with Bumby on his shoulders. "Okay, that's it. I have to go to other places to support. After everything is over, remember to ask me to take care of you." Chapter 18. Seoul Society, Technology Development Agency. Report: Kira Izuru's vice-captain Ryotsu has disappeared, and the accompanying 3rd team members Ryotsu have also disappeared. Ryotsu disappeared in many places in the entire Seireitei, and the Ryotsu of the 25 members of the West 601 area all disappeared, and they were determined to be dead. According to the current statistics, as of now, nearly 2,000 Ryotsu have disappeared, in other words, nearly 2,000 people have died. In addition, there are 16 enemy Ryotsu in the entire Seireitei. The investigators believe that the news was sent back, and it is currently determined to be dead. Ajin, the 3rd Blade Lieutenant of the 12th Division, listened to the reports of the surrounding team members, and his expression became more and more dignified. The current situation can be said to be the worst loss for Seireitei and Godei 13 in the history of Seoul Society. Not to mention the team members who lost nearly 2,000 people in one breath, even the vice-captain died. This has never been done before. You know, in the battle against Arankar and Aizen, there were only a small number of sacrifices. But now, there is no doubt that it has escalated into a real war. A war aimed at killing each other at all costs. Damn it, what are we going to do? Ajin looked at Ryotsu radar in front of him, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Even if the captain is dispatched, there are too many enemies and our side has suffered heavy losses. If we want to end the whole battle quickly, we must have a strong combat force to join in. But at this moment, a figure appeared in his mind. Yes, you can find him. Contact Shinigami agent Kurosaki Ichigo immediately. But... Nothing but, if there is any responsibility, I will take it, contact him immediately. Yes. Huff, huff, huff. The violent breathing made Byakuya Kokaki's shoulders tremble uncontrollably. When he couldn't use Bankai, he could only bite the bullet and attack, but even so, it didn't take any advantage. Even Abarai Renji, who was assisting on the sidelines, was as tired and bruised as he was. Senbonzakura lingers around Byakuya Kokaki's side, thousands of needle-like blades refract sunlight, like thousands of floating sakura flowers. Once you get close to the opponent, you will feel as if your hands and feet have been frostbitten. Could it be that the light thorns released by the opponent contain toxins? Byakuya Kokaki staring at Ace Not thought to himself, while Abarai Renji was also attentively observing the enemy's every move. Ace Not, who was surrounded by a ring of spiritual beams of thorny arrows, said hoarsely, "Why, are you confused? It's the same if you think about it, after all your legs are shaking." As soon as Ace Not spoke, Byakuya Kokaki immediately stabilized his trembling legs. "Ha, Byakuya Kokaki is fine with you. If an ordinary Shinigami is hit by my arrow, he will be tortured by fear in his heart on the spot, screaming and dying. After all, fear is an emotion that living things cannot avoid. Everything that is alive must have emotions and desires. It is joyful because it gets what it wants, and it is sad because it loses something it cherishes. And Ace Not rolled his eyes stiffly, because of fear and fear. Whoever is hit or touched by my arrows, no matter what existence, as long as it has life, will fall into the fearful Uzumaki. All feelings will turn into fear, and there is no avoiding it. But you can still stand here, all because of your amazing willpower. It's really good." Ace Not's compliment did not make Byakuya Kokaki happy, but was incomparably numb. After all, when it comes to psychic abilities, each one is extremely tricky. Although fear can be overcome with willpower, once any picture emerges in the mind, it will be catalyzed by fear into another terrifying scene. Byakuya Kokaki recalled the appearance of his wife and sister Rukia in his mind, and Rukia in his mind quickly changed from a beautiful girl to a dead bone. Thinking of this, Byakuya Kokaki, with trembling palms, took a few deep breaths, trying to get the horrific picture out of his mind. But at this moment, a familiar shout came. "Brother!" "What?" Byakuya Kokaki, looking for the sound, saw Rukia running towards him. His expression suddenly changed. "Why did this girl come here?" "Oh!" Noticing the change in Byakuya Kokaki's expression, Ace Knot looked at Rukia and chuckled. "Is this the one you care about? I wonder what it would be like for such a delicate girl to fall into fear." While speaking, a thorny arrow shot at Rukia so fast that even Byakuya Kokaki had no time to react. But at this moment, a figure suddenly crossed in front of Rukia, raised his hand to grab the thorny arrow, and crushed it casually. Byakuya Kokaki was relieved to see someone who had helped Rukia pull through. "Hey, little brother, are you okay?" Duke, who was carrying Bumby on his shoulder, rubbed his fingers casually, and asked Rukia behind him. Rukia, who was still in shock, immediately thanked. "It's nothing, thank you very much." "You don't have to be so polite, little brother." "That." Rukia blinked and corrected, "I'm a girl." "Don't be kidding, you don't even have a pay, and you still say that you are a woman. A fake mother is a fake mother, ah ha ha ha." Duke, who patted Rukia's shoulder, laughed loudly, but Byakuya Kokaki had veins on his forehead. This damn BD, dare to say that about his lovely sister. At the same time that a murderous intent erupted, Ace Knot was a little surprised. The man Byakuya Kokaki had clearly been affected by his fear. Why did he suddenly burst out with such a strong killing intent and fighting spirit? Wait, this killing intent and fighting spirit didn't come from him, so there is no problem. Your Excellency Duke. Duke looked at Byakuya Kokaki. Byakuya Kokaki lowered his head slightly, and said word by word, "Sister, sister, thank you for your help." After a pause, Byakuya Kokaki emphasized again, "Sister, sister." Oiran on the side was a little surprised when he saw Byakuya Kokaki like this. He had never seen a captain like this before. "Ahem, what are you carrying on your shoulders, Vice Captain Duke?" Oiran quickly changed the topic. Duke walked towards Ace Knot, and at the same time slapped Bumby's a. "The one-to-one human dolls I saw on the road are pretty good. No, no matter how you look at it, this is a real person." Oiran looked at Bumby on Duke's shoulder passing by him, and didn't know what to say for a while. "What's the matter with that so-called one-to-one doll on your shoulder staring at you with murderous eyes, Vice Captain Duke?" "Well, I have limited time, so I won't argue with you." Duke walked towards Ace Knot, while lowering his eyelids. A terrifying aura pressed towards Ace Knot. "Zombie face, how do you plan to die?" Chapter 19. Zombie face, how do you plan to die? Duke carried Bumby on his shoulders and approached Ace Knot, who was wearing a mask on his face. While the guy's eyeballs trembled slightly, he was also observing Duke's every move. It's just that Duke walks smoothly and looks calm, only Bumby on his shoulder is still yelling constantly. "This gloomy Ryotsu, is it Ace Knot? Bumby, how did you get captured?" Ace Knot unleashes a spirit thorn arrow in an attempt to block Duke's advance. But these arrows were all shot out by Duke without exception, and fell on the ground in the distance, blasting pits one after another. Slapped the Quincy's sacred arrow flying with his bare hands. This guy is so strong. Rukia couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw Duke walking leisurely in the courtyard. "Don't worry about why I was captured, run away quickly, Ace Knot. Robert has already been killed by him, you will not be an opponent, run away quickly, escape from here, tell other members of the Knights, tell your Majesty." "What?" Only then did Ace Knot realize the seriousness of the problem, and was bestowed with the holy letter N by His Majesty. "Robert, who had the fastest speed of the star-crossed knights, was actually killed by this Shinigami who looked good but had nothing but good looks? How can that be? The specific ability of Robert's holy text N is network, which means network jump. That is to say, Robert has a speed faster than that of the computer network in the present world, and with his shooting skills, it can be said that there are few opponents. And it was such a person who was actually killed by the guy in front of him. No, you have to leave quickly and inform other people about this matter. Ace Knot, who took a step back, quickly grew and spread like a weed, and at the moment he stepped back, Duke also pulled out the Zanpakutt from his waist, aiming the blade at Ace Knot. Zombie face, are you scared? Fear is a good emotion. Fear can teach creatures to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. It can make creatures ignite the desire to survive, and it can also allow creatures to reproduce and pass on. So now, do you think your fear can keep your life alive? While Duke was speaking, Ace Knot stepped on the ground immediately, trying to use his flying feet to leave quickly. Zhang! With a soft chant, it was like vibrating the strings of a lute, and the jade beads fell into the silver plate. Next second, a line of blood appeared on Ace Knot's neck, and the bloodline quickly ran through his neck. Ace Knot's head, which had just been vacated, tilted to one side and fell to the ground along with his body. It's so fast, the knife. Oiran Renji gulped his saliva. He didn't even see how Duke made a move just now, he only knew that this guy just pulled out the knife, and the head of the Quincy that put himself and the captain in a hard fight fell to the ground. This is even faster than Byakuya Kukaki. This place is handed over to you, and I have to go to other places to support. While Duke was speaking, he also sensed the entire Seireitei. Ryutsu of Yamamoto genre Ise Shigakuni was constantly centered on him, radiating outward at 360 degrees. Well, old man Yamamoto's Ryutsu is fine, it looks like I can play a little longer. Where are you going to support next? Duke turned and left with a knife. Bumby on his shoulder looked at Ace Knot whose body had been separated and opened his mouth, with deep hatred in his eyes. You bloody BD, let me down, let's fight to the death. To shut up. Duke slapped Ace Knot's A with the blade of his sword, and said lazily, captives are not eligible to raise conditions. In addition, when you are sealed by me, whether it is your person or your heart, it is mine. Enjoy your time now, because once this matter is over, you will never have a chance to complain. Second Squad Station. Aha! Amidst the coquettish voice, Sui Feng is like a female leopard facing the Quincy or wearing an axe-shaped iron mask similar to a medieval knight. Just when he approached the opponent, several sharp spears quickly protruded from under the opponent's robe. The sharp knife stabs at Sui Feng. Sui Feng guessed the air with his little feet, condensed the spirit particles permeating the atmosphere, and formed a petal, while quickly backing up. He also watched helplessly that the position he was just now was pierced by several sharp knives. It wasn't over yet. Sui Feng saw the opponent stretch out his right arm from under the robe again, a multi-barreled Gatling that completely replaced the opponent's arm. Buzz buzz. Gatling turned from slow to fast, and countless spiritual bullets spewed out with the gunfire, and quickly covered the range where Sui Feng was. Break! Just when Sui Feng was unable to avoid it, a low shout came, and the space in front of Sui Feng was suddenly cut off by a tyrannical force. To this force all annihilation without a trace. This is... Before Sui Feng could figure out the situation, she realized that her hair was being grabbed, and at the same time, everything in her sight quickly backed away. After everything settled down, Duke's frivolous voice reached Sui Feng's ears. Hey, Sui Feng, I saved you once, you can't thank me without wearing a maid outfit. Sui Feng looked up at this moment, and found that it was Duke who was grabbing him. Not only that, but also a woman with many black handprints on her buttocks was carried on Duke's shoulder. Who needs you to save me? I can handle this Quincy. Oh, it's okay to be charming, but it's okay to be arrogant. Duke put down Sui Feng, pointed her up and said, "Haven't you heard of being tsundere and ruining your life? You are the proud one." Sui Feng blushed and puffed up his cheeks, glaring at Duke angrily. "Ha ha ha, you are really cute." For Sui Feng, who is only 1.5 meters tall, Duke, who is more than 1.8 meters tall, raised his hand to stroke her hair. "You frivolous BD." Sui Feng slapped Duke's palm away angrily, but Duke ignored him. He looked at the Queen Simon wearing an axe-shaped iron mask in front of him and touched his chin. "I didn't watch Shinigami much at the beginning. When I watched anime TV, I just stared at OP." He didn't know anything about the Millennium bloody battle that followed, except for Hubok. But the Ryotsuo of this guy in front of him is not quite right, it is very different from the General Quincy. "You are not human." While Duke tapped his right shoulder with the Zanpakuta in his hand, Bai Jianane, who was wearing an axe-shaped iron mask, also said coldly, "This has nothing to do with you. Tisk, you're going to be beaten for talking like that." Duke's expression suddenly changed when he said this, just after Yamamoto Genrisai's Ryotsu changed. It seems that old man Yamamoto must have encountered some troublesome fellow. In this case, I can't continue to dawdle. Thinking of this, Duke swung his knife at Bjane very casually. "What's wrong with old man Yamamoto? I'm going to support him. You should pay more attention and don't die." Duke told Sui Feng, "After all, you still owe me a maid costume." "UBD, who would owe you that stuff?" Sui Feng was furiously jumped by Duke, but Duke had already disappeared in front of him, and Bai Jinai, who had fought hard for Sui Feng for a long time, looked at the smooth incision on his waist in disbelief. "Just a random knife cut me in half. What kind of power is this?" Chapter 20. Siling Court, somewhere. The two stood on top of the ruins. One was tall and thin, with long blonde hair and blue eyes. His facial features were exquisite but his eyes were indifferent, without any superfluous expressions. Wearing a snow-white Quincy suit, a white cloak with a pentagram on it, and a sword on his waist as a weapon, he has a noble and pure demeanor. The other person, with long black hair and beard, has a deep and fierce appearance, with red pupils, 3 silver medals on each collar, and a crimson cloak. These two were Huajie Hasward, the highest-ranking member of the Star-Crossed Knights, and the other was Juhabok, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire who was accompanied by Huajie Hasward. At this moment, Juhabok grabbed a tall and burly man with one hand, pinched the other's neck, and said with a sneer, "Zaraki Kenpeki, one of the special forces, did not expect to be so weak. It seems I think highly of you." Zaraki Kenpeki was unconscious at the moment. No matter what Juhabok said, he couldn't hear him. At this moment, Juhabok turned his head suddenly, just because an old man appeared in front of him. Although his appearance is old, his aura is enough to burn mountains and seas, and his face is even more terrifying. It was none other than Yamamoto Genrisai. "Long time no see, Juhabok." Yamamoto Genrisai carried Zanpakuta Regenjaka, which was still in the sheath, and walked towards Juhabok step by step. Every step he took would leave a scorched black footprint on the ground. "We haven't seen each other for 1,000 years." Juhabok threw Zaraki Kenpeki aside like trash, and Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni was indifferent to what happened to Zaraki Kenpeki, but his aura was 3 points more aggressive than before. Yamamoto Genrisai, who was distorted in the air, and Ryotsu, who was terrifying, angry, and violent, also covered the entire Soul Society in Setsuna. For just a split second, almost all members of Godi I-13 felt his emotional shift through Yamamoto Genrisai's Ryotsu. Not only that, but there is also a sense of hotness, drought, and scorching that permeates the entire Soul Society. Even the water in the vases used for arranging flowers in some team buildings that have not been attacked for the time being evaporated instantly. This kind of power, Mr. Yamamoto is completely angry. Dry lips and sore throat. The injury was already serious, but the captain added fuel to the fire. There is a hot wave in Ryotsu, does it mean that the captain is going to use Bankai? It's so hot, as expected of the captain. The existence worthy of the captain's shot is the leader of the enemy. Have you met that man yet? Ah, this old guy is really worrying. Just when the conflict between Yamamoto Genrisai and Yuhabak was on the verge of breaking out, Duke also walked out of the void with Bumby on his shoulders. It's like teleporting. It's just that Duke doesn't have the ability to teleport, he's just too fast, so fast that no one can see clearly, which creates the illusion of teleportation. As soon as he appeared, Duke heard Yamamoto Genrisai say, "Duke, take Zaraki Kenpeki away and stay away from here. For the next battle, stay as far away as possible, otherwise it will be affected." "Ha, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, do you, the guy who is called the Ghost of the Sword, know how to be sympathetic to his subordinates?" Yuhabak spoke sarcastically, and Yamamoto Genrisai sneered at Yuhabak with disdain. "People will change, Yuhabak. But one thing won't change. That is, today you will have the same scene from thousands of years ago again, and I will kill you thoroughly, so that you will not become a threat to future generations." Yamamoto Genrisai was full of murderous intent, and even Ujilan Hasward, who was beside Yuhabak, felt an unspeakable sense of oppression. This is the power of the captain of Shinigami Godai 13. It's amazing. Also at this time, 3 figures appeared above Yamamoto Genrisai's head in no particular order, and attacked him at the same time. Next second, a terrifying explosion erupted instantly, drowning everything around. The flames soared into the sky, and the sound waves spread throughout the entire Lingling court. But after the explosion, Yamamoto Genrisai was unharmed, and the 3 figures who attacked him disappeared without a trace. Tisk, this old guy is really scary. Duke, who was carrying Bumby, covered his face with his hands, and at the same time muttered to himself. Even if it's me, it's not easy to kill him without showing some real skills. But if the captain is so strong, wouldn't it be more enjoyable for me to fish in the future? Duke blinked his eyes. Yamamoto Genrisai can be said to be the pinnacle of the entire Godai 13, the entire Seireitei and even the Soul Society. With him, the flame in the hearts of the Shinigami will never be extinguished, and Seireitei will never perish. And with such a strong old guy in front of him, Duke will be more comfortable in the future. What was Duke looking for 6 warrants at the same time? With Yamamoto Genrisai supporting the situation, Duke will call a dozen warrants to accompany him in the future. Well, old man Yamamoto can't die. If he dies, it will be very difficult for me to catch fish in the future. That's right, he can't die, absolutely can't die. If he's dead, I have to take on more responsibilities, and I can't be as happy as I used to be. Duke thought of this, and twisted his neck slightly. Since that's the case, let's use some real skills. At this moment, Yamamoto Genrisai, who had already drawn his sword, had distorted his face so much that he couldn't see his original appearance. His ghost-like face was full of anger and killing intent. It looks like this. Yuhabak pulled out the saber at his waist, with a wild smile on his face. I really miss it. Suddenly, a wave of Kid-S power came out, making Yuhabak and Hugeland Hasward cast their gazes involuntarily. Zaraki Kenpeki, who was thrown away like garbage by Yuhabak, was seriously injured and dying, and somehow came to Duke's side at this moment. Duke's right index finger and middle finger were brought together to form a sword finger, and at the same time he shouted, Bakud 73, Daoshan change. Skybreaker. Soon a triangular cone-shaped defensive wall emerged, but unlike the normal Bakud 73 inverted mountain crystals, this defensive wall was stronger than the triangular arrow cone. Putting Zaraki Kenpeki and Bumby into the wall crystals condensed by the space shuttle respectively, Duke waved them away. In the ensuing battle, their presence was too much of a hindrance. It is better to send it away directly. Captain. Duke pressed the Zanpakut on his waist and came to Yamamoto Genrisai's side. You have been asking me how to verify my allegiance to Seireitei. Today, I will let you see my determination. Oh! Yamamoto Genrisai glanced at Duke, and said flatly, "Boy, do you want to fight with me? You are not qualified. Aren't you curious about my trump card?" Duke came to Yamamoto Genrisai in a few steps. While leaning slightly, he also stood in front of Yamamoto Unmarried Shigakuni in a weird posture that was about to spin himself like a top. "Not curious, willing to be mediocre, my trump card that has been hidden for 10 years. Humph, little slick." Seeing Duke's posture, Yamamoto Genrisai took half a step back, leaving enough room for Duke to display it, even though his mouth was distasteful. "I never use this trick lightly. I use it today. I hope you will not be scared." While Duke spoke sternly, Juhabak also let out a breath of foul air. "Ha, insignificant brat, do you think you can hurt me? How will you know if you don't try?" Duke took a deep breath. Ryotsu fluctuated and exploded in the next second. The Ryotsu that Duke erupted was like a volcanic eruption, which directly changed the celestial phenomena of the entire Seireitei. "Captain, take a good look at my trump card." "Swastika, solution!" Duke shouted loudly, turned around and picked up Yamamoto Genrisai by the waist, and ran away without looking back. "You fuel the road." "Silence, silence, silence!" There was a long silence. "Your Majesty, we..." Hujalin Hasward paused, and continued, "It seems to be tricked." Uhabach also nodded, obviously he didn't expect such an ending. The Ryotsu eruption of that never-before-seen kid just now was like a volcanic eruption, and even changed the sky. But in the end? In the end? "Lao Zi's pants are all off, you show me this. Knock your mother." Chapter 21. Put this old man down. UBD, quickly put the old man down. Yamamoto Genrisai, who was carried by Duke on his shoulders, stared angrily and shouted loudly. At the beginning, Yamamoto Motoriase Shigakuni felt a little relieved when he felt the Ryotsu released by Duke. This kid who was willing to be mediocre and depraved for 10 years finally knew the right and wrong, and understood the righteousness of his family and country. But what? Horse riding, this BD kid put on a good posture, turned his head and ran away with himself. "I have lived for thousands of years, and I have never seen such a brazen guy. You brazen BD, how can you run away, how can you run away? You put me down, I'm going to kill that BD Uhabak. Captain, you'd better save some effort." Duke, carrying Yamamoto Genrisai, crazily away from Uhabak, finally stopped on top of a tower. When the information on both sides is not clear, it is just reckless courage for you to go up and fight rashly. The courage of a reckless man. Yamamoto Genrisai blew his beard and stared. "You say I'm brave? Yeah, did I say something wrong?" Duke put his hands behind his back, and at the same time, his 10 fingers slashed back and forth in the void behind him, and there were traces of spirit particles like black ink stains imprinted in the void. This old man was able to kill Uhabak to a complete standstill 1,000 years ago, so after 1,000 years, I will be able to kill him like I did 1,000 years ago. "Ha, Captain Yamamoto, let's talk about the simplest truth." Duke continued to draw the void with his fingers, and opened his mouth to express his opinion. "It is a dog that is beaten into an extremely miserable situation, and it will have a long memory, and it will not dare to provoke the person who beat it again. Is it true that Uhabak, who was killed by you thousands of years ago, is not as good as a dog? Every life must have self-thinking, and everything experienced in life will become life experience, so as to avoid past mistakes or reproduce past successes. Uhabak dared to attack Seireitei after 1,000 years, which means that he doesn't care about the fiasco 1,000 years ago. In other words, he has the strength and confidence to face you, and even kill you. And if you can make a guy who suffered a huge injury 1,000 years ago dare to continue to attack, then the other party must have the confidence to kill you. Seeing that Yamamoto Genre Ise Shigakuni was about to blow his beard and stare again, Duke continued, "Of course, you have also improved in the past 1,000 years, and your strength is far from what you were 1,000 years ago. But wouldn't Johobok think otherwise? Then what gives him the confidence to face you, who has improved in strength for thousands of years, and dare to attack Sei Lingting wantonly?" There is only one answer. Duke stopped drawing the ink marks of Lingzi with his 10 fingers, and then clenched his fingers tightly. Poor information. There is a huge intelligence gap between the two of you, and this intelligence gap is enough to cost you your life. Then you mean to let the old man just watch that BD ravage Siling court like this? As soon as Yamamoto Genrisai roared, a series of spiritual ink marks appeared in front of his eyes, and all the ink marks swam around him, turning into an impenetrable cage in the blink of an eye. Hum! With just one sound, Yamamoto Genrisai was trapped in it. This is... Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni raised his hand to caress the enchantment that imprisoned him, and said in surprise, "Bakud's enchantment? That's right, I created my own, named Bakud 101 Infinite Space. In it, no one can escape." Duke pointed to himself and said with a smile, "Unless I voluntarily undo this barrier. Of course, I don't recommend you to forcibly break through the barrier, because although the barrier is on the top of the tower, it is bound to the entire Soul Society's spiritual veins. When you attack the barrier, you are attacking the entire Soul Society. Society. Even if it's you, no matter how strong you are, it's impossible for you to have the power to destroy the entire Soul Society." Duke opened his arms and backed away slowly. Yamamoto Genrisai stared at Duke through the barrier and said, "UBD, what the hell are you trying to do? I once said that I have one thing in common with you, and that is to guard the Siling court." Duke shook his hand, a projection appeared in the barrier, and the projection showed everything around Duke. "Now, it's my turn to contribute to Seireitei. As for you, just stay here and watch my performance." Duke turned to leave, but before he left, Duke stopped, turned his head and said seriously to Yamamoto Genrisai, "By the way, there is one more thing. This time, I'm going on vacation. I'm going to Huajie for vacation. Remember it, don't go back on your word." At the same time as Duke lit Yamamoto Genrisai, he also jumped off the tower and disappeared in front of him. Only with the live broadcast projection in the enchantment, Yamamoto Genrisai can still see the situation of Duke Joshen. Looking at the projection left by Duke, Yamamoto Genre Ise Shigakuni snorted coldly, "This lazy brat. Hueco Mundo. Finally kill this guy." Kurosaki Ichigo saw a big hole in his chest and abdomen, and Kairaja, who was slumped forward, couldn't help but thank Urahara Kisuk who was steaming between them. "Thank you, Manager Urahara. It's nothing, but thanks to you, the ongoing battle caused the Rishi to be confused, making him unaware of my Ryutsuo and the released hat." Urahara Kisuk blew on his fingers and pressed his hat. "By the way, Ichigo, Kin from the 12th Division contacted you. The Invisible Empire has launched a full-scale attack on the Soul Society, and your help is needed there." While Urahara Kisuk was speaking, he also threw his magic teleportation machine at Ichigo. "What?" Kurosaki Ichigo, who caught the messenger in a hurry, quickly got on the phone and said, "Hi, I'm Kurosaki Ichigo. Mr. Ichigo, I'm Akin, and the situation is urgent, so I'll tell you straight away. Just 10 minutes ago, the enemy's Invisible Empire ignited 11 pillars of spiritual fire in various parts of the Lingling court and launched an attack. Nearly 2,000 people have been killed or injured in the secret realm. We need your help, please come to Soul Society." Listening to Jin's words, Kurosaki Ichigo realized the seriousness of the matter. "Ichigo, the portal to the world has been opened, and we can leave at any time." Urahara Kisuk pointed to the shady portal next to him, and Kurosaki Ichigo immediately thanked him, "Thank you, Mr. Puiyuan." At this moment, a bunch of spiritual seeds brushed against Kurosaki Ichigo's temples. Looking at the line of defense shot by the bunch of spiritual seeds, Jiluja's whole body was bounded by countless spiritual seeds stitched into threads until he couldn't move. Various parts of the body. Sorry, I can't let you go to the Soul Society. Jiluja, who was using a random puppet, forced a smile on his face. After all, it's an order from His Majesty. I want to trap you here until the matter of the Soul Society is settled. So, Kurosaki Ichigo, don't even think about leaving. Chapter 22. Soul Society, somewhere. Juhabak and his personal bodyguard, Hujalin Hasward, stood where they were. Before the two could make any moves, Duke had already appeared out of thin air. The speed is so fast, it seems to be teleporting. It's been a long time, you two. Duke fell from the air to the ground without stirring up any smoke. Why, you dare to come back, a coward. The corners of Yubika's mouth split open, revealing a disdainful smile. Duke of Zanpakut wrapped his left palm around his waist and scratched his temples. Your target is Captain Yamamoto, right? Without waiting for Yuhabak to answer, Duke continued, everything before was a bit too deliberate, as if deliberately waiting for him to find you. And Captain Yamamoto is the backbone of the entire Godi I-13. If he dies, your plan to invade the Soul Society and destroy Seireitei will go more smoothly. So, for my future happy life, I have to guard against it. Ha! Sharp-tongued, slippery brat. Juhabak drew out the saber at his waist, pointed at Duke, and said at the same time, do you think you can stop me? This one, you only know after you fight, don't you? Duke grabbed Zanpakut's left hand and pulled it hard, and at the same time he pulled out his own Zanpakut. Zanpakut spun twice in front of Duke before being caught in Duke's hand. Grasping the handle of the knife with his right hand and holding the back of the knife with his left hand, Duke whispered, show your sharpness, 2 breaks. Setsuna liberated by Shikai, the sealed state in Duke's hand instantly changes into a 7-foot-long sword. Duke, who was carrying the saber, twisted his neck slightly. I haven't fought anyone for many years, so I'm actually curious, who is stronger now, me or you? Brat. Yuhabak chuckled, just as he took a step forward, Duke held the 2 broken sword soldier with both hands and swung it forward vigorously. Initially, the blade was like gurgling water. As Duke stepped forward, a very shallow water line began to meander in the void, flowing past Juhabak and his bodyguard Hujalin in the blink of an eye. Duke also came behind Yuhabak and Hujalin. A very clear line of blood appeared on Yuhabaka's neck. Duke also casually shook the 2 broken knives in his hand. Chop 1, run water. Pooh! The head of Juhabaka's neck soared to the sky, and his neck was like a fountain, and the blood gushed out like a spring, 3 feet high. Hujalin at the side touched the blood on his face, and then touched his neck. There was a shallow line of blood on his neck. However, this blood line did not expand, it was just a shallow touch. Your ability is a little strange. Duke turned around with 2 broken knives on his shoulders, without looking at Juhabaka's body. In fact, it's not Jubik at all. Just after he beheaded this so-called Yuhabak, the figure and face of the other party suddenly changed into another person. A male Quincy with a bald head, ears covered with round earmuffs with slightly damaged outer edges, a pair of thin eyebrows, and a third eye on his forehead. Duke didn't even look at the Quincy who was pretending to be Yuhabak, but turned his attention to Hujalin. Hujalin, who was watched by Duke, felt as if he had returned to his childhood. Back to that weak, ignorant, and helpless time. I obviously hit you, but when I cut off your neck immediately, the causal cycle changed. Duke touched his neck, there was a faint white mark on his neck. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it clearly. Not only did not all the slashes I gave you were released, but they were doubled back. If I hadn't caught this change, I'm afraid my neck would have been like yours. Duke twisted his neck and showed a white fang towards Hujalin. It's a very interesting ability that involves the rules of cause and effect, but what I'm more curious about is how much damage you can transfer with this power. Duke put down the 2 broken knives from his shoulders, and walked towards Huajie Hasward. Every step was like the beat of a death knell, beating on Huajie's heart. Huajie, who pulled out the long sword at his waist, took out a shield from under the cloak behind him. This shield was a shield with a prismatic star-cross protrusion. But at this moment, there is already a sharp cut mark on this shield. Seeing the slash marks on the shield, Duke's eyes showed enlightenment. So it's not that my slashes didn't hit you all, but you used this shield to absorb my slashes. Then let me guess again, the double feedback ability should also have something to do with this shield. Huajie didn't speak, just raised the shield in front of him, and stared at Duke without blinking his eyes while holding the long sword. Why don't you like talking? Duke shrugged his shoulders. It's not good at all for such a good-looking young man who doesn't like to talk. If you go to Huajie, maybe you will be welcomed by me. Well, Gao Lang Bing Shan male god, Huajie's mother Sang will definitely like someone like you. All right. A malicious smile appeared on Duke's face. I'll beat you half to death, and then I'll capture you and sell you to Huajie to be a cowherd. Ha 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 ha, I'm such a genius. Just as Duke laughed out loud, an indifferent voice sounded behind him. Hey, kid. It's really unwise to talk to yourself like no one else. Accompanied by the words, there was an invisible impact, and the impact quickly came to Duke's back. Duke turned around quickly at the very moment, and slashed at him with a knife. Ding! When Duke's 2 broken knives and the impact released by the master of the voice collided with Setsuna, a huge explosion occurred immediately. There was an explosion, the flames soared into the sky, and the smoke and dust rushed to the surroundings like 1,000 horses. Just as the smoke and dust obscured Duke's sight, several sacred arrows flew towards Duke. Duke didn't even look at it, but randomly moved the 2 broken knives in his hand to stop all the sacred arrows. You are Huajie. When the smoke and dust cleared, Duke also saw clearly the appearance of the comer. The other party had long black hair and a beard, a deep and fierce appearance, red pupils, 3 silver medals on each collar, and a man in a crimson cloak. This is clearly the real Huajie. Huajie stood high in the sky, watching Duke silently. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion in the distance. The spirit beams soared into the sky, reflecting the sky into a black blue like the vast ocean. Duke, who didn't even look at the direction of the explosion, said calmly, I just moved to the first team today, and you blew up the first team's garrison. You have to pay for my bedding, salute, and personal belongings. Why, in your opinion, the first team's team building is not as precious as your own? Huajie said jokingly. Duke scratched the back of his head, and said directly, the public's things are always the public's, and the things that belong to you are your own. Do you understand? At the same time, after watching the live broadcast of Duke, Yamamoto Genrisaya saw the new Huajie, and besides anger, there was endless fear and panic in his heart. Huajie, this guy, actually planned to ambush him. And that guy also blew up the garrison of the first team, and under the garrison of the first team is the most important place in the entire Seiling court. That is Mao's underground prison. Inside, the most vicious criminals in the history of Seireitei were imprisoned. The most famous one is that man, Aizen. Is this guy coming for Aizen? After returning to calm, Yamamoto Genrisai also began to think, but immediately he was faced with a new problem. Is the kid Duke really capable of facing Huajie? You're weird, Shinigami. Huajie looked at Duke with an angry face. This guy was angry not because he blew up the 1st Division garrison, but because there were his salutes, bedding and personal belongings in the 1st Division garrison. These things were destroyed, and he was very angry. I think you've been on it for too long, and you've treated yourself like a fool. Duke rolled his eyes, carried 2 broken knives, and said provocatively, stay up there all the time, won't you be cold? Ah! Huajie sneered, raised his hand and pulled out the saber at his waist. As he pulled out the weapon at his waist, the saber turned into a gleaming giant sword. Boy, you are very interesting, report your name. I am your father. Duke raised his middle finger towards Huajie, his face full of disdain and belittling. Chapter 23. I am your father. Duke, carrying 2 broken knives, raised his middle finger towards Huajie. Ha ha ha, interesting kid. Huajie laughed loudly. Before the laughter stopped, he came to Duke in a flash. Duke's expression was slightly restrained, and he pressed the handle of the 2 broken knives, and the broad blade cut straight out. Ding! The moment the 2 broken knives and Huajie's flashing giant sword touched each other, they made a crisp sound like a silver bell. On the other hand, Huajie Hasward, who was watching the battle, opened his eyes wide, just because the weapons of Duke and Huajie did not actually touch each other, and there was still a distance of half a hand between their weapons. Wide gap. At the same time, Duke also opened his mouth and glanced at the weapons that collided with each other. Your strength is not weak. You too, exceeded my expectations. Huajie replied calmly, and continued, I really don't understand why someone as strong as you has been unknown in the past 10 years, and has not appeared until now. Well, speaking of this, I have to thank you, the Invisible Empire. If you hadn't suddenly attacked the Black Prism Gate and declared war, I would still be living my own leisurely life. Duke opened his mouth, thank you so much. While speaking, Duke's 2 broken knives pressed down, cutting off the half-palm wide gap, and the 2 broken knives slammed hard on Huajie's broad-bladed lightsaber. The direct contact of the 2 weapons was silent, but this was not the case for Huajie who was watching the battle. Boom! Huajie's heart twitched and flew uncontrollably into the distance. The clothes on his body instantly became tattered, and knife marks quickly appeared on his tight face. Setsuna, who was bleeding from the wound, he also didn't know where he was blown away in the blink of an eye. The ground beneath Duke and Huajie's feet cracked inch by inch, and the invisible knife light fell on the ground, cutting the ground open, leaving ravines. The spirit particles fluctuated rapidly, forming a huge holy bow above Huajie's head. As soon as the holy bow emerged, dozens of holy destroying arrows were placed on it, and they flew towards Duke at high speed. Duke's expression did not change, and the holy destroying arrow was annihilated by an invisible force just a hair away from him. And Huajie also saw the ink marks flowing on Duke's skin like a circuit board, which quickly disappeared. Apparently, his attack didn't work because of the circuit board-like bruises on Duke's skin. Is this kid? That's right. Duke nodded. Instead of continuing to apply pressure, the 2 broken knives were quickly withdrawn and stepped back. While fighting, he explained his moves and skills, and only a hot-blooded idiot could do this kind of thing. If you want to say it, you have to wait until the other party is dead, and after you have crushed the enemy to ashes, speak slowly to the ashes. As soon as he opened the distance, Huajie quickly shot dozens of holy arrows at Duke. Duke held 2 broken knives in his right hand and pushed forward with the palm of his left hand. Several clusters of crimson fireballs flew out. While the fireball and the holy destroying arrow cancelled each other out, Duke also hid the 2 broken knives behind him, lowered himself to the ground, and faced Huajie in a swooping posture. On the 2 broken knives that Duke hid behind him, there was an airflow wrapped around the 2 broken knives like a scabbard. And Huajie just saw Duke posing, and the next second the sound of the knife pierced through his ears. Pooh! Huajie, whose left arm was directly cut off, turned his head in astonishment, and looked at Duke behind him. What kind of move is this? My original sword technique is called Jean-er breaking the sheath. Duke flicked the 2 broken knives in his hand, but Huajie said, your swordsmanship is very strong, it should be stronger than Yamamoto genre Iasei Shigakuni. Not should, but sure. Duke put down the 2 broken knives in his hands, and when the blades touched the ground, the sound of explosions and fighting in the distance continued to spread towards this side. I'll ask you again, Shinigami, what's your name? Duke. So, Duke, are you willing to join the Invisible Empire? Jubak poked the lightsaber on the ground and stretched out his remaining right hand towards Duke. Come to my invisible empire, and you will become an existence under one person and above 10,000 people from now on. I will also give you great honor. Under one person. Duke tilted his head, stroked his chin and smiled. If the person under one person is a woman, I'd be more than happy, but if it's a man with a beard and a vicious face like you, let's forget it. Hearing what Duke said, Huajie said regretfully, the negotiations have broken down. Ha ha ha, yes, the negotiation broke down. Duke laughed out loud, and Huajie also laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, what a pity. Next second. The laughter subsided, and the two collided with each other again. At the same time as the sound of sword clashing was endless, Duke kicked Huajie, leaped high, carried the two broken knives on his shoulders, held the handles of the knives with both hands, and swung them forward heavily. 3 cut heavenly tilt. The two broken knives slashed down, and a terrifying pressure immediately fell on Huajie. Feeling this unspeakable pressure, Huajie quickly condensed a group of dazzling photons and slapped the ground. Holy singing praise of the sanctuary. The incantations drawn by Lingzi meandered in the void, and dazzling walls of light rose from the ground in the blink of an eye, and each wall of light was a huge cross. It looks very gorgeous. But at the moment when the light wall stood upright, Duke's two broken knives were completely cut off. The wall of light protecting Huajie in the center shattered silently, not even holding up for a heartbeat, and the mammoth knife light fell towards Huajie quickly, as if the sky was pouring. Facing the terrifying knife light, Huajie's figure flickered and disappeared in place, but the ground he had stood on before was replaced by a gully that ran through most of the Seireitei. The edge of the deep ravine is extremely smooth, but this blow is more harmful than the previous people from the Invisible Empire to the entire Seiling court. In an instant, everyone felt the shock of Duke's blow. Because this slash not only left a gully, but also an invisible shock swept the entire Lingling court. Yamamoto Genrisai, who was trapped in the boundless space by Duke, opened his eyes wide and cursed, "You brat, do you want to destroy the entire Seireitei? The damage caused by the people of the Invisible Empire is not as terrifying as you alone." But after the anger passed, Yamamoto Genrisai was deeply shocked. Because Duke, a guy who has been willing to be mediocre for 10 years, is so strong that Yamamoto genre Iasei Shigakuni is a little bit stunned. "Master Yamamoto, what happened just now?" Kurako Shunsui, who was blind in one eye and lost half of his ear, came outside the barrier set by Duke, looked at Yamamoto Genrisai inside the barrier, and immediately asked what happened. "It's that dude Duke, he's fighting Jubak." "What?" Kurako Shunsui stood on the top of the tower, condescendingly looking at the knife marks that ran through most of Seireitei. The Seireitei has suffered such a large amount of damage, it is impossible for Team Zero not to intervene. Yes, they will come from the Lingwang Palace, but when I think that the biggest damage is not caused by the enemy, but by my own people, the old man will be angry. "Well, old man, don't be angry. Duke is also to protect Seireitei." Kurako Shunsui hurriedly tried to comfort him, but Yamamoto Genrisai shouted, "I'm not angry at that kid for causing so much damage, but rather angry at him for being so strong, yet he is willing to be mediocre, depraved and unwilling to take any responsibility. Apart from lingering in Huajie all day long, I just sleep in. This damn BD, after this battle, we must let him take on greater responsibilities." Chapter 24. What a terrible destructive power! Huajie held his left arm with his right hand, looked at the terrifying ravine that stretched across the land of Seireitei, and let out a sigh of emotion. He raised his hand to connect the broken arm back to the cut of the left arm, and in the blink of an eye, Huajie's broken left arm was reconnected. Huajie, who moved his left arm, raised his hand to recall his weapon. At this time, Duke also appeared not far away from him. Duke, who was dragging the knife with both hands, swung the two broken knives and cut them out again. 3 cut heavenly tilt. If the horrific knife-like force that poured from the sky erupted for the second time, Huajie didn't even have the thought of resisting. After all, once Duke's saber strike is made, it is as if the sky is falling, and it is unstoppable. And even if Huajie had the strength to block it, he would not waste his physical strength in vain. That would be so stupid. In the battle between the strong, the slightest difference is enough to pay their lives. The terrifying sword force was imprinted in the void, and at the same time as it split the sky of Siling Court, another bottomless ravine appeared in the entire Searing Court. As Yamamoto Genrisaya said, the destruction caused by Duke alone is far more terrifying than the destruction caused by the people of the Invisible Empire. After another Tianqing slash, Huajie appeared behind Duke, holding a shining giant sword in his right hand, and at the same time said in a concentrated voice, "You are really strong, so strong that even I feel that at this stage to an unspeakable suffocation. However, how long can you last with such a terrifying outbreak? How long can I last?" Duke turned around and sneered, "I might still be able to dance on your ashes after you die." "Oh, what an arrogant fellow!" Huajie raised his chin and said disdainfully, "You Shinigami are always like this, arrogant and arrogant. But it will all be over soon." "Ha, you can say so, why don't you come over and hack me to death now?" Duke carried the two broken knives on his shoulders, and raised his middle finger towards Huajie with his left hand. Ignoring Duke's upraised middle finger, Huajie said lightly, "I'm curious, you are so powerful even with Shikai, how strong is Bankai after all? Don't try to set me up, it's enough to deal with you Shikai. Besides, although you are ambitious, your structure is only as big as the three realms. We are different, Huajie." As Duke said this, his eyelids drooped. "Different?" Hearing what Duke said, Huajie couldn't help laughing while covering his face. "We are indeed different. You who have such great power have been willing to fall for 10 years, but I am different from you. I have a great vision. I will bring an ideal world of peace and tranquility to the three realms without fear. This kind of ambition is something you, a waste of strength but willing to degenerate, don't understand." "Hey!" Duke shrugged his shoulders, slightly adjusted the angle of the knife on his shoulder, and said to himself, "Look, this is the fundamental difference between us, Huajie. None of this matters, Duke." Huajie shook his head, and then changed the topic, "And it has been delayed for so long, compared to you, you should have completed it." As soon as Huajie said this, Duke immediately laughed loudly, "You saw it. Because I also have this plan." Huajie laughed wildly. After he and Duke looked at each other, they confronted again in the next second. Sing! Huajie opened the 5 fingers of his left hand, and spewed out spiritual bullets from his palm. At the same time as the spirit bullets swarmed out, Duke was also holding a knife in both hands, and swung the 2 broken knives in his hand. Cut 4. Usurp the altar. As soon as Huajie shouted, Duke Zhou was surrounded by the huge 5-star array of Quincy, and the blazing flames released a strong suction force, like a black hole, trying to break Duke down into the most basic parts. "Spirit Son, take away everything from him. Reverse cross blasphemy." Duke slashed out, and the usurped altar released by Huajie was immediately torn apart by the torrent of black sword light. The mighty torrent of black sword light seemed to be hanging upside down from the sky, crushing Huajie with an unstoppable force. Terrifying kendo skills. Facing Duke's knife, Huajie directly put down the weapon in his hand. It appears that plans need to be changed. A black shadow covered Huajie's body, while covering his body, he also casually shot out a spirit flame. The flame of the spiritual sun rushed to the sky and turned into a cross crest of the Quincy Master, which was branded on the sky of Seireitei. After seeing the crest of the cross, all the Quincy divisions abandoned the enemies in front of them without hesitation, and then quickly opened the shadow domain, preparing to evacuate. After all this was done, Huajie took a deep look at Duke. Then, just before the sword light approached, he disappeared in Soul Society. Brush! The torrent of black saber light continued to rush forward, dyeing the entire sky of searing court black, and a terrifying and domineering saber intent erupted in an instant. Feeling the existence of this sword intent, both the Shinigami and the Quincy trembled uncontrollably, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. At the moment when the saber intent broke out, Duke put down the two broken knives in his hand, raised his left arm high, and raised his sword fingers. 101 of Had, Heaven Luo Xingzu. During Setsuna, a little bit of starlight bloomed at Duke's fingertips, and the light of the cross star spread across the entire Seireitei sky, and at the moment the starlight emerged, the little stars scattered towards the entire Seireitei. Just one heartbeat time covers the entire area of Xiling Court. And the targets of these starbursts are those Quincy masters who are about to evacuate. Next second, the starlight fell to the ground, and the entire searing court was covered by hazy starlight, like a dreamy paradise. But for the Quincy masters, this is an extremely terrifying hell. It's just because any Quincy master who is contaminated with starlight will be burned by the flame of the spirit sun on the spot, turning into a dead bone in the blink of an eye. After a while, the starlight receded and everything returned to calm. Duke swung two broken knives and sheathed them. The two broken knives degenerated from the Shikai state to the sealed state, and were then sheathed by Duke. Tisk, Juhabak, that BD, runs pretty fast. Chapter 25. The Quincy has retreated. Survived, I survived. Fortunately, these guys retreated, otherwise my captain would have died here. What is that starlight that just fell from the sky? Kid. What kid is that? Why have I never seen it before? Should be kid, who was not recorded. That kid is so powerful. Yet, I saw with my own eyes a Quincy master who was planning to retreat, but on the eve of retreat, he was hit by starlight and burned to the bone alive. Who released that? No matter who it is, the other party is a great hero. The cries of the survivors resounded throughout Seireitei, and at the same time the Duke came to the tower that imprisoned Yamamoto Genrisai. At this moment, not only Yamamoto Genrisai, but also Kurako Shunsui, Kashiwamura Seijin, Sui Feng, Hirako Shinji and many other captains are here. Duke had just landed on the tower, and a group of captains stared at Duke with complicated and inexplicable eyes. Under the watchful eyes of so many captains, Duke subconsciously touched his head. Ah ha ha ha, the weather is really nice today. Facing Duke, who was pretending to be stupid, all the captains continued to stare at him. As for the good weather? You can find an excuse and find a better one, okay? Due to the invasion of Quincy, Duke's kid and slashing have become a mess in the current Seireitei's weather. The gloomy sky is like a thick curtain covering the entire Seireitei. Because the spirit particles in the atmosphere are disturbed, the clouds are filled with lightning. It is estimated that there will be a heavy rain to adjust the concentration of spirit particles in the atmosphere. After the heavy rain, everything will return to normal. Ahem. Seeing that everyone was still staring at him, Duke coughed twice, raised his hand and pressed on the barrier that imprisoned Captain Yamamoto. Boundless space, solution. With a low shout, the entire immeasurable space shattered like a dream bubble in an instant. Yamamoto Genrisai, who had been imprisoned all this time, saw the barrier disappear, and subconsciously took 2 steps forward. He who was staring at Duke was about to say something, but Duke suddenly looked in one direction. No, where is the enemy's Ryutsu? I want to go see it again. The rest is up to you. Before the words fell, Duke disappeared without a trace. Why, are there still enemies who haven't evacuated? Sui Feng frowned and looked in the direction Duke was leaving. Kurako Shunsui, who was covering his head with a handkerchief to cover his blind right eye, sighed, where are there any enemies? I'm scared by him. Out of courage. The direction he was walking was clearly in the direction of Huajie. That is to say, he actually ran to Huajie. Komamura Seijin was a little stunned. The battle has just ended, and everything that follows is very heavy and important, he. Otherwise, Do you think he would run away? Hirako Shinji folded his arms and shook his head slightly. Oh, what a strange person. Okay, stop talking. Yamamoto Genrisai raised his hand, signaling the people in front of him to shut up. Kyugaku, you and Captain Hirako go to count the damage and casualties. Sui Feng, you go and gather people to rescue the wounded in Sei Lingting and collect the corpses. Bo Village, you take people to guard. In addition, after everything is settled, I'll go to the team office of the first team for a meeting. I will now go to the Zhenyang underground prison to check. Yamamoto Genrisai looked in the direction of the bombed first team building, his eyes became extremely deep. The top priority now, in addition to the above, is to confirm whether that guy is still in Huajie. Yes. All the captains collectively said yes, but immediately Kurako Shunsui asked, by the way, Mr. Yamamoto, don't worry about Duke, is it really okay? Let him take a break, and don't bother him until I summon him. Yes. Half an hour later, the Seiling Court is above the sky. A world transmitting door slowly opened, and before the door was fully opened, a figure holding a slender black knife rushed out of the world transmitting door, descending quickly with an anxious expression on his face. However, while descending, the other party was also checking the situation of the entire Seiling Court. Especially when he saw the two knife marks, one deep and one shallow, across the Seiling Court, he was even more anxious. The visitor who fell to the ground immediately started to run on the empty and dilapidated street, but within a few steps, the other party saw a familiar figure. Bo Village Captain Komamura Seijin, who was leading his team members on patrol, heard the voice of the visitor, and immediately said, Kurosaki Ichigo, why are you here? It was Kurosaki Ichigo who came, and he asked eagerly as soon as he came to Komamura Seijin, Captain Tomura, are you all right? How are you all? How is the battle going? Where are the people from the Invisible Empire? Where are the Quincy's? How is the battle now? Facing a series of inquiries from Kurosaki Ichigo, Komamura Seijin put his hand on Kurosaki Ichigo's shoulder and said in a low voice, Calm down, Kurosaki, everything is fine, everything is over. What? Just when Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned, Urahara Kisuk also walked out from the world transmitting gate with Sato Yazutora and a new Orium to Seireitei. Urahara Kisuk, who was pressing his hat, looked at the horrific Seireitei, his eyes flashed with confusion. Didn't that guy, Ajin, say that the Soul Society was attacked by the enemy? Why does it look so peaceful now? That's right, in Urahara Kisuk's view, the current Seireitei is peaceful. Although the entire Seireitei is dilapidated, every Ryotsu he can feel is becoming stable. Although there are also excessively fluctuating Ryotsu, it is only because of emotional fluctuations that the Ryotsu is unstable. In addition, he saw a lot of team members helping the wounded in an orderly manner, collecting corpses and patrolling. While Urahara Kisuk was observing, a new Orium also pointed down and in one direction. Where is Ichigo? Urahara Kisuk looked in the direction of Kurosaki Ichigo, saw that he was staying with Komamura Seijin, and hurriedly descended there with the two people around him. Soon, Urahara Kisuk came to Kurosaki Ichigo with Sato Yazutora and a new Orium. Instead of going to see Kurosaki Ichigo, Urahara Kisuk asked Komamura Seijin, what's the situation now? No trace, no sign of any fighting. I was going to speak to Kurosaki about this. Komamura Seijin looked away from Kurosaki Ichigo and landed on Urahara Kisuk. The battle was over half an hour ago. Ended. That's right, the current vice-captain of the 1st Division has expelled the enemy from Seireitei, and the captain asked us to start post-war work. The current vice-captain of the 1st Division. Urahara Kisuk lowered his eyelids and whispered, hasn't Sasaki already sacrificed? That's right, the current vice-captain of the first team is called Duke, who was just appointed by the captain. He is a... Komamura Seijin recalled the brief scene of getting along with Duke. A strong guy. Well, very strong. Maybe I feel that my description is very inaccurate, Komamura Seijan said one more sentence to supplement. Oh. Urahara Kisuk narrowed his eyes and asked, can you tell me in detail? Of course, let's talk while walking. It just so happens that I am also doing security patrol work now. Kurosaki Ichigo and others immediately followed Komamura Seijan and listened to the other party's narration. After a while, Urahara Kisuk, Kurosaki Ichigo, Inu Orium, and Sato Yasutora froze on the spot after listening to Komamura Seijan's narration. You mean, this guy named Duke pushed back the boss of that invisible empire by himself? Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes widened, but Urahara Kisuk held Zanpakut disguised as a walking stick and said to himself, when did such a strong person appear in Seireitei? Perhaps you can't understand what I just said. You can see the traces left by the other party's power with your own eyes. While speaking, Komamura Seijan also brought Kurosaki Ichigo and the others to the deep ditch caused by Duke's knife marks left in Seireitei. Is this caused by the other party? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the huge chasm in front of him, not so much a deep ditch, but a small chasm, and immediately screamed, how strong is that guy? Seen from the sky, the crack caused by Duke's slash marks is just a long and thin one. But if you look into it, you will find that the crack is nearly 100 meters wide, and it is even more bottomless, especially if it extends all the way forward, there is no end in sight. What a terrifying destructive power! Sato Yasutora, a usually taciturn strong man, let out a cry of surprise, and Inu Orium also covered his mouth with an expression of disbelief. With all the devastation in the aftermath of the battle, just how strong is that dude called Duke? Captain Bermura, where is the Duke you mentioned now? Urahara Kisuk was more curious about where this guy went than the slash and crack left by Duke. When Komamura Seijan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. That guy went to Huajie. What? Urahara Kisuk opened his eyes wide, and Kurosaki Ichigo and his two friends also exclaimed in disbelief. Flower Street. Chapter 26. Damn Quincy, I'm at odds with you. An angry and sorrowful roar erupted from the original site of Huajie. As for why it was called the original site, it was entirely because Huajie had become a complete ruin. The once clean and tidy streets are now filled with broken bricks and tiles. The houses of Dewa and blue bricks were completely collapsed as if they had been ravaged by a hurricane. While corpses can be seen everywhere, there are still many people wandering in the flower street like walking dead. Duke, who was wearing Zanpakut, looked at everything in front of him, his eyes were tearing apart, his flower street, his oiran, his bedtime exercise, his peaceful sleep, all gone, all gone. Duke. Your Excellency! A familiar call came, and Duke followed the voice, and saw a petite girl with a little ragged clothes, a cute and delicate face, staring at him intently. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the pair of terrifying murder weapons. A weapon capable of suffocating all men. Huajie. Duke recognized this girl, Huajie, one of the 12 oirans in Huajie. Also one of his bedmates. Master Duke. Huajie threw herself directly into Duke's arms, crying like pear blossoms with rain. I'm so scared, so many fierce guys have come to Huajie, killing them without saying a word. It's okay, it's okay. Duke comforting Huajie softly, looking at the devastated Huajie, felt hatred in addition to anger. I hate those BD Quincy for ruining my sleeping place. Duke, who comforted Huajie for a while, led her to walk on the ruins of Huajie, and rescued those Huajie personnel who were injured in the attack of the Quincy division. As for whether there will be people from Huajie 13 here to help? Do not make jokes. Huajie 13 takes Seireitei as the most important task, and a place of fireworks like Huajie is not enough to attract their attention. Although there are also Shinigami who are chic here after get off work, but fun is fun after all. No one else takes this place as seriously as Duke. After all, for Duke, it wasn't just a place to have fun, it was a place to sleep. Duke can do a lot to get himself a good night's sleep. Under Duke's guide, many people affected by the battle recovered quickly. When Duke finished everything, before he could hold Huajie tenderly for a moment, a figure appeared behind Duke out of thin air. When the other party came, he knelt down on one knee and bowed his head, saying, "Vice Captain Duke, Captain Yamamoto called. Don't you see I'm busy?" Duke squinted towards him, and the fierce light in his eyes made Shinigami who summoned him tremble. But right away, Duke waved his hand and sighed, "Forget it, those damned Quincy's crimes, I don't care what to do with you. What team are you in?" Duke asked the person who came, and the other party whispered, "This subordinate is from the second team." "Oh, that guy Sui Feng's subordinate." Duke held Huajie in his arms and said calmly, "You go and inform the available manpower to help Huajie rebuild after the disaster. I will see the captain later." "Yes, my lord." After the second team left, Duke also stayed with Huajie for a while before leaving Huajie. Duke, who walked out of Huajie, looked back at the ruined Huajie, and could not help but click his tongue. Huajie is gone, where is he going to sleep tonight? Thinking of this, besides the hatred and anger towards the Quincy, Duke felt deeply decadent and helpless. "Horse rider, I won't be able to sleep well tonight." A team affairs room. Yamamoto Genrisai is standing in front of a painting in the room, which shows a flame flickering and burning. Those who are familiar with him know that this painting has accompanied him for thousands of years. Kurako Shunsui once asked him what was painted on this painting. Yamamoto Genrisai did not answer, and no one knew what the painting was about. But in fact, it was himself depicted in the painting, himself burned by flames. Step 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 step. At the same time as rhythmic footsteps sounded outside the door, captains including Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, Anoha Naretsu, and Hitsuga Ichware also entered the team management room. After all the captains arrived, they all stood silently behind Yamamoto Genrisai, waiting for the next lecture. Not long after, all captains arrived except Zaraki Kenpeki. After a while, Yamamoto Genrisai turned around, looked at the captains in front of him, and frowned. "Where's that BD Duke? I have sent someone to inform him, it should be here now." While Sui Feng spoke out respectfully, Duke also dragged his Zanpakut and walked into the team office in a daze. After entering the team office, Duke looked up and saw that all the captains had arrived earlier than himself, but he didn't have the slightest sense of being late. Instead, he lazily came to stand by the wall of the team room, and slowly moved against the wall. Sitting on the ground, he sighed heavily. This appearance attracted the attention of several captains. Especially the captain, who had been helped by Duke before, paid more attention to him. "What's wrong, is it hurt?" Byakuya Kokaki frowned, although Hitsuga Ichware did not see Duke's battle with his own eyes, but felt the aftermath of Duke's battle and his ryutsu. The silver-haired little man captain said, "Because the previous battle was too exhausting." Such a decadent expression, "What kind of blow did you suffer?" Anoha Naretsu covered her mouth with a smile. Sui Feng folded her arms and looked at Duke silently, but there was a trace of concern in her eyes. Komamura Seijin was kind-hearted. He walked up to Duke in a few steps, squatted down and asked Duke, "Vice Captain Duke, what's wrong with you?" Duke looked at Komamura Seijin, whose coat color was the same as that of an Akita dog, and said with a mournful face, "The flower street has been destroyed, and I have no place to sleep tonight." "Wow, there is no place to sleep. So angry, so dying, so tired, or so boring, destroy it, hurry up." Duke leaned to this side, and the surrounding captains all showed complicated expressions when they saw Duke's appearance. When you came in with a sad face, everyone thought that something bad happened, but who would have thought that it was because the flower street was destroyed? Is this trivial matter worth your sorrow? Duke is still Duke after all. BD boy. The corners of Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni's eyes twitched slightly, Duke, this stinky boy, really pd him off. Such a strong guy is so decadent and willing to degenerate. Damn BD thing. Tisk. Sui Feng in the team clicked her tongue and turned her head away angrily. She thought that something happened to Duke, but now she felt that she was concerned about feeding the dog just now. Correct. Duke looked at Sui Feng suddenly, crawled up in front of Sui Feng with hands and feet, and raised his hand to grab Sui Feng's thigh. Okay, how about the maid pretending to thank you? Sui Feng, who was hugged by Duke's thigh, blushed visible to the naked eye, and she tried to push Duke away and shouted, "Where is there a maid pretending to be thankful, you bloody BD, don't slander me. Insomnia last night, I wrote a bit dry, I'm really sorry, wait for me to adjust." Chapter 27. Where is the maid pretending to be thankful, you damn BD, don't slander me. One hand was holding Sui Feng's skirt, and the other hand was trying to grab and pull Duke, who was hugging his thigh. You arrogant ungrateful, whoever saved you from the fire and water at the most critical time was me. Now let you wear a maid outfit to thank you, but you refuse, you are ungrateful. Duke grabbed Sui Feng's thigh tightly and chattered endlessly, you should have repaid me. You BD is clearly trying to repay you, you despicable BD. Yeah, I'm mean, I'm in a hole. Duke pulled Sui Feng's clothes indifferently, I didn't know who insisted on watching me take off my pants, but I was terrified after watching it. Do you want to deny it now? As soon as Duke said this, Sui Feng's face instantly turned red like a hot iron, and white smoke came out of his head. The surrounding captains immediately cast playful looks at Sui Feng, especially Kurako Shunsui, who touched his chin and said, "Oh, I didn't expect Captain Sui Feng to have such a bold side. Ahem, it's meeting time, you should restrain yourself." Komamura Seijin coughed twice, hit Shugaichware looked at Duke and Sui Feng with a look of disgust, and silently opened the distance. The smile on Anohanaretsu's face became more and more intense, but there was a slight coldness in his eyes inadvertently. The rest of the captains also watched the excitement with great interest. Sui Feng saw that Duke was so entangled, and immediately pulled out the zanpakut from the back of the waist, and pointed the blade at Duke. "You BD, how dare you slander me like that, I'm going to kill you today." Swastika. "Okay, have you had enough trouble?" Yamamoto Genrisai's expression suddenly became ferocious, and Ryotsuo also burst out and pressed on Duke and Sui Feng. Sui Feng froze, quickly broke away from Duke, knelt down on one knee, and apologized sincerely, "I'm sorry, Captain, my subordinates are rude." Duke was lying on the ground, bending forward in frustration. "Hey, Huajie was bombed. After saving the Lingling court, I was treated like this. I don't want to live anymore. I'm tired and bored. Hurry up and destroy it." Vice Captain Duke, as a man, you have to be more magnanimous. You can't be petty and intentionally embarrass others just because Captain Sui Feng once threatened you. While Anohanaretsu covered her mouth and chuckled, the captains around her were also stunned. No wonder Duke pestered Sui Feng to chatter so much, it turned out to be because of this incident. But at that time Sui Feng acted impartially, even if he acted too radically, he still acted impartially. But Duke was so persistent, which also reminded everyone. The man in front of him who looks extremely salty and messed up in everything is very narrow-minded. "Duke, stand up, stand up." Yamamoto Genrisai looked at Duke lying on the ground, but he was so angry that he was obviously such a strong person, but he just dawdled around every day, without ambition, like a salted fish, where he fell and fell. This made Yamamoto Genrisai extremely upset. But it's okay to be unhappy, he still has to agree with Duke's strength. Not to mention the two knives that almost split the entire Seireitei, just the two kid used by Duke created the history of the entire Soul Society. The development of kid to this day is the result of the painstaking efforts of many kid masters. But Duke quietly took out two kid that he had never seen before. One was Bakut, who could ban him, the captain of Godii 13, and the other was Had, who could strike with wide area precision. Being able to create these two kid is enough to see Duke's strength and talent. But it was such a person, but he really was. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni sighed heavily in his heart. Why do he always have these problem children? But right now, Duke's matter needs to be put aside for a while, and there are other things that matter most now. Ignoring Yamamoto Genrisai, who was scolding Duke, he sighed heavily. I'll talk about your business later. Now let's talk about the attack on Seireitei by the Invisible Empire. When the captains heard what Yamamoto Genrisai said, they cheered up. About the Invisible Empire's surprise attack on our Searing Court, we can say it was a fiasco. Yamamoto Genrisai said in a low voice, even if the enemy is forced to evacuate by a team member in the end, and has paid heavy casualties as the price of the sneak attack. But our Searing Court's loss is still too great. The first team's team building was bombed, and the Zhenyang spiritual prison was almost shaken. Only in this attack, the number of casualties. The death toll exceeds 2,000, and the number of wounded is close to 5,000. Among them are the captain and vice-captain, as well as the top 13 seats of each team. While Yamamoto Genrisai spoke, all the captains present bowed their heads in shame. Although the enemy took the lead in this raid by the Invisible Empire, if they were stronger, maybe the situation would not be like this. The captains are inferior. Duke, lying on the ground, pressed his face to the ground, drew circles on the floor with his hands, and said sarcastic remarks. Yamamoto Genrisai glanced at him and didn't speak. The captains around him didn't have the confidence to refute his sarcastic remarks, so they all stopped looking at him. Besides, Seireitei has suffered such a large amount of damage and loss, the Zero Division may arrive soon. When Yamamoto Genrisai said this, the atmosphere in the team room suddenly changed. Everyone's complexions became unsightly, and some captains who knew something about Team Zero frowned, obviously not wanting to face Team Zero directly. After all, the duty of Godi 13 is to protect Seireitei. Once the Zero Division team comes out, it means that they have committed a serious dereliction of duty. This is a humiliation and a disgrace. While everyone was silent, Yamamoto Genrisai gave a heavy meal. Everyone look up. All the captains were startled when they heard the sound, and immediately held their heads high. One failure doesn't mean anything, but you have to remember the shame this failure brought to you, remember your identities clearly, and shoulder your responsibilities. While Yamamoto Unmarried taught everyone, Duke was like a caterpillar, drumming, drumming, drumming and backing away on the floor. Forget about this kind of chicken soup, it's still chicken soup made by such an old man. He has a bad stomach and can't drink chicken soup. Duke was moving towards the door of the team office little by little, and when he was about to slip away, Yamamoto Genrisai suddenly said, besides the above, there is one more thing. That's about Duke. As soon as the old man Yamamoto spoke, all the captains turned their heads silently to look at Duke, who was agitating and moving on the ground. Duke was watched by everyone and blinked. Damn, the team members below are not careful in cleaning, look at the dust on the floor. Duke, who clenched his sleeves, vigorously wiped the floor in front of him, then heaved a sigh of relief, and wiped again. Duke. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni slammed his cane hard on the ground, smashing the floor, and Duke stood up in a jerk. Always ready. With his head held high and his face stern, Duke stared forward, as if everything before was a dream and never existed at all. Seeing Duke like this, Yamamoto Genrisai took a few deep breaths, and then slowly said, "Now, I want to start a vote for Duke to temporarily replace the captain of the 11th team." During this vote, because the current captain Seireitei Kenpeiga suffered heavy injuries and could not recover within a short period of time, the 11th squad is the main combat squad and also the main combat force of our Seireitei. As the saying goes, a group of dragons cannot be without a leader, so during the period when Seireitei Kenpeiga temporarily rests from the team to recuperate from his injuries, I propose that Duke be temporarily replaced as the captain of the 11th team. The voting begins now. Yamamoto Genrisaya slowly raised his hand to express his position, followed by Anohanaretsu. After raising his hand, Anohanaretsu said with a smile, Duke's strength is obvious to all. I agree that he will take over the captaincy of the 11th team temporarily. I agree. Kurako Shunsui was the third to raise his hand. Me too. Komamura Seijin is the fourth. Afterwards, all the captains raised their hands to express their opinions. Duke looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wait, why did you let me be the captain of the 11th team? I won't do this, even if you beat me to death. While Duke protested loudly, Yamamoto Genrisaya said, It's okay if you don't agree. Now that the voting of all the captains is over, the 12 captains present all agree. From now on, you will be the acting captain of the 11th team. No, I don't agree. Old man Yamamoto, you are workplace bullying, I am going to Central 46 to complain about you. Chapter 28. Old man Yamamoto, you are workplace bullying, I am going to Central 46 to complain about you. Duke, who heard that he was going to be the acting captain of the 11th team, immediately opened his eyes wide, jumped up and cursed. Isn't it embarrassing him to let him, who has been fishing for 10 years, run to act as the acting captain? He is good at killing people and fighting, and he can do bad things, but let him be the acting captain and take on the responsibility of managing a fan team. It's better to send him to practice for 2.5 years in this world, and then come back to Seoul Society to wear it. Bib Pants debut. This is the vote of all captains, and you have no right to refuse. Even if you go to Central 46, they will reject your complaint and warn you to be loyal to your post. On the face of Yamamoto Genrisaya Furyuiwubo, there was a bit of cunning at the moment. The acting captain of the 11th team, you have to do it if you do it, and you have to do it if you don't do it. From today onwards, take office without any delay. No. Duke scratched his head and turned around twice under the attention of everyone. When he stopped, Duke spread his hands and said earnestly, I really can't do it. From before to now, I have no experience in managing team affairs, and I have never taken on such a big responsibility. If you let me manage the 11th team, within 3 hours, the entire 11th team will be gone. The hearts of the soldiers were turned against each other, and all rioted. You mean to break the sky, you have to do this. Yamamoto Genrisaya showed a rare smile, UBD, you have rested enough in the past 10 years, now take responsibility for me. For a strong man like you, it's too wasteful to always run to look at the gate. Besides, Godei 13 has never quit the team from the beginning to the end. You just want to quit. When Yamamoto Genrisaya said this, a smile unique to old foxes appeared on his old face. So, just do it to me until I die. I can retire after you die. Duke blinked his eyes, and Yamamoto Genrisaya laughed loudly and said, I'm dead, and it's very likely that you are the captain of the first team. Even if it's not you, but another captain comes on as a substitute, you still need to take the place of the substitute. As soon as the old man Yamamoto's words came out, Duke was dumbfounded on the spot. I was calculated by this old thing. Yes, absolutely. In fact, Duke guessed right. Just when he imprisoned the old man Yamamoto and went to the battlefield alone to deal with Huajie, Yamamoto Genrisaya had him take on more burdens and the idea of responsibility is gone. Yamamoto Genrisaya is already several thousand years old. His age is equivalent to the history of the entire Seoul Society. It can also be said that he is the living history book of the entire Seoul Society. And when you get older, it means a lot of troublesome things. Although experience can be equated with the years experienced, the passage of time has also made Yamamoto Genrisaya's strength continue to decline. Even though he has thoroughly developed his Bankai to the limit, the time he can fight now is not long. Basically, it is a deterrent weapon, just take it out for a walk to show off your presence. As for the real battle, once the information is leaked, death is not far away. Therefore, he urgently needs a few people who can inherit his mantle and be able to provoke the leader after his death. Kurako Shunsui counts as one, and Duke, who is now born out of nowhere, is also counted as one. Kurako Shunsui was cultivated by himself, so it goes without saying. As for Duke, the reason is only one word. Powerful. Powerful. Invincible. You can force Huajie to retreat by yourself, release 2 kids that have never been included, and easily control the entire battle situation, and the above record is only based on the release of Shikai by this kid. So what if he freed Bankai? So what? As for whether Duke will Bankai? A guy whose kendo skills can be honed to crush Huajie with pure technique, how could he not be Bankai? And now the Soul Society urgently needs a top combat force that truly belongs to the Shinigami side and belongs to Seireitei. Zaraki Kenpeki may have this potential, but still needs to be tuned. As for Kurosaki Ichigo, a Shinigami agent is not a Shinigami from the Orthodox Soul Society, and has mixed blood, not only Shinigami blood, but also the blood of Quincy and Hollow. This is why the old man Yamamoto was reluctant to involve Kurosaki Ichigo in the affairs of the Soul Society from the beginning to the end. He is unwilling to draw on the power of non-Shinigami, even if it is human. Otherwise, he would have asked a new Orium to help him heal the stubborn old disease in his right arm. So, now Duke wants to evade responsibility and play bad fish like before? Don't even think about it. Can I fix Zaraki Kenpeki? Duke still wanted to struggle a little bit. He pointed to Kurako Shunsui while looking at Yamamoto Genrisai eagerly, and said, "By the way, heal Kurako Shunsui's eyes and ears." "Okay. Zaraki Kenpeki, I have other arrangements, so you can take office with peace of mind." Yamamoto Genrisai was the BD who was determined to make Duke take responsibility. Seeing this, Duke clicked his tongue and smashed the floor under his feet. "Inoki, you are clearly making things difficult for me." "That's right, the old man is making things difficult for you. If you are not convinced, you can come and beat the old man." Ha 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 ha. Yamamoto Genrisai laughed heroically. He was happy to see Duke deflated, and even more so when he thought of him taking responsibility. Tisk. Duke clicked his tongue, but in an instant he raised a finger. "Okay. It's okay to let me take over as the new boss, but you have to promise me one thing." "Say." Seeing Duke let go, Yamamoto Genrisai hurriedly said, "What is it?" "Send someone to rebuild Huajie for me, and include Huajie in the scope of post-disaster repairs and subsidies." Duke rubbed his eyebrows, and said with a headache, "The Flower Street is gone, and it will be a problem for me to sleep in the future. For the sake of my future sleep, as long as you rebuild Huajie, I will take office and be the acting captain for a while." Duke put a lot of emphasis on the words temporary and agency, but Yamamoto Genrisai didn't care at all. "I will arrange someone to do it." "Well, then you have to hurry up, or I will have no place to sleep at night, and it will be very uncomfortable." Duke spoke in a serious manner, and the captain next to him was stunned by this attitude. "I always thought that Captain Kurotsuka Mayuri was weird enough, but I didn't expect Duke to be even weirder than Kurotsuka Mayuri." Hitsuga Ichware covered his forehead with a broken face. Komamura Seijin wanted to speak, but in the end he couldn't speak. A pair of wolf ears moved and looked elsewhere. "Well, it's unexpectedly similar to me in this way." Kurotsuka Mayuri instead stared at Duke stroking his chin, and Hirako Shinji sneered, "You mean the shameless side?" "No, it's about being honest about your own desires." Kurotsuka Mayuri glanced at Hirako Shinji, and said sarcastically, "A watermelon head filled with water like you won't understand the similarities between me and him. Pervert scientist." "Ahem, is there anything else?" Byakuya Kokaki coughed twice. He attended the meeting with injuries, and now he has to go back for further treatment. "I have one more thing to say." Anohana Retsu raised her hand, attracting the attention of all the captains. "Captain Anohana, do you have anything else to say?" Yamamoto Genrisaya cast a questioning look at Anohanaretsu. Anohanaretsu folded his hands in his sleeves, and said with a smile, "The team building of the first team was destroyed by the enemy. Captain Duke can't leave Seireitei now, go back to his home, run if you talk about Huajie, it's too much to invite people to gossip. So, come and stay with me." Anohanaretsu spit out a word of tiger and wolf without changing his expression. While many captains were shocked, Duke also pointed at himself and asked, "Shall I stay at your place?" "Yes." "Is it really okay?" "No problem." "Is that okay to shush?" "If you have the guts." Anohanaretsu's expression remained unchanged, but Duke slapped him. "Well, it's decided. Then go to Captain Anokana's place to stay overnight." After a pause, Duke said again, "Well, it always feels very exciting." Chapter 29. Captain Duke, your Captain Haori will deliver it to you later. In the seamstress room of Lingling Court, while the seamstress in charge of making clothes was talking with a smile, Duke also slowly put on his clothes. While dressing, Duke complained, "Measure the size, and you have to take off all your clothes. Can't you change the tradition of sewing Dian Liao?" "I'm sorry, Lord Duke, this is the rule left by Orishao back then, we can't change it at will. By the way, do you have any special requirements for Captain Haori?" Shi Diantu asked Duke solemnly. Duke thought for a while and said, "Add some inner pockets inside for me, other than that, don't make any changes." "Yes." "Well, you are busy." Duke waved his hand, and walked out of the seam hall with a helpless expression on his face. Seam Dian Liao is the place responsible for making Shiba suits. When Duke graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy, he was measured by the tailors here. It's just that the whole body needs to be cleaned to measure the size at Seam Dian Liao. It is said that only in this way can the accurate measurement of the size be done, giving people a perfect dressing experience. Duke's deadly bully outfits have been worn for 10 years, and apart from not affecting his activities, he didn't feel anything special. Now he needs to take charge of the 11th team, and he also needs a piece of Captain's Haori that belongs to him, so after the team affairs meeting, he was escorted to the seam hall to measure the size immediately after the team affairs meeting. The Captain Haori will be finished soon, and after Duke receives the Captain Haori, he can immediately take over as the 11th team. As soon as he walked out of the gate of the Seam Palace, Duke immediately saw that gentle, talented woman. "Anohanaretsu. Have you measured the size?" Anohanaretsu, who was carrying his own zanpakut, leaned over to Duke. Duke put his hands on the back of his head and said indifferently, "Measurement is done." Speaking of which, after graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy, I didn't expect that I would have a second experience of body size. Basically every captain has experienced this kind of thing, so don't pay too much attention to it. "Okay, but what's for dinner?" Duke and Anohanaretsu walked through the ruined streets towards the 4th Squad's quarters. Along the way, it was devastated, and many team members who were still able to move were cleaning up the destroyed part of the ruins of the Lingling Court, trying to rebuild it as soon as possible. Now in this situation, do you still have the mind to eat? Anohanaretsu's smile didn't change, but the words made Duke frown. "You know, under the current situation, no one is in the mood to eat. You still have an appetite. I really don't know if it means you have a strong heart or an empty head. Don't praise and criticize secretly, Captain Anohana." Duke didn't care about Anohanaretsu's sarcasm. Men, don't argue with women too much, but impress them with practical actions. Well, as for what kind of actual action it is, it can only be said that the benevolent sees the benevolent and the wise sees the wisdom. Just call me Lai, Captain Duke. That can't be done. Calling someone by their first name is something that can only be done by the closest people. You asked me to call him that. Could it be? Duke winked at Anohanaretsu. Anohanaretsu was carrying her zanpakut like a bag. When Duke winked, she held Zanpakut's weapon in her left hand, squinted her eyes and smiled, Captain Duke, don't you? If you need your own eyes, you can donate them to those in need, such as the leader of the Beijing band, or other poor players. TCH, a black-bellied woman, every word has a hidden needle in it. Duke rolled his eyes, but changed the topic in an instant. Speaking of which, what are we having for dinner tonight? If you're very hungry, I can cook for you myself. Well, that sounds good. Is there anything you want to eat? When Anohanaretsu asked Duke, she and Duke came to the gate of the fourth team's residence. Let me think about it. I actually want to eat sukiyaki now, and I will add a dozen or 20 eggs as a dipping sauce. When changing mushrooms to flower knives, remember to change to cross knives, don't mess around. In addition, there must be a lot of meat, and green onions can be omitted, but the amount of meat must be 3 times that of vegetables. The total amount of meat and vegetables must be the amount for 10 people. In addition, I need rice for 10 people. Duke looked at Anohanaretsu very seriously. Anohanaretsu nodded slightly. Okay, I will do it. By the way, do you need to put the bath water for you? It's okay, I've been busy today, I'm sweating all over, I'm very tired, it's okay to take a bath to relax. What about the back rub? Yes, you can. When Duke said this, he also thought about it. Hey, after taking a bath for half an hour, find someone to rub your back, then put on your pajamas, nest in the kotetsu, watch the ingredients in the pot are arranged according to the proportion, pour the soy sauce, and watch the soup cook the ingredients. Taking advantage of this gap, he cracked 10 eggs into the cup, swallowed them in one gulp as an appetizer, and then stirred the eggs slowly before the bottom of the soup boiled. After the eggs are stirred and the pot is just boiling, set up the beef first to feel the sweetness of the meat, then the tofu, followed by the vegetables. Well, just thinking about this scene makes my mouth water. While Duke was talking, Anohanaretsu kept looking at Duke, who was talking eloquently with a gentle expression. At this moment, Duke doesn't have any murderous intent, let alone the fierce sword intent from his former comrade in arms Huajie, especially the aura of killing everything without me is gone. It's like an ordinary person who just got off work, discussing what to eat for dinner with the people around him, and thinking about the actual scene along the way. It seems that he is a very ordinary person, and he is also a person who is only mediocre except for being handsome. But if you really look at this man like this, then you are very wrong. Even now, she still remembers the sword that Duke swung on the night of saying goodbye to Chur Sasakaibe. That awe-inspiring knife, that clean, neat, and unsloppy, killing knife that directly took the head of the neck, can be said to make Anohanaretsu sleepless all night, and he will never forget it. Well, it sounds like a very delicious way to eat. That's for sure. Duke laughed, and Anohanaretsu said again, then after eating and drinking enough, how about doing some exercise to clear up the food? Duke raised his eyebrows, and after standing still, he raised his eyebrows at Anohanaretsu. Sports? Is that what I thought it was? If this is the case, then you will know. Anohanaretsu didn't answer directly, but instead walked towards the team building behind. Duke touched his chin with a playful look on his face. Well, I didn't expect Anohanaretsu to look so quiet on weekdays, but she's so crazy in private. It seems that I have to perform well tonight. Besides, I'm sure to sleep soundly tonight. Just then, an untimely voice interrupted Duke's reverie. Captain Duke, I'm sorry to disturb your fantasy, but can you do me a favor? At the same time that the weird tone came into Duke's ears, Duke also looked over, and Kuratsuka Mayuri, who was wearing a weird mask, also looked at Duke at this moment, with a different smile on his face. What are you doing? Duke respects Kuratsuka Mayuri, who always looks like a mad scientist, which he instinctively dislikes. Just sorting out the lingering issues you left behind yourself, and beyond that, there's something about Captain Anohanaretsu. There was a playful smile on Kuratsuka Mayuri's face, and after seeing this smile, Duke gradually restrained his expression. Lead the way. Chapter 30. Lead the way. Duke supported Zanpakuta in the belt around his waist with his left hand. Kuratsuka Mayuri grinned, turned around and led Duke towards the 12th Division. As soon as the two left the territory of the 4th Division, Kuratsuka Mayuri asked in a low voice, "Does Captain Duke know anything about the 12th Division?" "Well, the 12th Squad." Duke scratched the back of his head, and his inner impression of the 12th Squad made him blurt out, "Small toy production workshop? Drug supplier? Communication terminal provider? That's about it." "Ha, this is really different from ordinary people's views." Kuratsuka Mayuri smiled at Duke's evaluation, but Duke didn't care about his attitude. The gadgets made by the Technology Development Bureau under the 12th Division are very interesting. Sometimes I find someone to get some useful medicines from you, especially because you are also responsible for all the affairs of the Divine Machine. That's the only thing I've been in contact with before, and nothing else, so my views on you are limited to this." "Wait, you said to find someone to get the medicine from the 12th Division." Kuratsuka Mayuri heard some clues. He paused, turned to look at Duke and said, "I want to ask, did you make a report?" "Ahem, what about this?" Duke coughed twice and let out a haha, trying to get away with it. "Haha, just take some medicine." Kuratsuka Mayuri clicked his tongue. "It seems that we need to clean up the team style of the 12th Division." "Oh, Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri, don't be so strict." When Duke heard that Kuratsuka Mayuri was going to do this, he quickly put his arms around the Frankenstein's neck and said with a smile, "Sometimes, some sophistication is unavoidable." "No, I think you misunderstood me, Captain Duke." Kuratsuka Mayuri glanced at Duke, and said slyly, "I'm not talking about severe punishment, but to use this opportunity to experiment with some new medicines. You have to know that human experiments are very closely investigated, and sometimes I suffer from the lack of research subjects. If it's really like what you said, someone in the 12th Division took advantage of his position to export medicines. I can take this opportunity to let them flow out some medicines waiting to be tested and conduct experiments. I think those who get the medicine will be very happy." Kuratsuka Mayuri's words made Duke click his tongue, and he let go of the pervert scientist and said in disgust, "You really don't let go of any chance to pluck the wool. Scientific progress requires sacrifice, Captain Duke." Kuratsuka Mayuri doesn't care about Duke's evaluation at all. For him, if he wants to improve, he must sacrifice. This is what it should be. "Oh, I'm good at hacking and fighting, but I don't know much about science." Duke folded his arms and walked behind Kuratsuka Mayuri, and at the same time, the two came to the gate of the 12th Division. As soon as they saw the arrival of Kuratsuka Mayuri, members of the 12th Division immediately stepped forward and said, "Captain, we have tried all methods, but we can't open the barrier that imprisons Seireitei Kenpeki and the Quincy prisoners. Don't worry about this. I have already found the caster. With him in the enchantment, the barrier will be opened soon." Kuratsuka Mayuri waved his hand and continued walking inside with Duke. After the two walked into an empty room, Bambi, who was trapped in the air shuttle by Duke, glared at Duke. As for Seireitei Kenpeki, he was still lying unconscious in the air shuttle. "Captain Duke, the Bakud you used should have a certain recovery effect on the people or things inside." Kuratsuka Mayuri stood next to the space shuttle, pulled out his Zanpakuta, and looked at the outer barrier of the space shuttle. "That's right." While mobilizing his spiritual power, Duke Kide said, "The space shuttle is an improvement I made on the basis of Bakud S-73, the inverted mountain crystal, and its main function is for rescue and escape. Once this technique is used, the selected target will be sent to a safe place by the space shuttle, and at the same time, the person in the enchantment will also maintain the most basic vital signs under the effect of the enchantment, so as not to let the injury worsen. It's a remarkable transformation. Thinking about it, your accomplishments on Kid can be said to be unmatched in the entire Soul Society." Hearing Duke's explanation, Kuratsuka Mayuri couldn't help admiring. He has also studied Kid. Although he is not strong in Kid, his theoretical knowledge is one-to-one. Duke can improve the existing Kid techniques on the basis of the existing ones, which shows Duke's attainments in Kid. Studying Kid is just because I have studied to the limit in knife technique, and I have nothing to study, so I switched to studying Kid. Duke casually replied to Kurotsuka Mayuri, which made Kurotsuka Mayuri click his tongue, and at the same time untied the barrier restraint on Zaraki Kenpeki and Bumbi. The outer barrier of the space breaker melted and disintegrated like spring snow, and soon, Zaraki Kenpeki was freed from the bondage. Thump! Zaraki Kenpeki, who fell directly on the ground, was taken away by the medical staff who had been waiting for a long time. As for Bumbi, he also watched helplessly as the space shuttle that had previously imprisoned and protected him dispelled. As soon as the space shuttle dissipated, Bambi was pushed to the ground and taken away by Xingjun's men. Before the Xingjun men took Bambi away, Duke raised his hand and said, "This girl is my prisoner, don't forget to bring me back after the interrogation. It depends on the arrangement of Central 46. After the person belonging to the stealthy criminal army replied coldly, Duke clicked his tongue. If he wanted to get back the toy of Bumbi, he had to go to Central 46. Go back and report again. Okay, Zaraki Kenpeki and Quincy are done, can you tell me what you said about Captain Anohanaretsu? Duke did not forget the real reason why he came here. Kurotsuka Mayuri sideways made an invitation gesture, come with me, Captain Duke, there is a reception room beside us, we can have a good chat there. Lead the way. After Duke and Kurotsuka Mayuri went to the reception room of the 12th Division, Nai Yunmen also brought refreshments. Thank you, Xiao Meng. While Duke blinked at Nai Yunmen, Kurotsuka Mayuri slapped the table, hey, BD, don't look at my assistant with that lewd look. Have it. Duke turned his head to look at Kurotsuka Mayuri, and said with a smile, where is my eyes squinting? It's clearly written with sincerity. You, the man who can make the 6 warrants of Huajie dispatched, and the sleeping warrants never have to pay, is the natural enemy of all female Shinigami. Kurotsuka Mayuri complained, but the topic changed, let's not talk about that, I want to ask Captain Duke, do you know what happened to Captain Anohanaretsu before? This one. Duke rubbed his chin, he really knew a little about Anohanaretsu. For example, Anohanaretsu is actually the first Kenpeki of the Soul Society, and a villain on par with Yamamoto Genrisai. It can be said that Anohanaretsu was really a murderer before he became a good man, every hair was soaked in blood, the kind of villain who didn't even blink from Rukonga-dong to Rukonga West. These things are still the information that Duke consulted out of a viewer's curiosity about the female character Anohanaretsu before he traveled to this world. But he can't show it now, after all, he has only been in this world for more than 10 years. The past of Anohanaretsu is at least 1,000 years ago. I really don't know much. That's right. After all, Captain Anohanaretsu's past is unknown to most people. Kurotsuka Mayuri showed a different smile, a long time ago, Captain Anohana was called Anohana Yachiryu, and he was the first Kenpeki of the Soul Society. Oh! Duke raised his eyebrows and knocked on the table, tell me in detail. Before Captain Anohanaretsu met Captain Yamamoto, it can be said that he committed all kinds of crimes and killed people like hemp. But it was only after joining Godi I-13 that I restrained myself. Besides, Anohanaretsu had an unknown relationship with Kenpeki when he was young, why would I know? Kurotsuka Mayuri's lips parted, revealing 2 neat rows of teeth. You can think of it as a scientist's curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Okay, 8 trigrams is 8 trigrams, don't put money on your face, what are you talking to me about so much? Captain Anohanaretsu, dying. Kurotsuka Mayuri's expression became solemn, maybe you are the only one who can stop her. Chapter 31. In the evening, Duke returned to the base of the 4th team. Passing through the gate of the 4th Division, walking through the garden in the vestibule, Listening to the cries and groans coming from the treatment room, Duke walked into the team building of the 4th Division. I came back very early, should I take a bath first or eat first? Anohanaretsu, who was sitting on the edge of the team building, faced the returning Duke with the usual smile on his face. Let's take a shower first. Duke took the zanpakut from his waist and handed it to Anohanaretsu. At the same time, Anohanaretsu pointed to the end of the edge. The bath water has been placed, and it is in the room at the end. The change of clothes is also prepared for you. I will prepare dinner first. It is good. Duke walked to the room at the end of the edge alone, and there was a large wooden barrel in the room. In the wooden barrel was steaming hot water, and there were some leaves of herbs in the hot water. Presumably it is a medicated bath that can relax the body. Duke, who had taken off his clothes, jumped into the tub, put his hands on the edge of the tub, and covered his head with a white towel, recalling what Kurotsuka Mayuri said to him in his mind. Kurotsuka Mayuri is a bit strange, a bit selfish, a bit cruel, and a bit inhuman, but he still considers the overall situation. While Duke was talking to himself, the door of the room was pulled open from the outside. I'm here to rub your back. Anohanaretsu stepped into the room without closing the door to prove her innocence. Duke didn't say too much, he just showed his strong back and let Anohanaretsu do it. Anohanaretsu rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white lotus-like arms. She picked up the loofah, dipped the loofah in water, and then gently wiped Duke's back. Every stroke was so careful that Duke squinted his eyes. During the whole process, neither of them spoke, silent and quiet. After a while, Anohanaretsu left. After a simple wash, Duke changed into the clothes that Anohanaretsu had prepared in advance, and left the bathing room. Returning to Enza, where he had just met Anohanaretsu, Duke found that a kotetsu had been set up, and there were dishes and rice beside it. Let's eat. At the same time that Duke sat down cross-legged, the sky in Seireitei completely darkened. At the same time as the newly rising full moon was casting hazy moonlight, the streets outside were brightly lit, and the footsteps of Shinigami patrols carrying lanterns and holding zanpakut on the streets lingered around the 4th Division building from beginning to end. There are a large number of wounded here. If the enemy returns, a surprise attack will cause a large number of casualties, so we must be vigilant. Anohanaretsu and Duke sat opposite each other. The former had a quiet look, and the movements of brushing up the loose hair on his forehead from time to time added a bit of elegance to her. Seireitei Kenpeki should have passed the danger period by now. Duke picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks, stuffed it into his mouth, and at the same time made a vague sound. Duke, it's best to abide by the dogma of never talking when eating or sleeping. Anohanaretsu reminded softly. Duke nodded upon hearing that, but sighed inwardly, this woman doesn't want to talk about this now. What Kurotsuka Mayuri said to him is actually very simple. What is the next move of Anohanaretsu? The Invisible Empire's surprise attack on Seireitei caused heavy damage and exposed several shortcomings of Seireitei. One of them is the lack of high-end combat power, even if there is Yamamoto Genrisai, but the enemy has undoubtedly read through the information of Old Man Yamamoto. Once Yamamoto makes a move, even if he can make a lot of achievements, he will fall on the spot. Therefore, now Seireitei needs high-end combat power that can affect the direction of the battle with one enemy. At present, there are only 2 Yamamoto Genrisai and Duke. If Kurosaki Ichigo is counted, it is 2.5. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo evolves very fast. Once this guy's strength enters the country, he will make rapid progress. But Kurosaki Ichigo's identity is very embarrassing, and Yamamoto genre Iasei Shigakuni is also very xenophobic, and doesn't like to use the power of non-Shinigami existence. In other words, there is only one person who can quickly develop advanced combat power. That is Seireitei Kenpeki. Seireitei Kenpeki's fighting ability is beyond doubt, especially since he has been suppressing himself and suppressing his potential. In order for Seireitei Kenpeke to completely release his repressed potential, someone must be sacrificed to wake him up. And this candidate is Anohanaretsu. So what can be met is that once Seireitei Kenpeke recovers from his injury, he will be arranged to a special place for combat training. Anohanaretsu, as someone who discovered Seireitei Kenpeke's strength when he was young, is naturally the best candidate to be the sacrifice for the sacrifice. But for Kurotsuka Mayuri, from the overall situation, this mad scientist naturally does not want to make sacrifices in vain. Especially let Anohanaretsu become a sacrifice to liberate Seireitei Kenpeke, which is a practice of self-defeating 800 and improving 1000, which he does not agree with. As the captain of the 4th Division, if Anohanaretsu dies, there will be a big problem in the medical system of the entire Seireitei. What's more, now there is Duke, the top combat power. Doing this kind of behavior is undoubtedly a wasteful behavior. So, Kurotsuka Mayuri hopes Duke can stop Anohanaretsu. When it comes to liberating Seireitei Kenpeke's pent-up potential, Kurotsuka Mayuri sees no one better than Duke. Therefore, tonight Duke must let Anohanaretsu give up her own ideas and be honestly the captain of her 4th team. Besides, Duke has an upside in this matter. Once Seireitei Kenpeke becomes the top combat force, Duke can step down from the position of captain of the 11th team, and then have a certain probability to return to his past fishing life. Of course, in this process, Anohanaretsu will also have feelings for Duke that are beyond the normal relationship between men and women. But this is just a bonus, and it is not within the scope of Kurotsuka Mayuri's consideration. After laying it all out, Kurotsuka Mayuri handed the pick to Duke. After the meal, Anohanaretsu began to clean up the mess and the dishes, while Duke sat cross-legged on the edge, looking up at the moonlight in the sky. Not long after, soft footsteps approached Duke, and Duke said without turning his head, "I just took out the knife after eating, isn't it good? Didn't you say to do some exercise after dinner?" While holding the knife in both hands, Anohanaretsu kept smiling. "Oh." Duke sighed, "It will hurt." "No problem." Anohanaretsu's smile didn't change, and Duke said helplessly, "Okay, since you want to exercise, you should do it." Duke raised his hand to make a false grab, his zanpakut flew out of the knife holder by itself, and landed in Duke's hand like a baby swallow returning to its nest. Standing up from the edge, Duke and Anohanaretsu stood opposite each other in the courtyard in front of the edge. Anohanaretsu pulled out zanpakut, whose blade was extremely curved, and said, "I used to be a very, very bad person. It's a little bit overheard." Duke scratched his head, his expression was as cynical as ever. "Hey, Duke, after seeing your expression, I'm always inexplicably angry." "Why? Because I'm so handsome?" Duke touched his face, but Anohanaretsu shook his head. "No, it's the fact that you have power, but you always hide it, which makes me feel angry and heartbroken." Anohanaretsu, who untied the braid hanging down her chest, untied her long hair and revealed a scar on her chest. "On the day of Captain Chur Seisakib's funeral, the knife you swung made me feel more pain than this scar." "Captain Anohana, is that what Seireitei left for you?" Kurotsuka Mayuri is really talkative now, talking about everything. The smile on Anohanaretsu's face was gone, and her expression became gloomy. "Yes, this is the scar Seireitei left me, but I miss this scar more than this." Anohanaretsu touched his shoulder. Duke drew his sword and slashed somewhere before, but was healed by Duke later. Hey, Captain Anohana, your thinking is wrong. This is a disease that needs to be cured." Duke leaned on his straight zanpakut with both hands. With a serious face, Anohanaretsu smiled, took a step forward, and appeared in front of Duke in an instant, with the blade in his hand across Duke's neck. It's just that she couldn't cut it down. Only because Duke's hilt jammed hers, making it hard for her to get an inch in. The speed is very fast, the sword is fierce and insidious, and it is hidden very deep, Captain Anajawa. Duke raised his head slightly, the smile in his eyes was gone, replaced by a sharp chill. Nice look. Anohanaretsu praised, and Duke held Zanpakut's left thumb to place a sword on it, making Zanpakut show off his edge, and at the same time he said, "Thank you for the compliment, Captain Anohanaretsu." The next moment, the sound of the collision of knives echoed fiercely in the courtyard. The sound was dense, like firecrackers. While the light of the knives swept across the courtyard, 3 figures stood on top of the tower in the distance. Impressively, it was Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, Kurako Shunsui, and Kuratsuka Mayuri. Band leader, your trick is really insidious. While watching the battle in the distance, Kuratsuka Mayuri also made fun of Kurako Shunsui. Kurako Shunsui lowered the brim of his hat and smiled wryly, "Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri, don't laugh at me. I just made this decision because of the current situation." Using Captain Anohanaretsu's attractiveness to Captain Duke to set up this game, in order to stimulate Captain Duke's fighting spirit, so that he will not continue to slack like before. At the same time, it also awakens the fighting spirit of Anohanaretsu, making it an important combat force that is urgently needed at the moment, and can also find someone to hone and liberate Zaraki Kenpeki, adding another powerful combat force. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone is indeed a student trained by Captain Yamamoto. Speaking of this, Kuratsuka Mayuri said with emotion, "Captain Duke will find it difficult to return to the leisurely days before this time. Duke is too loose. Now that Seireitei needs combat power, I have no choice but to do so." While Kurako Shunsui spoke, Yamamoto Genrisai watched all this silently. It was he who instructed Kurako Shunsui to plot against Duke. It had been planned since the moment Zaraki Kenpeki started to provoke Duke at Jirsei Sakib's funeral. Now, it's time to check the results. While the 3 of them were silently paying attention to all this, the battle between Anohanaretsu and Duke was coming to an end. While Anohanaretsu's team uniform has become tattered, he is also at a disadvantage in the battle with Duke. Every knife that Duke swings makes Anohanaretsu unable to parry. What's even more frightening is that Duke seems to have anticipated the dozens of knives that will follow after swinging a knife, each of which is pushing Anohanaretsu to a corner. Call. The scimitar in Anohanaretsu's hand, which suddenly turned around, slashed out as she turned. When Duke took a step back, Anohanaretsu's sleeve robe flicked, and a dagger hidden in Anohanaretsu's sleeve robe quickly stabbed at Duke. Heart. Crunch. Duke, holding the blade of the dagger with both hands, laughed and said, "Hiding a knife in your sleeve? It's dangerous. Being able to defeat an opponent is justified no matter what the means are." Regardless of his ragged Anohanaretsu, while Hank Deo was in front of him, Duke also shook his head helplessly, "If that's the case, then don't blame me for being serious." As soon as the words fell, Duke took a big step forward, and the moment the ground sank and cracked, Duke quickly drew out his knife. This knife swung like a wild animal's claws, full of violence, rage, and murderous aura. Zhanwu dead beast hunting. Just one knife left Duke with a hideous slash mark on Anohanaretsu's chest. The knife mark was like the claw mark left by a wild animal's claw. Anohanaretsu also fell straight down amidst the blood splattering. "Oh, you woman, you just don't listen to advice." While Duke reluctantly put the knife back into its sheath, he also sighed in distress. A knife pierced the chest from the left shoulder to the right side of the waist, and Anohanaretsu, who was almost cut open, lay down on the ground with disheveled hair, looking up at the hazy moonlight in the sky. "The moonlight is really beautiful tonight." Yes, the moonlight is beautiful tonight." Duke cast Kide, hugged Anohanaretsu in his arms, and walked towards the team building. "So, let's go to bed early." Anohanaretsu leaned into Duke's arms and raised her hand to touch Duke's lips. "Hee, little pervert. I have no one to accompany my pillow, I can't sleep at night, everything is just to make me sleep better at night." Duke walked into the team building, and when the sliding doors of the team building closed automatically, everything returned to calm. Chapter 32. The next day, early morning. When the first ray of sunlight entered the room through the window, Duke woke up from the messy mattress. As soon as he opened his eyes, Duke saw Anohanaretsu, who was only wearing a tulle, kneeling in front of the mirror, with his back to himself. Under the slender neck like a swan neck is a straight back, and the slender waist still bears the scars of Duke's handprints. At the same time, Anohanaretsu doesn't turn her head while pressing a pair of perfect legs like a round ball of love. Open your mouth. Xiandian Liao just sent your captain Huajie over here, I will put it aside for you, get up and get dressed quickly, today is your first day as the acting captain of the 11th team, you can't be late. Cough cough. Before Anohanaretsu finished speaking, he coughed twice. Duke asked quickly after hearing the sound, what's wrong? The throat is a little sore. While speaking, Anohanaretsu turned her head and gave Duke a white look, it's not that you punched too deeply last night. Ahem. Duke coughed twice, and he couldn't do anything about Anohanaretsu's complaints. He had accumulated too much pressure and troubles in the past 2 days, and he was a little indulgent last night. Okay, let's get dressed. After Anohanaretsu braided her long hair into a braid on her chest, she also stood up, and at the same time she fell down her thin long clothes, and blindfolded Duke's eyes. There are a lot of things going on today, so we need to move earlier. Don't worry, it's still early. An hour and a half later, Duke walked out of the gate of the 4th team. He was wearing the captain's haori, and inserted the zanpakut in his hand into the waist belt. Crazy. So, where is the 11th squad? Duke stood at the gate of the 4th division for a moment, then looked to the left, by the way, it's over here. Oh, I really don't want to do these things. While Duke yawned and headed to the base of the 11th squad, all the cotters in the Invisible Empire gathered together. Have the casualties been counted? Juhabak is sitting on the throne, leaning on the armrest of the throne with his right arm, resting his head on his palm, and staring down at everyone below. Your Majesty, the statistics have been calculated. In this invasion of Seireitei, we lost a total of 9 members of the knights, of which Seireitei Kenpeka beheaded 3, and the new deputy captain of the 1st division killed 3 and captured a knight. In addition to this, Yamamoto Genrisaya beheaded 2 members of the knights. Hujalin Haswald, who is Jubaka's right-hand man, respectfully knelt down to report to Abak. After listening to the report, Yuhabak immediately snorted, I said long ago that although the Knights of the Star Cross are strong, they are too arrogant. Now it seems that this is really the case. While Yuhabak was speaking, everyone bowed their heads in silence, not daring to offend the emperor in front of them. Forget it, how much information about Duke have you collected? At present, we have only collected part of the information about which Duke. Show it to me later. Yuhabaka's eyes signaled Yukalin to back down, and then said, next time, I don't want to see failure again. Understand? Yes. Lingling Court, the station of the 11th team. Duke, who had just stepped into the 11th team's residence, heard the sound of fierce fighting and shouting in the team building. At the same time, when Duke entered the door, he didn't find any guards at the door. This is very bad. After inspecting the 11th team's garrison, Duke walked towards the team building. As soon as he entered the team building, Duke saw a big ring on which a player holding a long gun was training against a team member. Bald. This bald man also has red eye shadow in the corner of his eyes, and shouted in battle to vent his emotions. Duke, who stood at the door and watched for a while, found that the bald head was purely relying on sparring to vent his emotions, opening and closing without a single trick, and bullying people purely by strength, speed, and ryutsu. In fact, in the Shinigami world, there are very few Shinigami who fight purely using sword or sword skills, and most fight by using the ability after Zanpakut. Of course, it is not someone who has not delved into pure techniques. It's just that in the eyes of Duke, a master of swordsmanship, they are all too immature and too superficial. Otherwise, Anohanaretsu, who claims to master all kendo schools in the world, would not be easily defeated by him, and he lost to Duke as a whole. Presumably, Zanpakut was a normal sword before Shikai. But once Shikai or Bankai, Zanpakut's form will change a lot, and it will also give Shinigami special abilities. For Shinigami, instead of specializing in kendo, it is better to develop the ability after Zanpakut Shikai and improve the convenience of Ryutsu. Ahem. Duke coughed twice, not loudly, but let his voice echo in the ears of every 11th team member. On the ring, the bald Madarame Ikeku immediately stopped and looked at Duke. At the same time, he put feather embellishments on the corners of his eyes and behind his ears, tied his bangs on the right into a small braid, and wore a high-necked suit under the dead bully outfit. The handsome man wearing a shoulder strap also looked over. Of course, except for these two, all the other players looked at Duke. It's just that Duke skipped these people directly, and only focused on the bald Madarame Ikeku and the beautiful Ayasukawa Yumi Chika. "Are you Captain Duke mentioned in the report above?" Ayasukawa Yumi Chika walked towards Duke immediately, with a soft voice. He couldn't tell that he was from the 11th team at all. Madarame Ikeku disarmed his own Shikai, walked off the ring with a knife in hand, and looked at Duke with scrutiny. Duke looked at the two cadres in charge of the 11th team in front of him, and said simply, "All the team members gather, and meet me on the school field in 30 seconds. After finishing speaking, Duke turned and left the room where the 11th team set up the ring. Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumi Chika looked at each other, and the former said directly, "This new captain looks so attractive. According to the gossip I got, this captain is extremely sloppy, and he is probably not happy about being assigned to us." "He's not happy." Madarame Ikeku jumped up and said, "I'm not happy. When Captain Seireitei was seriously injured, the higher UPS sent the captain over directly. Is there any benevolence? Okay, let's say a few words, one corner." Ayasukawa Yumi Chika put his hand on Madarame Ikeku's shoulder and gave Madarame Ikeku a look, signaling him to be calm. This acting captain was the one who killed the captain at the funeral of Seisaku's vice-captain a few days ago and made the other captains stand up. You must control your temper, otherwise the other party will find an excuse to fix it. Only you will feel better. Understood? Madarame Ikeku angrily pushed Ayasukawa Yumi Chika's arm away, looking at the door with gloomy eyes. Not long after, all the members of the 11th team who could still come to assemble gathered at the school ground of the 11th team. Duke, who had been waiting on the school field for a long time, looked at the scattered players in front of him, who couldn't even make up a phalanx, and couldn't help sighing while covering his forehead. "Here, I was asked to come over to act as the captain. This is obviously to clean up the mess for that BD Zaraki Kenpeki. As a pure combat force, the 11th squad always takes the lead in every battle, but it is also because of this that the members of this squad lose quickly. However, those who can persist in the 11th team are all able to play roles." Duke, suffering from a headache, lowered his palm and pressed the Zanpakut on his waist. "I think everyone has already received the notice from above before I came. That's right, I'm the new acting Captain Duke. Next, I will give a brief self-introduction to let everyone know about me. My name is Duke. I live in a residential area in the northeast of Seireitei. I am currently unmarried. I have worked in the first team and also served as the deputy captain of the first team. Regarding work, I like to go to work at 9 AM and leave work at 5 PM every day. Never work overtime. No smoking, alcohol is also tasted. In the evening, if I am in a good mood, I will go to Huajie to stay overnight, and if I am in a bad mood, I will go to Huajie to stay overnight. Every day, I must have the oiran of Huajie by my side to sleep peacefully. Although Huajie has been destroyed due to previous battles, Huajie will soon be rebuilt. So, I can still go chic in the near future. Every night before going to bed, I will do a little exercise to relieve the pressure of the whole body, soothe the paralyzed nerves, and let the body relax before going to bed. This usually results in a good night's sleep. Wake up in the morning like a baby, without any fatigue and stress. Duke's self-introduction confused everyone present. Duke pointed to Madare Ikeko at the front. Okay, I've finished my self-introduction, and now it's up to you. Let's start with you, bald head. Don't call me bald, otherwise I... Okay, let's stop here, I don't want to hear the rest. After raising his hand to signal Madare Ikeko to shut up, Duke also cleared his throat. Well, let me tell you the truth, I don't like work very much, and I don't like taking responsibility. So I personally refused to serve as the acting captain of the 11th team. Not to mention the trouble, it takes a lot of hard work, especially since your 11th team doesn't even have a decent girl. My lord, the complete monk temple makes me very unhappy. As soon as these words came out, all the team members in front of Duke clenched their fists with veins on their foreheads. The 11th team has no girls, do you think they think so? They also want to have a girl, but because the image of all villains is so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, other fan teams don't tell them not to talk about their sorority parties, and they will subconsciously avoid girls when they walk on the street. The only girl in the team is still a child. Being a nanny and dad is already hard enough for all the members. You still come here to poke your heart, you are too unreasonable. It's just that Yamamoto Genrisaya promised me that as long as I come to serve as the acting captain, he will help me rebuild Huajie, so I will temporarily wrong myself and manage you for 2 days. Duke scratched the back of his head and said with a headache, well, that's all I want to say. If you have any problems, you can hold back for me, and if you are not convinced, hold back for me. If you want to complain, go ahead, I don't care. Also, if anyone wants to challenge me, just go to my office and find me. Duke pointed to the captain's office of the 11th team, and then said meaningfully, at this point, I welcome you to come to me. Chapter 33. The 11th team, the captain's exclusive office. He's really messed up here. Looking at Seireitei Kenpei's messy office, Duke couldn't help but click his tongue. The office that originally belonged to Seireitei Kenpei is messy, and there are some graffiti hand-painted by children everywhere, scattered everywhere. In addition, there are some personal items of Seireitei Kenpei on the table. Seeing all this in front of him, Duke clapped his hands flatly, then what? Come here. Yasukawa Yumichika pushed the door and entered with a respectful attitude. What are your orders? Send my cleaner futon to you inside, and make me a cup of hot tea and some snacks along the way. I came in a hurry in the morning and didn't have breakfast. Yes, you will be later. Yasukawa Yumichika turned and went to arrange everything for Duke. Duke left Seireitei Kenpei's office and went to stay on the edge of the school field behind. Duke, who had been waiting on the edge for a short time, saw Yasukawa Yumichika coming over with a futon and refreshments. After Yasukawa put everything away, Duke also sat on it unceremoniously. Then, do yourself a favor. Yasukawa Yumichika is very polite, but there is a sense of alienation in this politeness. This kind of thing is actually easy to understand. After all, Duke was directly airborne to the 11th team, and he didn't have any notable records in the past. As for the previous attack of the Invisible Empire, Duke's achievements have not been widely spread. Especially at this juncture when he airborne, Seireitei Kenpei was seriously injured and could not be a director. It is reasonable for the members of the 11th team to be alienated and indifferent to him. Just when Yasukawa Yumichika was about to turn around and leave, Duke picked up his teacup and blew on the hot air casually. Yasukawa Yumichika 5 seats, your zanpakuto should be of kid type, right? One sentence made Yasukawa Yumichika stop, and when he turned around, his expression was a little unnatural. What are you talking about? Conceal your ability all the time, your knife will cry. Duke glanced at the zanpakuto on Yasukawa Yumichika's waist, and said slowly, however, I can understand your difficulties. After all, in the 11th squad, most of the zanpakuto of the players are of the direct attack type. Yes, once your ability is exposed to a player whose ability is biased towards the kid seat, your position in the team will be a little sad. But don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. Duke took a playful look at Ayasukawa Yumichika, his eyes were as gentle as a breeze. Ayasukawa Yumichika saw Duke's appearance, but he didn't know that the other party had already caught him. And if you are caught, you will be ordered to do something by the other party, and you can think of it with your toes. In an instant, a series of pictures about the power struggle within the team and himself being reduced to a pawn flashed through Rainagawa Yuki's mind. Hey, I've recovered. Duke waved his hand in front of Ayasukawa Yumichika. After the latter came back to his senses, he smiled wryly, Captain Duke, what do you want me to do? Just say it, don't do it. What I want you to do is simple. Duke took a sip of his tea, looked at the team members training on the school field, and said leisurely, please help me with the team affairs and the processing of various materials for the next period of time. How about it? Only these? Of course. Duke rolled his eyes at Ayasukawa Yumichika, furthermore, you clearly have captain-level strength, but you keep hiding yourself. This is wrong. You have to know that the current captain really hates the behavior of the players hiding their strength and not reporting it. Once I get this out of the way. Okay, I get it, I'll do it. Ayasukawa Yumichika hurriedly agreed, and Duke nodded in satisfaction. You're smart, let's have some snacks and a cup of tea together. Then I'm sorry. Ayasukawa Yumichika knew that he couldn't run away today, so he could only kneel down beside Duke in depression, picked up the teapot and took a new cup to pour tea, and accompanied Duke to watch the players training on the school field. By the way, Captain Duke, you said that the captain doesn't like the fact that players hide their strength. What is the reason? Ayasukawa Yumichika asked Duke curiously. Duke turned his head slowly, and said quietly, because I am the one who made old man Yamamoto go berserk because of concealing his strength. Puff, cough cough cough. Ayasukawa Yumichika took a sip of tea, and he had a new understanding of Duke. Although it was rumored that Duke had a loose personality, I didn't expect him to be such a person. It's okay to do whatever it takes to be lazy, and it's so shameless. Drink slowly, don't rush. Duke smiled and patted Ayasukawa Yumichika on the shoulder to make him feel better. I've always been a straight-talking person, and you'll get used to it in the future. After Ayasukawa Yumichika recovered, he said with a bit of pain, Captain Duke, are you not afraid of being sacked when you go out so directly? Don't be afraid. Duke chuckled and said, I'm very strong, basically there is no one who can cover me with a sack. Furthermore, I am such a good person who has nothing to do with the world, so I will not be disgusted by others. At the same time, Sui Feng, who was far away in the team dormitory of the second team, suddenly sneezed. Sui Feng, who rubbed his nose, looked at the sandbag with Duke's photo in front of him, and punched it bitterly. Smelly rascal, shameless BD. It's fine if you want to repay your kindness, and make me embarrassing in front of the captain. Die. Hey, Gongkin, come and train. Madarame Ikeko of Zanpakut, who was carrying her own shikai, came to the front of the edge, greeted Ayasukawa Yumichika, and at the same time showed some hostility towards Duke. One corner, I'll forget it, I'm handing over team affairs with Captain Duke, and I won't be able to leave for a while. UBD, you know how to be lazy. Madarame Ikeko yelled loudly, and Duke also saw that this guy was a drunkard who didn't care about drinking, but actually meant saying scolding Huajie. Madara is the third seat, tell me what the training content is. Duke smiled and waved to Madarame Ikeko. Madarame Ikeko came to Duke, leaning on the Zanpakut behind the shikai casually, and said with a hint of provocation, Captain Duke, as you can see, our 11th squad is a fighting force, so the daily training is mainly based on the battle between the players. It's really rough. This is the training method established by the first captain. Captain Seireitei also practices this. I don't think there is any problem. Yes. Duke put down his teacup, reached out to Madara Ikeko and said, in this case, let me see your training methods. What? Simply put, attack me, Madara has 3 seats. Duke paused, and said with ulterior motives, this is an order. All right. Hearing what Duke said, Madara Ikeko was so excited that he didn't even pay attention to the eye gestures from Ayaskawa Yumichika next to Duke. Then here I come, Captain Duke. As soon as the words fell, the Hazukimaru in Madara Ikeko's hand stabbed directly at Duke's face. Duke slowly stretched out 2 fingers, and while firmly holding the blade of the gun, he pulled Zanpakuto at his waist with his left hand. The blade was 3 inches away from the sheath, but the light of the blade flashed outward. Swish! Just a dazzling knife light flashed, and there was a gully half a meter wide and more than 10 meters long beside Madara Ikeko. Madara Ikeko looked at the gully beside him, while cold sweat dripped from his forehead, his Adam's apple slid up and down, swallowing his saliva. There is such destructive power without fully drawing the sword. If it is really serious, I am afraid that I am not enough for the opponent to slash. Captain Duke. Ayaskawa Yumichika stood up nervously, and at the same time Duke retracted the Zanpakuto around his waist into the scabbard. He also released Madara Ikeko's Hazukimaru. Don't be nervous, Ayase Chuan Huajie. Just now you just had a small exchange training with Madara Mim Sanji according to the daily training of your 11th team. After all, it's normal to have a back and forth. This is definitely not a threat. After Duke picked up his teacup and took a sip slowly, Ayaskawa Yumichika quickly gave Madara Ikeko a wink. This time, Madara Ikeko, who understood Ayaskawa Yumichika's eyes, said simply, sorry to bother you to deal with team affairs, Captain Duke. It's nothing, but, your training method is too rough in my opinion, you have to change it. How do you want to change it? Ayaskawa Yumichika asked in a hurry and found the steps for Madara Ikeko. Well, let me think about it. Half an hour later, as soon as Jaishur Yukatake, who came to the 11th team, came in, he saw a group of 11th team members who were naked to the waist. Going down, jumping out with sheer physicality. The deepest dug was more than 1 meter deep. Moreover, the surrounding space is somewhat distorted, obviously because of the kid technique, which distorts the gravity of this area. Captain Jushiro, why do you have the time to visit me? Duke, who was watching from the side, saw Jaishur Yukatake, smiled and waved at him. Jaishur Yukatake regained consciousness quickly, coughed, and said seriously, Duke, there is an urgent notice. What? Squad 0 is coming, the captain asked me to take you to meet their arrival. Chapter 34. Siling Court, in front of a certain high wall. The captains of Godi I-13 gathered together and waited quietly in the open space in front of the high wall. The wall of the high wall towers into the sky, and white clouds can even be seen floating on the top. Yamamoto Genrisaya stood in the first place, wearing a team uniform, leaning on a cane with both hands, silent, and the rest of the captains also waited silently. Sorry for being late. As soon as Jaishur Yukatake brought Duke here, he spoke first. Duke, who was following Jaishur Yukatake, folded his hands in his sleeves, looked up at the high wall in front of him and said, why are you all running here? Squad 0 is coming, shouldn't it be on a more formal occasion? Well, in this regard, because the areas guarded by the 0 division are different, the way they come to Seireitei is also different. Kurako Shunsui took the lead in answering Duke's questions. If it was on a more formal occasion, it would cause a lot of commotion and destruction, so I chose this secluded place. Oh, so it is like this. Duke nodded thoughtfully. Shinigami watched TV at the beginning, and basically didn't watch the rest. As for the follow-up plot, I also know a friend Habich, and I don't know anything about the 0 team and other settings. After coming to this world, during the 10 years of hiding, he has become accustomed to playing tricks, so he doesn't pay much attention to some things. Sometimes, the more you know, the better. You know, there is a place in the Lingling court called the Lair of Maggots. Every year, some team members mysteriously disappear, but in fact, all of these disappeared team members are imprisoned there. All those detained there are those that Central 46 considers to be potentially dangerous. Even if there is no actual criminal fact, once they touch a certain sensitive line, they will be detained there. For example, talking nonsense many times in public, saying some inappropriate words, for example, knowing something that should not be known, for example, accidentally removing something that should not be touched without knowing it. Once identified as potentially dangerous by Central 46, no matter who they are, they will be imprisoned in the maggot nest. Knowing the existence of the maggot's nest, Duke became more cautious, and stopped inquiring about what was there or not. He just took care of the things in front of him, developed silently, and finally broke the boundary and embraced true freedom. But man is not as good as God. Just when he was about to succeed, he was exposed by the last kick. If he is given a few more years, he may be able to truly break through that boundary, and then gain what he thinks is true freedom. Well, why is this guy here? Hirako Shinji, with his watermelon head and side-cut bangs, heard the hurried footsteps, turned his head and saw Kurosaki Ichigo, who was hurrying here with his zanpakuto on his back, and Kurosuke Mayuri beside him. "You kid, why are you here?" When Hirako Shinji asked Kurosaki Ichigo stopped, stroked his hair, and said, "Kurosuke Mayuri brought me here. Because the people from Division 0 wanted to see him, so they called him here." Kurako Shunsui explained that Duke also started observing Kurosaki Ichigo at this time. The protagonist of the Shinigami world. In fact, Duke had met Kurosaki Ichigo a long time ago, and that dates back to the beginning of the plot, when Kurosaki Ichigo got involved in the accident in Seireitei's rescue of Rukia Kukaki. At that time, Duke was still working in the 9th Division and was doing daily patrols. Then, I saw Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still a little immature, but rushed all the way to Seireitei with the pride of a young man in his heart. Now watching Kurosaki Ichigo, this kid is much calmer than at that time. However, there was a melancholy cloud lingering between his brows, as if he was worried about something. "Uncle Jingle, what the hell is Team 0? The Soul Society suffered so much damage before, why didn't Team 0 come over? Now that everything is over, they came instead." Kurosaki Ichigo, who has a straightforward personality, just calmed down and asked Kurako Shunsui the biggest doubt in his heart. "Squad 0. Kurako Shunsui raised his head, looked up at the sky, and said to himself, "Where should I say it? It's good to say it from the very beginning. It just so happens that I don't know what Team 0 is, so please explain it to me." While speaking, Duke leaned closer to Anohanaretsu's side, and at the same time climbed up the opponent's waist restlessly, but was slapped by Anohanaretsu. Duke, who covered his hands and grinned, smiled at Anohanaretsu, who shook his head helplessly, and said in a low voice, "Everyone is here, don't be presumptuous. What do you want to do? We can talk about it when we go back tonight." "Sure." Duke gestured okay, took out some snacks from Captain Haori's inner pocket, stuffed a few pieces for himself, and then handed them to Anohanaretsu. Anohanaretsu shook his head and refused. Duke didn't care and continued to eat by himself. Duke was also waiting for Kurako Shunsui's explanation at this time. Kurako Shunsui thought for a moment and said directly, "First of all, let me explain the responsibilities of Team 0. Squad 0 is different from Argodii 13 guarding Seireitei, they guard the Soul King Palace." Without waiting for Kurosaki Ichigo to ask, Hirako Shinji on the side took Kurako Shunsui's words and said, "The Soul King Palace is not in Seireitei, nor is it in the Soul Society. To be precise, the Soul King Palace is in a space independent of the Soul Society." "That's right." While Kurako Shunsui was talking, he also glanced at Duke. Duke, who was eating snacks, glanced at the romantic man, shrugged his shoulders, and indicated that he was listening. Remember the wall made of murderous stones you saw when you first came to Seireitei? Well, I remember. The outer wall of the murderous stone will only guard the Lingling garden when disasters invade, so the question is, what is the outer wall of the murderous stone guarding when there is nothing to do? Kurosaki Ichigo was taken aback when he heard the sound, and Duke also showed his understanding. So that's how it is. Oh, here they come. Kurako Shunsui suddenly interrupted the previous conversation, and pointed to the sky with a flick of his finger. Kurosaki Ichigo looked up at the sky subconsciously, and Duke raised his head slightly. A huge pillar suddenly squeezed out of the empty sky. The pillar hit the ground heavily with the force of a thunderbolt, causing bursts of smoke and dust. No wonder it has to be on a formal occasion, it turned out to be this way of appearance. While Duke walked in front of Anohanaretsu and blocked the blowing smoke for her, Kurosaki Ichigo seemed to be transformed into 100,000 Ys, and continued to ask, "What is this?" Everyone in Team Zero is crowded into such a pillar. This is the means of transportation for Team Zero to come to Seireitei. It's called Tianzuran. In addition, Team Zero is different from Godii 13. The entire team has no players. The team currently only has 5 people, but these 5 people are all captains. With the existence of the level, the total combat power of the 5 people is above the entire Godii 13. Hirako Shinji slapped away the incoming smoke casually, and Kurosaki Ichigo stared, "Is he so strong?" "That's for sure, after all, the Lingwang Palace is a very important place." As soon as Kurako Shunsui finished speaking, a burst of orchestral music suddenly sounded. With the smoke and dust dissipating, the music gradually changed from soothing to passionate and exciting. Duke raised his eyelids, and looked at Team Zero in the smoke in surprise. "I'm still wondering, this isn't an anime, it has a soundtrack, why does Team Zero come with its own BGM?" Just after the smoke and dust cleared away, a fat man with a beard, a plain head with a shoehorn hairstyle, a round middle-aged aunt, a young man wearing fashionable clothes and sunglasses, and a man with 7 woman with 8 skeleton arms and a cold face appeared in front of everyone. It is worth mentioning that the 7 or 8 skeleton arms of the tall woman with a cold face were holding different musical instruments to play, and the music just now came from her handwriting. This really has its own BGM, even though it's manual. Duke twitched his lips, and had a new understanding of Team Zero. Well, it's quite a job. Chapter 35. It's been a long time, Godii 13 kids, have you eaten well, exercised well, and grown up well during the time I've been away? As soon as Team Zero showed up, the plump aunt with purple hair warmly greeted everyone present. "Oh, the guy with the mother-san face has spoken." As soon as Duke said these words, Anohanaretsu, who was beside him, poked his elbow on his chest without changing his smile, signaling him not to talk nonsense. "What's the matter? There is an ant who has an image that doesn't match the Zero division and speaks up." Hirako Shinji also looked at the fat ant who spoke with a sore face. Duke rubbed the spot where Anohanaretsu poked him, and pointed at Hirako Shinji with an aggrieved face. "This watermelon head is also complaining, why are you hitting me?" "Because the person I like can't be rude." While Anohanaretsu straightened Duke's collar, Duke suddenly felt an unspeakable chill from his back all the way to his forehead. "Why does it feel like I stepped on a deep pit?" At this moment, the chubby mother-san who spoke earlier noticed that Hirako Shinji had a different expression, and a big fleshy slap suddenly landed on Hirako Shinji's head. Hirako Shinji was furious immediately after being beaten up. "Fat ant, who are you? Don't move around at every turn, am I familiar with you?" "Shinji, it's been so long since I've seen you, and you're so uneducated as soon as you open your mouth. I don't remember that I taught you that, and Hiri-chan, why aren't you with me?" "Hiri-chan." Hirako Shinji blinked, and the mellow mother-san nodded, "Yes, it's me, Hikifun Kiryu, did you forget?" When Hirako Shinji heard the name Hikifune Kiryu, the confusion on his face turned into astonishment and panic in the next second, and he pointed at the watermelon head of his round mother sang and stammered, You Captain Kiryu. Yes. The mellow mother-san, who was carrying a huge spatula, waved at Hirako Shinji. Hirako Shinji suddenly opened his mouth wide and waved his hands indiscriminately. For a while, he fiddled with a gourd with his hands, and for a while, he hugged it into a heart, and for a while, he gestured in front of his chest. It's fake. How did Captain Kiryu, who had a huge European style, become like this? That's right, I just gained a little weight now, and the rest hasn't changed much. While Kiryu Hikifune smiled and exchanged greetings with Hirako Shinji, Duke quietly came to Hirako Shinji's side, put his arms around Hirako Shinji's shoulders, and said quietly, Then what? That huge European beauty you mentioned, can you tell me about it in detail? Captain Duke, don't disturb the reunion of old friends. Anohanaretsu came to Duke, grabbed Duke's ear and dragged him aside. Small effort, your ears are going to be ripped off, Sister Huajie. Lie, is this the man you fancy? A shoehorn face with an airplane head suddenly came to Duke's side, and looked at Duke with sideways eyes like a gangster who was pulling Lao Zi. Who are you? After breaking free from Anohanaretsu's clutches, Duke looked at each other with his nose and the shoehorn's face on the plane's head. Teacher Tianqilang, you better stop scaring him. Anohanaretsu tore Duke away from the front of Kailan Temple Tian Shiro. This man dressed like a gangster with an airplane head and a shoehorn face was the teacher of Kide who had taught Anohanaretsu. Humph, you better not lose what I taught you back then. Also, when did you get on good terms with this kid? For a man as handsome as him, he must be a philanderer. While Kailan Temple Tianqilang squinted at Duke, Duke snorted coldly, Who do you think is a big carrot? I'm notoriously single-minded. When you say such things, you brat, don't hold other women. While Kailan Temple Tian Shiro roared loudly, Duke had already held the palm of the glamorous and tall woman who played the BGM of Team Zero before. Miss, you take good care of your hands. Do you have any secrets? When a spring-like smile appeared on Duke's face, Shutara Senjimaru, a glamorous Japanese woman with 6 skeleton arms, chuckled lightly, What a cute little guy. It looks like a good figure, the type I like. I don't know what it would look like to wear the clothes I sewed by myself. Well, do you make clothes? Duke showed his style of acting as a veteran of the Flower Street. This kind of glamorous iceberg beauty, if conquered, will be very cool. Especially the other party still has 6 hands. 6 hands, wow, can do a lot of things. Captain Duke, don't be so rude, it will leave a bad impression on the seniors. Anohanaretsu strangled Duke's neck with his own Zanpakut scabbard, and forcibly dragged him away from Shutara Senjumaru. While being dragged away, Duke was still gesturing to Shutara Senjumaru for future contact gesture. Shutara Senjumaru covered his mouth with one arm and chuckled, while also nodding towards Duke. This lecherous fellow. Hitsuga in the crowd folded his arms and couldn't help shaking his head, but Meguruma Kensei shook his head and said, I'm very envious of such a chic personality. That kind of shameless BD should be stabbed. Sui Feng glared at Duke sullenly, but the bearded Yamato dragged all the previous team members away at this moment. Okay, I know that old friends have a lot to say when they meet, but let's save these words for later. Let's discuss the current affairs first. Ichibe Hisub is right. When Yamamoto Genrisai, who had been silent for a long time, let out a deep voice, all the captains of Godii 13 looked solemn, except Duke. Duke doesn't have much awe of Yamamoto Genrisai, especially since the old guy likes to let himself do stuff. This time, we came to Seireitei to rebuild Godii 13 and Seireitei under the order of the King of Souls. Ichibe Hisub had just finished talking about the purpose of Team Zero's coming here, but immediately set his sights on Kurosaki Ichigo. But before that, our first step is to take this kid to the Lingwang Palace. Ichibei Hisub stared at Kurosaki Ichigo endlessly, and Kurosaki Ichigo was also a little puzzled. What does it matter to me? Monk, all the people on the list are already here. Sudara Senjimaru, who was accosted by Duke earlier, suddenly had several cocoon-like balls on the 6 skeleton arms. And it has only been more than 10 seconds, it is hard to imagine how she created these spheres under the eyes of everyone. Not only that, there are a few more people in the ball. These are Renji and Rukia, and Tensa Zangetsu, who was cut off by Kurosaki Ichigo. My knife! Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help exclaiming when he saw his own Tensa Zangetsu, and Kurotsuka Mayuri said with a gloomy face, Senjumaru, how did you bring Kurosaki Ichigo's Tensa Zangetsu out of the 12th division? Well, this concubine just went to the 12th division, touched your gate, and then brought this knife over. You are still the same as usual. Kurotsuka Mayuri clicked his tongue in displeasure. No, there is one more person. At this time, Ichibei Hisub is staring at Duke, who is being held tightly by Anohanaretsu's arm to prevent him from being a demon. Monk, what do you see me doing? Ichibei Hisub's gaze moved down, locking onto the zanpakut on Duke's waist. So that terrible knife is with you, kid. Hearing what Ichibei Hisub said, Duke immediately restrained his expression, raised his hand to press his own zanpakut and said coldly, what do you mean? My name is Ichibei Hisub, but likewise, I also have a name bestowed by the Soul King himself. That's Monk Hu with his real name. As the name suggests, I can call out the names of all Zanpakut, and I came to you because 6 years ago, a terrifying Zanpakut was born. I knew his name at the beginning of his birth. In the past few years, I have been wondering who owns that terrifying knife. Now that I know who the owner of the knife is, it can be regarded as an end to one of my worries. My real name is Monk. Duke clicked his tongue. Looking at it now, his way of hiding his strength was the most correct way. Bankai, who had been hiding for 6 years, unexpectedly was found out by a monk. Especially since this guy knows the name of Bankai of Duke's Zanpakut by virtue of his own personality. So, the water in Shinigami's world is too deep, and he doesn't like to get involved. What, do you know Duke's Bankai? Yamamoto Genrisai was also a little curious, but Ichibei Hisub shook his head, I won't tell it, and I won't reveal it to anyone. In that case, I won't ask. Yamamoto Genrisai expressed his understanding, and Monk Ichibei Hisub also looked at Duke and asked him, now, I would like to extend an invitation to you. Invite. That's right, I hope you can join Team Zero. Having said that, Ichibei Hisub's expression became serious. Invite this kid, what's the credential? Kylin Templeton's hero looked at Duke with a displeased face. Anohanaretsu was his apprentice brought out by himself, but Duke gave it to him. This is tantamount to an old father watching a big wild boar hog his cabbage. With his strength. Chapter 36. With his strength. Ichibei Hisub, Yamato's expression became serious, and at the same time as he pointed at Duke, the expressions of the remaining members of the Zero Division changed. With pure strength, he can be selected for Team Zero. This kid doesn't look like it. With black punk curly hair partly down the neck and wearing wide-rimmed sunglasses, the two Wanjiao took off the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at Duke in confusion. However, Duke felt that what this fashionable-looking young man saw most was his own Zanpakut. Your knife is so well forged by you. Ermiwa Wanjiao said something abruptly, and Duke subconsciously touched the long knife at his waist. Okay. That's not okay, kid. Kylin Templeton's hero, who looked like a gangster, held a grass stalk in his mouth, and his expression became serious. Wang Yu is the man who created Zanpakut, the predecessor of Zanpakut that all Shinigami hold now, also known as the Sealed State, was created by him. It's been a long time since I've heard him praise someone's Zanpakut. Lai, you really found a good man. Although he looks full of gossip, he's not a good man, but he can be praised by Wang Yu. Your eyes are still sharp. Thank you for the compliment. Anohanaretsu kept a calm smile on her former teacher's praise of Duke. But in the eyes of others, Anohanaretsu's behavior is like the wife's reaction when the husband is praised when the married couple goes out on a trip. After Duke heard the sound, he also looked at Huajie in surprise. This guy looked like a hip-hop young man, but he didn't expect to be the creator of Zanpakuto. According to the knowledge he learned while studying at Spiritual Arts Academy, Zanpakuto was born more than 2,000 years ago, which means that this guy has lived for at least 2,000 years. You really can't judge people by their appearances. When Duke was still studying, he never heard a teacher from Spiritual Arts Academy mention it. As students of Spiritual Arts Academy, the sealed state they hold does not have the right to own it, but only the right to hold it. That is to say, when Duke was still a student, the sealed state he held was borrowed. As for how to cast the sealed state into Zanpakuto, in the unified teachings, as those teachings say. That is to say, the Shinigami who holds the sealed state and his own sealed state sleep and eat together, and stay close to each other. Through the usual accumulation of training, he writes the essence of his soul into the sealed state, thereby casting his own Zanpakuto. In other words, all Zanpakuto are molded after the Shinigami's own soul. The same is true of Duke's 2 breaks. And according to Kailanji Shiro, the sealed state obtained by the students of Spiritual Arts Academy when they enroll is actually created by the young man named Huajie. And this guy can be called the father of Zanpakuto. How about it, do you want to come to our Zero team? Yamato Ichibei Hisub interrupted Duke's contemplation. After Duke regained consciousness, he touched his chin, first glanced at Anohanaretsu who was beside him, and pulled Yamato aside. Then what? Duke and Yamato whispered quietly, is there any Huajie in Team Zero? This one, no. Yamato and Ichibei Hisub scratched the back of his ear, and spread his hands together. After getting the answer he wanted, Duke simply pushed away Yamato Ichibei Hisub, sorry, I still have to guard Seireitei, and Team Zero can't go there. Compared to where, I need me more here. Duke, who spoke righteously in Lingran, attracted a lot of admiration, but Yamato Ichibei Hisub touched his chin. This kid, why does something look wrong? The rejection was too straightforward, as if the previous question was just a foreshadowing. And for Duke, leaving Seireitei? What a joke! Even if Team Zero surpasses everything, Seireitei is the foundation for him to settle down, and it is the foundation for him to become stronger again. After leaving Seireitei, where would he check in? Yamato Ichibei Hisub wanted to speak again, but Yamamoto Genrisai gave a cane and said in a deep voice, okay, monk. Duke can't leave Seireitei at this stage. If you want him to go to Team Zero, you have to wait for everything talk later. While talking, Yamamoto Genrisai and Yamato Shang Ichibei Hisub met eyes once. The latter instantly understood what the former meant, and could only rub his bald head, in that case, let's wait until later. I will reserve the invitation to join the Zero Division for you first, and also reserve the qualification for you to visit the Lingwang Palace. As for now, I'd better solve the task at hand first. Ichibei Hisub felt a little regretful that Duke could not join. After all, he knew the real name of Duke's Bankai, but he knew the power of Duke's Zanpakuto. It is no exaggeration to say that that power can destroy the entire 3 realms. Duke with this power can only become his own power. Once pushed out, the consequences will be disastrous. Kurosaki Ichigo, come with us. Ichibei Hisub turned his spear again, targeting Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo looked puzzled, pointed to his nose and asked in puzzlement, why do I have to go somewhere? Well, you'll only find out when you go. Ichibei Hisub spoke mysteriously, and at this moment, a frivolous voice suddenly inserted into their conversation. Oh, it's great to see everyone here. Duke looked around and saw a yellow lion doll standing not far away, with a 3D projection screen above his head. The person on the screen is wearing a green and white fisherman's hat, dark green shorts and light green underwear. While the cap's unstoppable short hair curls outward from the brim of the hat, the pair of army green eyes, it was also chaotic, making it unclear what he was thinking. Master Urahara. Seeing the man in the projection, Kurosaki Ichigo turned around immediately and watched Urahara Kisuke warmly greet him. At this time, another girl with orange-red long hair appeared on the screen. The girl with a broad mind was greeting Kurosaki Ichigo with a smile. Seeing this girl, Duke immediately moved to Kurosaki Ichigo's side and greeted her. Little sister, hello, there is a male P, it hurts, Sister Huajie, let go, your ears are about to fall off. Before Duke could finish speaking, Anohanaretsu grabbed Duke's ear and pulled Duke aside, while Anohanaretsu pulled Duke aside, saying, it's not a good thing to disturb people's calls, Duke. Cough cough. Anohanaretsu coughed twice more, and pulled Duke aside to watch over him. While Kurosaki Ichigo communicated with Urahara Kisuke and others via video call, Duke was squatting on the ground, looking around idly. At this moment, his eyebrows twitched suddenly, and in his perception, a person was coming this way, and at the same time, a strange device was also being transported here. Something is coming. As soon as Duke finished speaking, he disappeared in place. Anohanaretsu glanced at the direction Duke was leaving, but did not move. Kurosaki Ichigo is still communicating with Urahara Kisuke, and Duke is also on the side, where a fort with an astonishing caliber has already been erected, and there is a cool-dressed big European girl on the side who is debugging. Ahem. Duke coughed twice, leaned in front of the opponent, looked down at him from a high position, and at the same time saw a thrilling gully. The woman squatting on the ground raised her head, but at the same time that Duke could see it more clearly, she also asked, is there something wrong? What are you here for? Duke squatted down and saw that the other party was debugging something just now. It was a diagram of the spiritual subsystem, which was similar to a circuit board. It's just debugging this big guy. In some places, the spirits are not running smoothly and need to be adjusted. Here it is. Duke raised his finger, and at the same time he clicked on the spiritual subvein diagram. The problem that the woman had checked out before was completely solved. Hey? Back to normal. The woman looked at Duke in surprise, and Duke also smiled. I've done some research on things like the spiritual meridian. By the way, is this big guy of yours used for setting off fireworks or what? Such a big fort is really spectacular. Of course, this is the proud work of me, Shiba Kyuzuru. Shiba Konghe proudly put his hands on his hips and raised his chest. Duke, who stood up beside him, couldn't help but nodded, well, that's true. By the way, who are you, why haven't you heard of it? I, Duke, the acting captain of the 11th team who just took office, is single and unmarried. I don't know you, what the hell? Before Duke finished speaking, a scimitar was already slashed in front of him. Duke, who avoided it in time, looked at the ravine cut by Ryotsuo on the ground, and immediately wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The knife just now was aimed at his little brother. Duke. Anohanaretsu with a knife in his hand had a gloomy aura, but at the same time he said with a smirk, how can you come here to steal fish when the captains are gathering? It's not good, it's really not good. Sister Huajie, you have to listen to my explanation. This matter is actually... While Duke raised his hands to show his innocence, Anohanaretsu slashed out again, I don't listen, you are my man, you can only have me in your eyes, otherwise. Anohanaretsu opened his eyes, and at the same time as the cold light shot out, Duke's back felt a sudden chill. This feeling. Murderous, very terrifying murderous. And this reaction, this intense possessiveness, this Anohanaretsu guy is not. Be sick. Chapter 37. Then please continue. While Anohanaretsu had a bright smile on his face, Shiba Kyuzuru waved his hands in shame. As for Duke? Anohanaretsu grabbed a leg and dragged towards the direction of the captain's assembly. Just as Duke was being dragged away, Duke did not forget to raise his head and made a hand gesture to Shiba Kongzuru that he would often contact in the future. Seeing Duke's appearance, Shiba Kuzuru could only nod dumbly. This kind of spirit that is not afraid of death in order to seduce a girl is really touching. Although I was the one who was teased, this feeling was not bad. After all, that girl is not Huai-chun, and that girl doesn't want to be chased? Even a woman like Shiba Konghe is a little bit happy in her heart, but it's probably a bit embarrassing to contact the acting captain of the 11th team in the future. Judging by the possessiveness of the captain of the 4th squadron, oh, it's hard. Duke, who was dragged back by Anohanaretsu, lay on the ground with a look of lovelessness, and Kailan Temple Tien Shiro looked at the miserable Duke, and couldn't help but patted his thigh and laughed. Lai's personality is not at all what it looks like. She won't let go of what she likes easily. If you want to flirt with women in the future, you'd better wait for your next life. Duke raised his hand and pointed a middle finger at Kailan Temple Ten's hero, and at the same time Yamato Ichibei Hisub also greeted the others. Okay, everything is done, and it's time to go. You kid also follow. Ichibei Hisub spoke to Byakuya Kukaki, and Byakuya Kukaki nodded and followed. When all the members of Team Zero entered the Tianzu chariot, Shutara Senjimaru also glanced at Duke, and Duke raised his head and winked at this glamorous beauty, which made this glamorous Japanese beauty laugh. What an interesting kid, don't know how it will taste. After Shutara Senjimaru, who was talking to himself, walked into the Tianzu chariot, the firing turret brought by Shiba Kuzuru also shot the Tianzu chariot like a cannonball. As the vehicle of the Zero Division, the Tianzu chariot actually only has the ability to land, not to start. If you want to start, you need an external force to push it. So, this thing is completely a show-off. Duke could also hear Kurosaki Ichigo screaming as the pillar chariot was launched into space. Doesn't this thing have a seat belt? Ah, my head! Little ghost, don't you know how to be quiet? It's so quiet here, I've been bumped into it like a ball. The captains present were all men with sharp eyes and ears. Even if Tianzu Ren flew far away, he could vaguely hear Kurosaki Ichigo's scream. This thing is still the same as before. Isn't it? When I first met it, if I wanted to activate it, I needed the old man and the others to push it down. A vehicle without the ability to maneuver on its own is simply outrageous. The conversations of the surrounding captains came to Duke's ears, but Duke didn't want to answer them at all. He just wanted to be quiet now. When he really fell in love with Anohanaretsu, he realized that this woman turned out to be a sick girl. Still can't return the kind. If you want to go out to play in the future, it will be difficult. However, nothing is difficult in the world, as long as there is a heart. Go out for waves, if there is no excitement, is it still a wave? While Duke was thinking in his mind, Yamamoto Genrisai also said, okay, everyone else go to their respective posts, Kuratsuka Mayuri and Duke follow me. Coming. Duke stood up numbly, wiped the dust off his face, and quickly followed behind Yamamoto Genrisai, followed Anohanaretsu back, and he had to be trained. Although it was Duke who trained Anohanaretsu at night, during the day, the primary and secondary were switched. It's like being a dragon knight, I ride a dragon during the day, and at night, ahem. The reason is the same. Anohanaretsu overlapped his palms up and down, placed them on his lower abdomen, and watched Duke go away with a gentle face. At the same time, Sui Feng approached Anohanaretsu and fanned the flames. Duke doesn't look like the kind of honest and law-abiding man. I know. Anohanaretsu nodded, but immediately said something that made Sui Feng's hair stand on end. However, I still have confidence in the aspect of training husband gang. At worst, it's just a matter of squeezing him so that I don't have the heart to mess with flowers and grass. Team Affairs Room. Kuratsuka Mayuri, how is Zaraki Kenpei's treatment going? It's getting better now. That guy is so lively that it gives me a headache. He almost broke my special treatment device. Kuratsuka Mayuri had a headache when he heard the old man Yamamoto mention Zaraki Kenpeki, and complained to the old man Yamamoto, "You don't know, it's okay for Zaraki Kenpeki to be dishonest, and his vice-captain is even more noisy. I'm about to be torn apart by that little girl." "Well, it's been hard work." Yamamoto Genrisai nodded slightly, affirming Kuratsuka Mayuri's contribution. Seeing Yamamoto Genrisai's attitude, Kuratsuka Mayuri pinched his forehead and said nothing more. Duke. Duke, who was distracted, was called back to reality by the old man Yamamoto. "What's wrong? I have a special task to teach you to do." "What?" "I hope you can teach Zaraki Kenpeki your chopping technique." As soon as Yamamoto Genrisai said this, Kuratsuka Mayuri said in amazement, "Will those stubborn old Central 46 agree to teach Zaraki Kenpeki the chopping technique? I will communicate with Central 46 about this." "Wait, you just talk to yourself like this, without asking my opinion." Duke interrupted the conversation between Kuratsuka Mayuri and Yamamoto Motoyanagi, and Kuratsuka Mayuri glanced at Duke and said, "If Zaraki Kenpeki improves his combat power, you can also resign from the position of acting captain of the 11th team. Isn't that a good thing?" When Kuratsuka Mayuri said this, Duke raised his eyebrows, rubbed his chin and thought, "Well, it's not impossible. However, after I step back from this position, what will I be asked to do?" Duke looked at Yamamoto Genrisai very vigilantly, and while taking a step back, he also said, "If you give me some trouble, I won't do it. Don't worry, you will have your own arrangements next time, you just need to teach Zaraki Kenpeki well." Yamamoto Motoyanagi gave Duke a reassurance, and Kuratsuka Mayuri also said, "In addition, the reconstruction of Hana Street is almost completed, and there is a batch of funds to be allocated to the 11th team recently. Ahem, teaching Zaraki Kenpeki's chopping technique, as a member of Seireitei, it is my duty to do so. When will the Flower Street be built and when will the funds arrive? Although you don't need to spend money in Huajie, you still have to buy some gifts for the doctors, otherwise you will be too stingy. Someone will arrange this." Yamamoto Genrisai ignored Duke's speech, and said flatly, "You just need to be ready to teach Zaraki Kenpeki the chopping technique." The last question, to what extent? As long as he doesn't die, you can be as happy as you like. "Well, I took this job." Duke nodded, indicating that the matter was on him. "Then, go back and get ready." "No problem. Then I'll go back first, Captain." Kuratsuka Mayuri saw that Duke agreed to this matter, and also resigned from the old man Yamamoto. "Go back." Yamamoto Genrisai waved, and Duke and Kuratsuka Mayuri left the first team's team room. Although he hadn't been the captain for a few days in the 11th team, not to mention being able to earn some money, Huajie was also rebuilt immediately, and he would have a place to spend time in the future. But Unohanaretsu has to make some arrangements. Kuratsuka Mayuri. What's wrong? Kuratsuka Mayuri looked at Duke, who was walking side by side with him. Duke grabbed Kuratsuka Mayuri's shoulders, pulled him aside, and whispered, "Do you have any medicine that can prevent people from fainting and shock under severe stimulation?" "Yes, there is, but what do you want this for?" "There is a little personal matter between me and Captain Unohana. We need this kind of medicine. It is best that it can make people's senses become extremely sharp while staying awake, and it will not cause fainting shock due to severe stimulation." "Plant medicine." Kuratsuka Mayuri looked at Duke for a long time, and then said silently after a long time, "I will give you that medicine, but you have to stay away from Nirvana in the future. No, stay away from all the female members of the 12th squad. It will be on the shelves soon, and there will be more updates when it is on the shelves. Please look forward to it." Chapter 38. In the middle of the night, the team building of the 4th Division. Unohanaretsu lay naked on the mattress, the focus of her eyes like autumn water had become extremely loose, and her face was full of red clouds, and her breathing had not yet calmed down. Duke was wearing a single shirt, and while sitting on the windowsill, he was also looking at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. After a long time, when Anohanaretsu's eyes refocused, she also subconsciously stirred her legs, and then looked at Duke. "Why are you worried?" Anohanaretsu noticed the expression on Duke's face, and Duke shook his head, "No." "Then why are you looking sad?" "Cows in plowing land also need to rest, Huajie." Duke didn't answer directly, but glanced narrowly at Anohanaretsu, and Anohanaretsu gave Duke a blank look. The latter smiled, and took the medicine that Kuratsuka Mayuri gave him from the side. This is a drug used for torture, which can magnify the victim's senses hundreds of times, and even the friction of a strand of hair on the skin can make one feel overwhelmed with pain. The most important thing is that this medicine can also make people not faint and go into shock under strong stimulation. And this thing has now been developed by Duke to a new usage. Of course, when Kuratsuka Mayuri handed the medicine to Duke, the contempt in his eyes was so strong that he couldn't hide it. Not only that, he also gave death orders to all the female members of the 12th squad. No contact with Duke is allowed. This person is not a good person for any woman. As for why you need this medicine? Don't feed Anohanaretsu enough, he wants to go out? That is impossible. Okay, round 2. Duke walked towards Anohanaretsu as he took a pill from the bottle. As the saying goes, one day is like 3 autumns. Tonight, Anohanaretsu experienced the feeling of meeting overnight, 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 days. The next day, early morning, Duke yawned and walked out of the gate of the 4th team's team building. At the gate, he met the Katetsu Isane sisters. "What's the situation? Why did you run away without even saying hello?" Duke was also confused as he inserted the zanpakut into the belt around his waist. However, he didn't think too much, and walked out of the gate of the 4th team, and walked towards the former site of the 1st team's team building. Today will be a very long day. In the dark corridor, the sound of shutting down and starting the machine can be heard endlessly. Accompanied by the sound of the mechanism opening, Seireitei Kenpeiki, who had just recovered from his injury, walked out of the slowly opened door in front of him and walked into the bottom of the Mao underground prison, the infernal hell. What? As soon as Seireitei's shoulder stepped into the endless hell, he let out a wild laugh. This is really a huge stage that makes people tremble with excitement. You are late. Duke is seriously putting the zanpakut at his waist aside on the knife holder he just placed, and next to the knife holder, there are 2 cylinders, and dozens of integrated wooden knives are placed in the cylinders. The shape of this wooden knife is exactly the same as the saber of a warrior with silver hair and natural curly fish eyes. Duke randomly pulled out a wooden knife and struck his palm with the wooden knife. I was still thinking, who will the old man Yamamoto teach me the chopping technique, but I didn't expect it to be you. Seireitei Kenpeiki showed an excited look on his face, but Duke said calmly, before that, take off the blindfold and bell, Seireitei. I told you, BD, call me Kenpeiki. Seireitei Kenpeiki drew his sword and slashed out, zanpakut with jagged blades wrapped around the terrifying Ryutsuo and Setsuna who slashed towards Duke. A red mark suddenly appeared on Seireitei Kenpeiki's face. Snapped. Just one shot. Seireitei Kenpeiki was like an arrow from the string, flying backwards and hitting the wall of the gate he just walked out of. Seireitei Kenpeiki, who was slowly falling against the wall, successively slapped the wet toilet paper, was slapped on the wall, and then slowly slid down until he fell to the ground. A hole. Seireitei Kenpeiki raised his hand and touched the red marks on his face after being beaten by the wooden knife. He spit out a mouthful of blood, stood up with his sword in his hands, and roared, "It hurts me so much." Teach the first lesson, let go of your anger and face the purpose of the battle. Duke tapped his shoulder with the wooden knife in his hand, and said calmly, otherwise, you're just a beast that can only growl in vain. You seem to understand it very well. Seireitei Kenpeki walked towards Duke with a knife, and said as he walked, with a wooden knife, "Don't look down on me." Seireitei Kenpeki, who swung his sword again, gathered a stronger ryotsu this time. But this time, Duke charged forward, stabbed Seireitei Kenpeki's interthoracic diaphragm with a wooden knife, and the force came out through his body, making him open his eyes wide and open his mouth to spit out the acid water in his stomach. Wow! Seireitei Kenpeki, who was bowing forward, fell to his knees uncontrollably. Duke stood in front of him and said condescendingly and indifferently, "I've said it before, abandon your anger. In battle, anger may make you forget the pain, but it will also make you lose something. For example, calm thinking, a calm state of mind, steady hands and a pair of eyes to observe the enemy's movements. UBD, don't talk to yourself there, you can't enjoy the battle, what's the point?" Seireitei Kenpeki leaned on his sword and tried to stand up, but was knocked on the back of the head by Duke's wooden knife. Just once, blood spattered, and Seireitei Kenpeki immediately fell to the ground. What is the purpose of the battle? Duke tapped Seireitei Kenpeki on the head with a wooden knife, again and again. "Quickly answer, I won't listen until you answer. For me, fighting is to enjoy being alive, to feel that thrill that makes my whole body shudder." At the same time Seireitei Kenpeki responded with a muffled voice. Duke raised his hand and stabbed Seireitei Kenpeki in the back, the blade grazed his heart and nailed him to the ground. Wrong answer. However, it's also your style. Duke knelt down, raised his hand to grab Seireitei Kenpeki's hair, and lifted his head up. "I'll give you 59 points, out of 60 points, you won't pass. Then tell me, what is the purpose of fighting?" Seireitei Kenpeki opened his mouth with dissatisfaction, and Duke immediately said, "Of course it is to kill the enemy. No matter what the reason for the fight is, in the final analysis, there is a conflict of interest or position. The best way to resolve the dispute is to solve the other party and solve the problem from the root cause. In my opinion, your thinking is too naive and too idiotic." Duke shook his head. "So, this is our first lesson. Correct your concept of battle, and abandon your unreasonable anger in battle. You are really competent as a teacher." Seireitei Kenpeki felt the pain of being pierced by a wooden knife, and opened his mouth to reveal white fang. He raised his hand and tore off his blindfold, gritted his teeth and said, "Now I want to kill you." Well, good progress. So, we now enter the second lesson, the fear of death. As soon as Duke finished speaking, he grabbed Seireitei Kenpeki's head with both hands, and twisted his head in a circle while twisting it hard. Seireitei Kenpeki, Pawn. Chapter 39. Well. Seireitei Kenpeki snorted and slowly opened his eyes. Am I still alive? Of course he's still alive. As soon as Duke's words came, Seireitei Kenpeki sat up from the ground, stroked his neck, and grinned a murderous smile. That hit just now really hurt, UBD. As soon as Seireitei Kenpeki, who was holding his neck and twisting, stood up, his eyes widened suddenly, because he found a wooden knife on his chest. While the wooden knife pierced his heart, an unspeakable coldness and terror hit his brain. Looking at Duke's Seireitei Kenpeki, seeing Duke's arm is slowly lowering, it is obvious that the wooden knife is his handwriting. You know, the biological structure is very wonderful. When the physiological function stops, the brain can still survive for 5 minutes. And within 5 minutes of the brain's survival, as long as the trauma is repaired and the physiological functions are restored, then a person can be brought back from life and death. While speaking, Duke raised his right index finger, with an ambiguous smile on his face. And I happen to have this ability, which can revive a person with a well-preserved brain within 5 minutes. So, in the next period of time, you should taste the taste of death and feel the fear of death. It will be of great use to you. UBD. Seireitei Kenpeki's legs softened and he knelt down on the ground, and he also grinned as he opened his mouth to spit out blood. You really are a complete BD. I don't think so. Although I'm in a hole emotionally, I want to strike up a conversation with the type of woman I like, but I'm still a good person in other aspects. Duke spread his hands. I'm just doing my duty as a teacher now. When you pass all my courses, you will find that the old you is dead, leaving only the new you. A hole, sooner or later I will. Before Seireitei Kenpeke finished speaking, he lay down on the ground and lost his breath. Poor guy. Duke came to Seireitei Kenpeke while talking to himself, raised his hand and pulled out the wooden knife, and pointed at the wound on his heart. Kaid sen luo sheng sheng. The release of light filled the wound in Seireitei Kenpeke's heart, and with the filling of light, Seireitei Kenpeke quickly recovered. Seireitei Kenpeke in an unconscious state exhaled a long breath, then took a violent breath, and regained consciousness. As a kid master, Duke can be said to be at his fingertips for any kid, and he has created many kid that do not exist in this world alone. As Duke said, saving a person is as simple as drinking water and eating a hole. As soon as Seireitei Kenpeke was resurrected, he grabbed the long knife on the side and slashed at Duke. Duke swung his hand casually, hitting Seireitei Kenpeke's wrist, and at the same time, his saber movement became disorganized. You look like a baby grabbing a stick and waving it around. It's ridiculous. Duke's eyes are telling the simplest facts in his opinion, but Seireitei Kenpeke doesn't think so. As a person who doesn't know Shikai and Bankai and becomes the captain purely by his own strength, this guy still has his own pride. But now Duke is ruthlessly mocking, beating, and even crushing the pride in his heart. BD, stop looking down on people. Pooh. Duke's wooden knife pierced Seireitei Kenpeke's neck, causing him to lose momentum. Duke also continued, look, what else do you do besides relying on Ryotsu to suppress people? Before Seireitei Kenpeke could answer, Duke laughed and said, don't be kidding, if you know how to chop, old man Yamamoto won't let me come. White hits. Well, I think you're pretty good at fighting randomly. Kid. A guy with a brain like you probably can't even understand Kid's most basic spiritual runes. As for Shunpo, it's not difficult, anyone with legs can do it. So, what advantages do you have? Recognize the reality, you are nothing but a wild beast with a knife in your hand, roaring and declaring your sovereignty. You don't even know how to play Shikai. If you don't study hard, you will be eliminated. Seireitei Kenpeke opened his eyes wide, he listened to what Duke said to him, but his neck was pierced and his vocal cords were damaged, so he couldn't answer at all. He could only stare at Duke until everything was dark and dead in front of him. Not long after, Seireitei Kenpeke breathed a sigh of relief and came back to life again. As soon as he woke up, he saw Duke was leaning on the wooden knife that killed him twice, staring at him for a while. How do you feel? It sucks. After Seireitei Kenpeke spit out a short sentence, he picked up his zanpakut and stood up. Seeing that he didn't yell at him this time, Duke immediately nodded his approval. Well, it seems that I have learned a lesson and know how to be polite. It's still useful to say that now, you are better than me, so I will learn everything about you, and then kill you. Seireitei Kenpeke, who smiled bloodthirstily, was full of madness in his eyes. Woohoo, it seems that you have enlightened. Duke clapped his hands, but in the next second, he slashed across with his knife, cutting Seireitei Kenpeke horizontally into two ends. But it doesn't help your situation. Seireitei Kenpeke fell backwards, opened his mouth to speak, but could only spat out blood in vain. When you feel death, let me tell you the third lesson by the way. In fact, my teaching is only 3 classes. You already understood the first lesson, so let's teach you the second and third lessons together. That's it. Duke came to Seireitei Kenpeke. Seireitei Kenpeke's eyes darkened when he heard Duke say, the true essence of the chopping technique. In the next instant, everything fell into darkness for the 4th time. Ha! Exhaling a sigh of relief, Seireitei Kenpeke opened his eyes and saw Duke sitting not far away, feeding his zanpakut. Duke, who was holding a cotton ball with tweezers, was cleaning Zanpakut's blade while saying, "Do you know why every time you wake up, you subconsciously exhale instead of inhale?" "Why?" Seeing that Duke had no intention of fighting, Seireitei Kenpeki simply suppressed his heart and wanted to hear what the BD had to say. Any creature actually relies on a breath to live. After death, this breath will be blocked in the throat and cannot come out. Once the dead comes back to life, the first reaction is to spit out this breath and take a new breath. And this breath is very important. Duke rushed the blade up, lifted his own knife to look at the blade, and at the same time continued, "Just like in the two basic exercises of white hits and chopping, there is always a basis for gathering and raising energy. Practice." The chopping technique attaches great importance to the use of this tone, because only by mastering this tone can you swing the knife smoothly and increase your strength to 10. When Duke said this, he tilted his head and looked at Seireitei Kenpeki. The so-called beheading technique, to put it bluntly, is the technique of killing the enemy, that is, the killing technique. It's like doing something. Swinging the knife is the beginning, releasing the slashing technique is the process, and killing the enemy is the result. The cutting technique is the best way and the best solution to help you get to the result quickly. This is the true meaning of the cutting technique. Chapter 40. This is the true meaning of beheading, understand. Duke pointed the Zanpakut in his hand at Seireitei Kenpeki, and Seireitei Kenpeki grinned, "After all, it's just for killing." That's right, just like the first technology born by human beings in this world was for killing, the cutting technique has always served for killing. Duke put the Zanpakut in his hand into the scabbard, and said indifferently, "However, there are several thresholds for beheading. If you pass it, then the road for beheading will be smooth from now on. If you can't get over it, you don't want to get enlightened in that lifetime. And you are at the first threshold." Duke placed the Zanpakut on the knife holder behind him, drew a wooden knife again, and aimed it at Seireitei Kenpeki. "So, for the next teaching, I will personally teach you how to get started with the chopping technique." "Interesting." Seireitei Kenpeki revealed White Fang, with a ferocious expression on his face. Next second, Seireitei Kenpeki raised the knife and rushed towards Duke. The golden ryotsu permeated the blade, and the uneven blade was like fangs. With the swing of Seireitei Kenpeki, it broke through the air and made a whistling sound like a ghost crying. "Hey, after talking so much, I still don't have a long memory." After lightly dodging Seireitei Kenpeki's slash, Duke turned the wooden knife in his hand and slashed at Seireitei Kenpeki's waist, cutting him off in the middle. New rules. Duke looked at Seireitei Kenpeki, who was cut in half by himself, without any emotion in his eyes. "You don't need to use ryotsu, you can only use the most primitive way of fighting, which is to attack me with strength, speed, and the knife in your hand." Although Seireitei Kenpeki was cut in half, he still had the strength to throw Zanpakut towards Duke. Duke tilted his head, and at the same time that the Zhan Shendao flew away, he knocked on Seireitei Kenpeki's forehead. When Seireitei Kenpeki was out of breath, Duke healed him and sighed helplessly, "This guy, why doesn't his memory improve a little bit? What a headache." In the endless hell, there is no concept of time and space, so you can't even feel the passage of time. Seireitei Kenpeki's heart stopped countless times under Duke's hands, and he didn't know how many times he was beaten severely. And now, he is finally no longer the same as before. With what Duke sees as an insignificant improvement. Swish! After avoiding Seireitei Kenpeki's knife, Duke raised his hand and stabbed him in the middle. Seireitei Kenpeki quickly returned to the defense. While the handle of the knife blocked the handle of Duke's wooden knife, he was kicked flying with a powerful kick in the next second. How many times have I said that chopping is not just chopping, your empty hands are always empty, and your legs are just for moving. Why do you still make this mistake? Seireitei Kenpeki, who was kicked by Duke and vomited blood, swung his knife casually. With the howling wind of the knife, he also roared, "Shut up, I have already put my heart into it. Attentive. I can't see it. Duke struck Seireitei Kenpei's cap with a backhand. Okay, that's all for today's training and teaching, go back and have a good rest. But you probably won't hear what I'm saying now. Duke looked at the unconscious Seireitei Kenpei, and treated him again. After being cured, Duke also took back his Zanpakut, and dragged the unconscious Seireitei Kenpei out of this underground hell. This is the training site that the old man Yamamoto specially went to Central 46 to apply for. As for going out, can you come in again? Duke doesn't care, he's tired now and needs to go out and have a rest. Besides, enough has been taught to Seireitei Kenpei. He himself lost count of the number of times Seireitei Kenpei was physically inactive, his heart stopped. If so many deaths didn't teach him anything, then this guy might just find a piece of tofu and kill himself. After leaving Mao's underground prison, Duke left Seireitei Kenpei on the side of the road. Anyway, this guy is the captain of the 11th team, and someone will take care of him. As for Duke's acting captain, it will have to wait until when Seireitei Kenpei can get enlightened and understand the cutting technique, and when can he step down. It was 9 o'clock in the morning when Duke entered Mao's underground prison, but after he came out, less than 2 hours passed. The infernal hell does not owe its name to infernal hell. There is no passage of time, no boundaries of space, and the perception of time in it is simply ambiguous. Even the flow of time in infernal hell is much slower than outside. And the last guy who was sentenced to hell, his sentence was 10,000 years. Converted to the endless hell, this long period of time can be called extremely terrifying torture. Especially after coming out, it may not be possible to obtain real freedom. Thinking about it this way, that guy was miserable enough. Duke, who slowly returned to the 4th Division, met the adjutant of the 12th Division, Ajin, before he went to find Anohanaretsu. Yo, isn't this Ajin? As soon as Duke greeted Ajin, Ajin said, Captain Duke, Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri invited you to the 12th Division to discuss the spoils you captured in the previous war. Duke raised his eyebrows, the toy I was looking for. If that's how you see her, you're right. Why, are you going to give her back to me? Duke rubbed his palms together by mistake. Although that Quincy girl looks ugly and has a bad temper, she is not a good person, but she has a big European style. That man will be resistant to Ope? Joke, such a man does not exist. Even gays like Ope. This is the unchanging truth in the world. That's almost what it means, but we have to wait. Oh, it doesn't matter, hurry up to your 12th Division, I have to see if any parts of my toys have been destroyed by you. Duke pushed Ajin out of the gate of Division 4 and headed straight for Division 12. The journey from the 4th Division to the 12th Division is not too short. After all, the 12th Division has a Technology Development Bureau under its jurisdiction, and under the Technology Development Bureau there are the Communication Technology Research Department and the Radio Wave Measurement Research Department. Therefore, the 12th Division can be said to be a division with a relatively large area, and the construction is relatively remote. One is to meet the land use needs of the 12th Squad, and the other is to prevent the 12th Squad from doing experiments and explosions and hurting the surrounding people. However, Duke also dragged Ajin Shunpo to the gate of the 12th team with a few flashes. That woman is imprisoned in the prison of the Underground Research Institute, please come with me. Ajin took Duke through 3 gates for identification, 2 gates for Ryotsuo identification, and 7 gates that required cumbersome steps to pass through, and then took the elevator to the Underground Research Institute. It's really complicated for you to come in here. Duke leaned against the elevator fence, complaining, and at the same time he heard Ajin say, this is because the Research Institute was invaded by unknown objects, so Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri broke through our security system overnight. Scientists, always be serious in such weird places. Duke rolled his eyes, the elevator shook, and the gates opened. Come this way, please. Huajie took Duke out of the elevator and headed for the special cell. In just a moment, Duke saw the Quincy master Bambietta Basta, who was in the prison and wearing a special straitjacket. Even after being tortured, this guy is still as arrogant and domineering as before. Looking at Bumby in the prison, Duke touched his chin. Can you open the cell door? Can. Then open it. After Huajie opened the cell door, Duke walked into the cell, looked at Bambi with a smile and said, Yo, long time no see, do you miss me? Ahole, get your hands off my chest while you're talking. Chapter 41. BD, take your hands off my chest while you're talking. Bumby, who was wearing a straitjacket, yelled at Duke emotionally, and at the same time strenuously moved forward, as if wanting to bite Duke. But as soon as she made a movement, a half-empty and half-solid spirit string bound her in the void, and at the same time, electric arcs danced on her body, making her scream. Ah! While Bambi's eyes were wide open and he screamed, his legs went limp and he fell to the ground. But even so, the spirit string also bounded in the air, turning it into a marionette, unable to even kneel down on the ground, and could only hang in the air. Looking at Bumby, who was foaming from the corner of his mouth, and turned his eyes up, revealing the whites of his eyes, Duke changed his hand, touched his chin and said, Your restraint device is very interesting. Well, this is a special restraint device just developed by the Technology Development Bureau. Once the prisoner wants to move, he will receive a strong electric shock. Although the electric shock is not fatal, it can cause great physical pain and stimulation. Roar! Duke raised his eyelids, pointed at Bambi, who was about to go crazy, and said, Are you sure this is the performance after being tortured? This. Huajie was a little hesitant. Bumby's appearance really didn't look like a tortured person should have. It looks like after dozens of in-depth exchanges with people. Perhaps this prisoner has received electric shocks more times, so this happened. I don't think so. Duke's fingers pressing on Bumby's chest kept moving, sinking in and bouncing up again, like catching a ball. You press her like this, I think any woman will have this reaction. Huajie looked away, Duke nodded and switched hands again. Hey, you BD, don't do this kind of thing in front of my subordinates. Kuratsuka Mayuri, who followed Nirvana, walked to the prison area and yelled at Duke who was messing with Bambi. Duke rolled his eyes, but withdrew his hand anyway. TCH, do you pervert scientist have the nerve to say that about me? In my eyes, any living thing is just a pile of carbon and oxygen compounds. Kuratsuka Mayuri snorted rather arrogantly, and Duke said quietly, So this is why you have been single until now, and you have made yourself an artificial daughter. BD, Yunmen is my highest masterpiece, not what a shallow person like you thinks. Okay, you said scientist, you are right. But then again, Yunmenchen, you are clearly wearing a miniskirt, why do you still wear safety pants? Duke, who was squatting behind Nai Yunmen, lifted up the other party's miniskirt and watched the scenery under the skirt, but Nai Yunmen looked indifferent. Seeing this scene, Kuratsuka Mayuri kicked Duke directly. You pervert, stay away from my daughter. Furious, Kuratsuka Mayuri yelled at Duke while keeping Nirvana behind him. Ah, the captain of the 12th Division beat someone, and I was beaten to pieces. I can't get up without some sky-high compensation. Duke lay on his side on the ground, looking at a prisoner in the cage. The prisoner and Duke looked at each other for a moment, then silently turned their heads in the other direction. If you know too much, you will be dissected. UBD, don't look my way, I want to live a little longer. UBD, quickly take your captive and get out of here. Kuratsuka Mayuri took Bumby out of the prison and kicked the woman out along with Duke. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to step into the 12th Division. Kuratsuka Mayuri stood in the doorway and yelled at Duke, also raised a middle finger and snorted. Close the door. Next second. The door to Division 12 slams shut, shutting Duke and Bumby out. Tisk, why can't this guy take a joke? Duke stood up and patted the dust on his body. I said it was safety pants, but I couldn't see anything, and I still reacted like this. Could it be that Kuratsuka Mayuri is a ghost father? Duke, who speculated maliciously about Kuratsuka Mayuri in his heart, quickly noticed Bambi, who was wearing a straitjacket and laying on the ground, trying to escape. Hey, spoils of war, what are you trying to do? Duke stepped on Bambi's lower back. After stepping on it, he felt that the position might be wrong, so he rubbed the sole of his foot down. Feeling the rich feedback, Duke nodded in satisfaction. Well, right now. Let me think about it, what should I do with you? Duke stepped on Bambi, crossed his arms, and at the same time lowered his head and thought about how to deal with Bambi. Bring back? Do not make jokes. He dared to take it back, and Anohanaretsu dared to burn oil on the spot and cut Bambi alive. Looking for a place to start some deep and simple exchanges, and then quit? Duke glanced at Bambi's figure and appearance, shook his head, and it was a pity that we only communicated once. Take it with you? That wouldn't work, and it couldn't hide from Anohanaretsu's eyes. What else can I do? Bambi's identity is too sensitive, and now Seilingting's hostility towards Quincy is not insignificant, and it is a big trouble to keep this guy by his side all the time. Send it back to Kuratsuka Mayuri, and within 2 days this chick will have to be dissected by him. So a perfect plan is needed. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the 12th Division's garrison. Damn it, where did that fellow Hun go? I don't know, Master Kiwi. Hateful. A woman with long dark wavy hair, her left eye was covered by hair, and a broad-minded woman was biting her fingers and stomping her feet in resentment. If you let me see that BD Hun, I will cut him to pieces. After seeing the woman, Duke whistled to attract her attention. Why, who are you? Kiwi crossed her arms, held up 2 plump lumps, raised her head slightly and asked Duke. I'm Duke, and you're looking for a little yellow lion muppet, right? You know. Kiwi's eyes lit up, Duke stroked his chin, and said with a chuckle, of course I know, if I have time to have a meal together, I'll talk about it with you in detail. Well, good, handsome boy. Seireitei winked at Duke as Kuratsuka Mayuri's voice came through the speakers. Kiwi, go back to your post, and you BD, leave my team station quickly. Cut. Duke gestured his middle finger to the speaker, blinked at Seireitei, jumped off the courtyard wall and left quickly. Duke already knows what to do with Bambi, a hot potato. Duke, who was carrying Bambi all the way towards Huajie, disappeared without a trace after a few ups and downs. Just after Duke left, standing on the attic, Kuratsuka Mayuri, who was looking at Duke's leaving direction, slowly dialed the paging machine. Hello, Captain Anohana. That's right, I just saw Captain Duke heading towards Huajie. Well, I don't think this is good, very bad, so I called you out of the consideration of maintaining the love relationship with my teammates. Right. It's nothing, you are busy. After hanging up the phone, Kuratsuka Mayuri touched his chin and gave a bad smirk. Brat, how dare you treat my daughter like that? Feel the iron fist sanctions from the strict father. Chapter 42. The 4th Division is stationed. Yanjian. The braid on Anohanaretsu's chest with a knife on his waist was completely untied, revealing the scar on his chest, and at the same time exuding a gloomy aura. Seeing Anohanaretsu like this, Katetsu Isane was immediately shocked. Yes, Captain. Call the team, let's go to Huajie. Ah. Katetsu Isane was a little puzzled, and hurriedly asked, what are you doing in Huajie? Is anyone injured? Yanjian. Team leader. Call the team. Although Anohanaretsu's tone was flat, Katetsu Isane felt a coolness sticking to his back, like a millipede, quickly crawled to the back of his head, hit a shivering Katetsu Isane quickly stood up, and said loudly, yes, Captain. Very well, what a good boy. Anohanaretsu nodded slightly, and whispered softly with a half-smile. Good kids need rewards, but bad kids don't. Especially the sneaky bad boy. Anohanaretsu turned and left, and when Kotetsu Isane felt as if he had just been fished out of the water as he headed for the gate of the 4th Division. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Although Captain Anohanaretsu has a smile on his face, this kind of smile is like a mask sold by vendors at festivals. At the same time as he smiled, a cold light shot out from the slits in his eyes. Coupled with the inexplicable gloomy aura permeating Anohanaretsu, it really makes people feel stressed. After standing still for a few seconds, Kotetsu Isane quickly went to gather his players. No matter what the captain is going to do, just do it now. As for the reason why the captain became like that, there is probably only one who can make the captain so angry. After all, which member of the 4th team has completely become the other half of the captain in his heart? Now that the captain can be angry, there is only one who has done something. Not long after, all the teams that could be dispatched from the 4th Division arrived, and those who could not be dispatched stayed in the treatment room to take care of the patients. You know, the 4th team is the treatment team. Captain, everyone is here except for the team members who need to take care of patients and cannot leave their posts. Okay, let's go to Huajie now. Anohanaretsu took the lead and rushed towards Huajie with a large group of people, attracting the attention of many people from other teams along the way. Squad 4 dispatched on such a large scale, what happened? I don't know, where did the fighting happen, do you need help? It shouldn't be, I haven't heard any news about the Quincy's surprise attack recently. Why does Captain Anohana look so wrong today? You noticed that too? Well, with loose hair, even though you're smiling, it makes you feel chills all over your body. It doesn't feel like the spring breeze in the past. The whole person is filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Captain Anokana, who is usually kind to others, also has such a terrifying side. It should be someone who offended this captain. Who? It's the one who saved the entire Searing court by himself. You mean? Duke. Essentially, I used to be teammates with him. At that time, he relied on a good skin to wander around Huajie, and he didn't have to pay for it. This is simply too enviable. While the members of other teams were discussing, the captains and vice-captains of other teams also cast their eyes. Yet, Captain Anohana made such a big fight, is Duke making her angry again? While Kurako Shunsui was standing on the roof, looking at the murderous Anohanaretsu in the distance, the adjutant Ise Nanao who was beside him stood beside him, pushed his glasses, and said coldly, Captain, are you talking about other people? Time to examine yourself, okay? Isn't Captain Duke's actions now exactly the same as yours? Nana-chan, I'm not the same as Duke, I'm very dedicated. Oh, how do you explain those books of unknown origin in your office? Cough cough cough. Kurako Shunsui was choked by Nanao Ise, and while coughing repeatedly, he could only change the topic. Hey, you see that big guy in Bo village walked towards Uzawa, is he planning to persuade him to return? As soon as Kurako Shunsui said this, Komamura Seijin led people to meet Anohanaretsu head-on. Komamura Seijin, whose coat color is similar to that of an Akita dog, leaned on a knife and said solemnly, Captain Anohana, the 4th Division should not have received the dispatch order. No, but I have some personal matters, can you get out of the way, Captain Bo village? While Anohanaretsu smirked, Komamura Seijin shook his head, no, it's a big taboo to act rashly without being notified. I can't let you make a mistake. Anohanaretsu put his hand on his zanpakut, his voice lowered, and a cold light came out of his eyes. Captain Boken, you'd better get out of the way, otherwise, Silingting will lose your Akita dog. The murderous intent revealed in the words made Komamura Seijin shudder, and just about to continue to argue, when he met Anohana's eyes, his hair exploded immediately, and his ears pricked up. Step aside. Yes. Komamura Seijin, who subconsciously moved out of the way, watched Anohanaretsu walking past him with the fourth team in trembling. Even though Anohanaretsu took everyone away, Komamura Seigen still had some lingering fears. After all, Anohanaretsu's eyes are so penetrating. When Komamura Seigen was shocked, Hitsugaichware not far away and his adjutant Matsumoto Ranjaku also looked at them. "Ah, Captain, did you see the expression that Captain Bo Village had just now?" The boldly dressed Matsumoto Ranjaku hugged Hitsugaichware while pointing in the direction of Komamura Seigen. Hitsugaichware folded his arms, eyes closed, and veins emerged on his forehead. "Matsumoto, you're getting too close. What's the matter, anyway? The captain is not the kind of casual person." When Matsumoto Ranjaku spoke, he also pointed at Hitsugaichware's head and said, "By the way, the captain must not become like Captain Duke in the future." "Understood, so you hurry up and stay away from me." "So cold, Captain. Stay away from me, it stinks of alcohol." "Flower Street, Zonjia Fang. This time I really trouble you, and I need to trouble you." A middle-aged Mediterranean in a light blue kimono toasted Duke, and at the same time Duke raised the teacup in front of him. "It's nothing, it's nothing. I have been taken care of a lot in the past, and this time it can be regarded as my repayment for Huajie's care." While Duke took a shallow sip of tea, the extremely Huajie beside him also looked at Duke rather dejectedly. "Master Duke, won't you come here in the future?" "Master Duke, Ryahim is sweeping the couch for you, waiting for your arrival." "Master Duke, just take another look at Miji." Faced with the courtesan's persuasion, Duke smiled and did not speak, but raised his teacup to those prstutes, and drank tea slowly. "Just kidding, if you really agree now, Anohanaretsu will tear it down and copy it." Just as Duke was thinking, there were disorderly footsteps in the corridor outside the sliding door on one side, as well as outside the window. Not long after the footsteps sounded, the door was suddenly pulled open. "Ah, there are a lot of people here today." When Anohanaretsu walked into the private room with a knife in her hand, she also glanced left and right. Duke sits at the first place, and the bosses and oirans of Huajie sit opposite to each other in 2 rows on the left and right under Duke's seat. "Well, very well behaved, no messing around. Very good. Ah, Captain Duke, what a coincidence, I can meet you here." After looking around, Anohanaretsu pinned the focus on Duke. Behind Anohanaretsu, all the members of the 4th Division followed their captain and stared at Duke. In fact, Duke isn't the only one staring here right now. There are others. For example, the captains of other teams, such as the people of Central 46, for example, something lurking in the shadows. It is indeed a coincidence. Duke scratched his temples and adjusted his posture slightly. "Then what are you doing here when you're not doing your duty, Captain Duke?" Anohanaretsu's words were light, but what fell into Duke's ears was a question and answer of death. "If you answer badly, you will be punished." Although he won't die, the punishment from Anohanaretsu is enough to make him drink a pot. "I'm here to check on the reconstruction process of Huajie, and by the way, I would like to thank all the bosses for taking care of me in the past." When Duke said this, he sneered, "After all, you know, I've been here for a long time in the past 10 years. In the future, Ishin will devote himself to the family, so come here to say goodbye to them in the past." While speaking with a warm face, Duke also stared at Anohanaretsu. Anohanaretsu's expression softened slightly upon hearing the sound, and Duke continued to look at each other affectionately. While Anohanaretsu and Duke looked at each other, he immediately said something that made Duke's back shudder. "And which of your little ones who were captured before?" "Her." When Duke heard Huajie talking about this, he directly made a gesture of raising his hand and dropping his knife. "Karma." Anohanaretsu snorted, but let go of his hand from the hilt. "Since it's been dealt with, no one will see her in the future, right?" "Nobody." "Well, go home early." After leaving a sentence, Anohanaretsu nodded to everyone present with a smile on her face, then turned and left. Seeing his own captain leave, the members of the fourth team also withdrew one after another. After everyone left, everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Duke also smiled and apologized, "Everyone, I'm really sorry that I scared you." "Nothing, nothing. Master Duke, what are you talking about? You are free, I still have some things to deal with." "Me too, I'm sorry to excuse me." "Master Duke, please continue." The people in Huajie, who said it was nothing, quickly left. After all, the movement that Anohanaretsu made just now was too scary. "No way if you don't go." When there was no one in the room, Duke picked up his teacup and took a sip. After putting down the teacup, he reached into his pocket and found a very delicate and compact hand doll. The appearance of this handmade doll is exactly the same as that of Bumby. "Oh, Sister Hua has spoken, you will only be able to make my handicraft collection in the future." Duke looked at the Bumby figurine in his hand and said with a smile. The eyeballs of Bumby's figurine rolled slightly, and despair was written in his eyes. "Hey, it's really hard to hide the beauty in the golden house these days, and it's also hard to find a toy for yourself, but don't worry, I'll find you some friends to keep you company." Duke stuffed Bumby's figurine into his pocket, picked up a small dish with chopsticks, and put it into his mouth. A lot of friends. Chapter 43. "Oh, I have to find a place to house you." Duke, who had already left Huajie, pulled away the Captain Haori on his body and whispered to the Bumby figurine in his pocket. At the same time, Bumby's figurine turned his head away, as if he didn't want to talk to the BD Duke. "Ha, don't try to escape, this is a sealing technique designed by me." Duke stretched out his finger and pointed at Bambi's small head, and said slowly, "I don't know how much you know about the 4 power systems circulated in the Soul Society, that is, Zhanchuan Zugui. But since I came into contact with it, and while constantly getting stronger, I have also discovered many secrets. Except for Shunpo, Zhanchuan Zugui, the other 3 types all contain almost unlimited potential. Zujutsu can cut the splitting void, Kid can stop time, and White Hits can make Shinigami's body constantly break through the limit, smashing the void with one punch. As for Shunpo, let's not mention it. Ultimate speed is just icing on the cake for me. Well, let's talk about Kid." As Duke walked, his lips squirmed, and his words clearly reached the ears of Bumby's figurine. "There are 2 forbidden techniques in Kid, namely time stop and space transfer. The former will stop the surrounding time, but it will disturb the time sequence of the entire Soul Society. The latter can move freely in space, but it will disturb the order of space. So these 2 Kid spells are called forbidden technique. When I came into contact with these 2 forbidden techniques, I realized one thing, Kid can do many things. So, I created this Bakud spell that now controls you. That's the reincarnation that was cast on you before. Reincarnation from Earth can turn a person into a doll of any size. Once it is turned into a figure, it will lose all the characteristics of a living body. Apart from being able to perceive the outside world, it will no longer have any abilities. If I hadn't been inspired by seeing Seireitei of the 12th Division looking for the little lion doll by chance today, you might be really screwed now." While Duke was talking with a smile, the Bumby figurine also raised its head, eyes full of anger and hatred. "Don't look at me like that. Do you know why I tell you so much? Because I want you to be a ghost, let you know why you became like this, and what kind of future you will have in the future." When Duke said this, he suddenly shut up. Just because he saw Kurako Shunsui's adjutant Ise Nanao standing in front of the gate of the 4th Division, as if waiting for something. When Duke appeared, Ise Nanao immediately pushed the eyes on the bridge of her nose and walked towards him. "Captain Duke. Hey, isn't this the vice-captain of the Jingle family?" Duke approached Ise Nanao and put his arms around her shoulders. "Why did you remember looking for me?" Ise Nanao escaped from Duke's arms without leaving a trace, and said indifferently with a look of disgust, "Captain Duke, please respect yourself. I'm here because my inconsequential captain asked me to invite you to meet him. Jingle wants to see me." Duke scratched his temples, glanced at him at the gate of Division 4, and immediately grabbed Nanaoise's shoulders. "No problem, let's go. Please show respect." Nanaoise pushed Duke away, and at the same time said angrily, "Captain Duke, please don't act like a scumbag, okay? Hey, I'm just being friendly, what's wrong with that?" Duke walked quickly to Nanaoise, spread his hands, and said with an innocent face, "Isn't hooking shoulders and shoulders a friendly expression between friends? But when a man does this to a woman, it's harassment." Ise Nanao faced Duke, who was walking backwards facing her, but she spoke in a nonchalant manner, but Duke immediately retorted, "Nano, you are wrong to think so. Now that equality between men and women is advocated, how can you still look at the relationship between men and women with this old perspective? You are lagging behind. Captain Duke, I don't understand how unilateral harassment has anything to do with equality between men and women. Let me ask you, do you agree with the theory of equality between men and women?" Nanaoise answered Duke's question almost without thinking, "I agree with this theory. So men and women are basically the same in terms of agreeing with the theory, right?" "Yes, so to speak." Ise Nanao always felt that something was wrong, but Duke didn't give her a chance to think, and continued, "Then based on this premise, why can boys and girls hook shoulders and girls, men and women had to say it before, but you defined it as harassment? It's not right." Duke also changed his pace while speaking, came to Ise Nanao, put his arms around the shoulders of the girl with glasses, and said in a low voice, "If you still think that way, then you haven't put the concept of equality between men and women at all. Heart. Just a fake feminist, with feudal blood flowing in your bones." But, Ise Nanao always felt that something was wrong, but she still couldn't tell. "And you're a member of the Women's Shinigami Association, how can you not lead by example? Right?" Duke leaned close to Ise Nanao's ear, and while whispering softly, the girl's face instantly turned red. No, it's not right at all." Ise Nanao pushed Duke away, lowered her head and kept holding her glasses. Her face was on fire and said, "You are sophistry, Captain Duke. Where is it? I didn't say that. It's not right anyway, you'd better stay away from me." Ise Nanao didn't want to be led by the nose by Duke, but at this time the two also came to the gate of the 8th Division. The station of the 8th Division is easy to recognize. It is located in the middle of Seireitei. There is a 2-story building at the entrance. If you find this 2-story building, you will find the station of the 8th Division. Hey, Duke, don't harass my adjutant." Kurako Shunsui, who was waiting at the door early, joked with a smile, "Although my adjutant always puts on a stinky expression, he doesn't answer anyone, and even though he has been single for many years and no one loves him, he always treats me fighting and kicking, but to me, she is a very good adjutant. Captain, please don't belittle me in front of the captains of other teams, okay?" Ise Nanao raised her hand to touch her glasses, and said slowly, "And even if I am really like what you said, I will not abandon you, the captain who is frivolous, lazy, and hates work." While speaking, Ise Nanao walked past Kurako Shunsui, stomped on him heavily, then raised her head, and proudly left the gate of the 8th squad. Hiss! Kurako Shunsui, who moved the sole of his trampled foot, had nothing to do with Ise Nanao, after all, this is his niece and his family. "Sorry, I made you laugh." Kurako Shunsui smiled at Duke. Duke whispered, "You have worked hard enough. It's not as good as you being controlled by Captain Anajawa so much. I'm afraid you won't have any money for private training in the future." Kurako Shunsui and Duke looked at each other while talking. They were startled for a moment, then sighed in unison, "Oh, it's so difficult for a man. Okay, Stop standing at the door, come with me, I have something to discuss with you. Kurako Shunsui calmed down and invited Duke to join his team. After entering Team 8, Kurako Shunsui took Duke directly to his captain's lounge. Don't be restrained here, just sit where you want. Kurako Shunsui took off the cape on his head and sat in his seat at the same time. Duke looked around Kurako Shunsui's captain's lounge. Compared with Zaraki Kenpeiki's messy lounge, this place is not only well organized, the layout of the whole room is more elegant, and there is a faint smell of incense in the air. First, Duke took off the zanpakut from his waist, sat across from Kurako Shunsui, and praised, "You are doing a good job here. That guy Zaraki Kenpeiki's office is a pigsty by comparison." Duke sighed and complained, "I left in his office after less than a few minutes. I really would rather sit on the stone in the courtyard than stay in his lounge." "Ha ha ha, Captain Zaraki has always been informal." Kurako Shunsui laughed out loud when he heard Duke's complaint. Duke stared at him silently and said, "You might as well say that Zaraki Kenpeiki is a man who is not trim." "Ahem, about other people, let's not talk behind their backs, it's not authentic." "Okay, so why did you ask me this time?" Duke just got straight to the point, and when he got straight to the point, he saw Nanao Ise walking in with refreshments. Nanao Ise, who was kneeling in front of the slum, put her things away and left the room silently. Just two simple things. When Kurako Shunsui was pouring tea and water, he also said flatly, "Mr. Yamamoto called me over just now, saying that the next captain has been selected." Without waiting for Duke to ask, he said directly, "The candidate is me." "Oh, it seems that old man Yamamoto thinks highly of you." Duke took the teacup from Kurako Shunsui, and Kurako Shunsui looked at the reflection in the teacup in front of him, and said flatly, "I wish it wasn't me, and this didn't even happen." "That's right, after all, you are the first batch of students of old man Yamamoto, and you have followed him for almost 1,000 years. You can imagine the relationship between you and him." Duke took a sip of the tea and nodded. "The tea tastes good." Before he leaves, he needs to ask Kurako Shunsui for a few caddies. The old man has made up his mind to retire, but I'm afraid of his temper. "You know, the old man." "Well, I know his temper." Duke sighed, "It stinks. So, I'm apprehensive and nervous now." "Well, what about the second thing?" Duke doesn't want to listen to Kurako Shunsui's grievances anymore. After this guy becomes the captain, his position is probably Duke's own. After all, no matter whether it is Yamamoto Genrisai who is about to abdicate or Kurako Shunsui who is listed as a candidate for the captain, he will not let him, a top fighter, do nothing all day long and eat his fill. The second thing is more complicated. Kurako Shunsui rubbed his face and smiled wryly, "It's about you and Zaraki Kenpeiki." "Oh, Zaraki Kenpeiki has made great progress on the teaching of cutting skills. If you come to teach a few more times, you will probably be able to improve in quality. The key point is here." Kurako Shunsui covered his face and said, "Master Yamamoto only applied for the right to use the infernal hell once, in other words, you will never be able to enter there again. The old man's idea is to let you wake up Zaraki Kenpeiki in one breath and release his potential. But who would have thought that you would come out halfway through teaching? Now the infernal hell has been completely closed, and you can no longer apply." Duke blinked after hearing Kurako Shunsui's words. "Oh, and then?" "Then?" Jing Lechun raised his head and looked at the ceiling for a moment. Duke didn't pay attention to this matter at all, and even ignored what Mr. Yamamoto said. How could this guy be so indifferent to everything? "Then you need to find a new place to train, preferably by waking up Zaraki Kenpeiki in one breath." Speaking of this, Kurako Shunsui clasped his palms together, put his clasped hands on top of his head, and said sincerely, "Please, wake him up in one breath. Not to mention anything else, let him comprehend Shikai for the last time. If this is the case, I will try my best." Duke touched his chin, but immediately asked, "Where are we going to train after the infernal hell is closed?" Kurako Shunsui breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Duke let out a sigh of relief. He pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's not far away." 0. The martial arts training ground of Seiling Court. No. Outside of Rukanga. No. Where is that? Duke asked quickly. Kurako Shunsui blinked and spit out 2 words. Hueco Mundo. Chapter 44. Are you sending me to Hueco Mundo? Duke clicked his tongue, and Kurako Shunsui smiled wryly, because now there is only one place that is suitable for you and Captain Seireitei as a training ground. Also, this time, I hope you can awaken Captain Seireitei in one go. The worst is to master Shikai, so. Well, don't say it, I know it. Duke crossed his arms, raised his head and muttered. It is true that Jingling Court is his foundation, but it does not mean that he cannot leave Jingling Court. Although the 9-to-5 system can only work in the Jingling Court, it doesn't mean that he will be bound in the Jingling Court. Moreover, since his strength was exposed, more and more troublesome things came to him, and he still couldn't avoid it. Ever since he crossed over to this world 10 years ago, the first keynote that Duke has set for himself is to live desperately. As for the others, you have to lean back. After initially mastering the power, Duke, who was determined to achieve his goal, began to fabricate the character design. That is the current lecherous, dissolute, frivolous, and rotten salted fish character. In fact, Duke is trying to maintain this persona until now. After all, even if it is a mask, it may not be able to be taken off after being worn on the face for 10 years. As for what Kurako Shunsui said about going to Hueco Mundo, it is a business trip for Duke. Anyone who leaves Seireitei and goes to other areas is a business trip. Although he did not resist the business trip, he basically refused. He prefers to stay in Jinglingting, but the current situation does not allow him to do so. The Invisible Empire has declared war on Jinglingting, and he will not be idle until everything is over. Seiling Court is his base, and he must guard it, because the system can operate normally here, and he can continue to become stronger. For a while, Duke thought for a long time. Kurako Shunsui, who was sitting opposite, saw Duke was silent for such a long time, and couldn't help asking, "How are you thinking?" "I'm considering whether I should defect." Duke squeezed out a smile with a half-hearted smile. "It's just like Aizen Koyusuk back then, killing all the people in Central 46, and then making a big fuss, finding a place to do some conspiracy to dominate the world category." Hat. Kurako Shunsui felt ashamed. If Duke really wanted to defect, Yamamoto Genrisaya might not be able to stop him. Being invited by Ichibe Hisub of Team Zero to join Team Zero because of pure strength, one can imagine how strong Duke is. After all, Ichibe Hisub's Yamato can still be said to be the leader of Team Zero. He is also the earliest batch of Soul Society creatures that were born when the Soul Society was first born. All members of Team Zero must go through his approval before joining Team Zero, and the current team members of Team Zero can join Team Zero because they themselves created the history of Team Zero. Only those who make history can join the Zero Division. This is the Iron Law. But Duke was the first person to break this iron rule, because the reason why Team Zero invited him to join was his king of power. A power so powerful that even the Zero Division has to pay attention to it. Moreover, Ichibe Hisub once said that Duke's Zanpakuto can be said to be the most terrifying Zanpakuto. Although he doesn't know the specific ability, but just uttering this sentence from the mouth of the monk whose real name is called, it represents Duke's status. Now that Duke said such words, the impact on Kurako Shunsui is not insignificant. "I'm not joking, Kurako. Jiro. Zuzo. Shunsui." Duke spit out Kurako Shunsui's life in a word, and his eyes became gloomy. It was the first time that Kurako Shunsui saw Duke showing such an expression. This. Duke raised an index finger to his lips, exhaled lightly, and shut Kurako Shunsui at the same time. I, before fulfilling my dream, was a very simple person. What I yearn for is a peaceful life. I think a stable life like a plant is the most beautiful. During this period, don't be obsessed with winning or losing, don't get entangled in worries, and don't set up enemies that keep you up at night. Of course, if there is such a person, I will kill them immediately. Duke made a movement of raising the knife and slashing down, his calm eyes made Kurako Shunsui break out in a layer of cold sweat. Because of that, I get a good night's sleep. After all, whether it's humans, Shinigami, Hollow, or Quincy, all need sleep, because sleep is very important, and it's related to the state of the next day. I have been here for the past 10 years, day after day, day by day. Until that stupid Quincy appeared. In fact, I didn't plan to make a move. I planned to take a few months of injury leave as a lucky survivor and live my peaceful life. But now everything is broken and I'm getting used to it. But you have arranged too many things for me, which is contrary to my philosophy of life, and I can only toss Anohana at night to release the pressure. Do you understand what I mean? I probably understand. Kurako Shunsui swallowed, and Duke knocked on the table, so, I hope that after this time, don't give me any more trouble. Whether it's official business or position, I don't like it. What I like is an extremely simple life. I go to work on time every day and leave work on time. I never work overtime. I eat and drink what I like at night. Take a comfortable bath and spend a good night with your pillow. So, for the trouble of going to Hueco Mundo, it's only one time. After all, you have been listed as a candidate for the captain. As a gift for your promotion, I'll just sell you a favor. In the future, if Siling Court encounters an attack, I will take action to protect it, because as I said before, the consensus between me and you is to protect Siling Court. But for other matters, don't ask me. Duke leaned forward slightly, his eyes calm and indifferent. Understood. Kurako Shunsui didn't answer immediately, but leaned back, closed his eyes and began to think quietly. Not long after, he opened his eyes again and said in a low voice, I can promise you that in the days when I am in power, I will not arrange too many affairs for you, but like the defection you mentioned today, never again carry. Can. It's a deal, Duke. Kurako Shunsui touched his right eye, which was covered with an eye patch, and said, a deal that only you and I know about. Only you and I know the content of the transaction, and we must respect our respective interests. Saying this, Kurako Shunsui held out his hand to Duke. How? Duke looked at Kurako Shunsui's outstretched hand, and suddenly smiled. No wonder you can become the candidate for the captain. In terms of your bearing, courage, and consideration, no one else can compare to you. I agree to the deal. Duke raised his hand to hold Kurako Shunsui's palm, but changed the topic, but I have a request. What? Introduce Nanao to me. Duke's expression suddenly changed from the previous calm and indifferent, and he laughed and said, indifferent Bingshan glasses girl, oh, it makes people hungry. Seeing Duke's appearance, Kurako Shunsui knew that the deal was finalized, otherwise he would not have shown this appearance. Kurako Shunsui smiled slightly and said, introduce Nanao to you. Get out. Okay. Late at night. In Anoka's boudoir. Today you chatted with the leader of the Beijing band for a while. Anohana Retsu, who was combing her long hair in the vanity mirror, stared at herself in the mirror, and Duke, who was making the bed, said without raising his head, I had a good chat with him today, and you know, that guy was chosen as the candidates for the next captain. It is estimated that after a while, old man Yamamoto will step down from the position of captain. Duke knelt on the bed, and while laying out the quilt, he also picked up the pillow, and patted the pillow to make it softer, so that it would be more comfortable when he lay it under his body. Jingle and Jushiro are both the first batch of students of Captain Yamamoto. He values Jingle very much. Although both Jushiro and Jingle are his students, Jushiro's personality is too gentle. Although he has awareness, he is not as good as Jingle. The musicians are cruel. When Anohana was talking, Duke also came behind her, took the comb and tidied her hair. You are quite right about this. When Duke said this, he patted Anohana's shoulder, take 2 wigs. Anohana handed the wig to Duke, and Duke grabbed half of Anohana's hair and began to braid her a ponytail. Although Jingle looks like a libertine, he has all the abilities and dispositions that a high-ranking person should possess. I have no objection to him being the captain. He gave you a promise. Anohana squinted at Duke. Duke also braided Anohana's double ponytail hairstyle at the moment. With the 2 ponytails draped behind his shoulders, Duke also said, I didn't say that. Little slippery head. Anohana touched Duke's forehead, and immediately asked in confusion, why did you give me such a hairstyle? Duke lifted up the double ponytails with both hands, pulled Anohana towards him, and said with a smile, do you think these are double ponytails? Wrong, this is actually a steering wheel. The next day, the 12th Squadron was stationed inside the school grounds. Then what? This is what I need you to bring to that guy Urahara Kisuk. Kuratsuka Mayuri pointed to a huge package on the side, which was wrapped in the authentic Japanese furoshiki folding method. It's as big as 3 people. Hey, I'm on a business trip to Hueco Mundo, not to be your courier. Duke yawned, and the red-purple scar on his neck was fully exposed as he yawned. I didn't bother you, but to Captain Zaraki. Kuratsuka Mayuri looked at Duke with disgust, since he knew that Duke was a threat to all female Shinigami, especially his daughter Nai Yunmen was almost killed by him, so Kuratsuka Mayuri hated Duke in every possible way. The one who got the money, Zaraki Kenpeka looked at the huge burden beside him in embarrassment, and clicked his tongue unconsciously. Cut. Duke raised a middle finger to Kuratsuka Mayuri, and Kirako Shunsui said from the side, after finishing the training, return to Seireitei quickly. Although there is no threat to the 2 of you, according to Urahara Kisuk's information, Hueco Mundo has been captured by the Invisible Empire. Okay. Duke nodded nonchalantly, yawned again, and threw the package beside him to Zaraki Kenpeki. Come on, hold it for me. UBD. Zaraki Kenpeki was holding Duke's package, and just about to swear, he was tilted by Duke. Eyes, immediately shut up obediently, no more words. Seeing Zaraki Kenpeki like this, Duke nodded in satisfaction. This guy was transferred by himself. Bah, the educator also knows to respect the teacher. Then what, haven't you finished preparing the boundary strike device yet? Duke walked towards the kid class who were preparing the boundary striking spell, and the leader said, sorry, this spell takes a lot of time to prepare. Trouble. Duke walked into the middle of Kid's class and raised his hand directly to the void in front of him. Kid strike boundary instrument. Next second. A black curtain slowly unfolded in the void, and the breath of Hueco Mundo came. This scene was watched by other people present, and they were all taken aback. This guy's kid attainments are so strong. Kuratsuka Mayuri touched his chin, but Kirako Shunsui sighed. This guy always gives people new frights. 0. Chapter 45. In the space where the black unknown substance flows, a colorless rainbow bridge is extending towards the distance. On the Hongqiao, there are 2 figures running fast. There was a figure in front of him, with a long knife in his waist, and a handsome appearance. He could bear the saying that he was nothing but handsome. Followed by a burly man with a huge package and a fierce face. Hey, how long will it be? Zaraki Kenpeki looked at the Ryutsu Hongqiao with eyes under his feet, and asked Duke a little anxiously. Duke ran ahead, using his Ryutsu to pave the way for them to walk quickly in the black cavity. How do I know? It's also the first time I went to Hueco Mundo in a dark cavity. I should be the one who asks this kind of question. After all, you went to Hueco Mundo before the Arankar incident. Duke replied to Zaraki Kenpeki without looking back. Zaraki Kenpeki snorted coldly, who would remember such a thing? Besides, Isn't the purpose of going to Hueco Mundo to hack for fun? Yes, yes. At this moment, a small pink head appeared in the package behind Zaraki Kenpeki, and Kuzajishi Yachiru got out from the package that Kurotsuka Mayuri packed for Urahara Kisuk, and lay on Zaraki Kenpeki's shoulder. Yakian Liu, when did you catch up? Zaraki Kenpeki was a little shocked when Kuzajishi Yachiru followed. Duke looked back at the petite and light Kuzajishi Yachiru, and said lightly, "It should be when we were about to enter the black cavity, she got into your package." What? Zaraki Kenpeki yelled in astonishment, "Then why didn't you remind me? Isn't that good?" Duke turned his head back indifferently, gloating, "There is someone who can care about you when you are chopped up in a mess. With this little girl here, you should be able to ignite a violent fighting spirit. After all, Captain, you don't want to be seen by 813 Bakian Liu in training, right? You vile BD." Gritting his teeth, Zaraki Kenpeki roared, "I wish I could kill you now. Damn, there are too many people who want to chop me off, what kind of onion are you?" When Duke spoke, he also noticed that the front line had reached the end. "Okay, hang on tight, we're going to Hueco Mundo." Seeing the bright light in front of him, Duke jumped out of the black cavity as soon as he said this. Zaraki Kenpeki followed closely behind, and also took Kuzajishi Yachiru to leave the black cavity and set foot on the land of Hueco Mundo. It's really desolate. For the desolate white sand that greeted his eyes, Duke set up a pergola and looked into the distance, looking for the breath of Urahara Kisuk. At the same time, the content of spirit particles in the atmosphere in Hueco Mundo is so high that he only takes a few breaths before showing a satisfied expression. Well, the concentration of spirit seeds here is very high, very comfortable. No matter how many times I come to this horrible place, it still makes my hands itch. Zaraki Kenpeki has already been to Hueco Mundo, and he has long adapted to the environment here, but the feeling that this barren environment brings to him reminds him of the battles he used to have here. These memories made him hot all over, and he wished he could fight now. "Hey, when do you start training?" Zaraki Kenpeki moved his body restlessly. Duke glanced at Zaraki Kenpeki and said, "Don't worry, you have to find Urahara Kisuk first. Kurotsuka Mayuri asked you to bring him something. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo's friend Inu Orium is also with Urahara Kisuk again. According to the information I read, if you have that child's full realization, your next training will be much smoother." While Duke was talking, he also sensed Urahara Kisuk's Ryutsu. Rather than the Ryutsu of Urahara Kisuk, it is better to say that several groups of powerful Ryutsu are mixed and intertwined with each other to form, Chalk, the Ryutsu group. Among them are Shinigami, humans, and Hollow. And according to Duke's information, Urahara Kisuk happened to be surrounded by humans and virtuals, and this Ryutsu belonged to them. In which direction, go? Duke took the lead and ran towards Urahara Kisuk. Zaraki Kenpeki held the package on his back and clicked his tongue, "This BD who talks to himself will kill you sooner or later." But having said that, he still followed Duke obediently and quickly chased after him. After all, those who have never been beaten by Duke will not know the consequences of not obediently obeying Duke's request. While the 2, 1, and 3 Shinigami rushed towards Urahara Kisuk's direction quickly, Urahara Kisuk also looked at the 3 god beasts lying on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. This fate is saved. Well, although it was very dangerous, it was finally rescued. Inu Orium, who was kneeling on the ground, took back his Shuangtian return shield, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Inu Orium looked at the 5 Arankars in front of him. All 5 of them are women, and they all have their own advantages and disadvantages in terms of appearance and figure. What's the use of saving such a waste? The man with light blue shattered hair, sky blue eyes, a few bangs hanging in front of his forehead, and lake green eyeshadow lines snorted. This person has a solid body, with voids and masks unique to Su. This is clearly an Arankar, and judging from his aura, it is still a relatively strong Arankar. You can't say that, Grimjo. When a new Orium heard Grimjo say this, he immediately objected, and the latter snorted and ignored the woman. Well. Grimjo was about to taunt the others, but suddenly he looked in the other direction, his expression became confused, and then confused turned to excitement. There are 2 strands of Seireitei coming, one of them is very strong, is it the enemy? No. Harakisuk looked in the direction Grimjo was looking at, and said calmly, and to be precise, there are 3 people, not 2. 3 people. That's right, one of them hid his Seireitei, presumably the one mentioned in the intelligence. Mr. Urahara, who are you talking about? Inu Orium was still confused, and Sato Yasutora said in a deep voice, here we come. Next second. 2 figures appeared in front of the crowd, the leader was a young man with a handsome face, followed by a big man with a ferocious face, besides, there was a little girl hanging on the shoulder of the big man, and he was carrying a huge man behind him. Package. Well, it's exactly what I thought, but how did Zaraki Kenpeka get involved with this guy? While Harakisuk lowered the brim of his hat, Grimjo squinted at Duke and Zaraki Kenpeka. Hey, here we go. After staying here for so long, I'm already bored. Grimjo, who pulled out the long knife at his waist, rushed towards Duke and Zaraki Kenpeka without waiting for the others to stop him. But as soon as he rushed out, he flew back at a faster speed in the next second. Not only that, the white sand under Grimjo, who was flying backwards, was blown up by the strong wind, and he also turned into a black dot and disappeared in the other side. Wow, Grimjo was blown away. Neliel, who looked like a child, opened her mouth wide open looking at Grimjo who was blown away, and the subordinate officer beside her, Pigsu, said in shock, you can blow Grimjo that originally belonged to Espada, who is there to blow him up? How strong is it? It should be strong. Dong Chaka nodded dully, and Pigsu punched him on the head. Isn't that nonsense, you big fool? Okay, don't fight, you don't fight. Nilu hurriedly persuaded the 2 to fight, and at the same time, Harakisuk narrowed his eyes. Except for him, no one else could see clearly the scene just now. It was the young man who rushed to the front that sent Grimjo flying, and the other party slapped Grimjo back lightly like a fly. Its strength is terrifying, as can be seen from Madara. Not long after, Duke and Zaraki Kenpeka, who was carrying Kuzujishi Yachiru, stopped in front of Harakisuk. As soon as the former stood firm, he raised his hand to say hello. Hi, first time meeting, I'm Duke, Mr. Harakisuk. Hello, Duke. Harakisuk showed a smile on his face, and when he came to Duke, he raised his hand and patted Duke's shoulder. Oh, I thought I couldn't wait for you. This is your thing. Zaraki Kenpeka put the package behind his back on the ground, drawing Harakisuk's attention, and Duke took the opportunity to slip away from him. This man is wise enough to be close to a demon, it's better not to get too close. In the original animation TV, Harakisuk single-handedly planned the strategy to ambush Aizen. Oh yeah, I didn't expect that guy Kuratsuka Mayuri to really prepare for me. Rubbing his hands together, Harakisuk excitedly unwrapped the package in front of him, looked at the contents, and picked up a notebook on top first. For him, this is the first priority. Harakisuk, who opened the notebook, looked at the content recorded on it, and pondered for a while. That's how it is, I didn't expect it to be like this, it's really interesting. Harakisuk, who touched his chin, nodded frequently, apparently greatly inspired. At this moment, there was an exclamation from the side. Oh, I didn't expect to see 5 girls when I first came to Hueco Mundo. This place really deserves to be my blessed place. Harakisuk followed the call and saw that Duke was squatting beside the 5 errand cars. The 5 errand cars belonged to Tia Hurley Bell's subordinate officials, and the other 2 were Aizen's former close friends. Guard. Duke is squatting at the moment in front of Francesca Myra Rhodes, the officer subordinate to the original third espada Tia Hurley Bell, looking at the tall and strong woman Arankar. The curly hair of the other party was scattered on the ground, and while it was a little messy, it also gave her a different kind of feminine beauty. Like the legendary Valkyrie. Looking at Myra Rhodes, Duke stroked his chin, showing a pensive expression. Is there any difference between Arankar and Shinigami? Next second. There was a scream. Yat, what are you doing? Inu Orium saw Duke's behavior and hurried to stop him. What for what? Duke said with a confused face, I just saw Arankar lying on the ground, and out of curiosity about Arankar, I checked the difference between her and ordinary Shinigami. What's wrong with that? Mr. Duke, your behavior is despised in this world. Yura Harakisuk sighed and spoke helplessly. Slander, slander, this is absolute slander. I am obviously from an academic point of view, how can you slander my innocence like this? At the same time as Duke swore to speak, Nilu couldn't help but said, when you are talking, take your hands away, because you are a hooligan. Chapter 46. Keep your hands off Myra Rhodes while you're talking, UBD. Nilu pointed at Duke and yelled loudly, and Pygzu and Dongchaka also joined the camp of denouncing Duke. Yes, you stinky pervert. Rogue, rogue. When the three guys took turns accusing Duke, Yura Harakisuk said abruptly, Grimjo was shot by him just now. As soon as these words came out, Nilu, Pygzu and Dongchaka all opened their eyes wide, especially Nilu. After looking back at the direction where Grimjo was flying away, she turned her head and said with teary eyes, Hold. Sorry, you are actually a nice person. Duke shook his head, then said to Nilu, All right, I won't hurt you. Real. Nilu's eyes lit up when she heard Duke's words. Yup. After getting an affirmative answer, Nilu put her hands on her hips, raised her chest, and showed off to Pygzu and Dongchaka, See, this is the face of your lady Nilu. Wow, Nilu-sama is amazing. As expected of the former Espada, Nilu-sama is amazing. Pygzu and Dongchaka praised Nilu one by one, but Duke said again, After all, I'm not interested at all in the movies of little girls like Xiao Doubting. As soon as these words came out, Pygzu and Dongchaka immediately jumped aside, and muttered in a voice that everyone present could hear, I just said, how can Ni Nang be so powerful? Yes, yes, a degenerate original Espada has the face to sell the face of the existence that knocked Lord Grimjo away. You two guys. When Nilu accused Pygzu and Dongchaka loudly, she jumped on top of Pygzu's head, bit Pygzu's head, and quickly waved her small hand to beat Pygzu. How dare you look down on Nilu-sama so much, look at the trick, look at the trick. While these three mischievous creatures were playing and playing, Zaraki Kenpeka took off Kuzajishi Yachura from his shoulders and gave it to Inu Orium beside him. He raised his hand and drew his knife, and slashed it on the ground in front of him. With a bang, the golden ryotsu crisscrossed wantonly, and a gully was immediately cut out by Zaraki Kenpeki. A sullen Zaraki Kenpeki whispered, Duke, how long are you going to fight? Very soon. Duke changed to another girl to harass him at the moment. Seeing Duke's attitude, Zaraki Kenpeki slashed out, and the golden ryotsu brushed Duke's cheek and flew into the distance. Enough, stop your childish tricks and start training. While Zaraki Kenpeki was talking, Yura Harakisuk, who was reading the letter that Kuratsuka Mayuri entrusted to Zaraki Kenpeki, also held down the fisherman hat on his head, and clucked his tongue, Yet, Captain Zaraki is still the same. Hey, this guy is so strong. Nilu was not there to make a fuss with Pygzu and Dongchaka. The three of them huddled together, nervously watching Zaraki Kenpeki who was exuding a terrifying aura. Ugh! Duke stood up from the white sand, pulled out the zanpakut from his waist, and said helplessly, Why are you so anxious? Shut up, fighting is everything to me. For someone like me who has no strength and can't live without fighting, only fighting close to death can make me feel the beating of the heart, the flow of blood, and the feeling of being alive. The taste of it. The roaring Seireitei Kenpeki breathed heavily, and Duke rolled his eyes when he heard the sound. Okay, okay, since you want to be beaten so much, then I will satisfy you. Duke, holding the knife in his right hand, brushes the blade with his left hand. But I'll give you a piece of advice. Because of Kurako Shunsui's entrustment, now you have lost the opportunity to take lessons leisurely and step by step. Now, I will only use the most severe, terrifying and cruel methods to stimulate your potential. I wish I could, BD. Seireitei Kenpeki stepped on the ground excitedly. Before he reached Duke, the zanpakut in his hand was about to be chopped off with a single blow. Puff! Duke didn't move his arm, but there was a knife mark on Seireitei Kenpeki's shoulder, and the blood sprayed to his back, falling on the white sand, leaving big blood halos. When the blood was absorbed by Baisha, Seireitei Kenpeki looked at the cut marks on his shoulders. Instead of feeling the pain, he grinned grinningly with excitement. This is the fight I want. As he was stepping forward, his body swayed and fell to the ground, and the seemingly innocent body was cut in half diagonally from the shoulders. Seireitei Kenpeki, whose internal organs fell to the ground, opened his mouth and spurted blood, while a new oiran beside him also screamed. Ah! Immediately after the scream, Inu Orium came to Seireitei Kenpeki and unleashed the Twin Heavens Shield. Inu Orium, who was about to shed anxious tears while maintaining the healing Shuangtian Shield enchantment, murmured to himself, "It's okay, it will be fine, don't worry, I will cure you." Hey, this is too heavy. Seeing this scene, Urahara Kisuk also stopped reading the manuscript, but lowered the fisherman hat on his head and talked to himself in shock. The three of Nilu, Paixu, and Dong Chaka on the side hugged into a ball, backed away quickly, and opened the distance between them and Duke. Under the treatment of Shuangtian Jadun, the unconscious Seireitei Kenpeki's injury is recovering rapidly. During the treatment, Inu Orium couldn't help but glared at Duke, and complained to Duke, "You guys are companions, why should you hit such a heavy hand?" Duke didn't say a word. Kuzajishi Yachiru came to Inu Orium at some time, tugged at the corner of the former's clothes, and said to Inu Orium, "Don't blame Xiaokei, this is exactly what Huajie unexpected. What he wants now is to fight, and only fighting can make him feel alive and exist." Having said that, Kuzaki Yachien turned to face Duke, bowed deeply, and begged Duke, please fight Aegean and let him enjoy himself to the fullest. "Yeah, I can't refuse such a cute little girl's request." Duke came in front of Kuzajishi Yachiru, squatted down, and rubbed Kuzajishi Yachiru's small head with his left hand. "Don't worry, after today, he will bid farewell to his past self and become a brand new Seireitei Kenpeki." While Duke was speaking, the treatment of Seireitei Kenpeki by Inu Orium's double heaven shield has also ended. "Next, I will shift the battlefield, you stay away." While Duke was speaking, he threw Seireitei Kenpeki, who had been fully recovered in the barrier, into the distance. "What?" Inu Orium opened his eyes wide. "Then what about recovery treatment?" "I'll find a way to do this, you don't have to worry about it." After leaving a word, Duke went towards God Seireitei Kenpeki. Seireitei Kenpeki, who was in mid-air, regained consciousness before he landed. Seireitei Kenpeki, who had been holding his zanpakut in his hand, just opened his eyes when he saw Duke slash him in the head. Seireitei Kenpeki quickly raised his zanpakut to defend. Clang! Setsuna and Seireitei Kenpeki, whose swords intersected, suffered a heavy blow and immediately turned into a meteor and fell to the ground quickly. Boom! Seireitei Kenpeki, who fell directly on the sand, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Duke also took out the scabbard at his waist and held it in his left hand. "Ask for flowers." Duke, who was carrying the zanpakut and the scabbard on his right shoulder, said loudly when he was falling, "In the next battle, I will use sword techniques other than the chopping series, so be prepared. Although I won't die, it will be very painful." As soon as Duke's words came out, Seireitei Kenpeka cracked the corner of his mouth. I wish for it, BD. Seireitei Kenpeka, who was struggling to stand up, heard a low shout before raising the long knife in his hand. Tiger pounce! Next second, Duke cut out the zanpakut and the scabbard in both hands, and a fierce tiger made of sword light appeared in front of him. It opened its mouth full of fangs and stabbed its sharp claws to kill Seireitei Kenpeka. Ah! Amidst the roar of the tiger, Seireitei Kenpeka just slashed and was drowned by the light of the knife. At the same time, Duke also fell to the ground. Looking at Seireitei Kenpeka, who was swallowed by the knife light and lost consciousness again with bruises all over his body, he said silently in his heart, "This guy is getting stronger as he fights. It is completely different from when he first received training. Every time he suffers a heavy blow, every time he falls into the brink of death, and every time he recovers, his strength will become stronger. This proves that his self-sealed potential and power are gradually awakening." 0. Thinking of this, Duke couldn't help shaking his head and said, "This guy is like a scion, every time he is about to die, he will break and become stronger. An enviable talent." While speaking, Duke also treated Seireitei Kenpeka. With a little bit of life radiating, Seireitei Kenpeka's injury recovered as before. Seireitei Kenpeka, who had just recovered from his injuries, woke up in an instant, stood up with his sword and charged at Duke again. In this way, in the flickering of the sword, Seireitei Kenpeka kept falling into the brink of death, and was rescued again and again, and his strength became stronger and stronger. Well! There was a soft hum, and Myra Ross woke up from her deep sleep. When she just woke up, she looked at her companion who was still sleeping beside her, and moaned, "What happened before?" Soon, Myra Rhodes, who had regained her memory, screamed, "Where's that damn BDI monkey? It has been resolved." Inu Orium on the side replied to her, and Myra Rhodes nodded and said with a sigh of relief, "That's good." But at this time, Myra Rhodes was quickly attracted by the battle in the distance. Myra Ross, who was looking in the direction of the battle, stared wide-eyed, just because the place of the battle was full of sword light, murderous aura, and powerful aftermath continuously invaded here. "Who is that?" Myra Rhodes asked subconsciously, and soon exclaimed, "So strong! Where did such a strong man come from?" "Myra Rhodes, that guy was trying to get your hands on you before, don't be fooled by him." Nilu came to Myra Rhodes to tell the truth. Myra Rhodes froze for a moment, and then Nilu demonstrated it to Myra Rhodes. After listening to Nilu's small report, Myra Rhodes didn't pay much attention to it, instead she looked in Duke's direction excitedly and full of yearning. "It's nothing to be taken advantage of by such a strong man, if possible, I don't want to have a child with him. Too strong! Too strong!" While Myra Rhodes was amazed, Duke, who had always been aware of this area, suddenly left the battlefield, came to Myra Rhodes' side, raised his hand and pressed Myra Rhodes' shoulder. "What did you just say?" Myra Ross was not shy at all, instead she puffed her chest out and said expectantly, "If possible, I want to have a monkey with you." Chapter 47. If possible, I want to have a monkey with you. Myra Rhodes puffed out her chest, looking extraordinarily bold. Duke looked at Myra Rhodes. Although this guy was tall and burly, his figure was not out of shape at all, and he still had the demeanor of a Roman Valkyrie, filled with an unspeakable beauty. Well! While Duke was rubbing his chin to think, a sword light flew towards him. Duke, who raised his sword and knocked the sword light away, heard Seireitei Kenpeka growl, "UBD, why did you run away halfway through the fight? Come back and continue to fight. To shut up." Duke scolded angrily, and then asked Yura Harakisuk, "By the way, can Shinigami have children with Su?" This. Yura Harakisuk looked up from the notebook, and at the same time Duke flew out with a saber slash, silencing the chattering Seireitei Kenpeka. "I haven't really studied this. After all, before the appearance of Arankar, our attitude towards Su was nothing but annihilation. Besides, at that time, Su was in a strange shape, and no one would pay attention to which aspect you said. When Harakisuk said this, he suddenly changed the topic, but after Iron Car, its physical structure is almost similar to Shinigami, so it should be possible, cough cough. Harakisuk coughed when he said this, but Duke also understood what he meant. But I don't know if it is possible to have children, the 830 said, it should not be possible. Isn't it better not to have children? The words that Duke blurted out made several girls around blink their eyes in ignorance, but Harakisuk understood it in seconds. After blinking, he gave Duke a thumbs up. You are the number one person in the Soul Society throughout the ages. Duke chuckled, turned around and noticed what Kuzujishi Yachiro was writing. Little girl, what are you writing? Duke took a closer look at Kuzujishi Yachiro and found that the little girl Kuzujishi Yachiro was writing and drawing in a drawing book. I'm painting to pass the time. Kuzujishi Yachiro raised his head with an innocent smile. Oh, then you go on. Duke didn't take it seriously. After rubbing Kuzujishi Yachiro's head, he showed a smiling face at Myra Rhodes. He said after the raw monkey, now I'm going to get rid of that guy first. While Duke was speaking, he blocked Zaraki Kenpei's slash without looking back, and lifted him into the sky, while making a sound of flicking his tongue towards Myra Rhodes. The latter froze for a moment, then puffed out his chest. Duke laughed and returned to the battlefield with Zaraki Kenpei. No matter Su or Iron Car, their characters are pure in some respects. Whatever you say is what you say. If you say you will do it, then you must do it. Not at all ambiguous. While Myra Rhodes was standing there watching Duke's battle, her companions Apache and Sunsun also woke up one after another. Just after waking up, they noticed that the two women who were fighting in the distance cast surprised looks. Who are those two guys fighting? Apache looked at Duke and Zaraki Kenpei in astonishment, while Sunsun raised his sleeves and covered his mouth and whispered, I know the big one, it's from Shinigami, but the good-looking one, I'm not impressed. Well, Sunsun added, that good-looking one is so strong. Right. Myra Rhodes put her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest and said proudly, just now he promised to have a monkey with me. What? What? Apache and Sunsun stared wide-eyed, looking at Myra Rhodes in surprise. You are too cunning. Apache spoke dissatisfiedly, and Sunsun nodded and said, that's right, how can you come alone for such a good thing? You want to join in too? Myra Rhodes squinted at her two companions, who looked at each other and nodded in unison. This kind of good thing can't leave us. Yes, yes. The tiger wolf words of the three made Anu Orium realize something, and his face blushed immediately. Only Nilu looked around in confusion. Pygzyu, what are the three gods and beasts saying? Nilu upholds the principle of asking if you don't understand. Pygzyu glanced at Dongda Chaka, and after the two looked at each other awkwardly, they both knew that it was hard to say. Now, we can only change the subject. Thinking of this, Pygzyu pointed to Duke and Zaraki Kenpei in the distance. Master Nilu, look quickly, the battle between Duke and Zaraki Kenpei has reached a fever pitch. Hey, is it getting hot now? Nilu was startled, and immediately looked at the two people in the battle. The scarred Zaraki Kenpei was full of golden wild ryotsu, and he was laughing wildly like a wild beast with his distorted and ferocious face. This is what I long for and what I pursue, Duke, you are indeed the best. Zaraki Kenpei, who was laughing wildly, strode across the ditches left by the knife light on the battlefield, and launched a crazy attack towards Duke. Holding the sword in his right hand and the scabbard in his left hand, Duke's face remained unchanged. He took a wrong step to avoid the slash. At the same time, he raised his left hand and feigned a shot to interfere with Zaraki Kenpei. At the same time, Zanpakuta with his right hand quickly connected points on Zaraki Kenpei like a dragonfly on water. 1,000 times. Puff puff. For a moment, 12 stab wounds appeared on Seireitei Kenpeika's body in no particular order. Seireitei Kenpeika didn't care at all, and continued to respond with the previous wild open and close style of slashing. Swish! The golden saber light flashed, brushing against Duke's face and passing by Setsuna. The white sand on the ground suddenly sank downwards, forming a deep ravine. While the white sand on both sides of the gully was constantly flowing towards the gully, Seireitei Kenpeika became more and more crazy, stepping forward, slashing, and then moving forward after slashing. It looks like a wild beast born for battle. That's it, that's the fight I want. More, I need more. Duke, give me more fights. Seireitei Kenpeika raised Zanpakut in his hand, roared, and slashed at Duke. Duke raised his hands, the scabbard and Zanpakut crossed each other to hold Seireitei Kenpeika's knife, and immediately raised his leg, and kicked it out at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye. Duke's kick was so fast that the air exploded. With just one kick, Seireitei Kenpeika's chest was sunken inward, and Seireitei Kenpeika, who opened his mouth and sprayed blood, changed from holding a knife with one hand to holding a knife with both hands, pressing down hard. He doesn't care about his physical injuries anymore, he wants to fight heartily. Only for fighting. This is what he lives for. Continue. Seireitei Kenpeika screamed and pressed down the long knife in his hand. Seeing Seireitei Kenpeika like this, Duke couldn't help laughing and said, "Interesting, it's really interesting. But, it's not enough." Duke swung the scabbard, allowing Seireitei Kenpeika's Zanpakut to slide off Setsuna, and the right Zanpakut slashed out. Just in the blink of an eye, Seireitei Kenpeika's head was chopped off by Duke, thrown high, and blood splashed from his chest. While Seireitei Kenpeika's eyes blinked, his vision changed rapidly. Seeing his own body standing tall on the white sand, a thought flashed in Seireitei Kenpeika's mind, this body looks so familiar. By the way, this is my body. So I was beheaded. Oh, this is the feeling of beheading, it doesn't hurt at all, but the feeling of switching eyes is very strange, and the feeling of not being able to control the body makes people feel helpless. Waiting for death is even more desperation. Although I know I won't die, but this sense of urgency that death is approaching and the death knell is ringing. What? This is the fight I want. Get me drunk. Just when Seireitei Kenpeika felt the feeling of a Setsuna, a shout suddenly came into his mind. Seireitei Kenpeika, 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 Seireitei Kenpeika. The calling sound like a urging talisman continued to echo in Seireitei Kenpeika's head. From the time Seireitei Kenpeika heard it, it also changed from weak to high. Who are you? Seireitei Kenpeika asked subconsciously, and the voice immediately carried a tinge of relief to Kide. You finally heard me, at this moment, I have been waiting for a long time. Shut up, don't be verbose, tell me who you are. As Seireitei Kenpeika rolled his eyes, he saw no one but the silent Duke. Who I am? I have been watching your existence, I have been with you all the time, I have been with you and watched you for a longer time than others, and I have forgotten myself. And my voice, which has been paying attention to you, has finally reached you at this moment. No matter how dull Seireitei Kenpeika is at this moment, he understands who this voice is. Seeing Zanpakut clenched in the hands of his headless body, Seireitei Kenpeika opened his eyes wide. Because this voice is the voice of Zanpakut who has been with him for a long time. It's good to realize who I am, Seireitei Kenpeika. The joy in this voice seemed to be overflowing, and he said with a trace of satisfaction, Nice meeting, Seireitei Kenpeika. My name is. Seireitei Kenpeika listened to the voice in his head, his eyes widened, and then a big hand grabbed his hair, and Duke appeared in front of him. Duke, who was holding Seireitei Kenpeika's surviving head, looked at Seireitei Kenpeika's wide-eyed eyes and said, Hey, why do you look like you saw a ghost? Could it be that? A guess emerged in Duke's mind. With his eyes narrowed, he said to himself, "Isn't it? I'll know if I save you." Duke, who took Seireitei Kenpei's head back, released Kaiden Luo Shengsheng, and Setsuna, whose breath of life emerged. Seireitei Kenpei's neck bones began to butt, and blood vessels, muscles, and skin also quickly bonded and regenerated. In the blink of an eye, Seireitei Kenpei came back to life again at 2.5. But this time he was resurrected. Instead of falling into a coma as before, he rolled his eyes, raised his right hand, and looked at Zanpakut in his right hand. He looked at Zanpakut for a long time, showing a pure smile. I've been waiting for a long time." When Duke heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows. "It looks like that's it." Next second, Seireitei Kenpei raised the Zanpakut in his hand forward, and at the same time his center of gravity sank. He roared, "Devour, no Seireitei!" During Setsuna, golden ryotsu erupted from Seireitei Kenpei like lava from a volcanic eruption. Duke also took a few steps back, dodging the smoke from Seireitei Kenpei's ryotsu burst. Amidst the smoke and dust, the tattered Zanpakut in Seireitei Kenpei's hands changed rapidly, becoming terrifying and huge. Boom! There was a thunderous explosion, and the smoke was also split by Seireitei Kenpei, but if you look carefully, where there is thunder and lightning, it is clear that Seireitei Kenpei squeezed the air with Shikai's Zanpakut in his hand, thus making the sound of thunder. Round 2, Duke. Seireitei Kenpei, carrying Zanpakut behind the Shikai, grinned grimly at Duke. Chapter 48. It's round 2, Duke. Seireitei Kenpei, carrying Zanpakut no Seireitei behind the Shikai, grinned ferociously at Duke. Seeing Seireitei Kenpei who has completed Shikai, Duke also smiled, because he has already completed what Kurako Shunsui asked him to do. After going back, you can play badly and catch fish to your heart's content. In a good mood, Duke put the scabbard back into the belt around his waist, and while the knife was in front of him, he also pressed the back of the knife with his left hand. "Okay, I'll satisfy you with this original kin. However, if you are hurt by me, don't cry." A hole. Seireitei Kenpei raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes were full of madness, and at the same time, he was also no Seireitei behind the Shikai on his shoulders. Before Shikai, Zanpakut of Seireitei Kenpei was no different from a general otaki. The handle of the sword can be held by both hands, and the blade is long and straight. After Shikai, no Seireitei. After calling out the name of Zanpakut, the guard is a three-dimensional polygon, the blade is slightly uneven, and the handle is wrapped with white cloth. And the blade is so exaggerated that it is even wider than the blade of Kurosaki Ichigo's Zagetsu, like a door panel. Seireitei Kenpei, who was hit by no Seireitei on the ground, twisted his neck and said expectantly, "I have long wanted to fight with you after Shikai. Now it seems that I can finally get my wish." "Well, as you wish." Duke nodded, and then let go of the Zanpakut in his hand. "Let's show your edge, 2 breaks." While the Zanpakut blade in Duke's hand glowed, it also quickly began to deform, turning into a long-handled saber. 28 Duke, holding the knife in his hand, held the 2 pieces in his palm, raised his voice and said, "It seems that your Zanpakut, like my 2 pieces, belongs to the direct attack system. It is not good." Seireitei Kenpei picked up no Seireitei and threw it backwards. While stomping forward, Seireitei Kenpei flashed in front of Duke like a gust of wind. No Seireitei slashed towards Duke with his exaggerated blade like a door panel, and Seireitei Kenpei even shouted, "In this way, we can fight better." Duke. Really are. Facing the direct attack from no Seireitei, Duke shook his head. While sliding his palm on the handle of the knife, he also swung 2 pieces, allowing his own knife to strike no Seireitei. Head iron. Next second. Clang. The huge sound like the clash of gold and iron swept everything around in an instant. When the sound waves spread, the white sand on the ground, like the sand on the speaker, began to shake violently, and the rocks and dead trees exposed on the ground were instantly fragmented. And this is just the prelude to the collision between the two. When the sound wave came to the area where Harakisuk, Inu Orium, Sato Yasutora, Nilu, and others were located, the first time they heard the clashing sound, everyone remembered Lu's pain and subconsciously covered their ears. Damn it, just the sound of a direct collision can explode so powerfully. Are these two guys really Shinigami? Apache covered his ears and opened his mouth with difficulty, and Sunsun said unbearably, even Lord Hurley Bell can't compete with this kind of power. It's so strong and terrifying. Myra Rhodes was also shocked, and Nilu, Pexu and Don Chaka were even more shocked. Ah, it's so harsh. Damn, are these two guys monsters? It hurts, Don Chaka's ear hurts. Kuzujishi Yachiro covered his ears, but he didn't look in pain, instead he was happy and peaceful. Duke and Zaraki Kenpake's direction. It's great, Ajian finally got what he wanted, it's really great. Inu, can you hold on? Sato Yasutora stood in front of Inu Orium, and Inu Orium opened the 3-day shield for defense, wrapping himself, Sato Yasutora and the 5 female Arankar around him. It's okay, Sato classmate, I can hold on. Inu Orium comforts Sato Yasutora while maintaining his enchantment. As for Harakisuk, he will be much calmer. He immediately closed his hearing and protected his ears as he watched the condensed sound waves spread to the distance, shattering everything around him, and said in a low voice, it seems that next during the battle, Jinglingting added another point of strength. It's just that Zaraki Kenpake, a fighting maniac, can be awakened as Duke of Shikai. Can those people really hold back? If there is a conflict. Harakisuk shut up in good time, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. Even Zaraki Kenpake, who was listed as one of the 5 special combat powers by the Invisible Empire, awakened a stronger power under Duke's enlightenment. If it really comes the day when Duke and Jinglingting turn against each other, then Huajie can stop him. You know, based on available intelligence, Duke's mere use of Shikai's Zanpakuta is enough to make the Invisible Empire retreat from the battle. Not only that, but he also has strong kid attainments. Although white hits and Shunpo are unknown, according to the known information, Duke can suppress Zaraki Kenpake without drawing his sword. You can already glimpse a corner of his strength from it. Such a guy who has extremely high attainments in chopping fists and walking ghosts may be a more terrifying existence than Aizen Koyusuk. Just as Harakisuk continued to meditate, the second wave of shock generated by Duke and Zaraki Kenpake wrestled with each other followed. Shock waves that vibrated the air like a tsunami pushed one stack after another, roaring and crushing everything around them. In this situation, Harakisuk's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly opened Kid 73 of Bakud, Inverted Mountain Crystal. A huge blue inverted triangle barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping Harakisuk and everyone around it, and the impact of Duke and Zaraki Kenpake also followed. In just a split second, everyone in the enchantment of the Inverted Mountain Crystal, whether it is a Shinigami, a human or an Arankar, felt the ground they stepped on vibrate, the air around them also vibrated, and everything they saw was vibrating. Quick jitter. Even Kuzujishi Yachiru and Nilu, who were light and petite, were thrown into the air. Wow, what a terrifying shock! While Nilu was thrown into the air by the shock, she screamed strangely, but Kuzujishi Yachiru was much more pure, she seemed to regard this as a game. Yeah, it's flying, it's fun. After the impact, billows of smoke and dust hit. The white gravel was engulfed by the strong wind, like a sandstorm, crackling and slapping the inverted mountain crystal barrier, making people unable to see the situation outside. Suddenly, a loud bang came from outside. Everyone's complexion changed, and they tried their best to look outside. What's the matter? Is there a result? Who wins? Who wins? Damn it, the sandstorm is so severe that I can't see anything. Myra Rhodes, Apache, and Sunsun, Arankar, who is known as the 3 gods and beasts, after you said nothing, Nilu, Shuepei and Don Dakaka also huddled together to keep warm. It's scary, is this really something Shinigami can do? Hey, I won't leave Hueco Mundo, and I won't provoke Shinigami anymore, it's too scary. Don Chaka is so scary. Sato, who do you think won? Inu Orium looked at the taciturn Sato Yasutora, who shook his head after a moment of silence. I can't see anything clearly, I don't know. Duke must have won. Kuzujishi Yachiru hugged Urahara Kisuk's head, and while biting his finger and opening his mouth, Urahara Kisuk, who was hugging his head, also tore Kuzujishi Yachiru from the back of his head. Is that why you have no confidence in Zaraki Kenpeki? Urahara Kisuk, hugging Kuzujishi Yachiru, joked, you know, you're Zaraki Kenpeki's vice-captain. Well, because that's the truth. Kuzujishi Yachiru said innocently, Ajian has made great progress, but now he is far from Duke's opponent. Really? Urahara Kisuk fell silent when he heard Kuzujishi Yachiru's speech. In fact, he also knew that Duke had won. After all, Zaraki Kenpeki only awakened his power thanks to Duke's blessing. But under such a relationship, Duke must win the confrontation between the two. Scary guy. Urahara Kisuk stared out at the white sandstorm in thought as the time kept ticking by. Soon, the white sandstorm gradually subsided, and everything outside became clearer. But after everyone saw clearly what happened outside, they were all stunned. Is this fake? Is this the kind of destruction that human power can create? Terrible, terrible. Is this really the power of the Shinigami? Looks like the winner is Duke. This guy is so strong. 780. Everyone looked at everything outside that seemed to have been hit by a huge meteorite, and they talked aloud. Now there is only one person standing outside, and that is Duke. Duke stood on the ground that had been transformed into turbid crystals, everything in front of him was blown away, and an exaggerated gully started from one step in front of Duke, extended to the distance, and stretched straight to the skyline. This crack is very thin from the place where Duke is, but the farther you go, the wider it becomes. It seems like a huge rift valley. Accidentally exerted too much force. Duke resealed the two pieces, and returned the sheath to his waist, and at the same time, a flicker disappeared in place. When Duke came back, he was holding the dying Zaraki Kenpeki in his hand. Zanpakut also returned from the Shikai state to the general state of the seal. But even if he passed out, he still held on to the knife tightly. Seeing this scene, Duke nodded slightly. No matter when a swordsman can't throw away the knife in his hand, Zaraki Kenpeki did a good job on this point. There's something unusual about this guy's Zanpakut, though. Staring at Zanpakut at Zaraki Kenpeki for a moment, Duke looked at Kuzujishi Yachiru in the distance. Is it related to her? Thinking of this, Duke simply knocked his head, damn it, I would have read the original book more if I knew it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so clear until now. But after being annoyed, Duke also rescued Zaraki Kenpeki, and the first time Zaraki Kenpeki opened his eyes, Duke said to him, give you a piece of advice, Kenpeki. It's best to just use Shikai in the future, and don't use Bankai. Why? Zaraki Kenpeki was a little puzzled. Duke simply said, if you don't want to lose something important, then don't use Bankai. After Duke finished speaking, he looked at Kuzujishi Yachiru. Zaraki Kenpeki also noticed this, and let him look. Just one glance made Zaraki Kenpeki's pupils constrict. What do you mean? Explain clearly. I don't want to explain, just do as I tell you. Chapter 49. What do you mean? Explain clearly. When Zaraki Kenpeki followed Duke to look at Kuzujishi Yachiru, he felt something was wrong in his heart. He grabbed Duke's collar and asked loudly at the first time, but he heard Duke say, I don't want to explain, just do as I tell you. UBD, what do you mean you don't want to explain? Why can't I release Bankai, what the hell is going on here? Day. Before Zaraki Kenpeka could finish speaking, Duke struck him on the side of the neck with a hand knife. The huge force penetrated his neck in an instant, and at the same time, it also oppressed the blood vessels in the neck to stop the blood supply to the brain. For a moment, Zaraki Kenpeki, whose brain had insufficient blood supply, only felt that everything in front of him was spinning. UBD. Before Zaraki Kenpeki had time to say anything, he rushed forward dejectedly. When Zaraki Kenpeki fell down, Duke pressed his forehead and said helplessly, "Really, I said I don't want to explain. Learn a little, read atmosphere and expressions, BD." Push Zaraki Kenpeki's Duke forward to throw him on the sand, and then Shunpo dodges to the mountain crystal barrier where Urahara Kisuk and others are. Seeing Duke coming, Urahara Kisuk lifted the enchantment of Daoshinjing immediately. "Okay, Zaraki Kenpeki is qualified, who is going to drag him here?" Duke looked around and pointed at Pei Shui and Dong De Chaka. "Well, it's just the two of you. Hey, why do you want both of us?" Pei Shui was not happy on the spot. "We have no friendship at all, what do you order us to do?" Duke tilted his head, and while squinting at Paixiu, murderous aura surged in his eyes. "Are you going?" Paixiu felt chills all over from Duke's murderous aura, and suddenly became excited, put his hands on his sides, stood at attention, and at the same time said plausibly, "I'll go." "Good, let's go." The murderous look in Duke's eyes dissipated, and the smiling face reappeared. Paixiu and Dong Chaka left quickly to drag Zaraki Kenpeki back. Kuzajishi Yachira was also laughing, and chased after Paixiu and Dong Chaka. "Looks like your mission to Hueco Mundo is complete." Urahara Kisuk was still holding the letter given to him by Kuratsuka Mayuri. Duke looked at the letter in Urahara Kisuk's hand and asked, "Why, haven't you read it yet?" "In fact, I have already read it, and I just think some of it is very interesting, so I will think about it a lot." "What's interesting? I'll take a look." Duke leaned over to Urahara Kisuk, and Urahara Kisuk pointed to the page he was currently looking at, and said in a low voice, "For example, the information recorded on this page shows that people from the Invisible Empire actually passed a kind of shadow. The technical means of the domain can be transferred back and forth between the Intangible Empire and the Jingling Court. And that's the funniest part." Urahara Kisuk's eyes sparkled when he said this. "The realm of shadow doesn't actually have the effect of penetrating the soul shield, so you should be able to understand the meaning behind it." As soon as Urahara Kisuk said this, Duke's eyebrows twitched, and Urahara Kisuk's words were a bit intriguing. The shadow domain is just a means of movement, and does not have the ability to pass through the soul cloaking membrane without disturbing the soul cloaking membrane. That is to say, the Invisible Empire is in the Jingling Court. Duke blurted out. Urahara Kisuk nodded with a smile, "Yes, that's it. And the Jingling Court does not have the hidden conditions of the Invisible Empire. Godai 13 and Central 46 have absolute control over the entire Jingling Court. Even how many weeds there are in Seireitei, as long as Godai 13 and Central 46 want to know, they can find out. But the Intangible Empire entered Seireitei through the Shadow Domain, so the location of the Intangible Empire is very clear." When Urahara Kisuk said this, Duke also realized something in his heart. "According to what you mean, the Invisible Empire is actually a different coordinate point in the same time and space in the Jingling Court." "That's right, that's what it means." Urahara Kisuk flipped through the notebook in his hand and turned it to several other pages. "Besides that, there are a few things that I care about, such as the 5 special combat powers marked by the Invisible Empire. These 5 special forces are Kurosaki Ichigo, Zaraki Kenpeki, Ichibe Hisub, me, and Aizen Koyusuk. Among them, Kurosaki Ichigo is a special combat force that has been specially marked, which means that the first person must be excluded first. And when the Soul Society was invaded by the Invisible Empire before, Kurosaki Ichigo happened to meet Hueco Mundo and Jiluja Opi. And based on my replay of the previous battle, I can conclude that Seireitei definitely communicated with the Invisible Empire before the battle. Harakisuk snapped the notebook shut in his hand. What does this mean? You should understand. Kurosaki Ichigo is feared by the Invisible Empire, Duke touched his chin, and thoughtfully said, and he is also feared by the person who formulated the 5 special battle strengths. It is the Emperor of the Invisible Empire who formulates the 5 special battle strengths. That is to say, as long as Kurosaki Ichigo is in the Soul Society, the other party will be afraid of him and dare not do anything at will. When Duke said this, he and Harakisuk looked at each other, and the latter also said silently, not only must Kurosaki Ichigo stay in Soul Society, but he needs to become stronger. Didn't that kid already go to the Lingwang Palace where Team Zero is located? Duke folded his hands on his chest, and it was Paigyu and Tonchaka and Kuzujishi Yachiro who also dragged Zaraki Kenpeiga back. Zaraki Kenpeiga was dragged to the place by Paxil and Tonchaka, who immediately collapsed on the ground. Ah, no, I'm going to die, I'm so tired, this guy is so heavy. Too heavy. Paigyu and Dondi Chaka sat back to back, Kuzujishi Yachiro squatted on the ground, poked Zaraki Kenpeiga's face again and again with the paintbrush in his hand, every time he poked he. Nilu also came to Kuzujishi Yachiro's side, and after the two cubs looked at each other, they laughed together, not knowing what they thought of. Duke glanced at these people, and then continued to talk to Harakisuk. Then what is Kurotsuka Mayuri trying to do by giving you these things? Hasn't he always been at odds with you? In normal times, special times are special times, and they cannot be generalized. Harakisuk put Kurotsuka Mayuri's letter in his arms, sighed and said, no matter how I say it, I am also from Seireitei, and when necessary, I will leave everything to consider for Seireitei. That's the so-called sense of responsibility. Duke spread his hands, and Kurotsuka Mayuri nodded. He wanted to say something more, so he heard Duke say, in this case, you should work hard, shine for Jinglingting, and strive to return to Jinglingting as soon as possible, and the official recovery work, wash away your grievances, and reach the pinnacle of your life. Duke gave Harakisuk a thumbs up, then turned around and went to the 3 holy beasts. Seeing Duke running away so neatly, Harakisuk said helplessly, I have cleared my grievances and regained my innocence. If you don't want to take it, you don't want to take it as for this method. Harakisuk felt a headache for Duke's reluctance. This guy is very clever, and he will end the current topic in an instant as soon as he notices any signs that are not good for him. But this also allowed Harakisuk to further understand Duke's character. Very strong, but I don't like to deal with troublesome things. Harakisuk shook his head, and turned to sort out the device that Kurotsuka Mayuri asked Zaraki Kenpeiga to bring to him. These things, combined with the notes on the handbook, will become his biggest weapon against the Invisible Empire. First, start with the fact that the enemy can capture Bankai. As for how to do it, Harakisuk has a plan in mind. Guys, how are you recovering? When Duke approached the 3 beasts, he raised his hand and released a kid who was recovering and healing. The strong breath of life sprinkled on Setsuna who was on the 3 beasts, making the hostess give a satisfied expression. This feeling. Myra Rhodes looked at her palm and said in disbelief, you actually dispelled my weakness. My strength is now fully restored. Apache clenched his fists and touched his chest heavily. Sunsun's arms were tucked into her long water sleeves, and she raised her sleeves to cover her mouth and said, this kind of recovery ability is really amazing. Shock. It's good to recover. Duke put his hands on his hips, and at the same time glanced at the 3 female Arankars in front of him. All 3 have their own merits, including Yanfi Wenthin. Ah, very good. Maybe I can unlock new poses in Hueco Mundo. Facing Duke's eyes, the beast is not shy either. Especially Myra Rhodes puffed out her chest so Duke could see better. Liao Nyohao, just when Duke was preparing the next line in his mind, several riots burst out suddenly in the distance. This kind of Ryotsu is the Quincy. The three divine beasts immediately looked in the direction of the Ryotsu explosion. They were very familiar with this kind of Ryotsu, after all, they had all been beaten by the Quincy master. That's not a lot. Sun Sun glanced gloomily at the direction where Ryotsu exploded, and Apache scratched his hair. Don't these damned humans know whose territory this is? The sudden outbreak of Ryotsu also woke up Seireitei Kenpeki. Seireitei Kenpeki, whose face was covered with graffiti, grabbed his knife, stood up from the ground, and looked in the direction of the outbreak of Ryotsu. Is there someone who is going to be cut by me? It looks like someone from the Invisible Empire is here again. Harakisuk put down a vessel in his hand, and looked indifferently in the direction of Ryotsu's outbreak. It is estimated that the aftermath of the previous battle between Duke and Seireitei Kenpeki attracted them again. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of figures suddenly squeezed into everyone's sight forcefully. These people were wearing white Quincy robes, holding spiritual bows in their hands, and at the same time they rushed towards Duke and the others with indifferent expressions. It seems that it is indeed the Quincy master. Duke scratched the back of his head, sighed distressedly, really? Why did these guys come out at this time? Trouble. Chapter 50. Really, these guys just appeared at this time, don't they understand what it means to understand the atmosphere? Trouble. As I said, just kill them all. Seireitei Kenpeki, whose face was covered with graffiti, laughed out loud, but with the colorful graffiti on his face, he didn't look vicious at all, but rather funny. Kuzujishi Yachiru and Nilu hid their paint-stained hands behind their backs, looked up at the sky and whistled nonchalantly, and at the same time kicked the paint tubes and crayons away from their feet. It's better not to kill them all. Harakisuk looked at the rapidly approaching Quincy Corps in the distance, and said directly, it would be best if they could all be captured, and now I want to make a special drug for Quincy that can capture the Bankai mastered by the captain-level Shinigami. The extermination master is needed to act as a guinea pig for human experiments. In that case, then I'll be here. Duke doesn't use his Zanpakuto either, it just so happens that I'm good at Kid too. Having said that, Duke squinted at Harakisuk, this time it's a friendly help, don't open your mouth next time you have something to do. You have to hold back even if you have something to do. Duke a little Harakisuk, and disappeared in place in an instant. Harakisuk shook his head helplessly and smiled wryly. He can't deal with such a wayward guy. Duke's figure that Shunpo left slowly dissipated like a bubble, and the three beasts shrank their eyes when they saw this scene. This speed is much faster than our ring rotation. And my probing nerves didn't sense his Ryotsu shift at all. Too fast. Just when the three gods sighed, Harakisuk also silently wrote an extra sum in Duke's report in his heart. At the same time, Duke also came in front of the Quench division composed of hundreds of people. 350 all the soldiers of the Quincy division were uniformly dressed, all wearing white robes embroidered with the crest of the Quincy cross, with the curved Quincy cross hanging on their wrists. And the leaders are a few guys with completely different uniforms from the rest, but the difference between these Quincy divisions and the Star Cross Knights is also different. There is a high probability that it is a character higher than the squad leader level of ordinary Quincy division soldiers. As for the Star Cross Knights, it should be a cadre-level existence of the Invisible Empire. The first time Duke showed up, the face of the leader of the team changed drastically, and he screamed, "It's the special existence combat power highlighted by His Majesty! Retreat! Retreat! Everyone retreat! Retreat!" The rear team turns to the front team, the squadron turns to the back, the front team turns to the rear team to the rear. Use all means to escape, and protect yourself as the top priority. Amidst the series of shouts, Duke looked at the Quincy troops who were about to run away in confusion. These guys! Duke narrowed his eyes, run when you see me. It seems that you know me very well, that is to say, after the previous battle, you have marked me individually. Duke stretched forward and said to himself, whether it is true or not, you will know if you grab and torture. 136 of Bakud the world in a bottle. Duke clasped his hands together and clapped his hands together, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated, and the Quincy troops in front of Duke were also gradually enveloped by the space fluctuations. In just a moment, everyone in the Quincy division found that the world in front of them was constantly changing. Everything in the eyes is constantly getting bigger, and the height of the line of sight is also rapidly changing towards lower and lower. In just an instant, the hundreds of Quincy troops were reduced to the size of ants, and a transparent glass bottle completely filled with the power of the spirit sun also appeared on the ground where they originally stood. Messy footprints on the white sand testify to their presence, while the many Quincies in the bottle are in despair. Duke stretched out his hand towards the bottle on the white sand, and grabbed it in the palm of his hand. The Quincy in the bottle looked at Duke outside through the transparent glass bottle wall and shouted in horror. Your Majesty is right. This guy is the scariest demon. All of us have been captured, what should we do? Damn it, let us out. If you have the ability to kill us, why do you torture us like this? Listening to the noisy noise of the Quincy in the bottle, Duke shook the bottle slightly, causing everyone inside to be thrown off their feet. It looks like Huajie did mark me and gave the order to run if he sees me. Well, this also means that the enemy I will face next will no longer have the enemy's general combat power, but only the opponent's advanced or top-level combat power. Thinking of this, Duke frowned. This insidious old thing, Huajie, always did things that made him unhappy. Duke, carrying the transparent bottle, returned to Huajie and the others. He casually threw the bottle in his hand to Huajie and said, all the Quincy masters have been captured by me. If you want to do human experiments, just pour it out like you usually drink a drink. With the help of the bottle thrown by Duke, Huajie carefully sensed the distribution of the spirit particles in the bottle, as well as the spell structure. After half a sound, Huajie raised his head and said to Duke, are you Bakud of the space class? That's right, my own original large-scale seal kid spell. Then I advise you not to use it in the Soul Society, or those guys in Central 46 will make things difficult for you everywhere. The space-type kid spells will disturb the spatial order of the Soul Society, so most of them are forbidden technique. And to see, hear, and even perceive the forbidden technique is a crime. Is that what you call dying from knowing too much? Duke made a joke, and Huajie nodded, that's right, that's it. Your spatial kid spells can be used in Hueco Mundo, but it is best not to use them in the Soul Society or the present world. Disturbing the spatial order is a great sin no matter where it is. I see. Duke expressed his understanding of this, but the conversation suddenly changed. By the way, these guys seem to know, some information about me, help me to torture them, and let me know the results. Why don't you do it yourself? Huajie picked up the bottle in his hand. Duke rolled his eyes. I have brought back such a pile of experimental materials for you, isn't it reasonable for you to do me a favor? This reason is unassailable, you win. Huajie went to the side and began to torture. Duke found the three gods again. As for Seireitei Kenpeki, he stared at Duke very unhappy. This guy solved the enemy alone again, depriving him of the joy of fighting. Accurate. As for rushing up to the Duke one-on-one? Forget it, he has been beaten enough before. Although he is fanatical in fighting, he is not a fool, so he will not do this kind of thing. Seireitei Kenpeki snorted unhappily, sat on the sand, touched his stomach, and said to a new Orium in the next second, Hey, girl over there, do you have anything to eat? Ah! I really didn't bring this. Tisk, it seems that I can only be hungry temporarily. Seireitei Kenpeki lay back, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. At the same time, Duke, who found the three beasts, folded his arms and chatted with three girls with different postures. As for pulling out Bambi? Don't make trouble, there are three new girls, Bambi is still making figurines honestly. Before Duke, who had just found the three beasts, had no time to speak. Apache, who had a mask shaped like a rhinoceros horn on his head, couldn't wait to ask, "Hey, can you fight us if you are so strong?" Duke's right eyebrow raised, and he looked at Myra Rose and Sun Sun with a questioning look in his eyes. The two girls also nodded one after another, with expressions of emotion in their eyes. For the three divine beasts whose daily routine is to fight and fight with each other, temper and improve themselves, when they meet a strong man, there is really no other way to get along with them other than fighting. As for talking about love, Arankar has no way, they want to be more direct. After all, it evolved from the void, and has a very pure side in its character. Whatever you think about is what you want, especially the three beasts in front of Duke. Fighting! Duke waved his hand, "Don't make trouble, you will die." However, Duke changed the topic, "It's no problem to learn from mentoring. Learn and guide." The three gods and beasts looked at each other, and soon the three women pushed Duke away. "Let's get started. Get started, get started. I can't wait to have a big fight." The three beasts shrieked and pushed Duke away. Kuzujishi Yachiru looked thoughtfully at the four who left, and quickly took out his drawing book to write and draw on it. Nilu leaned over to Kuzujishi Yachiru, looking curiously at what she drew. "What are you drawing?" "Secret." Kuzujishi Yachiru, who was holding the drawing book, showed a cute smile, lay down on the ground in an instant, and began to write and draw. On the other side, Duke and the three beasts had already walked away, and the four stood facing each other in a 1-on-3 posture. Opposite to Duke were the three beasts standing scattered in battle, and Duke stood loosely in place, looking at the three beasts in front of him, his eyes rolling around them. "You can start whenever you want, I don't care." Duke hooked his fingers towards the three beasts, "Come on, face me. In this case, we will not be polite." Myra Rhodes shouted excitedly, and the three of them rushed towards Duke one after another. Myra Rhodes was in the first place to charge, while Sunsun and Apache were on both sides of her to cover the attack. "It can be next second." Clap clap. Setsuna and Duke, who heard three crisp clapping sounds, had already come behind the three of them, slowly rubbing their fingers, and all the three god beasts stopped in their tracks, clutching their buttocks, blushing with anger. "At the beginning of the battle, I subconsciously chose the lineup that is most beneficial to you. This is very good, but there is one thing." Duke raised a finger and said lightly, "That means you are too dependent on the lineup cooperation between the three of you. It's easy to form a rigid and stereotyped thinking, which is wrong. However, next I will give you good advice on how to fight." Duke raised his right hand and moved his 5 fingers slowly while showing a different kind of smile. "Enjoy the rest of the time, girls. Have a meal and continue in the afternoon." Chapter 51. Ah! A hole! What? At the same time as the three beasts shouted one after another, Duke also said slowly, "The movement is too slow, and you don't want Apache always yelling. Yelling won't make you stronger, let's save some energy." Myra Rhodes, Sun Sun, and Apache were all holding their buttocks, their eyes flushed with anger. This was the number of times they had been punished by Duke. Every attack, in exchange for punishment from Duke. Although it does not hurt much, it is extremely insulting. Especially Duke can always tell their shortcomings, so that they can't refute. The reorganized three gods and beasts looked at each other, and during the eye contact, they also exchanged their thoughts in an instant with Setsuna. Next second, Sunsun, with her sleeve hanging down on her right hand, slightly moved her right hand covering half of her face, revealing her pink and tender sakura lips, and at the same time she pouted her mouth slightly, exhaling extremely dense smoke. As soon as the smoke appeared, it seemed to be water-absorbing foam, expanding rapidly, blocking Duke's vision. Oh! Duke, who was surrounded by thick fog, patrolled around. In this thick fog, Ryotsu seemed to not exist, and he couldn't perceive the existence of anyone at all. But this is only for ordinary people. It's a good idea to use dense fog to obscure vision and perception. As soon as Duke said this, he tilted his head to avoid the long sword stabbing behind him. The long sword brushed his cheek and stretched forward. Duke stretched out 2 fingers to hold the long sword, leaned back, and heavily loaded Myra on the back of his head. Ross's face. Myra Rhodes, whose face was hit, subconsciously withdrew her weapon, but Duke's fingers were like iron pincers, which made her unable to do anything. At this time, what you have to do is not to take back the weapon, but to find a way to counter the enemy and deal with the opponent's attack as soon as you let go. Continue to withdraw the weapon, not only unqualified, but also stacked. While Duke was speaking, he also stretched his legs backwards, and stepped on Myra Rhodes' knee, making her short, and at the same time, he quickly turned around and slapped the opponent's heart with his palm. Snapped. With just one palm, Myra Rhodes immediately flew backwards and disappeared into the thick fog. Just as Myra Rhodes left Duke's sight, Duke withdrew the palm he had just pushed out, and while rubbing his fingers, a white snake tail fell silently above his head. The tip of the snake's tail was tense, as if a chisel was silently falling towards Duke's cape. Duke took the blow impartially, but the snake tail failed to penetrate Duke's defense, and was even lifted off by the scales that were shocked by the shock. Hiss! Sun, marked by 3 round teardrops under his right eye, turned into a half-human half-snake after returning to the knife, and the steel attack came from her. It's just that not only failed to make meritorious deeds, but also allowed me to experience the crispness of a handful of eggs hitting a rock. Sun, who felt that his tail had been completely paralyzed, was still able to react, and Duke grabbed his tail and pulled him down. While circling around his body, Sun kicked him out. It's good to launch a surprise attack by Oiran quietly, but the attack is not enough, it is not qualified. UBD. Apache attacked from behind Duke, but Duke grabbed the thrusting wrist without turning his head. Duke, who was holding Apache's wrist, sat down directly, pulling Apache to roll forward. Released Apache's wrist, Duke pinched the opponent's waist and threw him into the white sand. With his head in an upside-down position, Apache, whose upper body was thrown into the white sand by Duke, swung his legs wildly, but Duke didn't care, and waved the fog away with his backhand. When the mist dissipated, Sunsun and Myra Ross sat on the ground, looking annoyed as to why the attack just now hadn't worked. Wow, to suppress the 3 divine beasts with bare hands by one person, this guy is very strong. Nilu lay on Dong Chaka's head and looked in the direction of Duke and the 3 beasts. From Nilu's point of view, Duke, who could suppress the 3 beasts with his bare hands without drawing his sword, was like a big devil. So scary. This guy is so strong that he is not human. Pigsu also clicked his tongue, and Dong Chaka nodded. Well, Dong Chaka thinks so too. That guy is a monster, don't compare him with ordinary people. Ura Harakisuk, who had already tortured a squadron leader of a Quincy unit, put him back in the bottle. Then turned towards Duke and called Duke's name. Hey, Duke, all the interrogations are over. Is the interrogation over? Duke heard Ura Harakisuk's voice, grabbed Apache by the ankle and pulled her out of the sand, and said to the 3 of them, Okay, let's take a rest first, I'll go to work on my business. Duke turned around and took a step, and went to Ura Harakisuk's transformation. When Duke left, Apache opened his mouth to spit out the idiot in his mouth. Ba, I ate a mouthful of sand, it disgusts me to death. This guy is so strong. Sunsun looked at Duke in a daze, and Myra Rhodes scratched her hair and said frantically, although I know he is very strong, but in a real fight, he can actually suppress the 3 of us without drawing his sword. This is simply unbelievable. You must know that Master Hurley Bell can't suppress the 3 of us without drawing his sword. First Kurosaki Ichigo, then this guy, Shinigami can always produce such a strange guy. That's right. How did the interrogation go? Duke came in front of Ura Harakisuk, and asked him immediately. Harakisuk glanced at Anu Orium, Sato Yazutora and several others beside him. Duke immediately understood what the other party meant, and went behind the pile of rocks with Harakisuk. Can we talk now? Well, before I talk about this, I want to make a statement first. What? Duke sat on a rock protruding from the white sandy ground, lifted the captain's haori on his body, and took out a bag of salty and fragrant melon seeds from inside. Duke, who took out the melon seeds, motioned to Harakisuk. Harakisuk was also unambiguous, grabbed a handful from Duke's melon seeds bag, held it in his hand, and said to Duke while eating, "You must return to Seireitei immediately." Duke raised his eyelids. What do you mean? Interrogate as long as you interrogate. It has nothing to do with me going back to Seireitei. I haven't been here for 2 days. Duke raised 2 fingers. It's not been 2 days, I haven't played enough in Hueco Mundo yet. CO authoring, in your opinion, coming to Hueco Mundo is just to play. Otherwise? Duke asked Harakisuk back, isn't it just for fun when I'm out on a business trip? Well, you're right about that. Harakisuk clicked his tongue in some embarrassment, but still slowly explained his reasons. According to the content of my interrogation, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Huajie, has listed you as the highest level of special treatment combat power besides the 5 special skills. Ask for flowers. Oh, it sounds like you value me a lot. Although he said so, Duke didn't seem surprised at all. After all, he already knew about it. In addition, he gave orders to all the soldiers of the Quincy Division and the Star Cross Knights under the command of the Invisible Empire. When facing you, ordinary soldiers cannot fight but can only run away. Star Cross Knights, in the absence of him, without the presence of 10 members of the Knights, if you meet you need to stay away. And most importantly, Huajie has you among his targets. Oh, so what? While Duke spat out the melon seed shell, he also squinted at Harakisuk. It also means that you may encounter the same thing as Kurosaki Ichigo. Harakisuk solemnly raised a finger, and said directly to Duke, that is to say, once you leave the Jingling Court, they will launch a massive attack on the Jingling Court. Don't worry, this kind of thing won't happen. To go from Hueco Mundo to Soul Society, you only need to open the black cavity, and it's not a troublesome thing. Besides, wasn't Kurosaki Ichigo trapped earlier because of the presence of a Quincy with a special ability? Even if that guy dies and comes back to life now, I can still see him with a knife. Besides, who else in the Invisible Empire can trap me besides Huajie? Duke spit out another mouthful of melon seeds, and Harakisuk sighed and pressed his fisherman's hat. So the problem is here, because if the opponent doesn't move, it's enough, and if he moves, it must be a killing move aimed at you. So, you must wait in Jingling Court. In addition, Huajie will not stand still, you need to become stronger. When Harakisuk said this, his expression became extremely serious. Out of his consideration, it is better for Duke to go back to Jingling Court, as the pinnacle of calming the sea, guarding the entire Jingling Court. As for Yamamoto Genrisai, his intelligence is already in the hands of the enemy, should he be needed in battle, and Harakisuk has not yet developed a special means for capturing Bankai. Then what awaits Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni is complete death. When Yamamoto Genrisai's high-end combat power cannot be used, and there is no way to deal with the enemy's capture of Bankai, Duke is the strongest Ding Gaishinsen. Therefore, Duke must be in Jingling Court, and only in Jingling Court. Ugh! Duke stroked his hair, and at the same time he stuffed a bag of melon seeds into his pocket. He also jumped down from the pile of rocks. Glancing at the few people in the distance, he said lightly, if possible, I don't want to stay here for a while. Why, aren't you reluctant to leave the Jingling Court? Harakisuk was a little confused. Duke immediately said, have you never heard of a man's mouth, a deceitful ghost? The past me is the past me, the present me is the present me. Besides, there are 3 girls here with their own merits, so this is not a business trip, this is clearly a honeymoon alone. While Duke's reason made Urahara Kisuk ashamed, the other party also clenched his fists and showed a kind smile. You should hurry back. Immediately. Chapter 52. You better go back quickly. Urahara Kisuk had a kind smile on his face, he clenched his fist and urged Duke, immediately, immediately. As for Duke asked Urahara Kisuk back, and Urahara Kisuk sighed, haven't you felt the urgency of the situation by now? I know the urgency of the situation, after all, even the old man Yamamoto has chosen Kurako Shunsui as his heir, which means that the old guy actually has the idea of breaking the boat. In addition, although I haven't seen the rest of the captains in the past 2 days, I have met with Kuratsuka Mayuri and Kurako Shunsui at most. But they should also be preparing for the next round of offense. When Duke said this, his eyes narrowed. It wasn't that he didn't know the seriousness of the current situation, but that to him, everything didn't matter. His goal is to protect the Jingling Court, as long as there are no accidents in the Jingling Court, then nothing else is very important to him. Seeing Duke like this, Urahara Kisuk couldn't help but fell silent. After a while, he said, I'm going to start the black cavity, you should go back earlier. Okay. Duke snorted nonchalantly, which made Urahara Kisuk even more dizzy. This is the first time he has seen such a dawdling Shinigami. Even Kurosaki Ishin from 360 has taken responsibility after meeting Kurosaki Masaki. But Duke seems to really not care about everything, and outsiders can't understand the things in his mind. Well, at the last time, I'm having fun with the 3 god beast girls, please come on. Duke gave a thumbs up to Urahara Kisuk, who covered his face helplessly and waved to Duke. A few hours later, when Urahara Kisuk approached Duke again, the 3 beasts were tortured by Duke in an extremely miserable state. Especially Sunsun, whose long skirt has turned into strips of cloth at this moment, and the other 2 are not much better. Only Duke looked at the 3 with a satisfied face. During the battle that seemed to be read as a guide to learn from each other, but was actually written as molesting and molesting, the 3 gods and beasts suffered a lot. Hey, Duke, Nakiri is ready. Well, here we come. Duke walked towards Urahara Kisuk, and at the same time called Zaraki Kenpeki, hey, Kenpeki is gone, back to Jingling Ting. Zaraki Kenpeki will not go back with you for a while. Urahara Kisuk spoke suddenly, making Duke and Zaraki Kenpeki look at him. What do you mean? With one arm on his hip, Duke asked Urahara Kisuk, does Kenpeki have other tasks? No, it's just that for the current Captain Zaraki, even returning to the Jingling Court will have no effect on him at all. It's better to let him stay in Hueco Mundo and continue to hone himself. What is your opinion? Duke glanced at Zaraki Kenpeki. Zaraki Kenpeki looked around, looked at the incomparably desolate Hueco Mundo and said, this place is really suitable for me, there is a place where I can swing my sword without any scruples, and there is a place where I can fight with you. Fighting opponents, and doctors who can heal, everything is perfect except for no food. The concentration of spiritual seeds here is very high, drinking the northwest wind will fill you up, do you still want to eat? Urahara Kisuk rolled his eyes, and a new Orium said hesitantly, then what, I'm a doctor, right? What? Zaraki Kenpeki heard Orium's inquiry, and leaned over with a sullen face, raised his head and said fiercely, why, what do you have to ask? Boom! Duke, who kicked Zaraki Kenpeki several kilometers away, shook his head helplessly, and said to a new Orium, don't worry about him being such an idiot. Nothing. Inu Orium raised his hands to protect his chest, and smiled with shame on his face. It shouldn't be a problem to kick that fierce-looking big man so far, right? Forget it, let's take a look later. Okay, I'll go back first. Duke looked at the black curtain in front of him and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something, took off the captain's Haori and threw it to Kuzajishi Yachiru. Little girl, here are the snacks I prepared earlier, you can eat them yourself. Oh! Kuzujishi Yachira was covered by Duke's Captain Haori, and while responding muffledly, Duke also got into the black curtain of the black cavity alone. After Duke left, the black curtain slowly shrank and disappeared soon. Not long after, a wave of violent Ryotsu hit the crowd, but they felt that everyone in Ryotsu didn't care, just because they were too familiar with this violent Ryotsu. Not long after, Grimjo, who looked like a leopard, came to the camp where everyone was now, looked at the people in front of him, and roared loudly, "Where did that BD who beat me fly go? That BD, he punched me half a Hueco Mundo away. I stayed alive for more than a day before I came back. What about that BD? I'm going to kill him, I'm definitely going to kill him. Well, who do you think will be lucky?" At this time, Zaraki Kenpeki also returned to the camp. Zaraki Kenpeki, with his neck twisted, took advantage of his size and looked down on Grimjo. "Ahole, you look like a good fighter." Instead of being angry at Zaraki Kenpeki's contempt, Grimjo was delighted. For him, having an opponent who can fight is better than anything else. "You too." Zaraki Kenpeki and Grimjo smiled at each other, and Yura Harakisuk changed into a white coat at this time and picked up a test tube. "2, if you want to call, stay away, thank you." Inside the black cavity, the void darkness is constantly surging, and a translucent and almost colorless Ryotsu rainbow bridge stretches forward, and Duke also walks on it. Duke, holding the back of his head with both hands, moved forward step by step, but each step can cover a long distance, and the extension speed of Ryotsu Hongqiao is even more breathtaking. It's a world of difference from when I came with Zaraki Kenpeki. It's going to be difficult to be marked by that old guy Juhabok. It seems that the next time I see him is the time to kill him. While Duke was talking to himself, a faint light appeared in front of him, and as the cave of the black cavity slowly opened, Duke also escaped from the black cavity. It was just that Duke, who had just stepped out of his black cavity, smelled the fishy smell unique to beasts. Moreover, the surroundings were not the scenery of Jinglingting that he was familiar with, but a piece of darkness. The air was a bit dull, but there were signs of airflow. "Where did Yura Harakisuk drop me?" Duke looked around, covered his nose while looking around, and said, "Did this smell send me to the den? But I don't remember that there is any special place for raising wild animals in Jingling Court." "Who?" Suddenly, a heavy panting sounded from behind Duke. There was a warmth in this breath, just like the breath exhaled by a living thing. Feeling this breath, Duke turned around slowly and looked behind him. Behind him, there was a terrifying giant white-haired wolf crouching down impressively, and the wolf was looking at him with interest with a pair of blood-red eyes. "Little ghost, breaking into someone's house without authorization is not a good thing. Well, sorry to bother you, goodbye." Duke waved at the giant wolf in front of him, turned his head and wanted to leave, but the wolf paw, which was as big as a truck, fell from mid-air, blocking his way. "Little ghost, break into someone's house without authorization, and want to leave without apologizing, is it possible?" The giant wolf stared at Duke jokingly, its huge wolf claws blocked Duke's way. Duke looked at the terrifying giant wolf in front of him, and raised his head. "Sorry, it was my fault to break into your house without permission, forgive me." "Okay, I'm sorry, I should go too. Goodbye." Duke turned around and wanted to continue walking, but the giant wolf still refused to let go and stopped him, growling, "You saw me, you know where my family is hiding, and you still want to leave, is it possible? What do you want?" Duke turned around and looked helplessly at the giant white wolf behind him. "Save your life!" The huge white wave roared towards Duke, and opened its bloody mouth enough to swallow a house to bite Duke. At the same time as the wind was blowing, Duke also watched the giant wolf's tunnel-like deep throat, and looked at Duke helplessly. Then the giant wolf stretched out his hand. "Aren't you forcing me to make mistakes?" Next second, All is at peace. In the pitch-black cave, apart from the lingering stench that Zhang Mingjulan once existed, there is nothing left. Time passed by every minute and every second, until the sound of rhythmic footsteps echoed in the cave. Step 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 step. Not long after, Captain Komamura Seijin with a wolf head walked into the depths of the cave. This is the place where his family lived and where his ancestors lived. And he came here to pursue a stronger power. Komamura Seijin walked into the depths of the cave, took a deep breath, and was about to speak, but found that something was wrong. 2.4 Huajie. While Komamura Seijin's pupils were narrowing, he was also carefully searching all the land in front of him, but according to his expectations, the ancestors who were supposed to stay here did not exist. Instead, there is nothing here. Grandpa! Komamura Seijin tried to call out, but only his voice echoed in the empty cave. At this time, Komamura Seijin understood that the grandfather he was looking for was not here no matter how dull he was. But if you're not here, where else can you go? Is it because he sensed that he was coming in advance, so he avoided seeing it? But it's not right either. According to his grandfather's character, he couldn't avoid it, instead he would ridicule himself here, ridiculing himself for abandoning the dignity of his own clan, but living like a human being. Komamura Seijin, who was puzzled, looked at the empty cave in front of him, and there was only one question in his mind. What about your ancestors? Why did my ancestors disappear? Chapter 53. Fourth Team, Resident. I'm back. Duke, who led an old white-haired dog, swaggered into the gate of the fourth team, and yelled as soon as he entered the gate. This also attracted the attention of many members of the fourth team. Ah, Captain Duke is back. It's only been 2 days. And Captain Duke's captain feather is gone, is it because it was damaged and lost in the battle at Hueco Mundo? Hey, look at that dog that Captain Duke is leading. Hey, yeah, where did Captain Duke bring an old dog? Yes, this dog is very old. Well, the hair all over the body is white, it looks so pitiful. Captain Duke picked it up. Should be. Captain Duke is so caring. That's right, such a responsible and caring captain can marry our Captain Anohana, it's really a pleasure. Speaking of which, when is Captain Anokana and Captain Duke's wedding? Now is a special period, it should be postponed. It's very possible. If there is such a day, how much gift money and what kind of gift should we give? Hey, I've thought about it a long time ago, I want to send. Are you all this free? Anohana Retsu quietly appeared next to the team members who were talking, and at the same time she spoke with a smile. It also made all the team members feel cold. Why did Captain Anohana make no sound at all? Just like a ghost, Yan suddenly appeared. Sorry, Captain, we'll get to work right away, get to work right away. Captain, I'm going to see if the patients in the treatment room need to change their dressings. I'm going to clean the bandages. I'm going to clean up. Soon, the team members who had been together before dispersed to find things to do. At this time, Anohana Retsu turned around and looked at Duke who was walking towards him, leading an old white dog. Duke was holding a straw rope made by hand in his hand. The old white-haired dog was almost pulled by him. Following behind him. I came back very early. Anohana Retsu folded her hands on her lower abdomen, with a gentle and quiet expression, like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. But Duke, who is familiar with every inch of Anohana Retsu's skin, knows that all this is an illusion. Anything gentle and quiet, virtuous and beautiful, are all pretense. The essence of Anohana Retsu is a coquettish with a strong desire to control. Now all of this, although seemingly beautiful, actually hides a terrible trap waiting for Duke. Simple inquiry, if Duke answers wrong, waiting for Duke is bound to be a terrible punishment. Didn't I miss you? So after finishing the matter over there, I rushed back immediately. Duke walked up to Anohana Retsu, laughing and joking. Anohana Retsu raised her hand and tapped him on the forehead. You You are always so slippery that people can't find any flaws. Where is it? I really miss you. Duke nailed the straw rope leading the dog to the pillar beside him, and immediately hugged Anohanaretsu. Anohanaretsu, who is only 1.59 meters tall and weighs no more than 45 kilograms, is like a small bird in front of Duke, who is in his early 180s. He is in Duke's arms. You. Anohanaretsu sighed slightly, but she was still lying in Duke's arms, but if you looked carefully, you would find that Anohanaretsu was slightly shaking the tip of her nose, as if sniffing something on Duke. Duke seemed to have not noticed this detail on the surface, but secretly he was lucky. Fortunately, he left the captain's Haori in Hueco Mundo before returning, otherwise, Anohanaretsu would definitely smell the smell of the three gods left on his Haori. She has worked with herbs all the year round and has a very good nose. It was nothing to her to smell something from other women. But before returning, Duke had already removed the Haori with the strongest smell on his body, and deliberately walked for a long time in the forest to remove the smell from his body before returning. After the two stayed together for a while, they went to rest at the edge of the fourth team's team building. Anything to gain this time at Hueco Mundo. Anohanaretsu brought tea to Duke. Duke twirled a piece of daifuku and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed and said vaguely, "There are many of these, which one do you want to hear? Speak slowly, there is still a lot of time. Come on, drink some water first, don't worry." Anohanaretsu handed the water glass to Duke, and Duke took a sip from the water glass. After sipping down the pastry, he pondered for a moment, and then said, "Zaraki Kenpeki has completely released his suppressed potential over the years and mastered Shikai. That's right, it's really good for him, after all, he has regained his former self." Anohanaretsu nodded. In the past, in order to find a suitable general, she did not hesitate to go to Rukonga to wipe out the gangsters. It was also at that time that Anohanaretsu met Zaraki Kenpeki. Zaraki Kenpeki at that time gave her a lot of surprise and expectation, but now Anohanaretsu's heart has been filled by another person. That is the Duke. But Zaraki Kenpeki can't touch Bankai from now on. Duke wiped his mouth, put down his teacup, and said with a solemn expression, "His Zanpakuto has experienced strange fluctuations after Shikai, and this fluctuation is just connected to that little girl Kuzujishi Yachiru. I think Zaraki Kenpeki and Kuzujishi Yachiru may not be purely interdependent and interdependent, maybe there is a deeper connection." "You mean, Zaraki Kenpeki's Bankai will affect his lieutenants?" Anohanaretsu understood Duke's meaning. Duke nodded, picked up a bunch of meatballs, put one in his mouth, and while chewing the sweet and elastic glutinous rice balls, Duke also said, "If Zaraki Kenpeki uses Bankai, maybe something unknown will happen to Kuzujishi Yachiru. As for what it is, I can't see it, but what is certain is that when Zaraki Kenpeki Bankai was, it was when the relationship between Kuzujishi Yachiru and him was exposed. Back then, something was bound to happen." Duke ate the second ball, and then said slowly, "In addition, Urahara Kisuk has started to develop counter-technology against the invisible empire that can capture Bankai. I captured hundreds of Quincy soldiers for him, which should be enough for him to use for a while. Hey, Hueco Mundo is nothing interesting, except for the white sand everywhere, it's just the same sky, which is far from the team of the fourth team." "Oh." Anohanaretsu narrowed his eyes and looked at Duke. Duke smiled and said, "Because the fourth team has you. Wherever you are, wherever is my hometown. Little slick." Anohanaretsu smiled and flicked Duke's forehead, and Duke also lay down on Anohanaretsu's lap. "Sister Hwa. Pick out your ears. The knee pillow is very comfortable for picking out the ears." Duke leaned on Anohanaretsu's plump and elastic thigh, and while he was slightly fascinated by his eyes, he also heard Anohanaretsu say, "Really? Yes. Then what about the little girl who picked out your ears before?" They. Duke immediately shut his mouth, opened his eyes wide, and there was fine sweat on his forehead. Anohanaretsu leaned forward with his upper body, and while his hair was hanging down, he was stroking Duke's earlobe. Keep talking. I suddenly feel a little urgent to urinate, I'm going to the toilet. Duke scratched the floor and wanted to run, but Anohanaretsu pinched his ears in an instant. Here. I say. Clear. Clear. Don't, Sister Hua, don't force yourself, your ears are going to fall off. Ah. Ya butterfly. Division 4, Treatment Room. Komamura Seijin, who was worried, had just visited his injured team member and was about to go back to his team's base when his ears trembled suddenly and he heard a scream. What's going on here? Komamura Seijin looked in the direction of the screams. Just at this moment, 2 team members passed by him. Bo Village Captain. Hello Captain Bo Village. Hello. After greeting the 2 members of the 4th team, Komamura Seijin pointed to the direction where the screams came from just now, and asked, what happened just now? Oh, that one. A female team member covered her mouth and laughed, it's my team leader training my husband. That's right, it should be Captain Duke hitting the muzzle again. Should be being educated by Captain Anohanaretsu now. Yes, yes. Okay, sorry to bother you. Komamura Seijin nodded at 627, put down the doubts in his heart, he was going to visit Anohanaretsu and Duke at this moment, he had to turn around and leave when he learned about this. Just as Komamura Seijin was about to leave, he suddenly bumped into 2 team members holding a pet dog's kennel, trough and potty walking towards him. Bo Village Captain. What are you doing with this thing? Komamura Seijin looked at the things in the hands of the 2 team members and couldn't help asking curiously. The 2 team members said immediately, it's like this, Captain Tomura, Captain Duke picked up an old white-haired dog from outside. This is Captain Anohana ask for what we have for the old dog. White hair, old dog. Komamura Seijin was a little lost, because his grandfather's hair color was white, and the old guy was proud of it, and laughed at Komamura Seijin's hair color like an Akita dog more than once. Does that dog have red eyes? It should be, I don't remember clearly. Oh, why is your memory so bad? That dog has red eyes, and the gloomy eyes scare me to death. White hair, red eyes. Komamura Seijin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, could it be? With this in mind, Komamura Seijin quickly turned around and headed for the team building of the 4th Division. Komamura Seijin quickly arrived at the team building of the 4th Division. Before he saw Duke and Anohanaretsu, a complaint was heard. This old dog is so old and disobedient, why don't we fool him? If you lied to him, your temperament will be much more docile. Okay, I'll go. As soon as these 2 words entered Boken's ears, Komamura Seijin quickly turned the corner and shouted loudly, wait, eggs are left under the knife. Abba! It's not right to keep a dog under the sword. Grandfather is a wolf. Anyway, put down the knife and give him to me. Chapter 54. Anyway, put the knife down and give him to the old man. Komamura Seijin rushed around the corner and saw the duo of Duke and Anohanaretsu. Duke is also puzzled by Komamura Seijin who suddenly entered here. Akita, why did Komamura Seijin come here? I did feel his Ryatsu before, but I subconsciously skipped him because I was only interested in interacting with Anohanaretsu. I didn't pay attention for a while, and this guy rushed in front of me. Captain Bo Village, why did you come to my place today? Anohanaretsu said hello to Komamura Seijin who came directly, and at the same time, Komamura Seijin also walked quickly to the old white-haired dog brought back by Duke. Grandpa. Looking at the ancestor who was tied to the colonnade like a dog, the corners of Komamura Seijin's mouth twitched slightly. He should have been angry, after all, he was his elder. But seeing his powerful, even close to immortal grandpa being treated like this, why do he have an inexplicable urge to laugh? This is your grandpa, doesn't that mean? Anohanaretsu was a little taken aback. As the first Shinigami who followed Yamamoto Unryasei Shigakuni, she knew the origin and footsteps of Komamura Seijin. This guy belongs to the werewolf clan, and the werewolf clan fell into the animal realm due to the sins in life, but failed to die completely, and came to a special clan of the Soul Society. The werewolf guys are far away from everyone in the Soul Society. While living alone, they are also silent managers. Years go by and generations change. It can be said that the oldest ancestor of the werewolf clan is even in the same era as Ichai Hisub, the ancestor-level existence that was born at the beginning of the birth of the Soul Society. It is precisely because of this that the werewolf clan can live silently in the Soul Society, without being wiped out by all parties for the reason of excluding dissidents. Even the people in Central 46 turn a blind eye to the werewolves. As long as they don't mess around, they will completely ignore them. Even Komamura Seijin can become the captain. There are also factors in this regard. After all, Komamura Seijin is the only werewolf who left the werewolf clan and came to Jinglingting, and the people in Central 46 have to sell the wolf clan to save face. Moreover, Komamura Seijin himself is also very competitive, relying on his own strength to strive for the top position. And now, this white-haired old dog picked up by Duke turned out to be the grandfather of Komamura Seijin. In other words, Duke tied back the ancestors of the werewolf clan, and planned to keep them as dogs. Even if this guy is messing around, there must be a limit. Anohanaretsu can imagine the expressions of the captain and Central 46 when they heard this. It will be very exciting. Well, wonderful in every sense of the word. Just as Anohanaretsu was deep in thought, Duke touched his chin and said in astonishment, "Captain Bo Village, is this your grandpa?" "That's right." Komamura Seijin knelt on one knee in front of the white-haired old dog, looked at the old dog in front of him, which was no different from a domestic dog, and said in a low voice while twitching the corners of his mouth, "Although the appearance has changed, this eye-catching red pupil is still there. The white hair that my grandpa is proud of, as well as this familiar smell, all prove that he is my grandpa W. Also, Captain Duke, shouldn't you explain it?" "Ah." Duke's eyes dodged a little, he looked around and said, "Well, the weather is actually pretty good today." "Then what? I remembered that the doctor accompanied me when I was still on business." Duke turned to leave, but Anohanaretsu grabbed his wrist and pulled him down. "Well, tell me exactly what's going on." Anohanaretsu spoke, and Duke had no choice but to say, "It was Yura Harakisuk who gave me a black cavity, and when I came back, the landing point was in his lair. This guy wants to eat me. I think this old thing is still strong enough, so I sealed it, wove a straw rope and brought it back. I plan to be a guard dog for Sister Huajie. The ancestral existence of the werewolf clan is my guard dog. You are really me." Anohanaretsu's forehead was throbbing with blue veins. Duke laughed and touched the back of his head and said, it's nothing, after all, we are sharing the same bed. The problem is not here." Anohanaretsu punched Duke's head with a fist, and at the same time as her long hair was loose, a gloomy aura emerged from Anohanaretsu's body. "Do you know what serious consequences this will cause?" Pulling Duke's ear, Anohanaretsu whispered to him what was at stake. After Duke finished listening, he practiced blinking, looked at Komamura Seijin and his grandfather, and then continued to listen to Anohanaretsu's narration. After a while, Duke nodded in understanding. "I understand, Sister Huajie." Duke grabs Anohanaretsu's wrist and pushes her into the room. "The next thing, let me come. Can you do it?" Anohanaretsu glanced hesitantly at the ancestor of Komamura Seijin, and Duke made an okay gesture. "Don't worry, there are no such words as can't, and can't in my dictionary. The only thing I have is yes, no problem, including on my body. Believe me." "All right." Anohanaretsu left Yuanside suspiciously, walked into the house, and left the matter to Duke to deal with. After the door on the edge side was closed, Duke rubbed his brows in distress and snapped his fingers at the same time. The straw rope around Komamura Seijin's grandfather's neck broke instantly. "Come on, take it away, Captain Bo Village. That's the end of this matter." After the straw rope broke, Komamura Seigen's grandpa opened his mouth and said viciously, "What do you mean? Let's forget it. Why, do you still want to stay for a meal?" Duke raised his eyes and looked at Komamura Seigen's grandpa. "It's not impossible to stay for dinner. It just so happened that I asked someone to buy dog food and pet supplies. You can take them back with you. Even wolves are canids, and eating dog food is good for hair." "Shut up, Junior!" Komamura Seigen's grandfather scolded Duke angrily. His eyes were red, he gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "Insulting me like that, I just want to forget it. No way. If I don't use your blood to wash away my insult today, I will not give up." "Grandpa, forget it, you don't want." Komamura Seigen tried to persuade his grandpa, but was angrily reprimanded by his own grandpa. "Shut up too, you shame on the whole family." "Grandpa." Komamura Seigen was left speechless by the patriarch of his clan, and the white-haired old dog was still growling endlessly, scolding Komamura Seigen to his heart's content. "You are ashamed of your identity and appearance as a werewolf, and you must wear a mask and armor to cover your body when you go out. How could you be my clan?" Even imitating human actions, integrating himself into human society, and completely throwing away the glory and pride of his own family, he has no right and qualification to call me grandpa at all. "What right do you have to stand in front of me?" The white-haired old dog growled at Komamura Seigen, but at this moment, a terrifying murderous intent descended on him. This murderous intent made the elder of the werewolf clan shudder involuntarily. Now he is sealed by Duke, no different from an ordinary domestic dog. But now, even a young man can beat him to death with a stick and drag him away to eat meat. After this killing intent came, it directly made him collapse to the ground. "You said, the captain of Bo village is not your clan." Duke squinted his eyes and looked at the elder man of the werewolf family. Although the latter was trembling all over, he still said firmly, "That's right. Guys like Seigen have no right to call themselves a werewolf. So that means, you don't agree with him, and you have unilaterally cut off the blood relationship with him. Is such that?" The elder of the werewolf clan growled and said, "Do you have any opinions?" "Oh, if that's the case, then I don't have to worry about the face of the captain of Bo village. It's okay, you can eat meat." The corners of Duke's mouth were slightly split, revealing two neat rows of white fang. And the chill revealed in the words made the eyes of the old man of the werewolf clan show a look of fear. "You know, he is the ancestor of the werewolf clan, so powerful that even Jing Lingting had to sell him 3 points. Especially the werewolf clan has a secret technique that allows them to obtain immortality, and he is the pinnacle." But he was like this, when he felt the awe-inspiring killing intent in Duke's words, he still started to tremble involuntarily, feeling scared. In his eyes, Duke is no longer that laughing young man, but a strange black shadow with a pair of not so bright, zhao hao zhao, eyes on his head, but full of killing intent and saber intent. His eyes were staring at him calmly. And just being watched, there is an illusion of being chopped up. "You." The elder of the werewolf family said tremblingly, You can't, so, do this. This will break the agreement." "Agreement?" Duke tilted his head and said with a hey smile, "What do you care about my agreement with others? You." The patriarch of the werewolf family opened his eyes wide, but Komamura Seigen stood in front of him at this moment, and knelt down in front of Duke with a plop, propping his hands on the ground, and slowly lowered his body. "Duke, I know I have accepted your kindness, so I don't have the face to ask for anything in front of you. But, be sure to spare the elder lord alive. I beg you." Seeing Komamura Seigen sitting in front of him, who only wanted to find a way out for his grandfather who disliked him in every possible way, Duke's eyes softened. "Ugh! There's really nothing I can do about you, Captain Bo village." Duke rested his chin on one hand, and said flatly, "I can save you by not killing him for meat. But if you want to leave after threatening me, you have to pay a price." Tonight's jiazhong, good night everyone, and good dreams. Chapter 55. But after threatening me, you want to walk away like this, isn't it too inappropriate? Duke looks over Komamura Seijin, the big dog captain who has been trusted throughout the Godii 13. In particular, the keyword given to Komamura Seijin by a certain Kubo poet appendix bonus collection is Yi. That's enough to say a lot. And each character will be given a keyword by Kubo with the poet. For example, Sister Hwa is Ci, Zaraki Kenpeki is seeing, Hirako Shinji is against, the keyword of Yamamoto Genrisai is strict, and the keyword of Aizen is. The keyword of the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo is protection. Every keyword given by the poet Kyobode can basically cover the personality characteristics of each character. The Komamura Seijin in front of Duke is Zhong, loyalty, 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 and filial piety. That's why Duke sold Komamura Seijin face. Of course, Duke is selling face to Komamura Seijin, not the patriarch of the werewolf clan, so if this old guy wants to leave, he has to pay the price. Painful price. What do you want? At the same time as the elder of the werewolf clan asked, Duke's murderous intent was slowly withdrawn, which made him secretly heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, the elder of the werewolf clan was also confused. When did such a terrifying existence appear in Jinglingting? Looking young, but the means and strength, as well as the aura of that body are really incomparably terrifying. It's hard to imagine what kind of talent and background can create such a terrifying freak. A descendant of the Spirit King lineage? Or the lineage of the Four Nobles? Or something else? The theory of lineage exists in the Soul Society, and it has become an invisible unspoken rule. Although everyone will not mention it, the theory of lineage has never been cut off in fact. For example, the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo is a product of pure blood theory. As a matter of fact, Kakuzu, the main character of Japanese manga, can't get rid of the blame of blood theory. Shinigami, as a migrant manga who is as famous as pirates and Hokage, bloodline theory is also popular in its world. However, Duke doesn't care what the old man of the werewolf family thinks in his heart. He only wants to benefit himself. Ordinary money is no longer attractive to him. Everything in the world, except eating and drinking, he has nothing to miss. Power, wealth, and beauty are only the third party that he is interested in, and the first two really have no idea. Therefore, if the old man of the werewolf family wanted to get away, Duke would not be satisfied if he didn't peel off a layer of skin for himself. What I can get depends not on what I want, but on what you can give. Duke hid on the floor cross-legged. While picking up the teacup, he also raised his hand towards Komamura Seijin in the tuxia seat. A gentle force supported the captain of the big dog and wiped it up. Okay, Captain Bo Village, stand aside now. Captain Duke. Boken Seijin wanted to say something more, but suddenly met Duke's look. Duke, with gloomy eyes, said in a low voice, "It's hard to sell you face, don't push yourself too hard, big dog." Komamura Seijin swallowed, slipped his Adam's apple up and down once, and finally said nothing. Hearing what Duke said, the elder of the werewolf family couldn't help but smiled bitterly and said, "The price is not based on what you want, but what I can give you. It's such an honor. I'm not an aggressive guy, so I'll leave you a choice. Well, now I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it. Think about it yourself." Duke spread his hands, and the scene fell into silence. Duke, who picked up a bunch of balls, put the top ball into Sif mouth with a whimper, chewing slowly. Throwing all the problems to the elder of the werewolf clan, the elder of the werewolf clan was also numb when he saw this. Duke's seemingly benevolent choice is actually forcing him to a corner. You don't say what you want, let us guess, who can guess? It's like when a boy and a girl are in love with each other, the boy guesses the girl's mind, but how can you guess the woman's heart and see needle? Can't guess at all. Not only can't guess, but also try to guess the other party's thoughts, for fear of making a mistake. The current patriarch of the werewolf family has fallen into such psychological choices and pain points. Duke has already eaten the third ball at this moment. There are 5 balls in a string. Duke is eating slowly. It takes 6 seconds for each ball, and a total of 30 seconds for 5. Haven't thought of it yet. Duke waved the meatball in his hand and said with a smile, I'll finish it soon. After eating, if you still don't get an answer, then I'll really chop you up and eat you. While Duke was speaking, he bit the 4th ball and pulled it down from the bamboo stick. Duke, who chews the balls, grinds them up bit by bit, and then swallows them. Chewing slowly is good for the stomach, and he has always followed this philosophy. Seeing that there was only one 5-color ball left in Duke's hand, the elder of the werewolf clan racked his brains and thought hard. At this moment, Duke also stuffed the 5th ball into his mouth, and the bamboo stick was pinched directly on his fingertips, pointing at the old man of the werewolf family, as if he was going to pierce through it in the next second. Okay, it's time. What's the answer? The elder of the werewolves closed his eyes and sighed deeply. The werewolves will help Huajie 13 in the future battles. What's the answer? This answer. Duke touched his chin, and the bamboo stick on his fingertips was ejected by him, and landed in front of the great man of the werewolf clan. The bamboo stick fell to the ground, the front end was submerged in the soil, but the end was still trembling. Not so good. Duke picked up the tea, rinsed his mouth, and cleared the sweetness left by eating the balls in his mouth. To be honest, I don't care about the war between Jingling Court and the next invisible empire. What I care about is Jingling Court itself and my own interests. Your clan participated in the war, and only Huajie 13 benefited, not me. Find out the primary and secondary relationship, old man of the werewolf clan. Duke put down his teacup, leaning on his coiled thighs with both hands. Well, let me ask in advance, do you like spicy, boiled, grilled, or salt-baked in iron plate? Duke chuckled, although I don't eat dog meat, I don't have any psychological barriers if I cook you and serve it to other people. And many more. The elder of the werewolf clan hurriedly spoke out, fearing that he would be skinned and eaten by the Duke. If the old man of the werewolf family died like this, it would be ridiculous 10,000 years. The head of the werewolf race with a quick brain was looking for a way to break the situation, but at the same time he recalled what Duke said before. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, Guard. I can provide you with a guard, the strongest guard of the werewolf clan, or a mount. You should need it very much. Before you said that you brought me back to find a guard dog for your woman, then I can provide you with a guard and a mount for you to drive. Guard and mount? Duke stroked his chin, thinking in his eyes. Sounds good, but what kind of guards and mounts can you provide? I can provide you with some of the strongest members of the werewolf clan to serve as the guards of the lady just now, and prepare a mount for you. And the mount I prepared for you is the most vicious, ferocious, strongest, and most potential magic wolf since the birth of our werewolf clan, and it also has the wealth that our clan has treasured for many years. How about it? The elder of the werewolf clan stared at Duke earnestly. Duke touched his chin, and after thinking for a moment, he said slowly, I ask you, does this mount come with a frame and saddle recommendations? Bring your own, definitely bring your own. The elder of the werewolf clan nodded repeatedly, and Duke snapped his fingers, in that case, let's make a deal. Give me a mount, and prepare a guard and a mount for Sister Huajie. As for the treasures of your family, you can wait and send the guard and mount first. No problem. The great master of the werewolf clan heaved a sigh of relief, and finally passed the hurdle in front of him. By the way, there is one more equals. Duke raised a finger, I don't like to wait, so before sunset, I want to meet the most evil, strongest, fiercest, and most potential magic wolf and Sister Huajie's guard group. And mounts. No problem. Then, let's get started. With a wave of Duke's hand, the elder of the Ping Lang clan suddenly felt that half of the seal on his body had been undone. When the mounts and guards are ready, the remaining seals will be opened. Okay. Goodbye. Goodbye. The elder of the werewolf family quickly left Duke's sight, and Komamura Seijin glanced at his departing elder, silently bowed to Duke, and then left in front of the fourth team's team building. After the two wolves left, the door behind Duke opened. After Anohanaretsu came out, she knelt down behind Duke and wrapped her hands around Duke's shoulders from behind. You should have agreed to what he said about aiding the fight. The ones who need to think about this are Old Man Yamamoto and Kurako Shunsui, it's nothing to do with me. Duke fell back and leaned into Sister Hwa's arms, smelling the body fragrance of the person next to his pillow. He said softly, the only one I care about is you right now. Nothing else matters. Anohanaretsu hugged Duke tightly and said softly, you wayward little guy. Have it. No. Haha. The two looked at each other and smiled, saying nothing. The Invisible Empire, Between the Thrones. The door opened slowly, and while Hugelin Hasward slowly walked into the space between the thrones, he knelt on one knee and said to Juhabak, who was sitting on the throne, Your Majesty, the person you are looking for, I have brought it for you. Are you here? Juhabaka's expression changed, he straightened his upper body and looked at the person behind Hugelin. The other party was wearing a long robe, and after walking into the throne room, he directly lifted the hood, revealing a delicate and indifferent face. Very well, you are doing well, Heart Sword. Nothing, it is my honor to serve His Majesty. Hugrin Hurstwald stepped aside, leaving the rest of the time to Jobuk. Juhabak stood up from the throne and walked towards the person brought by Hasward. Welcome, Ishida Uryu. My child. Chapter 56. Later, in Xiling Court. Several waves of powerful Ryotsu descended on the Seireitei in an instant. It can be said that it was like a hurricane passing through, sweeping across the entire Seireitei. With the appearance of Ryotsu came a group of wolf-headed human wolves dressed in ancient priestly costumes. This group of wolves lined up in a long line, walking slowly on the long street, and at the same time, a big sedan chair that could only be lifted by 8 people was carried forward by 8 wolves. It's just that every time the 8 wolves took a step forward, the existence inside the sedan chair would growl restlessly. Ah! And at the very first moment when the Ryotsu radiated from the crowd of wolves, Yamamoto Genrisai, who was in the team office of the first team, suddenly opened his eyes, picked up the Zanpakuto region Jaka beside him and disappeared in place. And Yamamoto Genrisai has the same trend as all the captains who are currently in Jinglingting. Almost in a breath, many captains including Yamamoto Genrisai, Sui Feng, Torabashi RJR, Hirako Shinji, Kurako Shunsui, Hitsuga Ichware and many others arrived at the scene with their own deputy captains, blocking the path of the crowd of wolves. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni stood at the front, followed by the team captains who stood in different positions. Each captain pressed his hand on the handle of his knife, and his eyes showed vigilance. As for the deputy captains of each team, they are scattered on the surrounding street walls and houses. Everyone of the werewolf clan. Yamamoto Genrisai spoke in a low voice, and the voice echoed on the long street. I, Jinglingting Court, made an agreement with your wolves that the two sides should not invade each other's territory without authorization, but now, why didn't you come here without warning? I need an answer. At the end of Yamamoto Genrisai's speech, his beard and hair were parted, his eyes widened, and he burst out with a burst of momentum. The werewolf team stopped, and at this time, Komamura Seijin came from a distance, and several times Shunpo came to the front of the team. He was blocked between the captain of his family and his family members. Captain, there is a reason for this incident, please listen to my explanation. Komamura Seijin stopped the human wolf team behind, faced Yamamoto Genrisai, and said sincerely, this is not breaking the agreement and contract, but something else hidden. Seeing Komamura Seijin appear, Yamamoto Genrisai Shigakuni's expression softened slightly. Although Komamura Seijin is also a werewolf, after so many years of getting along, this big dog has been regarded by Yamamoto Genrisai as his family. Seeing him come forward, Yamamoto Genrisai whispered, "Speak carefully and listen." "Yes." Komamura Seijin had no choice but to speak quickly. "This is actually the team where our werewolf master came to Jingling Court to give gifts." "Gifts?" Yamamoto Genrisai's two long white eyebrows were deeply frowned, and even the captains behind him had different expressions. "What's the situation? The werewolves gave us gifts. Is it for Central 46? It's not like it. Could it be given to the four nobles? But if you give it to the four nobles, you won't go this way. Who is the gift for? In my impression, the werewolf clan hides from the world and lives in seclusion. It's really confusing to do this today. Speaking of which, who is this gift for?" Yamamoto Genrisai ignored the discussion behind him, took a deep breath instead, and said to Komamura Seijin, "Say clearly." "Yes." Komamura Seijin was about to open his mouth, but he remembered the exhortations from his master. Before coming, the great master of the werewolf clan told him thousands of times that once the captain of Godi 13 asked him, he would say that he and Duke hit it off. Never say that you are coerced or threatened. After all, he also wants face. The head can be broken, the blood can be shed, and the face can't be lost. Although Komamura Seijin felt a little helpless about the advice of the elder of his family, he could only follow the instructions of the other party. "These gifts were given to Captain Duke by the elders of our clan." "Duke?" Yamamoto Genrisai rolled his eyes. "What did that kid do?" "No, it's just that when he returned from Hueco Mundo, he accidentally entered the cave of the elder of our family. The elder hit him off right away, and then..." Komamura Seijin lowered his voice as he spoke, and Yamamoto Genrisai also had thoughts in his heart. "Understand? Okay, don't talk about it, I roughly understand it." Yamamoto Motoyanagi looked at Komamura Seijin, who became less confident and his ears drooped more and more, and knew that things were definitely not what he said. Quite possibly another case. According to Duke's character, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni speculates that this guy should be deflated by the old man of the werewolf family. Still very deflated. Otherwise, Komamura Seijin would not be allowed to say such words to fool the pass. Komamura Seijin couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the captain of his family didn't allow him to continue speaking. He couldn't say the words his master taught him to say at all. "You were almost skinned and eaten, why are you still thinking about your own face in the end? Can't understand, can't understand." Yamamoto Genrisai looked over Komamura Seijin to the silent group of wolves. "Since you are here to give gifts, then follow the rules here. And now is a special period, and the security of Jingling Court is several times stricter than before, so members of the werewolf clan need to go where you are going under our supervision." Komamura Seijin heard the sound and looked at the people of his own clan, and the leader of the wolf nodded silently. Yamamoto Genrisai also nodded, and then said, "Chun Shui, you will be in charge of receiving them next. The old man still has something to do, so let's go first." The figure of Yamamoto Genrisai suddenly disappeared in place. "As for where to go? Of course, I went to wipe the of some little BD. For such a big matter, I didn't say anything in advance. When I asked Central 46, I couldn't say it. That kid is not a disadvantaged master, if he really broke out, it is not impossible to wash Central 46 with blood." After Yamamoto Genrisai left, Kurako Shunsui took over the scene, raised his hat and said with a smile, "Since I'm taking over now, everyone please continue. I will accompany you all the way." The representative of the werewolf clan did not speak, but continued to move forward. The rest of the captains and vice-captains didn't leave either. There was excitement to watch, so why did they leave? No matter which world you are in, the essence of living things is people who eat melons. The werewolf team continued to move forward. During the process, many resting Shinigami came to watch the fun. However, the team soon came to the gate of the fourth team. Such a big movement directly aroused the attention of the whole team of the 4th Division, and even the Anohana and Duke in the team house were also alarmed. "What are you doing? What are you doing? You don't have to work in broad daylight." Duke, who accompanied Anohana Retsu from the team building to the gate, yelled at the surrounding players as soon as he showed up. A team member next to Duke said weakly, "Then what, Captain Duke, we're on duty now." "Ah." Duke blinked his eyes, looked at the sky, and found that it was indeed time to be on duty. "Oh, that's all right." Just as Duke finished speaking, he was elbowed in the rib by Anohana Retsu. Duke, who was poked by an elbow, couldn't help gasping for air, and at the same time, the two also came to the gate. Just as Duke appeared in Setsuna, the leader of the human wolf immediately came to Duke, holding a red lacquered wooden tray in his hand. Several unknown fur-pinned scrolls were placed on the tray, and each scroll was bound with a special ribbon. But Lord Duke face to face. "It's me. This is a gift from our Lord of the Wolf clan to give to Lord Duke, please accept it." The man-wolf holding the tray lifted the tray high, and at the same time he also knelt down. Duke looked at the scrolls in the tray, picked up one at random, and took it apart. As soon as the scroll was taken apart, a terrifying Ryotsu filled the scene. All the Shinigami who came to see the excitement felt the tremendous pressure in an instant, and some even passed out directly. With the sudden appearance of Ryotsu, the scroll in Duke's hand burned out, and a giant moon-white wolf appeared in front of Duke. After the giant wolf appeared, it bent its front legs and knelt down in front of Duke and Anohana Retsu. "I despise Tianlian, Xia Tingzhu is choking." The giant moon-white wolf speaks out, with a soft and cold voice, "and she is still a girl." After the giant moon-white wolf appeared, the surrounding Shinigami immediately exclaimed, "This giant wolf's Ryotsu is scary. Should have captain-level strength. Is this giant wolf here to guard Captain Duke? Simply terrifying. It's incredible. Seeking flowers 0. With an exclamation, Duke pushed Anohana Retsu out. 0. "Ahem, your master is here." Anohana Retsu came in front of the moon-white giant wolf Tianlian, and said softly, "I will teach you a lot in the future. Don't dare." "Sister Hua, the remaining few scrolls are probably yours, you can untie them yourself." Duke asked Anohana Retsu to untie the remaining scrolls by himself, while he himself came to Hakumura Seijin. "Boken, which one is mine?" When Duke asked, he also set his eyes on the sedan chair carried by the human wolf team. Bo Village noticed Duke's eyes looking over, and immediately said, "It's inside the sedan chair, but please be careful, this clansman is known as the most vicious, fierce and strongest demon wolf in the history of the young generation of the wolf clan, isn't it?" "Out of nowhere. I know." Duke rubbed his palms together by mistake, and while walking towards the sedan chair, he also had some anticipation in his heart. "I wanted to keep pets before, but considering my personality, I never did it. Now I understand one of my previous wishes. And it is also the strongest, fiercest and most evil demon wolf among the younger generation of the werewolf clan. Although no matter how vicious the opponent is, he may not be able to beat him, but this is like buying a car. Although he also has 2 legs, Shunpo is also very wide. But even if you are the world long-distance running champion, don't you still have to buy a car instead?" When Duke came to the sedan chair, the man who carried the sedan chair beside him couldn't help saying, "Please be careful, this guy is very vicious." As the wolf made a sound, the sedan chair in front of Duke exploded, revealing a cage inside. As soon as the cage appeared, a strong Ryotsu swept the audience. After the captain-level Shinigami felt this Ryotsu, he immediately showed surprise. Hey, what did the werewolves send over? This Ryotsu is probably stronger than Maguruma Kensei. Maguruma Kensei said he thanked you. Just now I heard Bo Village say that the person in this cage is the strongest, most vicious and evil member of the young generation of the werewolf clan. I didn't expect it to be like this. It seems that the old man who is a wolf really values Duke. Amidst the discussions of the captains, Duke also stared at the cage in front of him. The cage was pitch black, with only two blood-red eyeballs constantly swaying, and the existence in the cage was still trying to break through the seal, and every impact made the people on the cage. The seal is crumbling. It's interesting. Duke rubbed his chin, walked towards the cage under the eyes of everyone, raised his hand to press the surface of the cage, and directly opened the seal of the cage. Seeing this, the human wolf guards on the side nearly popped out their eyes in shock. You know, this seal was set by the elder of their clan himself, but this Shinigami broke it at will. How strong is this guy? When the cage was opened, the darkness inside completely dissipated, and at the same time, the strongest, fiercest, and most evil demon wolf of the young generation of the werewolf clan also appeared. As soon as the opponent appeared, Ryotsu, who was more terrifying than before, condensed into substance, turned into a hurricane and rushed towards the surroundings. Kurako Shunsui, Sui Feng, Hitsugayachware and other captains almost immediately raised their hands to cover their faces to resist the impact of the Ryotsu hurricane, and their faces were shocked. After getting out of the seal, this guy's Ryotsu is several times stronger than before. What monster did the werewolves give Duke? Is this a gift, not an heir as a hostage? This Ryotsu is worth 100 Maguru Makensei. Maguru Makensei said he thanked you for stepping on the horse, comparing him to this guy. However, compared to the astonishment of many captains, Duke's complexion is very strange, because the wolf in front of him has black and white hair, pale black back, chest and abdomen. For white. There are marks on the forehead that look like three fires burning ragingly, a pair of white mandarin duck pupils are piercing, and Duke is short-sighted. Seeing the whole picture of this demon wolf, Duke immediately blurted out, "What a joke, this horse is the strongest, fiercest, and most evil wolf of your wolf clan. That's clearly a husky, okay. Zinema, return the goods." Chapter 57. It's funny, this horse is the strongest, fiercest, and most evil wolf of your wolf clan. Duke looked at the husky with black and white fur and eyes shining with wisdom, and blurted out on the spot, "This is clearly a husky, okay. Zinema, return the goods." Duke's words made the husky's expression suddenly change. Although he didn't know what Duke was talking about, he felt the contempt and disdain in Duke's words. Woohoo! The husky with raised lips and fangs was staring at Duke unkindly. Duke looked at the husky with fierce eyes, raised his hand to grab the top of the husky, held it in his hand and patted the husky on the head. "How dare you bark your teeth?" Duke went from slapping his head to flicking his head. "Give me another look, come again." A few brains collapsed, and Husky's head swelled up in an instant, which also made Husky's eyes blaze, and he was about to explode. He has never been subjected to such humiliation since he was born. In other words, his dad never beat him like that. But this damned Shinigami in front of him dared to humiliate him like this. Unforgivable, unforgivable. The husky breathing heavily, a dark flame escaping from the corner of his mouth. But at this moment, Duke grabbed his mouthpiece and just held it in his hand. The husky whose mouth was pinched opened his eyes and said 523. The flame in his throat was about to burst out, but his mouth was pinched. Next second. Woo! Husky's ears and nose slammed, and a puff of blue smoke came out. His eyes were spinning rapidly, his brain was smashed into a paste by his own flames, and he lost his thinking ability for a short time. Duke didn't care about these, but instead asked the human wolf guard in front of him. "Is this how you people and wolves fooled me?" The werewolf guard stared blankly at Duke carrying the strongest member of his younger generation, and fell into a daze. He may not know how strong this Shinigami is, but he must be very bold in character. He is the first one who dares to treat this little ancestor like this. "Sorry, our duty is to escort this one and those others here, and I don't know anything about the rest." Facing this guy Duke, the human wolf guard almost cried, he can't afford to provoke him on both sides. Can you stop embarrassing me? Duke is also aware of this guy's embarrassment, and he will not be too aggressive towards this kind of beater who orders from his boss to do things. So, he simply waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I can't tell you why." While speaking, Duke glanced at Anohanaretsu. Anohana is surrounded by 5 giant wolves at the moment, and each giant wolf has a captain-level Ryutsu, and Anohana's expression is smiling as always, but Duke, who has been with Anohanaretsu for a long time, can still see her inner satisfaction comes. Since Anohanaretsu was satisfied, I didn't pursue it further. Anyway, this time, it is mainly for Anohanaretsu. She is satisfied, and so is she. Although there is a husky on the stand, as a man, he has to think more about his own woman. Since we have entrusted them in place, we will not be staying soon. While the werewolf guards bowed to Duke, they also nodded to Tamura Seijin, and then all the wolves howled, and the huge Ryutsu began to gather. Next second, a huge wolf beast enveloped all the werewolves, soared into the sky, broke through the void and disappeared in front of many Shinigami. Seeing the dust settle, Kurako Shunsui also said to the people around him, "Okay, let's go. Don't hang around here anymore. Those who get off work go to rest, those who don't get off work go back to their posts, they're all gone, it's over." Kurako Shunsui slapped his hands and drove everyone away. Not long after, all the people who had gathered in front of the gate of the 4th team all went back to their respective homes, looking for their own mothers. When the gate of the 4th division returned to the usual quietness, Kurako Shunsui approached Duke, clutching his forehead. "You really made a big commotion today. Have it?" Duke, who was carrying a husky, asked Kurako Shunsui back. Kurako Shunsui stared at Duke silently without saying anything. "So big. The sun hasn't set yet." Kurako Shunsui looked at Duke speechlessly, and then he sighed heavily. "Duke, I know you don't want to be in charge, and you don't want to deal with too many affairs. I will try my best to arrange these things to others, but can you calm down a little? I'm very stable, but troubles come to my door, and I can't control it." Duke shrugged his shoulders, and Kurako Shunsui sighed helplessly. "Forget it, I won't tell you anymore, I have to go back and write a report. What you made today, I have a report to write. Come on." Duke patted Kurako Shunsui on the shoulder. Kurako Shunsui rolled his eyes. Who is to blame for being so busy? Does Duke only have AC numbers in his heart? Forget it, as long as you don't mess around, you can talk about anything. Kurako Shunsui turned and left. "It's fixed. See you." After Kurako Shunsui left, Duke carried the husky to Anohanaretsu. Anohanaretsu was surrounded by 5 giant wolves at the moment, and seemed to be in a good mood. "How do you feel?" "It's pretty good, but the place here for the 4th team is too small to arrange them, so I have to arrange them to my mansion." Anohanaretsu touched the giant wolf's head. Duke blinked. "Do you still have a house?" "You have them, why don't I?" Anohanaretsu gave Duke a blank look, and Duke shrugged his shoulders and said, "I haven't lived in my house since it was allocated, so it doesn't matter if it's there or not. Because I have a lot of things to do on weekdays, and I am afraid of any accidental injuries, so I have been in the team building most of the time. Now that I have them and you, I think it's time to go back to the house." Anohanaretsu touched the head of the giant moon-white wolf Tianlian beside him. His eyes were full of gentleness. Duke heard and said, "Well, that's fine. But now I have only one last question left." "What? Is your bed big?" Duke winked at Anohanaretsu, who gave Duke a blank look. "You. Siling Court, Outer Ring. Residential area. This is your home." Duke looked at the towering courtyard gate in front of him and didn't know what to say for a while. "My girlfriend is a hidden super rich, how can I continue to get along with her like before, waiting online? I am very anxious." "Well, after making meritorious service a long time ago, the captain gave it to me." Anohanaretsu unlocks the spiritual lock on the gate. It is said to be a lock, but it is actually a seal formed by the spiritual circuit engraved on the gate. Only by entering the correct spiritual power sequence can this door be opened. Basically, the gates of many Shinigami houses have such door locks, and some of the door locks in some secret vaults have more complex spiritual circuits, and they also have special spiritual power engravings. And the spiritual loop door lock is just a simple part of Soul Society's life. Everything in Soul Society is composed of spiritual particles, so spiritual power is used in all aspects of life. In terms of spiritual power, the Shinigami play all kinds of bells and whistles. Okay, come in. After the gate was opened, Anohanaretsu entered his mansion first, followed by the Duke and Anohanaretsu's guarding wolves. After entering the house, Duke looked at the weeds all over the yard, and couldn't help but click his tongue. How long have you not lived here? 10 or 20 years, I forget. Longevity species are really capricious. Duke rolled his eyes, and Anohanaretsu turned to face his guardian giant wolf. Tianlian, can I trouble you to clean it up for me? No problem, bye. Okay, then I'll prepare refreshments for you. Grateful. While the moon-white giant wolf Tianlian thanked her, she also directed her other clansmen to clean Anohanaretsu's house one after another. Anohanaretsu watched her giant wolf guards start sweeping, and then hooked her fingers towards Duke. Come to the kitchen and help me prepare refreshments. It is good. Duke put the husky in his hand aside casually, and followed Anohanaretsu to the kitchen. On the way, Anohanaretsu led the way, and Duke followed behind, checking the layout of the house while walking. Actually, you don't need to prepare Tianlian and the others as guards for me. Anohanaretsu, who was leading the way, spoke without looking back. Duke followed behind Anohanaretsu, and said lightly, I know that you are very strong as first-generation Kenpeki, and you also have the power to protect yourself from 21. But the next situation will be even more tragic than the previous battle. You know, the Invisible Empire has listed me as a special force above the 5 special forces. All Quincy Knights of the Star-Crossed Knights and below will run away if they see me, they cannot fight head-on. Even if it is a duel, more than 10 members of the Knight Order must be present. In other words, if we fight again, I will face the enemy's top combat power, and you who are close to me will also be taken special care of. Duke and Anohanaretsu walked around the corner, and he continued, when I saw the old man of the werewolf family, my first reaction was to kill him. But when I remembered that I was specially marked by the enemy in 2.4, I didn't kill you, and instead planned to let him be your bodyguard. But who would have thought that Bo village came here, and there is an agreement between the werewolf clan and Godii 13, so I can't continue to be demanding, so I can only settle for the next best thing and let the werewolf clan provide you with new guards. Even if you don't need it, there are a few guys around you who can block the knife for you at critical times. You can think like this and put it into action. I am very happy. Anohanaretsu stopped, turned around, looked at Duke and said, but a man cannot be restrained by a woman. Although I don't like you staying with other women, I know that at critical times, I can't drag you down. I'd die for you if I could, Duke. Don't make trouble. Duke raised his hand to cover Anohanaretsu's head and embraced her. I don't want a woman to die for me, and I don't need other people's protection. On the contrary, my people will receive the best treatment and protection, even if you don't want to. Overbearing little guy. Anohanaretsu buried her face in Duke's arms, took a deep breath, and whispered softly. Duke felt Anohanaretsu's body temperature, stroked Anohanaretsu's smooth long hair, and teased, you never said that when you were on top. Chapter 57.5 At night, Anohana's mansion. Dining room. I really trouble you today. Anohanaretsu sat in the first place, and the guards of the werewolf clan headed by the moon-white giant wolf Tianlian bowed their heads and spoke humbly. Where, this is our job. That's right, it's what we should do to share the master's worries and problems. Master, Please don't be so polite. As long as it is your request, we will definitely carry it out to the end. The words of her 4 guards and 1 mount echoed in her ears. Anohanaretsu's smile did not change. She put on her home clothes, and raised her hand slightly. Okay, let's not talk about this, let's eat first. Master, who is your lord? Tianlian looked left and right, but didn't find Duke's figure, so she couldn't help asking. Duke. Anohanaretsu picked up the chopsticks and said with a smile, as for him, now you should be in the training room and get in touch with the strongest, fiercest, and most evil magic dog in your clan. Yes. Tianlian and her companion looked at each other and exchanged a glance. Just based on Duke's attitude towards which little ancestor at the beginning, it doesn't look like a master who would specialize in communicating feelings. However, in the end, it is not up to the few of us to ask. I can only hope that the little ancestor who is a headache for anyone in the clan can settle down a little bit. After thinking about it, the people of the werewolf clan headed by Tianlian began to accompany Anohanaretsu for the first meal between master and servant. At the same time, practice Fang Yin. Duke was staring at the husky. The husky, who had completely recovered from the concussion, squatted on the ground. His eyes were full of rebelliousness, and he yawned from time to time as he looked at the empty practice room, with an expression of being the boss and my second child. While Duke squatted on the ground staring at the husky, he also felt pain in his egg. That old white-haired dog said that the strongest, fiercest, and worst guy of the younger generation of the werewolf clan is such a husky? Trouble. It's not that Duke himself doesn't know what kind of virtue a husky is, and it's not that he hasn't raised a husky before. In his previous life, Duke also raised huskies. Not to mention full of energy, but also unexpectedly noisy. If you are not careful, you will let go, even if you hold the rope in your hand, you will explode at every turn, and you will be pulled a somersault if you are not prepared. In particular, this kind of dog is also naughty, not to mention rushing and tearing down houses. Duke kept a tank of fish in a big fish tank in his previous life, and he just didn't watch it for 3 hours, and his husky killed him. Even the fish tank was smashed upside down. Since then, Kay has realized a truth. As for huskies, it's more fun to watch other people raise them. If you raise it by yourself, it is really hard to talk to outsiders about the pain. Now, it has been more than 10 years since I traveled to Seireitei, and I never expected to be able to deal with huskies. Is this the evil fate in the legend? While Duke was immersed in his own thoughts, the husky in front of him yawned, opened his mouth lazily and said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a handsome wolf like me?" Well, the words still smell like a northeast scumbag. It seems to be a pure urha, no doubt. What are you looking at? Duke turned from a squatting position to sitting cross-legged, and Duke with his arms folded on his chest stared at the DK in front of him. Oh, mortal! Urha sneered, no matter how much you look at, you can't imitate the charm of this handsome wolf. See my slick hair. See my strong muscles. Have you seen my handsome and tough face? See my sharp and cold fangs. Would it be nice to see my handsome appearance that ordinary people can't match? When I was born, I was hailed by the tribe as a peerless handsome wolf who comes out once in 1,000 years. Seeing Urha talking to himself in front of him, Duke tilted his head. This guy is still a narcissistic chatterbox. Urha, who boasted a lot, raised his head and looked condescendingly at Duke and said, "A mediocre person like you can't understand my beauty, my handsomeness, and my greatness. You are my mount." Duke said silently. Urha laughed out loud, "Haha, you really believe me, do you think I will be your mount? My lord, let me tell you the truth. When I come out this time, I am actually tired of staying in the clan territory. Come out to get some air. If you are sensible, my lord may accept you as a pet and protect you from now on. Your ancestor was beaten by me." Duke said again silently. Urha rolled his eyes, "So what if you beat him? It's none of my business." "Well, this guy is not only narcissistic and talkative, but also very aggressive. I'm going to become a truly immortal handsome wolf in the future, and I'm different from them. Urha raised a paw, put the paw on Duke's shoulder, and patted Duke's shoulder. Now, my lord is willing to give you a chance to bow down to me. Come on, stupid human, offer your loyalty to me. Do you have a girlfriend? Duke asked abruptly. The Urha in front of him was stunned for a moment, and said unnaturally, how can such a handsome wolf, my lord, like those rouge vulgar fans? I have. Duke stretched out a finger and pointed to himself. Not only that, but also a home run. And not only did I hit a home run, but I hit more than one home run. Not only did more than one home run with me, but they were all willing to unlock new poses with me. Even without mentioning those previous bed partners, my current female ticket can still put her hair up in the shape of twin ponytails, allowing me to drive as a steering wheel. Do you have? Duke's series of words made Urha speechless, and Urha, whose expression became dumb, opened his mouth and couldn't utter a word. Seeing this situation, Duke silently continued to make up the knife. Oh, you shouldn't be out of date. Not only did he not have a date, but he is still a boy. Not only are you still a virgin, but you should have never had intimate contact with anyone of the opposite s*x except your mother since birth. Ever held hands? Have you ever hit Boer? A hug around the waist? Have you ever touched peaches and bunnies? Facing Duke's continuous bombing, Urha blushed and finally spit out a sentence, are these important? Isn't it important? Duke said quietly, if a man has never done the above, what's the point? Well, a single dog that makes people look down. When Duke said this, he raised his eyebrows at Urha in front of him again, which made Urha couldn't hold back. Enough! Urha roared, and an indistinct flame radiated from the corner of his mouth. While his aura soared, Huajie directly swept across the spot. The terrifying Seireitei instantly covered several miles around, attracting investigations. In fact, this kind of strength can indeed be called the strongest, fiercest, and most evil demon wolf in the werewolf family. From the point of view of Seireitei alone, even Komamura Seijan, who holds Bankai, may not be able to beat this narcissistic, arrogant Urha. Even being completely crushed is not out of the question. Meanwhile, in Restaurant C. After Yulian and other wolves felt Urha's Seireitei, they all stood up in panic. It's broken, Mochizuki-sama is angry. This Seireitei seems to be really angry. What should we do? Without the elder master, we can't suppress him. Seeing how panicked the wolves were, Anohanaretsu tapped the plate in front of her with her chopsticks. The crisp ding-ding attracted the attention of several human wolves, and Anohanaretsu said calmly, okay, don't panic too much, where is Duke, nothing will happen. Now, eat first. But, Anohana-sama. Tianlian wanted to say something more, Huajie glanced at the other party lightly, and Tianlian's eyes made Tianlian feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. I said, eat first. Yes. Tianlian, who sat down tremblingly, picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started to eat, but her trembling hands couldn't hold it steady at all. At this moment, her heart is full of horror, such a terrifying existence, who is so sacred. The werewolves have really lived in seclusion for too long, and their understanding of everything outside is too shallow. Just when Tianlian's heart was surging, in a huge mansion not far away, a man with dark green hair, dressed in aristocratic attire, and a deadly tyrant at the bottom was standing at the door, looking towards the direction Seireitei was coming from. Not long after, several servants came to him, knelt on one knee and said, I am very sorry, Mr. Shi-tan, for disturbing you. What's going on outside? Tsuneyashiro Tokinata didn't care at all, instead he asked the servant beside him. The servant said fearfully, My lord, it's Seireitei from the house of Anohanaretsu, captain of Godei 13's 4th division. Is it herself? I don't know. The servant shook his head. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata said directly, "Go and check, I think there will be something interesting." "Yes, my god." Uno Flower Mansion, Kung Fu Practice Room. Stupid and insignificant human being, who do you think you are? Do you think the pleasing look I give you is a reason for you to act presumptuously in front of me? Urha's body began to swell rapidly, filling Duke's entire field of vision in just the blink of an eye. "Even if you kneel on the 580 ground and beg me bitterly, I will never forgive you. You have to pay the price for your arrogance." While Urha roared, the flames in his mouth spewed out along with his roar, constantly burning everything in front of him. As soon as the floor touched this obscure flame, it instantly turned into coke and melted into unknown substances. And when the flames were burning, there were many voices such as miserable wailing, rampant laughter, faint crying, etc. reverberating in the practice room. Duke stared at the flames in front of him, thinking in his eyes, "Why does this flame smell like hell? Is it my delusion, or is it because of your breed?" At this moment, Urha's body swelled to such an extent that Urha, whose back broke through the ceiling, lowered his head, and the tiles also fell down. He opened his bloody mouth and spewed out a scorching gale. "Death is imminent, and you are still so arrogant. Today, I, Mochizuki-sama, will send you to hell." Urha opened his bloody mouth and bit Duke. Duke raised his hand and put a fist on the opponent's chin, making him feel as if he had been hit hard. At the same time, his figure flashed and came to Urha's head. "Who are you giving me?" Duke punched Urha on the forehead. While making it howl endlessly, its body also rapidly shrunk until it became the size of an ordinary domestic dog. "Crazy for me?" Boom, punch. "Give me narcissism." Boom, another punch. "Accept me as a pet." Boom, still a punch. After a few punches, Urha roared angrily, "Enough." Duke's eyes narrowed. Urha and him looked at each other, his body trembled, knowing that he couldn't mess with this guy. He turned around, raised his butt, and buried his head in his paws. "Don't slap your face, just spank your butt, the butt is so fleshy, it won't affect my handsome face." Tisk. Duke clicked his tongue, stood up and stepped on Urha's a. "You are a BCH, if you don't beat you up, you don't know who is the boss. You are the boss." Urha responded in a muffled voice, and Duke snorted, "I don't care what your real name is, from now on, your name will be Hot Pot." "What?" Urha turned his head in disbelief, but Duke continued, "If you behave well, Hot Pot will be your name, if you behave badly, Hot Pot will be your fate. Understand?" Chapter 58. Understand. Duke condescended to Urha in front of him. No, he should be called Hot Pot now. After all, it's not just a name, it's a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. "This name is too ugly, can you change it?" He was suppressed by Duke with his bare hands, and 7 or 8 large bags of Hot Pot were knocked out on his head. At this moment, he still maintained the posture of pouting his buttocks, tilting his head and looking at Duke, trying to fight for the last time. "Then what do you mean, Lin was made into a hot pot by me?" Duke pressed the zanpakut on his waist with his left hand, and with just one movement, he swallowed his saliva, and with a flattering smile on his face, he shook his head again and again. No, I think the name Hot Pot is quite good. It's down to earth, it sounds very..." The Hot Pot cried with a dog's face, "Delicious." "Well, you're smart." Duke nodded in satisfaction, grabbed the nape of the Hot Pot, picked it up, and brought it to him. "It's good that you understand. From now on, I tell you to go east, you can't look west, I tell you to go north, you can't look south, I tell you to kill pigs, you can't chase dogs, understand? Clear?" The chicken nodded like a hot pot, with a cute face. "Of course, if you behave well, I will take you to find a beautiful little sister." "Little sister?" Hot Pot's ears perked up suddenly, and Duke snorted, you still say you're not the single dog below. Ahem. Hot Pot coughed, men, you should focus on your career, so. Okay, don't quibble, just say that you are too narcissistic and straight, so no one would like it. I also have something to hide. Hot Pot muttered for a while, but Duke didn't listen. Just say that, don't cause trouble, behave well, and I'll kill some Huajie in Huajie. Oiran. Hot Pot suddenly opened his eyes wide. Duke gave Hot Pot a blank look. What are you thinking? I mean, I'll introduce you to the pet dogs raised by those oirans. Pet dog. Hot Pot's eyes widened. Ah, what you said to bring me to find a girl is to find a pet dog. You are a dog, why are you pretending to be a wolf with a big tail? No, I'm a wolf. You are a dog. I'm a wolf. You are a dog. At the same time that Duke said every word, 3 big bumps appeared on the Hot Pot forehead. The Hot Pot, who was beaten to cry, nodded tearfully, I'm a dog. That's right. Duke nodded in satisfaction and threw him on the ground. Okay, clean up this place, fix it, and then you can eat. If you can't fix it, you know what will happen. Duke, who smiled kindly at the Hot Pot, turned around and left the practice room, leaving only the Hot Pot hanging quietly here. Touching the big bag of Hot Pot on his head, he gritted his teeth in pain and sucked his nose at the same time. Sin. Dining room. As soon as Duke entered the restaurant, he saw Tianlian and other wolf guards packing up the tableware, but Anoka was not here. Well, where's Miss Huajie? A guest came just now. After the guest and the host exchanged a few pleasantries, the host went to see the guest off in person. That's it. Duke touched his chin, but didn't pay much attention. Forget it, give me something to eat, I've been busy for so long today, I'm already hungry. Yes. Soon, under the service of Tianlian and other human wolves, Duke began to eat dinner. Anokina came back to the restaurant to take a look, but didn't bother Duke, and turned to prepare the evening bath water. By the time Duke ate and took a shower, it was already the evening of the day. Ah! Duke, who opened his mouth and yawned, sat cross-legged on the edge of the side door of Sister Huajie's bedroom, looking at the courtyard under the moonlight. In the courtyard in front of Duke, there is a stone path, and at the end of the path is a small pool, in which stands a small mountain. There is a luau set up on the pool, and once it is filled with water, it will fall down with a click, making a crisp knocking sound. Duke sat on the edge, stared at luau up and down, listened to the sound of luau falling, emptied his mind, and quietly enjoyed the feeling of time passing by. What he likes most is the feeling of doing nothing, just staring at one thing, emptying his mind, and spending his days leisurely. Once you become a Shinigami, time no longer has any meaning. To put it in the simplest terms, Yamamoto Genrisaya doesn't even know how many years he has lived. The only thing that can judge his lifespan is the history of the Soul Society. Even Anohanaretsu lived nearly 1,000 years. As the first generation Kenpeki of the 11th team, one can imagine how long she lived. Shinigami, as a living body with a high concentration of spirit particles in the body, its life is directly proportional to the concentration of spirit particles in the body. In other words, the stronger the Shinigami, the stronger the lifespan. And Duke doesn't know how long he can live now. So he likes the feeling of emptying his mind and letting time slip through his fingertips. It's rare to see you so quiet. Anohanaretsu, who was wearing unlined clothing, walked into the room and sat in front of her dressing table. The thin unlined clothing could not conceal her proud figure. Although petite in stature, it has everything it should have. Anohanaretsu, who was kneeling in front of the vanity mirror, her plump and round thighs were tensed, while her slender and straight calves also supported her upper body. While the buttocks are touching the heels, the toes are also touching the floor. Just looking at her slender back, one can imagine what kind of stunner she is. I used to be very quiet. Duke said without looking back, it's just that there are too many things recently, so I have to tighten myself a little bit. Sometimes, you are quiet like a painting, sometimes, you are lively like a rabbit in the forest, and sometimes, you are terrifying like hellfire. I really don't know which one is the real one. Anohanaretsu picked up the comb, was about to comb her hair, hesitated for a moment, looked at Duke's reflection through the mirror in front of her and asked, "What hairstyle do you want tonight?" "Two buns, it's easy to grab. It can also be turned into a double ponytail and used as a steering wheel." Just as Duke spoke, Anohanaretsu began to comb her hair. Back to the previous topic, no matter what kind of me I am actually myself, so you don't have to pay too much attention to it. It's not that I care too much, but that many things you have shown at this stage are very dreadful and suspicious. I have been in Jingling Court for hundreds of years. Jingling Court seems to be a very beautiful place, but in fact it is a place where strength is king, and the weak can only be swallowed up. And the stronger ones will be suspected by those who have already occupied part of the authority. I'm talking about this today. Is it because of the guest who came? As soon as Duke's words came out, Anohanaretsu fell silent, and after a while, Anohanaretsu, who recovered as usual, continued to comb her hair. "When you were training the dog today, the ryotsu that erupted from the magic wolf attracted people from the Tsuneyashiro family, one of the 4 great families. Although I came to give gifts to celebrate my long-awaited return home, I actually came to ask what happened." "Why? 4 of you?" Duke crossed his arms and said, "I remember that Sui Feng came from a small family under Shihaoran." "Yes, the Shihaoran family is also one of the 4 great families. In addition, there are Tsuneyashiro, Kukiki and the declining Shiba family. None of these so-called big families are easy to get along with. If you get along with them in the future, you must be careful." "I'm careful." Duke turned his head, also got up from the ground, and came behind Anohanaretsu. "Shouldn't they be the ones who need to be careful? Most of the people in Central 46 belong to the 4 families, and they collude to hold most of the power in Jingling Court." When Anohanaretsu said this, her eyes became gloomy. "These people's brains have been burned out by power tactics. It's better not to get involved with them." I know. Duke nodded nonchalantly, and Anohanaretsu knew that he didn't hear his heart when he saw his appearance. But yes, this guy has this kind of character himself. And how could an existence who could be invited by the Zero Division with pure power care about the so-called 4 major families of the Soul Society? The world is undergoing rapid changes every day. The world will not take the initiative to adapt to people, people need to take the initiative to adapt to the world. And Duke is the kind of master who doesn't adapt to the world, but everyone needs to adapt to him. If the 4 major families notice Duke, no matter what, according to Duke's personality, he will not be the kind of person who is easy to submit, nor is he the kind who is easily attracted by power, money and other foreign objects. "What, you say beauty?" With her Anohanaretsu around, Duke still dare to lust for beauty? Don't want to live yet? Okay, let's not talk anymore, it's getting late. Sleep, of King Zhao. Not long after, the dancing candles suddenly went out, and then an invisible barrier enveloped the entire room. The moonlight is just right, and everything is as usual. The next day, early morning. Hao! Yawning, Duke was wearing normal clothes. When he walked into the dining room, Tianlian and a group of wolf guards had already prepared the morning meal. "Good morning, Lord Duke." Tianlian looked at Duke with a red scar on his neck, first said hello, and then saw that there were still solidified wax blocks on Duke's arm. "Seeing this scene, I thought of the screams I heard last night." Tianlian couldn't help lowering her head, secretly thinking that the person in front of her is really good at playing. Not long after Duke sat down, Anohanaretsu, who was full of joy and energy, also came to the restaurant. After saying hello as usual, Anohanaretsu took his seat. But before the food was served, a werewolf guard walked into the restaurant and came directly in front of Anohana and Duke. Master, Lord Duke, one of yesterday's guests is here again and has sent an invitation letter. Invitation? Duke raised his eyelids and looked at Anohanaretsu beside him. Sister Hwa heard the voice and said, "It should be from the Tsuneya Shiro family again. What are these guys up to?" "I don't know, but I don't think it should be a good thing." Chapter 59. Anohana Mansion, Main Hall. The man in the elegant and simple gown was standing in the main hall, facing Anohanaretsu and Duke and said, "Both of you, I came here on the order of Tsuneya Shide Patriarch Tokinata, and here is an invitation for you too." Just as Duke was about to speak, Anohanaretsu said first, "When is it?" "It's today." "Today?" Anohanaretsu frowned. She has never been close to the members of the four major families. Of course, Byakuya Kukaki is a colleague relationship and cannot be considered together. But even so, the relationship between her and Tsuneya Shiro's family is not very good. How can she let the other party send invitations? In particular, neither side belongs to the same system. Anohanaretsu belongs to Godi 13. Although he is the captain of the Bantei, the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family is in charge of the Great Soul Book Corridor. The two parties are not in the same system. In terms of professional title, the other party is even higher than her. And Anohanaretsu is also very familiar with the virtues of the four families. Apart from the familiar Kukaki, the rest of the families have the habit of looking at people with their nostrils. And Tsuneya Shiro is one of the leaders. The Tsuneya Shiro family is an ancient family that has existed since the birth of the Soul Society. Needless to say, its status in the Soul Society, its family background is beyond people's imagination. As far as that incident is concerned, many years ago, after the current head of the Tsuneya Shiro family brutally killed his wife and colleagues, Central 46 only punished him casually. For other people, let alone a light sentence, it would be good not to be sent to the Skyaku platform for execution. It can be seen from this that the ability and status of the Yayoi clan. But now, Anohanaretsu has received an invitation from the unbeatable Tsuneya Shiro clan, which means that people can't help but think about it. While Anohanaretsu was contemplating, Duke took a step forward and waved to the visitor, "Where is the invitation card?" "Right here." The other party took out an invitation letter with the Tsuneya Shiro family crest printed on it from the sleeve 203 robe. As soon as the invitation letter was handed out, it was pulled by an invisible force and floated into Duke's palm. "Your master said Anohanaretsu was invited, isn't that true?" "Yes. But today Captain Anajawa is ill and cannot go, so can I, as the fiancé, go instead of her." The messenger of the Tsuneya Shiro family blinked and looked at Anohanaretsu. "I don't know when this master got engaged. However, the patriarch requested that one person must be invited to the family for the appointment. In this way, it shouldn't matter whether it's Anohanaretsu or Anohanaretsu's fiancé. After all, according to the character of the patriarch of his own family, he is not like the kind of person who is courteous for nothing, nor is he a lustful person, so as long as the person arrives, it will be fine." The envoy, who couldn't guess, and didn't dare to guess, his patriarch's thoughts, said respectfully, "Since you are willing to go, then it would be great. I have prepared the carriage outside, please move the chariot." "It is good." Duke readily agreed, which made Anohanaretsu a little uneasy, but Duke pressed Anohanaretsu's shoulder. The lips moved slightly, and the voice converged into a thread and floated into Anohanaretsu's ears. "The visitor is not kind, so I'll go." After exhorting, Duke winked at Anohanaretsu. "Then let's go, let me see the grandeur of the Tsuneya Shiro family, one of the four great masters of the Soul Society. Come this way, please." The emissary led the way respectfully, even in Anohanaretsu's house, but also walked out of the momentum of his own home court. "How about the four major families? You can get a glimpse of Madara from a servant." The Invisible Empire, the Palace of Ice. Teams of Quincy soldiers belonging to the Star-Crossed Knights were lined up in a neat square formation, standing in the vestibule of the Ice Palace. Everyone held their breath and waited for someone to appear. And this man is the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Huajie. Soon, as the dense drumbeat spread in the vestibule of the Ice Palace, Huajie, wearing a black robe with a fierce face and a pair of red eyes, appeared in front of everyone. Just as Huajie, who came to the stage and stood still, appeared, the atmosphere in the entire vestibule changed instantly. If it is said that the previous phalanx of soldiers from the Quincy division was still a piece of iron ingot, then after the appearance of Huajie, the phalanx formed by these soldiers has transformed into a sharp sword. Invincible sharp sword. When Huajie stood still, all the Quincy soldiers raised their right arms in unison, offering the Quincy cross representing their lives to His Majesty the Emperor of the Invisible Empire in front of him. Huajie stood on the stage, overlooking the entire army formation, with neither sadness nor joy in his eyes, making it impossible to see any emotional changes. Today, I have an important announcement to make. Huajie's low voice full of haki echoed in everyone's ears, which also made everyone's eyes change. The day of attacking the Soul Society in an all-round way has already been decided, so why is there any other important thing that needs such a big fanfare from Huajie? Okay, come up. Just when all the soldiers of the Quincy division and the members of the Star-Crossed Knights were extremely confused, Huajie spoke to one side in a deep voice. Immediately, a slender and tall figure stepped onto the stage and came to Huajie's side. The other party was wearing the uniform of the Star-Crossed Knights, and the eyes behind the bridge of the nose were like deep pools of eyes, and there was no emotion at all. This person was none other than Seireitei, who was brought from the present world to the Invisible Empire by Huajie. Seireitei came to Huajie's side and stood still. Standing on the high platform, he was extremely dazzling in the eyes of many Quincy soldiers. Seireitei, who didn't say a word, stood silently beside Huajie. His eyes were indifferent, he didn't make any unnecessary body movements, and he even regarded the many Quincy soldiers in front of him as nothing. And the appearance of Seireitei directly aroused the buzz of the entire Star-Crossed Knights. Who is this person? Yes, why have I never seen it before? How can this guy be able to stand in the same position as His Majesty? That's right, it's too arrogant. Okay, shut up and let's see what His Majesty, Che, has to say. The news I want to announce today is related to the young man beside me. His name is Seireitei, and he is the last Quincy master existing in this world. And now, the news I want to announce is... Huajie paused, with the corner of his mouth tilted to one side, showing a different kind of smile, which made people feel flustered. From today, from this moment, Seireitei will be my successor, the Crown Prince of the Invisible Empire. When this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Whether it was ordinary soldiers of the Quincy division or the cotters of the Star-Crossed Knights, all of them had their mouths wide open and their eyes were full of dumbfounded expressions. Is this fake? This guy became the next heir, became the Crown Prince. Damn it, what are you kidding? He became the Crown Prince halfway through, why? The next emperor should belong to Huajie, but why? What is this? I don't know. While everyone was shocked, their hearts were also filled with unspeakable confusion. Why, this man will become the Crown Prince? Huajie looked at the scene in front of him calmly. He knew that once the news was announced, everyone would not be dissatisfied. No one likes to kill Cheng Yaojin halfway, and no one likes paratroopers. I know there will be some confusion about this decision. The corners of Huajie's mouth curled up, revealing a mysterious smile. But I can assure you that in the near future, on the battlefield to fully attack the Soul Society, he, Seireitei, will show all of you his ability, his aptitude. And the day won't be long. Okay, all disbanded, and then all prepare to attack the Soul Society. After Huajie finished speaking, he turned around and left with Seireitei. Just after Huajie left, everyone looked dissatisfied. Only Huajie stood in his position with a face full of calm. In the eyes of others, this is unacceptable news, but in his opinion, the most unacceptable news should be Ishida Uryu were right. You know, Yuhabok and Ishida Uryu have a mother-killing feud. And the reason why Yuhabok said this is also because the announcement of this news will fill the Star-Crossed Knights with complaints and resentment towards Ishida Uryu. And how to deal with these is the challenge given to Ishida Uryu by Yuhabok. It has to be said that, as the Emperor, Yuhabok has already mastered the tricks of the Emperor Wang Quanchu. However, this is just the beginning. When Yuhabok gets what he wants, he will become any member of the three realms. Be the only one that exists. The Tsunoya Shiro family, living room. Master Duke, the head of the house is inside, please do what you want next. The servant leading the way for Duke stood still in front of the door, and after fulfilling his duties, he bowed slightly to Duke, and then left in front of Duke. Well, he is indeed a member of a noble family, and he can't fault him in every aspect. Duke rubbed his nose. During this journey, he really understood what a real master is and what a real nobleman is. However, for him, these are just a rarity. Boom, boom. After knocking on the door, Duke pushed the door and entered. While pushing the door, Duke said, "Excuse me." "No problem, come in." As soon as Gang entered the door, Duke saw a man with dark green hair, dressed in aristocratic attire, and a deadly tyrant on the inside with a gentle smile on his face, and invited him in. The first time he saw the three parties, a different feeling emerged in his heart, and at the same time the zanpakut on his waist immediately felt. After the buzzing sound, Duke looked at the man in front of him, that is, the current head of the Tsunoya Shiro family Tsunoya Shiro Tokinada's eyes became complicated. Only he knew what the buzzing sound just now represented. That is a warning and a reminder. Warn him of danger and remind him that he has stepped into the terrifying realm known as absolute hypnosis. And this field has a name, called Kaika Suijutsu. Chapter 60. Slow down. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinada, the contemporary family of the Tsunoya Shiro family, stood in front of the reception room of his house, and saw off Duke with a cordial smile. Duke turned his head and smiled politely, "Goodbye." Afterwards, Duke followed the long corridor at the entrance of the reception room, and under the leadership of the servants of the Tsunoya Shiro family, he left the mansion of the Tsunoya Shiro family. In front of the gate, Tsunoya Shiro's servant came up. "Master Duke, the Qing army group." "No need." Facing the servant's invitation, Duke politely declined, and said with a smile, "After talking with the head of the Tsunoya Shiro family for so long, I have some inspiration, just go back, and don't bother you anymore. Then, please go slowly." "Okay, bye." After Duke left the area of Tsunoya Shiro's house, his face became indifferent as well as visible to the naked eye. Behind him, within the invisible boundary line, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinada, with long dark green hair, was standing tall above the gate of Tsunoya Shiro's house with a zanpakut slung around his waist. In his hand, he held another zanpakut wrapped in cloth that resembled an ancient sword. The boy is a clever man, but that's all. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinada chuckled, turned around and jumped off the gate, and disappeared into Tsunoya Shiro's house. On the other side, Duke walked back step by step. But if you look carefully, he walks slowly, his eyes are shining with contemplation, like a headless fly with no purpose at all, circling indiscriminately on the street. It has been 3 hours since he saw Tsunamiyo Tokinada in the reception room. During these 3 hours, he had a very comfortable conversation with Tsunoya Shiro Tokinada. As for what they talked about, it didn't matter at all. After all, everything that happened in the past 3 hours was just an appearance. As for why you say that? Because, when he first saw Tsunamide Tokinada, the zanpakut on his waist gave him a warning and reminder. Warning is to warn him to pay attention to danger approaching. The reminder is to remind him that he has stepped into the dangerous field of complete hypnosis. As for why? It's all because when Duke first stepped into the realm of the master of sword techniques, his soul was completely awakened, and he awakened to the power emperor named the Blade of the Master. In the face of this force, all abilities that hinder the five senses, and even the mysterious sixth sense will completely lose their effectiveness. You must know that Duke does not only have the skill achievement of the Sword Master, in addition to the strength of the Melee Master and the Kid Master. In other words, when he broke through to the Grand Master realm, Duke gained 3 brand new powers. With these 3 forces complementing each other, any ability to confuse the mind and deceive the 5 senses will have no effect in front of him. Closer to home, the dangerous realm of complete hypnosis that Duke feels is called Kaika Suijutsu. That's right, Izensuk's Zanpakutes Shikai ability Kaika Suijutsu. What he met in the reception room of Tsunoya Shiro's house was actually a complete phantom, and Duke chatted with this phantom for more than 3 hours in order not to get caught. According to Duke's knowledge, Izensuk has been sentenced to 10,000 years by Central 46 and is being held in Huajie, the 8th prison, the lowest level of the Shinaji prison. It can be said that without the corresponding seal, that guy will never come out for the rest of his life. And in Izensuk's final battle with Kurosaki Ichigo, his Zanpakut was shattered and fully fused with him. In other words, Kaika Suijutsu's power is only held by him. The outside world can't see Kaika Suijutsu's ability at all. However, here he is again able to see the power of Kaika Suijutsu, which is simply incredible. Today, when the other party invited Anohanaretsu, they were actually looking for a tool person to help them cover up. Therefore, even if Duke went, the other party would not be surprised. After all, it's good to have a tool man who can prove his existence on the surface, it doesn't matter who he is. So the question is, why did the other party find a tool man on purpose? Duke, whose thoughts were constantly churning in his mind, unknowingly came to the gate of the first team. Looking at the barely supported gate of the first team, Duke clicked his tongue. I knew, the water in the Shinigami world is very deep. Even at this time, there are still deeply hidden old silver coins active in the dark. Duke felt a headache. If he had known that he would have watched more Shinigami settings, episodes, and manga, otherwise he would not have encountered this kind of thing until now. 10 Clueless. The real user of Kaika Suijutsu was sealed, but another one popped up. If you don't understand this matter, it will be difficult to sleep tonight. Duke scratched his hair in distress, and at this time, a stern shout came. Duke. Following the sound, Duke saw Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni squinting his eyes while leaning on a cane. Old man Yamamoto, you are not staying in your office, where did you go? BD thing. The old man Yamamoto hit Duke on the head with his cane, and growled at him, isn't it because of the trouble you caused yesterday? The old man has been busy since yesterday to wipe your A. Oh, so that's the case, then you should rest quickly, I still have something to do. Duke was troubled by a problem now, and he didn't want to quarrel with the old man Yamamoto, so he turned around and left. As for why not just go to the other party and ask for clarification? Please, he still wants to hang out in Jinglingting now, and wants to rely on Jinglingting to use the system to realize his dream. Turn over the table now, will he still be a fool? Sometimes, in the world of adults, there is not only blind recklessness, but also countless compromises. But even if Duke wanted to leave, old man Yamamoto would not let him go. The old man Yamamoto grabbed Duke by the back collar and drank in a low voice. And many more. The old man Yamamoto's squinted eyes opened a gap, he looked at Duke in the black death suit, and said slowly, where's your Captain Hayori? The captain's Hayori. Duke picked out his ears, and said nonchalantly, during Hueco Mundo, I threw it to Kuzajishi Yachiru, because there were snacks in my pocket, and I was too lazy to rummage through it, so I threw the captain's Hayori directly. Give it to her. Damn things. Yamamoto Genrisaya directly grabbed Duke by the collar and walked into the first team's garrison, roaring as he walked, it's outrageous, what do you think Captain Hayori is doing? Today I must teach you a lesson. No, I still have something to do, I have to go home quickly. Shut up, whoever has a problem, let him come and talk to the old man. 2.5 hours later, Duke walked out of Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni's office with a numb face. Duke, who was directly sprayed by the old man Yamamoto for 2.5 hours, is now filled with the echo of the old man's reprimand. This old guy is really good at chattering. Ask for flowers. Duke rolled his eyes, picked his ears and walked out at the same time. Kurako Shunsui walked towards him. Duke, why are you here? Old man Yamamoto found out that he lost his Hayori, hurry up and give me a good lesson. Duke sighed, I'm sure I won't be able to sleep well tonight. Headache. You. Kurako Shunsui shook his head helplessly. Duke looked at the document Kurako Shunsui was holding, and immediately asked, what are you doing here? There are some documents that the old man needs to have a look at. You are already a candidate for the captain, and you still need the approval of old man Yamamoto. Duke crossed his arms and said teasingly, you can't, Chun Shui. I'm just a candidate now, not the captain. How dare I assert my power arbitrarily? Kurako Shunsui smiled wryly. Duke looked at the uncle in front of him, and blurted out the question in his mind, do you think there will be Zanpakuto with the same ability in the world? Impossible. Kurako Shunsui categorically denied Duke's idea, and said to Duke, the birth of Zanpakuto was built based on Shinigami's own soul. There are no identical flowers in the world, and naturally there are no identical souls. Therefore, there is no Zanpakuto of the same ability. Even twins cannot have Zanpakuto with the same ability, at most they have similar or similar abilities. I understand. Duke nodded. If he wanted to find out what was in his heart, he could only ask the original owner. By the way, why are you asking this? Kurako Shunsui curiously asked Duke, and Duke waved his hand, do some academic research, there is nothing worth caring about, you go and do your own thing. Go back and find you for a drink. You don't drink alcohol, what kind of wine do you want me to drink? You drink, I eat vegetables, no difference. After Duke waved goodbye to Kurako Shunsui, he disappeared at the end of the corridor, and Kurako Shunsui couldn't help shaking his head seeing Duke's so free and easy appearance. What an enviable guy! Kurako Shunsui shook his head and walked into old man Yamamoto's office. Just a few seconds after entering, the door of the office shook, and Yamamoto Unmarried Shigekuni's roar came out. You idiot, do you think Central 46 will agree to this proposal? That guy is so dangerous, you still want to release him, are you taught by pigs? Teacher, I was taught by you. You still dare to talk back, you BD, Duke doesn't even have your BD. The team members passing by Yamamoto Genrisai heard the roar, and all slowed down, held their breath, and passed slowly, for fear of attracting any attention from inside. At the same time, Duke has come to the ruins of the first team's team building. The team building of the first team is Mao's underground prison, and it was directly blown up by Yohabok at the beginning. Seeing the impenetrable entrance of Mao's underground prison surrounded by many guards, Duke touched his nose and turned to leave. It seems that we can only activate the backhand that was planted when Wu Wu trained Kenpeikai before. Although it can only be used once, it's also good to see the man who has infinitely approached the god of this world. I don't know, what will that guy look like when he sees me appearing in front of him for no reason? Chapter 61. In the infinite darkness, there is no east, west, north, up, down, left, or right, and even the passage of time cannot be noticed. While a figure was walking alone in the darkness, instead of showing any panic, it looked at everything around it with great interest. Although I have entered infernal affairs once before, but this time is completely different from the previous experience. The one who spoke was naturally Duke, who had already entered the lowest level of the infernal prison, through the backhand he had left behind in infernal. Duke, who likes to think more about everything he does, left his mark when he trained Seireitei Kenpeki last time. This imprint can allow him to travel through space in an instant and come to infernal affairs. At the beginning, Duke left his mark. Originally he just wanted to use Huajie as a warehouse. After all, no one would come down here with nothing to do. And it is beyond the imagination of ordinary people to regard Huajie as a warehouse. But now, with Eisensuke being sealed and a second Kaika Suijutsu appearing in the outside world, Duke can only use this backhand to come to Huajie and to meet the real owner of Kaika Suijutsu. Walking in the darkness, Duke's eyes were pitch black, as if he couldn't see anything, but Duke always moved forward as if he had a direction, as if something was showing him the way forward. In fact it is. In the endless darkness, an indescribable and undetectable Ryutsu of ordinary Shinigami is Duke's guiding light, guiding Duke to move forward continuously. One step, another step. In this dark 307 world where the concept of time is ambiguous, Duke walked for an unknown amount of time before he came to an open space that looked like a courtyard. Duke, who escaped from the darkness, looked up at the light source above his head, and then looked at the keyholes corresponding to various seals around his feet. Looks like I'm here. But, do you like to hide and observe people so much, Eisensuke? Duke moved his eyes away from the keyhole under his feet, and turned to look into the darkness ahead. In the darkness, a deep, magnetic, and unmistakably powerful, confident and proud voice sounded slowly, "Doesn't this just prove that you have the value of being observed?" The sound of footsteps resounded in the darkness, and a figure slowly stepped out of the dark light. The other person was completely wrapped in black spirit seal cloth, only his right eye and mouth were exposed. And the limbs are not restricted by the seal in infernal affairs at all. Seeing the figure walking out of the dark light in front of him, Duke touched his chin helplessly. Tisk, the group of people in Central 46 are eating nothing, right? The seal that was set up at the beginning, how long has it been since you untied it? Eisen, who was lounging in the dark, seemed to be walking in his own back garden, chuckled and said, "Central 46 is always dominated by idiots, this is the law of the Soul Society. But who are you and why are you here?" Eisensuke looked at Duke calmly. In his perception, Duke seemed to have no Ryutsu, but in fact it was not. It's not that Duke doesn't have Ryutsu, but his Ryutsu cannot be perceived by ordinary existence at all. Just like the existence of the second dimension cannot interfere with the existence of the third dimension, the existence of the low end cannot be observed for the existence of the high end. Even if the other party's body is right in front of you, you can't detect the other party's aura. Even if the opponent deliberately explodes, the low-end existence will be wiped out when the opponent explodes Setsuna. Thinking of this, Eisensuke silently took a few steps towards Duke, letting his terrifying Ryutsu cover Duke's position. Hey, you're breaking my heart for saying that, Eisen-sensei. Duke covered his head and sighed. Eisensuke was taken aback, and he said playfully, "You call me teacher." "That's right, didn't you offer calligraphy lessons every month in the team building of the 5th Division?" When Duke said this, Eisen was still approaching him, and silently raised his Ryutsu. But Duke didn't seem to notice anything at all, and said to himself, "At that time, I went to learn from you, and later I got close to you with a good homework, and I got a treasure from you." Oh! Eisensuke's eyes showed enlightenment. He looked at the Duke in front of him, and the Shinigami soldier who asked him for calligraphy in the summer afternoon immediately appeared in his memory. In the past, he didn't play tricks all day long, and he also had his own daily life. He is good at calligraphy, but he is a special calligraphy lecturer of Spiritual Arts Academy. In the team building of the 5th team, he will hold a calligraphy class every month to teach the students the introductory calligraphy. Not only that, he has also shot the photo book Smile of the Sun through the Women's Shinigami Association in the magazine Seireitei Communication. He opened a column the back of Matsuba. But that was all a long time ago. So it was you, do you still keep the calligraphy and painting? No, the night I got your calligraphy and painting, I gave it to an oiran in Huajie who admired your literary talents, and then I felt really good. Duke showed a different smile and gave Eisensuke a thumbs up. And thank you for the assist you gave me, teacher Eisen. Hearing what Duke said, Eisen's expression became dull. He was stunned for a moment, then covered his forehead, and said with a low body, when you go out in the future, don't tell others that you have learned calligraphy from me. I can't afford to lose this person. Ha 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 ha. Duke laughed out loud when he heard Eisen say that. Does the man who was once infinitely close to God also have such a lovely side? It's really interesting. Eisensuke's expression sank when he heard the sound, but he quickly returned to normal. You are very interesting, even at the very beginning, I was led away by you. However, the fact that you can appear here means that you have been lurking in the past, right? Eisensuke looked at Duke with a scrutiny in his eyes. Then why are you here? Let me guess, there should be a war between Seireitei and the intangible empire outside. You came here because you want to cooperate with me and complete a certain plan. No. Duke waved his hand. I did hide for 10 years before, but when the people from the invisible empire invaded, I was accidentally exposed, and then made a little contribution, and now I am acting as the captain outside. Speaking of this, Duke sighed, I was scolded by old man Yamamoto for losing the captain Hayori before. That old man, it's really serious, it's just a captain's feather weaving, he lost it as soon as he lost it, he dragged me there abruptly and reprimanded me for more than 2 hours. Listening to Duke complaining to himself here, the corner of Eisen's mouth twitched indiscernibly. This kid, is he listening to himself? And this guy obviously has the same strength as himself, but he is willing to stay in Jingling Court and be a dog for those guys? What an unmotivated fellow! Ah, say me. Duke held his nose and asked Eisen nonchalantly. Eisen raised his head slightly and said with contempt, that's right, I'm talking about you. Just now, you have entered the coverage of my Ryutsu, you know, if the General Shinigami gets close to me, it will be washed into the most primitive spirit by my Ryutsu, but you are not only safe and sound, but also cope with me for so long. This means that you have power comparable to mine. The transcendent you proposed before. Duke scratched the back of his head, Eisen stared at the indifferent Duke, and snorted, yes, although I don't want to admit it, but now you are the first guy to reach this level. Speaking of which, what about that man Kurosaki Ichigo? Now he has gone to practice in the palace of the Soul King, and as you know, that kid is very warm-hearted, and when he hears that the Soul Society is in danger, he will shed his blood for the Soul Society. Duke shrugged his shoulders, and Eisen chuckled, hey, it's his character. But at this moment, the zanpakut on Duke's waist let out a soft chime. Duke and Eisen looked at zanpakut on Duke's waist at the same time. Duke clicked his tongue, he really couldn't relax with you all the time. You launched Kaika Suijutsu on me, didn't you? That's right. Eisen directly admitted this, and Duke rolled his eyes, you admit it shamelessly. That's why, those of you who play tricks have a dirty heart. Can't you learn from me? Duke crossed his arms and nodded as he spoke. Learn from you guy. Eisen's eyes were full of disdain, do you want to be a dog to those guys like you? At least I have fought against fate, but what about you? You have the same power as me, or even surpass me, but you are willing to be a dog for those guys. Correct a little first. Duke raised a finger, I'm not being a dog, I'm just choosing the option that best suits my interests. All the chaos in the world is for profit. Really mature adults don't think about their own temporary pleasure, but long-term interests. It's in my interest to stay in Seireitei, so I'm staying. Speaking of which, the difference between us appears, Eisen. Duke narrowed his eyes, you act for your own ideas and ambitions, but I will act for my own tangible interests. In the end, it's the difference between a dreamer and a doer. Dreamers? Doers? Eisen sneered, if you know the palace of the Spirit King, you should also know the Spirit King. Spirit King? Duke shook his head, I don't know. Duke's actions made Eisensuke feel as if he had punched the cotton with a punch, and he had nowhere to focus. I only know that there is such an existence as the Spirit King, but I don't know what the Spirit King is. But to me, it doesn't matter what the Spirit King is. When Duke said this, a different look appeared in his eyes. I am different from you. You may know the truth of the world, so you feel that fate is unfair and want to resist, but I am different. I don't care about the truth of the world, what I want is true freedom. Duke looked up at the bright light above his head, raised his hand and grasped the light vaguely. True detachment. Detachment. Eisen squinted his eyes and looked at Duke, who suddenly became emotional. What this guy wants is detachment. That's right, but the detachment I want is different from the detachment in your impression, Eisen. You have been confined in this world since birth, and you don't understand what true freedom is. While you are laughing at me, why am I not laughing at you? Duke lowered his arms, his expression returning to normal. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked in a certain direction behind him. Tisk, why did you choose to launch an attack at this time? Trouble. The kid's spell he left in Jinglingting had just given him a warning. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going out to save the world, let's talk later. 11. Duke turned around and left, but before he left, he seemed to remember something, and took out a package the size of a box lunch with a pair of chopsticks on it. 2.5 This is a gift for you. I came here to ask you a question, but I was too busy chatting with you, so I forgot about it. What do you wish to ask? Eisen looked at Duke. Duke scratched his head, and said simply, I met another Kaika Suijutsu outside, do you know what's going on? You ask me, do you think I will tell you? Oh, then I will come to show again in the future. Bah, I will come to chat with you again. Duke looked so generous. Eisen sighed helplessly when he saw Duke like this. Where did you see that? The Tsunoya Shiro family. Which one is it? Eisen smiled sarcastically, I know, but I won't tell you. Duke blinked and clicked his tongue, okay, this is you. Duke, who gave Eisen a thumbs up, shook his head, turned around and plunged into the darkness. As for the answer, Duke is not in a hurry anymore. Since Eisen knows, then he will harass him more in the future. Out. The most urgent thing now is the outside, the Lingling Court, the foundation for living and living. Duke's aura suddenly disappeared into the darkness. Eisen looked at the bento he put on the spot. I walked over and bent down to pick it up, unwrapped the wrapped Eisen, opened the bento box, and looked at the steaming tofu inside. Well, it's the tomato sauce tofu from Shan Yuan's family, very thoughtful. Even if it's that kid who lied to me about calligraphy and painting before, please make an apology. Eisen returned to the darkness with the bento in his hands, and everything returned to calm again. Chapter 62. Seiling Court, above the sky. The three figures stood proudly under the sky, above the Jingling Court, overlooking the entire Jingling Court. Yulong, do you know what is the Holy Emperor's hymn? The leader, Huajie, overlooked the entire Jingling Court, and asked Ishida Uriu beside him with a smile. Ishida Uriu nodded. He knew what the Holy Emperor's hymn was. The Holy Emperor's hymn is used to sing the praises of the sealed king, that is, Huajie. Legend has it that it took the sealed king 900 years to regain his heartbeat, and another 90 years to regain his consciousness. In the end, it took 9 years to regain power. No. Ishida Uriu replied coldly, while Hasward watched the conversation between the two. The sealed king took 999 years to regain his lost heartbeat, consciousness, and power. That's right, but there is one last verse in the Holy Emperor's hymn. Do you know? Huajie looked at Ishida Uriu, the smile on his face became mysterious. Do not know. Ishida Uriu shook his head, and Huajie lifted his hands from the cloak, raised them high, and said loudly, after the king spent 999 years to regain his heartbeat, consciousness, and strength, he spent another 9 days took back the whole world. And now, it is the starting point of the 9 days when the king takes back the world. Look carefully, Yulong, Hearth Ward, watch the 9 heavens that end the world. Yuhabaka's voice pierced through the sky, and there was a shocking brilliance and boldness in his eyes. Ishida Urayu and Hasward watched Yuhabak quietly, neither of them said anything, just quietly watched Yuhabak perform. At the same time, Yuhabaka's ryotsu also covered the entire Jingling garden. The ryotsu, which was as thick as a mountain, suddenly fell down, like Mount Tai pressing down on the entire Jingling Ting. Some weak Shinigami were crushed by the terrifying ryotsu almost immediately, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Bang bang bang! In the entire 28 Lingting Gardens countless groups of blood mist exploded in an instant, as if Hanabi only existed for a moment in the sky. Turn yourself into the last miserable youth by burning your life. As soon as Yuhabaka's ryotsu appeared, the fiery ryotsu also exploded in the first team's garrison. Yamamoto Genrisai exploded ryotsu, destroying everything around him, and at the same time using the air as a pedal, step by step take to the sky and confront Yuhabak under the eyes of everyone. Other than that, all the other captains left their respective places and rushed towards the place where the battle took place. These guys appeared in the Jingling court without any warning. Could it be that the soul mask has no effect on them? Hitsuga Ichwir, with the turban tied around his head, was followed by Matsumoto Rangiku, and the two arrived at the tower closest to Yamamoto Genrisai, looking up to the sky. The 12th team is still investigating why the soul mask has no effect on them, and the results should come out soon. Kurako Shunsui also came to the tower with his adjutant. Kurako Shunsui with a cape looked around. It was discovered that the captains of the other teams had also arrived, except Zaraki Kenpeki of the 11th team, Kuratsuka Mayuri of the 12th team, Komamura Seijin of the 9th team, Byakuya Kukiki of the 6th team and Sui Feng of the 2nd team. All the others were present. Wrong. One left. Duke is not here. Noticing this, Yuanil Chun Shui immediately looked at Anohana Retsu surrounded by giant wolves. Captain Anohana, where's your Duke? He was invited by the Tsunoya Shiro family as a guest, and he hasn't come back yet, and I don't know where he went. Anohana Retsu is holding her own zanpakut, and the braids on her chest are completely spread out, becoming long hair hanging behind her. With the absence of the warm and spring-like atmosphere all over her body, she became gloomy and evil at this moment, like Shura. Without Duke, it will be difficult. Kurako Shunsui murmured with a headache, if Duke was not there, Jinglingting's top combat power would lose one person, that is to say, now only Yamamoto Genrisai is alone supporting the battle. And Yamamoto Genrisai, whose information has been thoroughly grasped by the enemy, is likely to be concentrated by the enemy, and thus fall into a state of being alone. As for the captains of our own side, although they have carried out accelerated training during this period of time, it is still unknown how much their strength has improved. Especially now that there are still 5 captains who are not present. So, what are your chances of winning this battle? While Kurako Shunsui was deep in thought, Yamamoto Genrisai had already taken out Zanpakut disguised as a walking stick. Yamamoto Genrisai raised his hand and held the handle of the knife, looked at Yuhabak in the sky and said, Yuhabak, do you still want to be killed by the old man again? Yamamoto Shigakuni, you couldn't completely kill me 1,000 years ago, will you be capable after 1,000 years? If Duke didn't protect you last time, you would have been killed by me. You who have been protected by the younger generation, what right do you have to stand in front of me now? Facing Yamamoto Genrisai who had easily defeated him, Yuhabak snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain for him. Arrogant man, do you really think you can destroy the entire Soul Society? Yamamoto Genrisai pulled out Zanpakut from his hand, and the raging flames spurted out from the gap in the scabbard as the blade was pulled out. Bang Kai! Yamamoto Genrisai hadn't completely pulled out the Zanpakuta in his hand. The atmosphere in the entire Jinglingting garden became dry like a desert, and the burning sensation hit everyone. The captains of the squad, led by Kurako Shunsui, felt the pain of their lips cracking rapidly due to the high temperature and their throats burning with thirst. This is the strength of the captain of Godai 13. But Yuhabak didn't care about Yamamoto's explosive power. He just said indifferently, "Yamamoto Shigakuni, you are getting old. How long can you explode now?" The former sword ghost, "Now it's time for the hero to twilight." "Shut up, Yuhabak." Yamamoto Genrisai had all his beard and hair, and roared with his mouth open, "Today, I will make you pay the price for desecrating the Jingling court. Look well, I have accumulated 1,000 years of Bankai." Just as Yamamoto Genrisai was roaring loudly, the corners of Yuhabaka's mouth were slightly raised, but his expression froze in the next second. A saber with a wild blade pierced his chest, making his expression freeze on his face. Looking down at the two broken knives piercing his chest, Yuhabak smiled and said, "Duke, don't you think it's despicable to attack from behind?" "Ah, is there?" Duke, who pierced two broken knives through Yuhabak, said with a smile, "I don't think so." "Ha ha 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 ha." Yuhabak looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, "You are really interesting, you are indeed the man who cut off my arm." Roar. Duke narrowed his eyes, but even so, he couldn't conceal the murderous intent in his eyes. "More interesting things will happen next." "Yes." Yuhabak turned to look at Duke, and Duke smiled at Yuhabak, who turned his head. "Well, that's where you're going to die. I'm going back to my peaceful routine." "That's unlikely, Duke." Yuhabaka's left arm crossed his chest, grabbed his cloak, and pulled it hard. While the black cloak was buzzing, it also instantly covered the figures of Yuhabak and Duke, wrapped them up, and quickly twisted and shrunk. In the blink of an eye, it shrank rapidly, and quickly distorted into a small point, disappearing. "Your Majesty succeeded, start the second plan." As soon as Hasward pressed the communicator in his ear, Ishida Uriel looked at the direction where Yuhabak disappeared, and asked in confusion, "Is it worth it to make such a cumbersome attack plan just for a Shinigami?" "Everything is His Majesty's will, all we have to do is obey." Hasward replied lightly, and in the next second, more than 20 spirit flames erupted in the entire searing court. The flames of spirit seeds erupted from the ground without warning, occupying the entire Jingling court, from east to west, from south to north, covering all directions, and more flames of spirit seeds are erupting. With the eruption of the spirit seed flame, countless Quincy soldiers rushed out of the spirit seed flame, and began to slaughter all living things that could be seen. In just the blink of an eye, the entire Jingling court turned into a sea of flames. Seeing this scene, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni narrowed his eyes and snorted directly, "Is the target the Duke? It's really contemptible." Spring water. Yamamoto Genre Iasei Shigakuni, who was roaring loudly at high altitude, roared loudly, "Lead all the troops to attack and meet the enemy." "Yes." After Kurako Shunsui agreed, he looked at the captain beside him, and said calmly, "You have heard Mr. Yamamoto's order, so let's do it, everyone. Kill all Quincy without mercy." "Yes." In the blue sea of spirits, two figures stood facing each other. Duke looked at the ubiquitous Lingzi, leaned on the two parts in his hand, and asked curiously, "Where is this?" "Spirit space." Jorgbok explained to Duke, more precisely, the spirit subspace of the microcosm. "This world is divided into macro and micro, you know it. Well, if you look at the world from different angles, you can observe the world from two perspectives, micro and macro." Duke nodded slightly, and also understood what Yuhabak meant. The cloak he lifted before did not transfer the two of them to another space, but sent them directly from the macrocosm to the microcosm. "In order to be able to send you here, I have specially selected many people, and finally I have selected a suitable holy text. Huajie raised his left hand, and the letter M on the back of his hand was shining. Equally known as the microcosm. Here, you can't interfere with everything in the macroscopic world, and I have prepared many gifts for the jingling court. That is to say, in the next period of time, I will be in the same room with you. Duke scratched his hair, looking extremely distressed. That's right. The corners of Huajie's mouth curled up, and Duke clicked his tongue. If possible, I would rather stay with a pure and beautiful girl. Which one is best? When Duke spoke, he also gestured with his hand and winked at Huajie. It's really surprising that you are still addicted to beauty. Huajie was a little surprised by Duke's thoughts. Duke shook his head. For you who have lost your humanity, you will not understand everything I want. In the end, no matter how powerful you are, but without humanity, it's like ice cream only has egg rolls, instant noodles without seasoning packets, and fried chicken without. Beer is nothing but appearance. Huajie, you are pathetic. Pathetic. Huajie lowered his head and gave a chuckle, then said nonchalantly, you won't understand, Duke. Won't know my greatness, won't know my dream. I want to create a great world with only ideals and no pain and injury. As long as there are people, there will be pain and pain. This is unavoidable. To create such a time, you must first kill all living things, including yourself. A fool without a string in his head. Duke raised his middle finger disdainfully at Huajie, and laughed loudly. After all, when you bring up this dream, you yourself become the source of pain and pain. 11. Huajie. Chapter 63. After all, when you come up with this dream, you yourself become the source of pain and pain. Duke raised his index finger towards Huajie. His eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Huajie. This is a common problem of your so-called careerists who create an ideal world. Of course, this is the general setting in most of the two-dimensional works so far, that's right. Duke shrugged his shoulders, and Huajie sneered at Duke's words. Swallows know the ambitions of swan geese. How can you, who has been willing to degenerate and sink for 10 years, understand my true thoughts? In the final analysis, there is a situation of mutual incomprehension between people. And sentient beings who do not understand each other will cause war, killing, injury and destruction. Okay, I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense about such a big philosophical theory. Duke waved his hand, with a look on his face that I don't want to hear. Huajie shook his head. It seems that this is what people often say, not speculative. That's almost what it means. So much has been said. Huajie and Duke held down the weapons on their waists at the same time, and when they both drew their swords at the same time, Duke also said, it's time to fight. The two looked at each other, and in the next second they both activated the spell in a tacit understanding. The light beam of spiritual particles and the stern fire light collided with each other, and they exploded immediately, disturbing the sea of spiritual particles where the two stood, causing the waves of spiritual particles to fluctuate endlessly. What they live in is within the microscopic world, which means that the normal content of spiritual particles in the atmosphere is like a vast ocean to them. As soon as the wave of spirit particles was set off, the two disappeared in tandem, and the sound of clashing swords in the void continued continuously. Cut 1 Flowing water. Without Shikai, the Duke of Zanpakut who holds the ordinary sealed state mode, the knife moves with the body moves with the heart, and the heart is like flowing water, continuous and endless. From the gurgling water at the beginning, to the thick and open river, and then to the violent and terrifying waves, it is just a matter of breathing. The back of the Zanpakut knife in Duke's hand had endless waves sweeping across it, pressing down hard on Huajie. Boom! The entire sea of spiritual suns began to fluctuate, and while the flashing cross sword in Huajie's hand was raised above his head, he also released the holy chant spell silently. Under Huajie's feet, there was a ray of light extending, and all the surrounding spirits were absorbed by him and turned into a part of the spell. In the sea of spiritual particles in the microscopic world, the Quincy master who can freely extract spiritual particles can be said to have the best time and place in the absolute home field. At the same time as the arc-shaped cross rose from the ground, Duke was also surrounded by the enchantment of the sanctuary's praise. This is not over yet. The blue spiritual seed pattern appeared in Huajie, and Duke clearly saw the spiritual seed pattern growing like a circuit board on the opponent's neck. The lines of light flashed, and the blue barrier of spiritual particles quickly expanded outwards. Shell static blood suit. The armbands of the outer shell static blood outfit began to expand, and the surrounding spirits were attracted by the outer shell static blood outfit armbands, and quickly became part of the outer shell static blood outfit. Huajie looked at Duke, who was outside the static blood suit, and took a step back. That is, when he withdrew, the arc-shaped cross in the sanctuary tribute barrier where Duke was located also emitted light, emitting endless rays of light. Look carefully, there is light here. It is clearly endless sacred destruction, because the number is extremely large and the speed is extremely fast, resulting in a continuous piece, like a ray of light. Next second, Duke was hit by the endless sacred arrows, and the static blood suit also hit him in the blink of an eye, and continued to assimilate and corrode his body. But the next moment, Huajie's ultimate move was directly strangled by the terrifying wave-like saber movement, and cut off in the middle. The disheveled Duke has a long knife in his hand, his eyes are murderous, his hair is loose, and his skin is full of fierce spell lines that are automatically activated after being attacked. This spell pattern is the defensive spell that Duke engraved on himself after he became the Kid Master. Looking at Huajie in the static blood suit, Duke opened his mouth. BD, since I became a Shinigami for 10 years, you are the first guy who broke through my defensive spell and made me feel pain. Duke exhaled a breath of stale air, and swiped Zanpakuto in the next second. The light of the knife was as sharp as torrential water, quickly washing away everything around him, and emptying the surrounding area into a vacuum area. It's a good job. Even my first new style of knife is fully inspired. However, I currently have 9 chopping moves. How many do you think you can last? Duke pointed at Huajie with a vertical knife. Facing the murderous Duke, Huajie looked at his trembling hands and said to himself, I haven't fully awakened my power yet, so it's still too much to deal with you. It seems that I need to speed up the pace of recovering my strength. I'm afraid you won't be able to wait until that day, Huajie. In front of the blade, Duke holds the hilt in his right hand, and presses the blade with the palm of his left hand. You know, Zanpakuto's form, state and ability are modeled on Shinigami's own soul. Shinigami gain power by knowing and giving their own Zanpakuto name, and having a spiritual dialogue with it. This power is the power of words that liberates the true power of Zanpakuto. If you know the name of your own Zanpakuto, you can fully exert its power. However, if you only know a little about the name of Zanpakuto, you will not be able to fully exert the power of Zanpakuto. Even with the wrong name, the power of Zanpakuto cannot be unleashed. In Godai 13, I know 2 such guys. One is a sissy dressed as a transgressive woman, and deliberately misnamed Let Your Zanbai Be Half Shikai. The other one only knows half of his Zanpakuto's name and can't exert his full strength at all. Oh, so what? Huajie narrowed his eyes, and a feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. This intense unease even surpassed the fear he felt when he was beheaded by Yamamoto Genrisai and fell into nothingness thousands of years ago. As I said, Zanpakuto will not be completely liberated if you mispronounce Zanpakuto's Shikai on purpose. Then the question is the Shikai I've spoken so far true or false? Duke showed a different smile at Huajie, and Huajie was surprised. UBD, why didn't you start from the beginning? That's right, the water in this world is too deep, and my Bankai can't be used casually, so I have to keep a few more hands for myself. Duke smiled with a successful plot. Look, you've been fooled. You insidious, vile BD. Thanks for the compliment, you are far behind me, Huajie. When Duke said this, he took a deep breath. All right, it's time to cut off everything in the world. As Duke spit out the real Shikai words, the Zanpakut in his hand also began to emit a strong light. It doesn't matter if it's heaven or heaven and earth. Whether it's the ocean or the mountain. Whether it is something tangible or something intangible. Let them all tremble under your sharp edge. Duke said at last, his voice close to a growl. Wake up, 2 breaks. Next second. A strong knife light burst out in the entire sea of spirits, splitting the entire sea of spirits in half. And Duke is deep in the center of the split sea of spirits. And the Zanpakut in his hand has completely transformed into a simple and sharp tang knife. The blade is extremely straight, the handle can be held by both hands, there is no knife grid, and no scabbard. Some are just unspeakably sharp. Holding the complete Shikai's 2 broken Duke with one hand, he twisted his neck and moaned happily. Ah! How long has it been since you had a full Shikai? Was it 5, 8, or 9 years? I almost forgot. Thanks to you, Huajie, I can use a full Shikai today. Looking at the completely different form from before, Huajie snorted, do you think you can defeat me if you are completely Shikai? I am the king of the Quincy Masters, the man destined to rule this world. To tell you the truth, since I entered the realm of the Master of Sword Techniques, I have created 9 slashing techniques, and 5 of them must use the 2 breaks in the full Shikai state to exert their full power. And the remaining 4 forms are for me after Bankai. However, I don't think you will see the 4 formulas that have been solved. Duke raised his arm and pointed the knife at Huajie. Okay, I don't have much time, let's end the battle quickly. Not much time. Huajie stared, do you know how stupid it is to expose your own shortcomings? You arrogant, vile, and insidious BD. No, I mean the time is running out, which means that the time for the deadly costume on my body is running out. When Duke said this, he sighed. Because I often use incomplete Shikai, so I have a lot of complaints against me. Once Shikai is complete, she will tear all the clothes on my body. Qian Zhao. I don't want to fight with you naked, so I have to end the fight before the 2 breaks completely tear my clothes apart. While Duke was speaking, a pair of trouser legs of his dead suit was silently reduced to dust. Huajie was also attracted by this scene, and Duke shrugged helplessly. Look, that's it. It's hard to put out a small handful of Zanpakut. Speaking of which, Duke's sleeves were also wiped out. Tisk, stop talking, if you keep talking, I'm really going to fight you naked. In that case, I will die. So, in order for me not to die, I ask you to die. Duke put on the posture of retracting the knife and returning the sheath, and the 2 blades were immediately covered with thick ryotsu, and the spirit was like a scabbard, completely covering the 2 broken blades. Duke drew his knife forward with difficulty, as if he was in a tug-of-war with a mountain. Duke, whose arms were exploding, gritted his teeth and said, cut 2 and break the scabbard. Push. Next second. The thick scabbard made of ryotsu was broken, and a stern light of the knife covered the entire sea of spirits. Huajie also opened his eyes wide. In his eyes, his field of vision has been completely occupied by this saber light. Swish! The light of the knife flashed, and everything turned into silence. Chapter 64. In the microscopic world, Duke stood with a knife in his hand, looking at the sea of spirits that had been completely cut off by him. He let out a breath of foul air. It's comfortable now. Huajie has completely disappeared, and his body has been completely obliterated by Duke. In a short period of time, this old thing should not be able to jump out to be a demon again. While Duke was speaking, part of his deadly costume dissipated again, as if an invisible person was tearing at his clothes recklessly. Tear off a piece of air, and it will be turned into powder, and then tear off a piece of air, and then it will be turned into powder. In the blink of an eye, only the torso was left of Duke's Death Tyrant suit. The sleeves and trousers of the limbs all disappeared. In order to prevent him from being resurrected, let's kill all the Quincy outside. Duke looked up at the sky of the sea of spirits that had been sliced open by him, raised his hand and pointed to the top of his head with a knife. Although Huajie was completely destroyed by me, I am still trapped here. If I want to get out, I have to cut this place. Late will change, use your real strength. While Duke was talking to himself, an indescribable riot began to stir in the macro world, and Setsuna swept everything like a hurricane. Duke's limbs, neck, and cheeks protruded from the spell lines he inscribed on himself with Kid, and the lines were like short-circuited light bulbs that suddenly stopped and at the same time quickly absorbed the surrounding spirits. 3 cut heavenly tilt. A powerful shout came out of Duke's mouth, and the long knife in his hand shone brightly in the next second, as if it could make the sky fall and destroy the world. The light of the knife pierces through the sky of the sea of spirits, opening a channel leading to the macroscopic world. The passage was fleeting, but at the time of Setsuna, Duke had disappeared without a trace. The sky above the Lingling court. Standing above the sky, Ishida Urayu and Huajie, who looked at the jingling court below indifferently, neither spoke, but watched quietly. Time passed by every minute and every second, and suddenly Huajie's eyes changed, and 210 screamed in pain, and at the same time, he also raised his hand to cover his face. What? Huajie roared, as if he had endured great pain, his body bowed forward, and his face became extremely horrified. Just because just now, in his induction, that godlike majesty has fallen. And once any majesty falls, it represents one thing. Huajie, are you all right? Ishida Yulong frowned, looked at Huajie beside him, and at the same time asked aloud. Huajie gritted his teeth, and raised his hand to stop Ishida Yulong from asking. At the same time as Huajie's teeth were clenched, the blue eyeballs began to flicker continuously, turning from blue to red and then from red to blue from time to time, appearing extremely unstable. At the same time, a complex memory also began to impact his mind. For a moment, Huajie's aura became extremely terrifying, but in the next second he was like a normal human again, and Ryotsu disappeared without a trace. Huajie, whose breath became extremely unstable, caused Ishida Urayu to look sideways frequently, and he couldn't help but say again, You don't seem to be fine, what's the matter? Go back to the invisible empire. After gritting his teeth and leaving a sentence, Huajie flicked his cloak, constructed the shadow realm and brought himself and Ishida Urayu back to the invisible empire. Meanwhile, before leaving, Huajie left one last order. Kill all living creatures in front of the holy light. Don't stop until you destroy yourself. The moment Ishida Urayu and Huajie disappeared over Seireitei, Yamamoto Genrisai also discovered something wrong with Huajie. That blonde young man. A guessing Yamamoto Genrisai emerged in his mind, his eyes widened suddenly. Could it be that? Next second, a blade of light appeared in the sky above Seireitei, as if appearing from the void. As the light of the knife emerged, the entire jingling court was attracted by the light of the knife. All the captains and all the team members, even the soldiers of the Quincy Division, Chig, of the Invisible Empire, were all attracted by this ray of light. This is... What a terrifying knife light! This saber light actually tore the sky apart, how is that possible? Is this a miracle? Just looking at this beam of knife light makes my eyes hurt. Could it be that God saw the danger of Jinglingting and sent a messenger to rescue the suffering? There is a person on the knife light. Really, there is really a person on the knife light. Could it be that this is the sword light from that person? It's incredible, it's incredible. Who is this guy? Is he a god? Compared with the general team members, the captains seemed much calmer, but it was only relative, because they knew who the saber light came from. This BD boy can still be of some use at critical times. Yamamoto Genrisai looked at the light of the knife piercing the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. Although his mouth was filled with distaste, there was unspeakable joy in his eyes. This guy, he surprises people out of nowhere. Kurako Shunsui, holding Kaiten Kaikotsu, turned around and beheaded a Quincy soldier, raised his hat, and looked at the light of the sword in the sky. Immediately, he raised the Kaiten Kaikotsu in his hand, raised his arms and shouted, "All soldiers, the time has come to launch a general attack, kill these Quincy divisions, and protect Seireitei." Under Kurako Shunsui's shouting, the Shinigami team members who had been low in morale before all encouraged their courage at this moment. Because they know that the strongest on the battlefield will stand with them in everything. So, they have nothing to fear. The number of enemies is large, so what? They are the ones who are afraid. Kill. For Seireitei. For Godei 13. For L-chan. UBD, Ally-chan is mine. Not mine. Stop making noise, go. Somewhere on the battlefield, Anohanaretsu, surrounded by wolves, looked at the light of swords in the sky, with a rare smile on her gloomy face. After beheading the Quincy soldier in front of her with a single knife, she raised her hand to gather a strand of hair. He chuckled lightly and said, "It seems that I can't be too far behind." At the same time, Tianlian and Hotpot, who were surrounded by her, were staring blankly at the light of the sword in the sky. Tianlian was so shocked that she said, "I didn't expect this man to be so strong, no wonder the old man gave him Lord Mochizuki." Hotpot's mouth was wide open, his face was full of bitterness. "This guy is so strong, how will I live in the future?" At this moment, a group of wolves also heard a low chant. "Bankai is all done." In the next second, Anohanaretsu's body turned into a sea of blood, and the curved blade extended from the sea of blood, killing a large number of Quincy soldiers in the blink of an eye. Tianlian and Hotpot looked at each other, not knowing what to say in their hearts. These two parents-in-law are more terrifying than the other. When they face these two parents-in-law in the future, they should clamp their tails and act like dogs. The soldiers of the Quincy division who were left behind at the Seireitei fell into indescribable fear facing the highly motivated Shinigami soldiers. Damn it, why did these guys suddenly become so excited? No, I can't stand it anymore. Where is your majesty, where is the Star-Crossed Knights, and where is that damned Ishida Uryu? Don't panic, don't back down, carry out our orders. The big deal is to die, kill them all. Come on, kill these despicable Shinigami. No, I don't want to die. Who can help me? While the shrill shouts of killing echoed throughout the jingling court, Duke also returned to the jingling court through the passage he cut by stepping on the light of the knife. Looking at the empty sky, Duke touched his chin with his left hand and snorted. Those two little bastards run pretty fast. While speaking, Duke's Death Tyrant outfit was peeled off again in a large area. Not only that, now he only has the Death Tyrant suit from the waist down and above the knees to hide his shame. Damn it, we've been together for 10 years, can't you not lose your temper? Seeing the layers of dead bully costume peeling off, Duke raised the two pieces in his hand and couldn't help whining. Duke's Death Tyrant outfit, which was on the verge of rapid collapse, suddenly stopped for a moment. The next second, the only Death Tyrant outfit left on his body quickly peeled off, and the speed made Duke click his tongue. Damn it, I'm just complaining. Seeing that there were not many fig leaves on his body, Duke clicked his tongue, and while holding the knife with one hand, he also quickly slashed down with the knife. Heavy rain. Setsuna, whose sword light is dissipating in the sky, the sword energy is like a little rain, falling from the sky. The coverage area is the entire jingling court, and for a while, the entire jingling court is full of swords dancing wildly. But the people at the scene didn't think so. Whether it was the local or the friendly side, they quickly found a place to hide with their scalp numb. Damn it, is this guy trying to destroy the entire searing court? Swinging the knife and spraying the air of the knife, is this really a human? Dodge, dodge, everyone dodge. Find a safe place to hide. Hiding a fart, haven't you seen that this saber energy can wear everything? Hey, the knife breath brushed past me, I'm fine. Me too. Those Quincy soldiers are all dead. Really, this is a precision strike. Oh my god, I absolutely love this guy. Brothers, go ahead, kill all these damn Quincy masters. With just one blow, Duke instantly changed the situation on the entire battlefield. But this is not over yet. Duke raised his left hand above his head, and said in a low voice, Head 101, Heaven Luo Xingzu. In an instant, a little star blossomed at Duke's fingertips, and the bright cross star light covered the entire sky of Jingling Ting. Everyone in Jingling Court stared blankly at this scene. Anyone who had seen this move before knew that the overall situation was settled. Once this trick is used, all enemies will die in the dreamlike starlight servant. And at the moment when the starlight emerged, a little bit of starlight scattered towards the entire Jingling Court. Just one heartbeat time covers the entire area of Jingling Ting. And the targets of these stars are those Quincy divisions who are about to evacuate. Next second, the starlight fell to the ground, and the entire Jingling Court was covered by hazy starlight, like a dreamy paradise. But for the Quincy masters, it is an extremely terrifying hell. Starlight fell from the sky, quickly found the Quincy, and lit it into a torch. Seeing that they had no way out, the Quincy ants gritted their teeth and launched a desperate fight with red eyes. It's just that they were berserk for a short time, and just as they made up their minds, the sky lanterns were lit the next second. After a while, the starlight receded and everything returned to calm. Seeing this scene, Duke nodded in satisfaction. But the next moment, the last bit of death domineering costume on him was directly turned into powder, and after the war, everyone looked up to Duke to offer him their hearts of reverence. But when all the Shinigami raised their heads, they were surprised to find that the mysterious person who had just blown Kamui just now was standing cleanly at high altitude, staring blankly at them. My god, this is too unrestrained. Woo, Mom, I'm not clean anymore. Boss, come out and see Shen Long. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful and unrestrained man in Xiling Court, I love it. Duke, doesn't he know shame? Duke looked at himself who was clean and smooth with a stiff face, and then looked at the two pieces in his hand. It's over, now it's completely dead. Next second, the roar of Yamamoto Genrisai resounded throughout the sky. Duke, UBD, get out of here quickly.